In the darkness, the fire crackles a sign of promise. Somewhere a voice sounds. He swears to return to this very place and retell the story of that person so that the memory does not fade. Squatting on the cold floor, the elven woman extends a desperate plea. She declares, as soon as her task is completed, she is ready to endure any fate, whether to be devoured or left only as plaything. Only that her conditions be met. He looks down at her from his place, and the weight of her determination hangs in the air like a heavy burden. Understanding the depth of her intent, he addresses her by her full title, Dinars and Ariel, the clan chief. She remains in her modest position, a mixture of fear and hope frozen on her face. In response to his gloomy proposal, he moves closer and hints, there is another way forward, a completely different choice. This memory of her is a sharp contrast to the warrior she truly is. In her traveling gear and bright red cloak, she moves with lethal grace. The blade firmly clenched in her hand cuts through the whirl of that chaos. Next to her in this struggle stands the commander, a figure with oppressive authority in a crimson military uniform. With a steady hand, he aims the rifle. His gaze is stubbornly directed forward, the discipline of an experienced soldier. Long before these trials, she was known by another name, Dinars, the high silence of the quiet forest. By the turbulent waters of the Shervan River on the elven border, she led a simpler life, finding sustenance in the wild while preparing for the journey that would change everything. She remembers the time of peace when she led the Dark Elves clan as their chieftain. Her younger sister ran to her, shouting news about the Villagia life of silence and stability that now seems like a distant dream. That moment and everything was already shattered. Explosions tore apart the straw roofs of their homes, turning the shelter into a hellish mantle of flames, and stones rained down heavily on them, falling from above. Her eyes widened sharply with pure horror as the reality of destruction reached her consciousness. Her breath caught when she saw everything she loved being devoured by flames. Standing on the ridge, she and her family looked down with distrust at the ruins of their village, trying to understand how such a catastrophe could have happened so suddenly. Reaching for the weapon, she felt the cold steel of the rifle in her hands, and a whirlwind of questions spun in her head. She wondered, were these the antics of ordinary bandits or something far more organized orcs? The response appeared in the form of disciplined ranks of soldiers, faces hidden by caps and goggle glasses, at the front the commander sitting on a dark warhorse. They moved with terrifying mechanical precision. When the defenseless peasants panicked and fussed, the soldiers aimed their rifles on command. A sharp order to prepare and fire rang out in the air, and there was no longer any hope for mercy. Then the air was torn by the rolling crack of gunfire. Scorching flashes from the barrel caught a distressed silhouette from the smoke, a volley of lead fell upon the fleeing elves, and the fate of the quiet forest was decided. The slaughter begins in earnest. The air is cut by the sharp crack of gunfire, and the cries of the doomed who have fallen leave no path for escape. Amid the carnage, a rider rushes through the smoke, cutting through the crowd's flight and paving a path of utter destruction. He swings his saber coldly and precisely, destroying with one blow a peasant who had no chance against the cavalry attack. Watching the horror unfold, she pulls her younger sister close, covering the girl's eyes as she sobs. Her voice trembles in a desperate plea to explain why all this happened. They meet everything only with the mocking laughter of the long-nosed elves' army, soldiers who should have been kin to them but now stand as their executioners. She shouts, not believing her eyes, demanding to know why the army slaughtered their own elf brethren. A hand calmly rests on the revolver's grip in the holster, the leather creaks, as the officer brazenly mocks the naivety of the question. The cold steel of the barrel presses against her temple, forcing her to look into the eyes of the killer as the officer prepares to deliver the final answer. She smiles with a grim, predatory joy and says the reason is simple. There is nothing but dark elves. One shot and the wall behind them flares with a sudden, cruel crimson. She stood amid the carnage, and her voice cut through the smoke as she ordered the second platoon to press the attack, demanding that not a single soul escape to freedom. Grinning, the female officer raised her revolver and ordered her men to cut down the silvery trees of the village, treating the ancient forest with the same contempt as its inhabitants. Following her orders, the soldiers set to work with axes and saws, calling the sacred grove nothing but dark filth that needed to be driven out. The officer's face twisted with zeal as she urged the firing squads forward. The staccato rhythm of rifle shots echoed the systematic destruction of the village. Far from the place of execution, Dinars survived. Now she crouched in the bushes, tightly holding a heavy rifle, watching the invaders with cold, slowly boiling rage. Her sister rushed to her like a whirlwind while they bandaged the wounded who had managed to escape into the thicket. Their hearts clenched with the realization their own forest relatives Elfland were the ones pulling the triggers. He glanced at her, fear and hope mingling in his chest. The younger elf addressed her not only as a sister but as their leader, and asked what they should do next after such betrayal. She was silent for a moment, not averting her gaze from the black smoke rising from their burning home, as the burden of leadership and a burning thirst for justice battled within her. She stood before her people, and her voice rang authoritatively as she ordered them to retreat into the depths of the forest. Her goal was clear. They must save as many of their own as possible, for survival was the only victory left to them. Gloomily following her example, the group embarked on an exhausting journey, tearing through bitter cold, overcoming sharp mountain peaks and muddy deep valleys. Eventually, they reached the border, stepping into the icy water of the river that cut off the edge of their known world. In the frantic escape, among snow and stones, they made an astonishing discovery. A figure stumbled over debris and came upon a lifeless creature, gasping in shock. The so-called dark elf lay motionless beside an abandoned lever-action rifle. The cacophony of flight faded, and within the walls of a modest sunny room remained a heavy silence. Wooden beams and neatly arranged shelves revealed a place of order and safety far from the burning forest. In this quiet sanctuary, she slowly opened her eyes. The veil of unconsciousness receded, revealing an unfamiliar ceiling. A wave of distrust washed over her as she realized she was still breathing. Her hand instinctively clutched her chest, and the thought broke free, where had the road led her? Her confusion only deepens as the figure approaches. A stranger, seeing that she has already woken up, politely greets her. He has distinct orc features, but she is dressed in a neat, orderly domestic servant's outfit, a sharp contrast to the stories about her kin. Seeing the maid, the girl instantly trembles with further reality around overwhelms her, and she recoils onto the bed. Her voice breaks as she panics, shouting that there is an orc nearby. The maid, however, seems to ignore the emotional outburst. Calmly says she will go for a doctor, then disappears. This reaction stems from the grim reputation of the orc race. It has long been whispered that they are wild and uncivilized people driven only by base desires. In forest tales, they are depicted as monsters who know only violence and greed and even turn against their own when hunger becomes unbearable. He, the Savage King, was the image of the enemy she fought over a century ago. The Dinars recalled the bloody battles in Rosalind Valley, where she stood against the Orcish hordes 120 years before. Despite memories of the war, she suddenly found herself in a soft bed, holding her breath, gasping from anger and confusion over her current predicament. His pulse was checked by a burly orc in a formal suit, professionally observed her accelerated heartbeat. He apologized for the lack of experience with people like her, while the maid looked on anxiously, acknowledging that such a reaction under these circumstances was quite natural. As soon as the elf woman sat down, she looked around. A clean and warm room, a crackling fireplace, and quite decent decor. It felt eerily similar to a human home, far from the primitive dens she had expected. A sharp sound at the door made her startle, and she quickly turned her head as a voice politely announced the intrusion. The figure who entered was a tall, stately orc named Gustav Falkenhamen, a flawless suit and tie. Donar sensed his refined aura and powerful magical presence, immediately understanding that he was a person of high status. He suggested that Donars eat first, and then they would talk. Before her was spread a feast of unprecedented variety. Rye bread with jam and butter, herb-roasted venison with potatoes, a hearty cream soup with meatballs, and even warm red wine infused with cinnamon and dried orange. It was a luxurious table, carefully prepared to resemble the traditional cuisine of her own people. She stared at the dish, unable to believe her eyes, mouth agape. The impressive level of hospitality and effort to accommodate her culture left her speechless and deeply embarrassed. She stared at the spread before her, and the aroma immediately tugged memories of home. It was the kind of feast she had only ever seen during the sacred winter solstice festivals of her people. With a trembling hand, she broke off a small piece. Her eyes widened as familiar flavors danced on her tongue. When the warmth of the dish spread over her, a blush of pure joy flooded her cheeks. Closing her eyes, she savored the exquisite taste. The harsh reality of her captivity evaporated for a moment before such unexpected care. The head of the elven clan sits alone in her room, disturbed by the memory of the cruelty of the elven officer, when she saw with her own eyes how her people were executed. She gazes at a small photo. The responsibility weighs so heavily that it is hard to breathe. While she eats, the orc servant watches her, and she confesses a deep longing to see her elven comrades again, yet she remains cautious, considering what is happening. Finally, she is allowed to enter the dormitory where several elf women are held. As soon as she crosses the threshold, they raise their eyes in shock and relief. The reunion is full of emotions. The women, especially Yava, Cyril, Aldis, and Ellenway, rush to her and cry with joy. But this joy is cut short by a harsh truth. After crossing the river, only 14 out of 30 remained. The younger elves tremble with fear, whispering their torments. They say they are kept only as livestock, as food for the orcs. She sees their despair. Nearby, she embraces them protectively and holds them close. Softness appears in her gaze, but a mother's determination does not waver as she tries to provide some tangible safety in this uncertain place. She calms them, promising that they need not worry. She intends to negotiate directly with the orc leader to guarantee their safety. She leaves the dormitory. Gustav is already waiting for her. Calm, professional, she is ready to confront him and secure the future of her people. He leaned back in his chair, and his face grew heavy as he contemplated the bitter reality of this. The phrase ethnic cleansing hung in the air, a dry term for the horrific systematic elimination of a people through violence and forced displacement. Listening to his low, unexpectedly soothing voice, she felt a strange calm despite the weight of his words. What he explained, deliberate racial cleansing, echoed the nightmare recently endured by her people. He looked at the coffee set between them, acknowledging. The phrase was new to him, but its accuracy was undeniable. It was a cold, precise formula for the tragedy that had unfolded. When the firewood crackled in the fireplace, long shadows fell across the room. He shifted the conversation to the future and asked what our next step would be after the terrible danger had passed. She is silent for a moment, her features harden, and in determination grief and rage intertwine. The road ahead is clear for her, even if it is strewn with blood. Rising to her feet, she declared her intention to return to her homeland with a single bloody goal to track down and kill as many white elves as possible. She asked for weapons and medicine, begging him to continue hiding those from her clan who were too weak or wounded to join her crusade. Falling to her knees in boundless despair, she completely gave herself over. She said she would accept any fat, even being eaten or kept like mere cattle, just to get his help for revenge. Her knuckles turned white as she gripped the tunic tightly, her body trembling with the tension of her plea. She was ready to give up both dignity and life to get a chance to strike back at those who destroyed her world. She remains on her knees, and her proposal hangs in the air while the figure before her acknowledges the depth of her resolve. He says that if she is truly ready to go that far, he has one more path to offer. Looking back at the frozen mountain landscape around the lonely hut, he presents her with another choice she could make. The proposal completely confuses her. Her eyes widen in disbelief, and cold sweat appears on her forehead. A sudden sharp sound breaks the silence in the room, and the weight of this moment settles on everyone. She sits with a calm, open posture. King Orcson, Gustav Falkengane, makes an unexpected offer. He invites her and all her living relatives to relocate to his kingdom, Orcson, to rebuild and prepare for their inevitable return. Stunned by the generosity of the monarchs, she barely holds on. She manages to whisper only one trembling question: why did he do it? He stubbornly holds her gaze, his face unreadable but resolute, and replies that there is no reason to hide his own motives. Behind the frost on the glass borders of the little house's window, two continue to whisper a conversation. The fate of the clan that is dying hangs on the words they exchange. High on the frozen peaks, a lonely hut nestles against the snowy slopes, like a quiet witness to the passage of time in this wild, remote wilderness. A month and a bit has passed since the faithful meeting, and the orc commander now stands on the bank of a wide, raging river, checking his pocket watch, waiting for the next group of arrivals. He makes his way through the noisy camp by the river, thundering orders to the medics to stay alert and commands to distribute warm soup to the exhausted travelers crowding near the fires. In the whirl of organized chaos, a gloved hand reaches out and offers a small vial to a comrade, a silent gesture of shared burden. The commander hands the container to Daenerys and with slight surprise says he did not expect that elves would have a taste for such strong, fiery alcohol. She takes a long sip, once again confirming her decision to accept the Orc King's offer for the sake of her clan. The warmth of the spirits in her veins urges her on. She leads her scouts back across the Sylvan River, disappearing into the darkness to save even more of her kin from the shadows of the former home. She becomes a beacon for the refugees, holding in her hands the flow of refugees and squeezing out every ounce of influence to convince the hesitant to cross the border into the unknown, but into safety from the works. Using her innate magical language, she and her warriors hold a tight perimeter, and she herself takes the most dangerous place at the rear to delay the white elves who are chasing, ensuring that every last soul crosses further. She urges her vanguard, her voice cuts through the night as she orders to hold course to South Bank, to the rescue of Orcson. The clan moves through the dark forest in desperate bustle, clutching everything left of their meager belongings. For a moment she freezes, casting a glance into the darkness, her face filled with the burden of leadership and the fear of pursuit. Raising her eyes, she sees, finally the downpour has subsided. While this is their best chance, she calls to the whole group that the rain has weakened and they must immediately cross the river before the weather worsens. On the opposite bank, the commander and his officers wait in the mud. The paratrooper rushes forward to report. The last group of refugees has been spotted. They are making their way through the water. The Sylvan River flows deep in the darkness, a cold and unyielding barrier between the elves and their sanctuaries. Diving through icy currents, the last of the clan goes deep into the water, his silhouette barely outlined against the black surface. From the shore, the commander watches, his eyes widen, and a terrible suspicion immediately overwhelms him. He sees exhausted figures crawling out of the river, and in their gaze is a chilling strength. These survivors, led by a tired but unyielding leader, come ashore with rifles in their hands, and in their eyes reflects a terrible mix of trauma and unbreakable determination. She stands at the head of her people, gripping her rifle tighter until the weight of the entire journey finally takes its toll. Behind her stretch the remnants of her clan, their faces distorted by the same exhausting, draining fatigue. As the column of refugees drags itself over the wet earth, she exhales ragged breath, steam settles into the cold air. She looks ahead, though her strength is already fading. Suddenly the world twists, and her knees buckle. A sharp cry bursts from her chest. She begins to slip out from under herself and slide to the ground. Before she can hit the ground, two massive, powerful hands catch her. The Orc King himself steps forward to hold her as her form begins to sway. Raising her eyes through the haze of exhaustion, she recognizes the figure, the Orc King himself. He instantly silences her, orders her not to speak, and praises her incredible efforts in bringing her people home alive. He easily carries her to the safety of the camp. Even as she is carried, her thoughts are on the survival of her clan. She desperately clings to the question, did they really manage to escape, and how many of her people died during the crossing? The king is silent, and his face hardens as he looks ahead. The burden of her question hangs in the air. He stands like a fortress, broad back like a wall of support, while he carefully presses the weakened elf to his chest. Dinars whispers the terrible price of their journey and reveals, of those who set out, only 12,000 souls remain. Her eyes, clouded with grief and exhaustion, reflect the devastating weight of loss. She remembers the time before the massacre, when her people numbered 70,000. Hearing this, he exhales a puff of smoke, and his face darkens with a heavy taste of regret. Silently, he apologizes and laments that he did not understand earlier how deeply they had fallen into their trouble. Beside him, she trembles. The fact that they were on the brink of extinction finally sinks in. His glove clenches into a fist, a silent vow of protection, as he watches his soldiers distribute food and aid to those who survived among the elves. She speaks of their boundless gratitude, acknowledging that without his intervention, her entire people would already have been wiped off the face of the earth. She rests her exhausted head on him. Her voice is barely a whisper as she fulfills her part of their pact. She solemnly declares that from now on her life belongs to him, addressing him as her king. The weight of her words and the scale of this tragedy seem to crush him. His features tense with an emotion he cannot contain. He grits his teeth, and a single tear makes its way down his rough face, while the burden of leadership and the cost of this agreement settle on his shoulders. When she finally finds a moment of peace in his embrace, he looks away, sorrow and determination for the future of their united peoples frozen on his face. He declares with unwavering authority that from now on the elf and her companions are no longer outcasts, but his own people and kin. Standing proudly before the exhausted survivors, the king gives a solemn salute, a deep sign of respect for their loyalty, which they preserved despite incredible suffering. In a rare flash of tenderness, he kneels down, presses the exhausted leader to his chest, and whispers a solemn vow to repay her dedication with every fiber of his being. Pressing her to himself, the king prepares to reveal the truth about his own journey, finally beginning the explored chronicle of Gustav Falkengane, the ruler known to the world as the Demon King Orcsan. A memory surfaced from 120 years ago in Rosalind Valley. Elven forces held positions against the threat looming ahead beyond the horizon. Dinar's younger but already an experienced leader looked hard at the approach, clearly aware of the bloody clash about to unfold. Orcs, driven by ancient savagery and desperate hunger, recklessly charged at the elven ranks. Grim news came from the front. The valley teemed with enemies. They were rapidly closing in. And though the pressure increased and the enemies were too many, she did not lose her composure, waiting for the single, precise moment to strike back. When the distance between the two forces shrank to about 50 steps, she finally gave the order. With a sharp, commanding shout, she ordered the entire unit to fire a synchronized volley. A loud roar of musket fire burst into the air, momentarily drowning out the cries of the assaulting crowd until the bullets hit flesh. The memory of that smoke and thunder later faded, replaced by the steady, mechanical rumble of a modern steam engine. A gigantic locomotive cut through the silence of the countryside, a black plume of smoke trailing behind it like a ghostly reminder of past wars. Inside the carriage, she watched the landscape flying past. Her thoughts were still tied to those ancient battles, She doubted the reality of what was happening and wondered how the world had changed so sharply from days of blood and iron to this age of industry. The train continued to roll steadily along the railway track, clattering over the rails and carrying passengers into the unknown. She sat quietly, sinking into thoughts along with her companions, while the weight of memories sharply contrasted with the relative comfort of the carriage. The younger elves around seemed less tired of the past, but for her, the journey from the chaos of the battlefield to this mechanical marvel was not yet complete. She looks out the window, her silver hair catching the light as the voice of her younger sister breaks through her thoughts, persistently asking her to look at the landscapes flickering outside the window. Beyond the glass, the landscape turned into an endless sea of golden wheat stretching to the horizon under a clear sky. The young elf's eyes sparkled with delight as she gazed in wonder at the endless fields, and vividly imagined how much white bread such a harvest could provide for all of them. Watching her sister's innocent joy, a tired, faint smile barely touched her lips, yet her eyes remained heavy as if burdened by a century's weight of memories. Feeling how her sister suddenly distanced herself, the young girl calls her by name, abruptly pulling her from the depths of her own thoughts precisely at the moment when the rhythm of the train changes. Outside, the steam locomotive continues to run evenly across the fields, carrying elven refugees to a future that once seemed impossible in the heart of the Orc territory. In the distance, the silhouette of a sprawling city rises from the shoreline, a testament to how industrial power has reshaped this land. This region, now the heart of the Orcsan kingdom, lies 250 km southwest of the Bali Peninsula, a place once whispered about in fear by both humans and elves, the Dark Forest. She freezes in shock, her wide-open eyes scanning what she sees. The young elf can hardly believe that such a place could be the Orc capital, doubting whether this is truly the same city they once feared. Outside the window unfolds a majestic urban landscape along the shimmering riverbank, where a modern tram glides over a stone bridge. This is Wilchween, the capital of the Kingdom of Orcsan, a dense interweaving of multi-story buildings over which eagles soar above the masterfully planned urban sprawl. As the train pulls deeper into the very heart of the metropolis, the two sisters press against the glass. Dinar watches skyscrapers flash past her and involuntarily admits she has never seen buildings of such height and grandeur. She is stunned by the scale of the architecture. The station area buzzes with life. Here steam locomotives mingle with the morning air while a diverse human crowd goes about their usual business. They lean closer, and their wonder grows as they recognize various inhabitants. It is not only orcs walking these streets. They see kobolds, dwarves, and even members of the giant wolf tribe living openly and peacefully alongside each other, a sight that shatters their expectations. In a nearby street cafe, well-dressed orcs enjoy morning drinks, while a distinguished gentleman calmly reviews the daily news. Raising her eyes to the various flags fluttering in the wind, symbols of human states, and even the sacred church, Daenerys is suddenly overwhelmed by a humiliating realization. She quietly notes, compared to the boundless scale and sophistication of this Orc capital, their own elven capital in Schwerin seems no more than a quiet rural settlement. She and her companions freeze without words. Eyes wide open in disbelief, they try to reconcile what they see in advanced civilization with their own notions of a wild kingdom. A respectable official steps forward and assures the group that everything is prepared for their arrival, professionally and hospitably gesturing the way ahead. The distant outskirts of Walderberg stretch to the very horizon, the living memory of the Orc King's promise. These refugees will truly be accepted as their own subjects, not just as prisoners of war. As they walk along the even streets of the new district, the scale of construction becomes visible. Rows of sturdy wooden houses line the road, each can become a new home. Nearby, sunlight breaks through the dense canopy of the lush forest, reflects off the calm water of the stream bordering the settlement, and grants them a silence they have not felt in years. Overwhelmed by the reality of their new refuge, they stand stunned. The younger elves can no longer contain their excitement. They raise their hands and celebrate with joyful triumph, for they have finally found safety. Exploring their assigned quarters, the sisters look with surprise at the amenities prepared for them. One of them jumps onto the soft bed and exclaims that even the furniture is included, while another finds a modern flush toilet. They are stunned by the technology. In the forest, they rarely use such things, but the convenience of the latest models is undeniable. Seeing this industrial might, the Daenerys and other leaders understand. This is very far from the world they knew. As they tour the grand ironworks built by the dwarves, the difference in technology becomes obvious. Elfland and human states still rely on bronze for their cannons. But the Orcan kingdom, with its fiery factories spewing smoke, stamps out high-quality steel. She stands before massive steel cannons, eyes wide open, both surprise and frustration in one look. She understands. The same material for ceremonial daggers which they clung to is produced here in such gigantic volumes that it becomes the backbone of the artillery of an entire army. Swallowing this is painful, admitting that the craft they considered unique to the dwarves, the orcs have not only mastered but industrialized. The tour moves from the fire of the blacksmith's forge to the bounty of the fields. In the mountains, her people's food was meager, mostly oats, rye, and barley, often served as simple bread or thin porridge. Their life revolved around dairy farming, because the mountainous, harsh terrain was unsuitable for large-scale crop cultivation. But the orcs introduced a thoughtful three-field system, alternating winter crops like wheat and turnip with summer barley and leaving part of the land fallow for grazing. They transformed what was once thin, poor soil into a true production power. The power of this agricultural machine is felt immediately. Gigantic, muscular horses, pulling with all their might in their harnesses, easily drag heavy plows through the soil. While the group watches as the beasts rhythmically perform their hard work from afar, the scale of the operation becomes visible. This is a level of efficiency and organization that the elves have never seen. The young elven refugees barely contain their amazement. Their faces light up with admiration as soon as they see such quantity and technological skill in a field as fundamental as farming. Their guide, a knowledgeable orc agrarian in a sturdy field suit, explains that in this region every hand and every hoof works deliberately so that the kingdom never goes hungry. He explains the seasonal cycle, how winter wheat and rye give way to barley in the summer. The elven refugees listen attentively, eyes wide open, as they absorb the abundance of grain laid out before them. Continuing the lecture, he tells how turnips and potatoes are integrated as catch crops to maintain soil vitality. The crop diversity almost seems like magic to the elves. They are used to the meager offerings of the mountains. He adds that when the soil is overly enriched, they plant asparagus to balance nutrients, and says that the harvest becomes a true delicacy. The young elves barely contain their excitement at the very thought of such culinary variety. This systematic approach, he proudly says, is known as crop rotation, a method championed by King Gustav himself, whom he praises as a brilliant agronomist. As he speaks, the scale of Orcsan Kingdom's agricultural mastery becomes undeniable. Following her words, the elven guide kneels in the mud and reaches out to touch the dark, fertile earth. The others freeze and watch silently, feeling the weight of her discovery. She brings a small amount of soil to her lips and tastes its minerals and moisture on the palate. The quality is exceptional, far better than anything she has encountered in the elven lands. One of her companions, a dark-haired elf, looks into the distance at the endless golden fields and realizes, for such land, food security is no longer a dream but a daily reality. She calls her leader, and her voice carries both excitement and hope. In response, the elven matriarch raises her gaze and deep awareness settles in her eyes. The Orcsan Kingdom is not only military might. It is a civilization built on sustainable abundance that her people could only imagine. She watches as her companions freeze in awe at the sight of fresh white bread, a luxury they never expected to see again. The young elf's eyes shine with pure delight, just like when they first arrived here and saw all this wealth that shocked them. When they begin to eat, relief and fear that has not yet passed mingle in the air. One of the girls jokes through tears, wondering if this feast is only a harbinger of a cruel fate, and the quality of the dishes finally bursts out genuine laughter. It cuts through the tension and tears it apart. While others lose themselves in the simple joy of the meal, she remains more reserved. Her gaze slides toward the younger ones. She wonders how much longer this brief calm will last in a world that had been so merciless to them. Her attention is quickly drawn to the glass on the table. A sharp gaze catches a dim flickering reflection beneath it. She and her fellow officers watch a glass of butter held in perfect cold by an engraved magical circle. A complex spell for such a mundane task, the use of magic they hadn't even considered. This cleverness extends to their clothing. The junior elf excitedly shows that the uniforms issued to them are enchanted to remain cool and comfortable in any heat. This realization becomes even more piercing as they examine the intricate sigils. It becomes clear. The orcs produce this forged magic not only for their own comfort, it serves as the foundation of their logistics, enabling them to store and transport fresh supplies for hundreds and hundreds of miles. She looks into the distance where steam engines and huge ships cut through the landscape. She is struck by the scale of the Orcish operation. It is more than just a need for food, a ruthless, meticulously planned obsession with supplies and all the infrastructure that delivers them. And from this, all she can do is wonder whether this is the true source of their invincible power. The philosophy of this land is simple. Food is the foundation of all life. A solitary figure in heavy protective gear with a hoe in hand stands among endless fields as a silent guardian of the harvest. This revelation about his simple work strikes Nars in the very heart. Distrust covers her. She squints and asks herself if the one standing before her is really the Orc King. On a cool Saturday morning in early March, the Orc commander arrives at the park accompanied by a huge white-furred beast. He introduces it as Advin's loyal guardian, the very one who first tracked down Dinars within the Alliance. Standing nearby, the officer gives a formal salute, acknowledging her debt to Advent for its protection. Despite flawless professionalism, a faint anxiety is heard in her voice over the lack of a larger escort, whether they are risking too much in such a public place. Her thoughts are once again drawn to that tangled history between their peoples. Giant wolves like Advent were once natural enemies of the elves. It was they who helped drive them out of the Beliant Peninsula. The fact that such a creature saved her leaves a bitter, heavy feeling of guilt and confusion that does not let go. But despite her anxieties, the commander does not deviate from the course and confidently declares, with Advent and a skilled officer nearby, any additional guards are no longer needed. When they approach the heart of the city, he stops. Attention is caught by the unexpected sound of music floating in the air, even though it is only 9 a.m. The reason for the bustle is the morning market, a bright tapestry of trade where townspeople gather under the first sun, exchange goods, and negotiate between rows of linen stalls. The morning market is teeming with life. Merchants lay out piles of fresh produce. An orc merchant proudly stands behind a towering heap of vegetables, while elven visitors weave between the rows, absorbing with their eyes and noses the full force of vibrant trade. Nearby spreads the juicy aroma of grilled meat. Orcish cooks are busy with their dishes. They prepare skewers and sausages for the hungry crowd. They focus solely on the quality of the food. This lively thoroughfare has become a true melting pot. Humans, orcs, and elves walk side by side, demonstrating peaceful coexistence that was unthinkable just a few years ago. In the crowd, a human photographer captures a moment. His presence testifies to the diversity of this gathering. Seeing this, Dinar speaks about the presence of humans. The same thought is cautiously echoed by the elven officer and conveyed to the commander, acknowledging that the place is truly impressive. He clarifies the situation and explains, these markets are a regular weekend event, operating every Saturday and every Sunday morning. He adds that even the district near his own official residence, which is very close, also regularly hosts such lively events. He notices her thoughtful silence as she processes the new reality. Her gaze mixes reflection and stubborn doubt. Seeing her hesitation, the commander cheerfully suggests she come with him for a short moment to see how the city lives every day. He walks away with a kind of light ease, and she watches him disappear from sight, and thoughts immediately gnaw at the question of what kind of leaders they really are. She cannot help but note how their kings look remarkably unburdened and approachable, a complete contrast to the harsh hierarchy she knows. Further along the row of shops, a young beastman boy pauses for a moment, squeezes a piece of produce, and looks at the dignitaries passing by with wide-open eyes, just a tiny part of the huge, intertwined life of the market. He excitedly points, and his voice rings over the market as he recognizes the approaching figure. It is the king. The crowd stirs. Gazes shift to the towering orc and his elven companion, who slowly walk through the morning bustle. In response to the boy's burst of joy, the surrounding townspeople rise with shouts and applause, raising their hands to greet their ruler. The king replies with a simple wave and calm words of greeting, while nearby the father gently pulls the child back to avoid blocking the royal path. The king stops by the fruit stall, and he is attracted by the bright red color of fresh strawberries. He comments on how appetizing they look, and the seller immediately offers him a taste. Finding the fruit extraordinarily sweet, he asks to pack a portion for his morning meal. To the complete surprise of the elven officer standing behind, the monarch reaches into his own pocket and takes out small coins to settle the debt personally. She can hardly believe her own eyes. Her gaze is fixed on the exchange, and the silence is striking. The idea that the ruler can handle such small currency and conduct his own operations completely contradicts her notion of power. In a few moments, you can see the king walking, firmly clutching a large paper bag full of fresh bread and supplies. When the officer instinctively offers to help carry the burden, he waves her off and tells her not to bother with these exhausting ceremonies and instead find something for herself. When they begin the journey back, he suggests they share the morning meal together, and with a meaningful look says he knows berries are a special favorite among the dark elves, and this surprises you with his care for the legacy. She sat down at the table and the morning news spread out before them. The officer bit into a piece of fruit, and a mixture of confusion and sudden realization froze on her face. Finally, she broke the silence and asked if this was really his constant status, so modest, so approachable. She sits opposite the commander in a quiet room. The tension eases as they share a moment of rest. He says that a relaxed tone is perfectly normal as long as they are not in a public setting. Let her speak freely, and for a while drop the strict military protocol. A quiet, all-knowing smile slides across her lips as she admits that her usual manner of speaking is truly quite different. She seems to appreciate the rare opportunity to shed the formalities of her rank and move to a more human conversation. Glancing across the table, the commander focuses on the morning newspaper, while his thoughts involuntarily drift to the monarch he serves. He recalls what an incredibly kind king he is and how strange that sounds against the usual notion of an orc ruler, though he knows the truth is exactly that. He just slightly lowers the paper. His gaze sharpens when he shifts the conversation to military matters. He asks how the cavalry training is going now, demands a progress report on the bold project to put the orcs on horses. This reminds her of the colossal physical challenge posed by the task, to climb atop the orc by its own weight and stay in the saddle, a grueling trial. She recalls how her students struggled. Even mounting the saddle was a true test of endurance and balance for them. The memory bursts out in both with a sharp explosion of laughter. The absurdity instantly outweighs the gravity of their work. She tells how they almost begged for real cavalrymen. This demand led her to the current task and to the comical sight of giant warriors helplessly contorting with their mouths. While still laughing, she leans back and gestures toward the dark, solemn uniform she now wears due to her new position, explaining that this is why she ended up in these black robes, a sharp departure from her traditional elven attire. All because she was entrusted to train the newly formed Dark Elf Brigade. The commander's face becomes solemn as he looks ahead and imagines the full might of the force they are assembling. He calculates, if 3 cavalry regiments form the corps, alongside mountain infantry and engineers, soon they will be able to gather a formidable, fully equipped army of 8,000 soldiers. She sits with a majestic posture. In her mind is the future of their military structure. She envisions the creation of a brigade combat team, a small but extremely mobile unit that, as she expects, her subordinates must learn. Obviously, her soft appearance is not the only thing about her. Her sharp strategic mind is made for the complexities of modern warfare. This strategic genius paved the way for the current era. After the bloody finale of the Battle of Rosalind, a new ruler ascended the throne, emerging from chaos to bring order to the shattered land. For 120 years, that leadership completely transformed the kingdom. This huge city, the only state, and the incredible wealth and joy given by its various citizens were carefully built brick by brick from the very beginning over a long day of peace. Realizing the weight of this story, she is almost lost in thought when suddenly her inner monologue is cut off by a quiet knock at the door. A humanoid beast servant enters the room, apologizes and immediately announces that he has brought a special treat. And at this moment, he notes to himself her deep insights always make him think as if she sees a completely different world. The strict atmosphere evaporates instantly as soon as she is shown the huge strawberry crepe. Her eyes light up with pure, flawless joy as she prepares to dive into the dessert. It was made from fresh strawberries that the king himself bought at the market in the morning. She eats with such zest that borders on simplicity, a sharp contrast to her stern military nature. Sitting opposite, Gustav watches her and reflects on her character. She is truly brilliant, yet full of flaws, perhaps even more flaws than virtues, and that is precisely what makes her so captivating to him. Later, she reveals her inexhaustible energy when she goes out into the field, her faithful beast and a small escort of orc soldiers beside her. She steps lightly, as if on springs, so others barely keep up. What she once indulged in seems to still fuel her tireless zeal. Meanwhile, in the quiet depths of his private sanctuary, the king indulges his own obsession. He is captivated by the love of the written word, spending hours in his vast private library. Around him is an endless collection of knowledge he has gathered all his life. He is known for his long speeches. A low, thick voice flows so much that some cannot endure it. Dinars, standing nearby, keeps a stone face, although inside he struggles with every verbose oration. Beyond his talkativeness, he is a man with a colossal appetite, a true gourmet, and a particular weakness for sweets. Whether a simple donut or a luxurious feast, he indulges himself with such zeal that it suits his physical stature. His habits lean toward a deep love of tobacco. He often sits with a pipe firmly clenched in his hands, browsing the daily news. The smoky smell is always near in his moments of silence and focused reflection. She watches closely as he carefully packs the pipe with his thick, powerful fingers, and Dineries finds an unexpected charm in the skill he displays. It is a small, delicate action that sharply contrasts with his formidable figure. When she exhales a cloud of smoke from her own cigarette, she is pierced by a thought about his main vice. The realization changes how she sees the king she serves. This imaginary flaw, complete indifference to female company, equally confuses both subordinates and contenders for his attention, despite his power and position. He never married and was never seen with a mistress, thus standing as a lonely island amid the court, which constantly pushes him toward succession. She weighs the biological realities of their world. Among demonic races, kings are chosen not by purity of lineage but by the strength of their magic. These beings naturally live long, almost immortal, unless violence befalls them or a rare disease strikes. But such longevity comes at a price, an incredibly low birth rate. This sharply contrasts with her own kind. Elves are a race consisting only of women. They appear as infants under the branches of their primeval mother and do not remember their origin. Orcs boast high survivability, but the birth of a single child once every decade becomes a grand event that shakes their entire society. She leans closer, her voice playful but inquisitive, and asks Gustav if his indifference to women is just a concession to men. He immediately cuts off this version, his face showing dry irritation as he states that he has no such inclinations. She exhaled a cloud of smoke from her pipe and pondered his eccentric nature. It seemed he was just as completely indifferent to other races. She recalls how this indifference extends even to the vow she once made. She gave him her body and he took back the gesture as if it meant nothing at all. Contrary to initial expectations that she would be used, she suddenly finds herself in a place highly respected by all her own comrades greet and salute her. He never touched her but valued her loyalty and treated her as an indispensable state officer. His restraint is simply inhuman, such a marvel that goes beyond the natural and borders on extremity. She knows, historically, orcs were called creatures of boundless appetite, wild kings of the past who devoured everything in their path, even other races, to satisfy hunger and lust. This primal savagery was later tamed and redirected. Orcson found a substitute for dark impulses by raising and consuming livestock. Despite the nature of his kind, he still remains a mystery, sitting quietly with a newspaper and a pipe, while others wonder how a person with such power can completely suppress basic urges of sleep and desire. He remains completely composed even when the rest of his warriors seem to succumb to the midday heat and the obligatory orcish nap. While others collapse in the sun, lose themselves and doze, the king sits upright, immersed in a book and fully capable of maintaining a conversation. The elven commander watches him closely as she inhales and exhales a thick cloud of smoke from her pipe, and thoughts race in her head despite the impossibility of his nature. She is unsettled by whether such a disciplined creature can even be considered an orc, since he suppresses every primal instinct of his people. Eventually, she lets her expression soften into an indulgent smile as she recalls their shared history and the debt her people owe him. She acknowledges the undeniable truth. It was this orc king who intervened and pulled the elves back from the brink of total annihilation. She stands straight in her dark uniform and looks directly at him while he calmly reviews the morning news at a small table. She speaks of silver trees and the precarious position of the dark elves within Orcson, recognizing that from now on their future is inextricably linked to his rule. King Or sits opposite the elven leader in a quiet room. Snow-covered peaks are visible through the window behind him. He speaks with heavy finality, assuring that a clash with Elfland is inevitable, soon a total war that will decide the fate of the peoples. Dinar listens silently, stunned, and her hand trembles slightly as she absorbs the weight of his words. Seeking a moment to recover, she asks permission to smoke and the king consents while preparing his pie. He continues his grim analysis, noting that even victory over the White Elves will only escalate an even greater struggle, a war against humanity itself. The elven chief fixes her gaze on him, sweat beads on her forehead as the scale of his strategic vision becomes clear. She did not expect the conversation to spiral into such world-changing stakes, and only then realized the ambitions and fears of the Orc King extend far beyond their nearest borders. The king reflects on a changing world. Ancient forces of magic and raw physical power are being displaced by the cold efficiency of industry cannons, railways, telegraphs, and battleships. He asserts that to survive in this era and avoid being drawn into a catastrophic war with humans, they must break free from tribalism. His goal is to weave different races into a single nation capable of repelling any threat. Stunned by the weight of his words, Dinar exhales a cloud of smoke, her eyes wide open, shock mixed with newfound respect. The scale of his foresight impresses her, far surpassing what she could have imagined from an orc leader. Watching him calmly smoke his pipe, she reflects on how effortlessly farsighted he is. His mind and strategic planning seem almost alien to her. Such clarity should belong to an ancient elven sage, not an alleged savage. Suddenly she slams her palm on the table with all her might. A sharp sound echoes through the room as she rises and looks him in the eyes. She acknowledges his intelligence without unnecessary detours, straight to the heart. He offers her people a home, means of defense, and a chance to take revenge on the White Elves who betrayed them. Seeing her determination, the king responds with a look and an understanding smile and solemnly takes under his protection the tall one from the quiet forest and her clan. Pressing a stern expression of stubborn resolve, Daenerys accepts the alliance and declares her intention to follow the Orc King into the uncertain future he described. She sat upright, high in the saddle on the Walterberg cavalry parade ground. while the cold air of the second week of March, year 876 of the star calendar, whipped her face as she surveyed the territory. Her routine was interrupted by a sudden proposal from a visiting envoy, causing her to doubt what the upcoming military exercises they had discussed would be like. The orc officer froze in formation, raising his hand in a salute with precise accuracy. He informed her that very soon there would be an opportunity to see large-scale divisional-level exercises conducted by the land forces, and asked if she wished to attend as an observer. The officer introduced himself as Major Muffling, an adjutant from the royal palace. He spoke with solemn restraint, making it clear that he was sent directly by the Orc King himself to deliver this very invitation to her. Realizing the weight of the request, she turned and returned the salute with a sharp military posture. She said that despite the appearance of an invitation, this amounted to a formal order, and asked the major to convey her sincere gratitude to the king for the opportunity granted. As the officer was leaving, one of her younger companions could not hold back and spoiled the moment with a comment about the major's appearance. Calling him a miserable orc, she immediately reached out and firmly pinched the girl's cheek, a silent but firm reprimand for disobedience and lack of respect. Returning to her unit, she ordered them to immediately gather the main representatives of the clan to prepare for the journey. Then she turned again to the young Leah and sternly reminded her, "Part of adult life is knowing when to keep your thoughts to yourself, especially in diplomatic matters." Under the watchful gaze of 2 crescent moons already the following week, the team prepared for the journey. With a grim foreboding, they set out from the settlement, beginning what was officially called a fun excursion, although the true purpose was much more serious. She was accompanied by a formidable escort of high-ranking elven officers as they headed to the Orcs in the capital. Leading the procession was the Chief of Staff, Lieutenant Colonel Iavis Real Anner, and his very presence emphasized the importance of this diplomatic reconnaissance. Below commanders of cavalry regiments, Lieutenant Colonel Arwen Kernarian, Aldis Ferisrian, and Alinor Fendel. Their inclusion in the delegation underscores the military significance of the upcoming exercises and the elves' desire to assess the strength of Orcsen. Lieutenant Colonel Irin Vlinder, commanding the Specialized Mountain Hunter Regiment, joins the ranks. Her unit, judging by their skills in the wild, anticipates a comprehensive assessment of the Orcsen troops' military capabilities in various conditions. The delegation's heavy support is represented by Major Frida Meliskill from the Artillery Battalion. She holds a sharp, focused gaze, probably already calculating the strategic planning of the training field they are heading to. The command staff was closed by Captains Celebrin and Lee Fildes, under whose leadership were work and logistics. Despite the long journey, they remain vigilant, so every detail of the elven presence is executed with professional precision. The group finally reaches the outskirts of the capital to its huge training ground. They arrive much earlier than planned. The orcs and guards at the gates, standing in place, mark the official start of their high-stakes surveillance mission. Taking in the indecent scale of the facility with a glance, she lets out a quiet, curious hum. The endless training grounds and the well-organized bustle hint at a level of military skill that demands all her attention. Before the thunder of divisional-level exercises begins to shake the earth, the landscape opens up with a wide valley where barracks and training facilities are stuck. This is a quiet moment of anticipation. The delegation continues to shake on the road, traveling alongside the iron rails that cut through the landscape. Soon they reach the spacious command center, where huge tents have been erected at the heart of military operations. As soon as they arrived, a high-ranking official from the Labor Department looked up from his notes and gave a formal greeting. He named the location Exercise Control Department, the place where the referees for the upcoming maneuvers are based. This is General Karl Helmut von Siebeck, the Chief of the General Staff. He is meeting the Elven Major General with an impeccably professional appearance. His commanding figure and large fangs create a formidable impression that demands immediate respect. He is instantly recognized by her as soon as she recalls his reputation, the king's close confidant. She remembers how he was called the Old One in the royal villa, a figure who constantly stayed close to the monarch. Her thoughts involuntarily drift to those old official banquet-heavy orcs together with red wine on the table. She remembers how, despite his stern appearance, he could suddenly become unexpectedly interesting as soon as the conversation shifted towards the nuances of Western vintage, which they then savored. Turning to the present, she lingers her gaze on the green armband, a symbol of his specific role controller in the upcoming maneuvers. Entering the command tent, she gathered with the group around a large table. Under the heavy cover lay a strategic map. It was just waiting to be unfolded. She examines the portraits of Orcs in high command, noticing various department leaders. Major General Gillum Cadel Logistics, Karl Rothenberger Topography, Helmut Staubitz Communications, Eric Graben Operations. The scale of this organization is impressive, and she realizes that the entire general staff seems to have relocated here for training. This general staff system, born from the lessons of the Tudor War 60 years ago, when a human hero invaded, has evolved into a cumbersome bureaucratic machine housed in a building rivaling even the royal palace in size. As she delves into the history of this unique institution, a gust of wind suddenly blows and a gigantic shadow catches her gaze upward. A giant eagle whose wingspan blocks the sun descends upon the group with a terrifying speed. With a powerful flap of its wings, the majestic beast lands. The force of its touch raises dust around the waiting officers. The great bird emits a sharp cry before speaking in a clear, ringing voice. It greets Sebek and asks about the weather. Sebek introduces the newcomer Major General Werner Reinders, head of the National Legal Corps. Stunned that this creature holds such a high military rank, she can only stare silently. The eagle pierces her with its gaze and acknowledges her presence, saying, he has heard of her but current circumstances make acquaintance too complicated. She stood rigid before the gathered high command, feeling the weight of the moment pressing on her as the Orcs and general staff watched her. Next to General Sebek stood the assembly of Major General Reinders. His piercing gaze seemed to strip her to her very essence. Nearby, a watchdog and another officer also watched intently, their attention fixed on this conversation. While she was processing what had happened, a sharp, mocking voice echoed in her mind. It called her a dark elf, filled with pure contempt. The insult stung, reminding her of deeply rooted prejudices that still had not disappeared despite her rank and service. Late that evening, she kept walking in circles outside the command tents. The cold night air barely calmed the thoughts rushing forward. The image of the great eagle remained in memory, burning, stubborn, and each time a feeling of recognition appeared, which she could not name until the pieces began to come together. Her thoughts rolled back 70 years to the time when the Elfland government allowed the systematic extermination of giant eagles and wolves. Others saw only a threat in them, hunted for profit, but she was always struck by their majestic beauty, how they soared in the sky, high above the violence of the world below. During one of those chases, she came across a majestic eagle silently sitting on a gnarled branch. Instead of drawing her bowstring, she spoke to it, warning about the approaching hunters and asking it to flee to save itself. And it was then she first realized that these noble creatures understand human speech. Turning back to the present moment, she looked at Reinders with a mixture of shame and regret for the actions of her people in the past. Seeing her torment, the Major General immediately gave a sincere apology and counted his former coldness as forgiven. He said a hidden grudge in his family had clouded his own judgment when they first met. Tears welled up in her eyes as the realization finally reached her. It was the same beast she had spared all those decades ago. When she asked if he truly remembered her, the eagle confirmed his identity with a solemn note, a living testament to mercy shown in darker times. She further explained his current role in the military. He specializes in weather models and conducting aerial reconnaissance. To show mutual respect and strengthen his position among the staff, he gave her a token of his esteem, acknowledging that their shared history had finally come full circle. He left her a symbol of their shared past, and when she squeezed the large feather, tears of relief joyfully welled up in her eyes. Yavisriel could not hold back a smile. The heavy decades of guilt finally lifted from her shoulders as soon as she grasped the depth of the forgiveness given to her. Seeing her transformation, General Sebek watched with an understanding smile as she proudly displayed the bird artifact. She stood straight, her posture radiating new confidence. Even the experienced commander couldn't help but acknowledge it with a silent, approving glance while continuing his work. A moment of silence and focused reflection was suddenly broken by a distant, rhythmic knocking rolling through the rocky terrain. Both officers turned toward the sound, sensing the approach of someone moving through this deserted wasteland with incredible urgency. The rider wildly galloped towards them on horseback. The hooves kicked up dust and the animal flew forward with desperate speed. The messenger's voice rang out in the clearing. He shouted across the space, demanding their sovereign, and that shout announced the arrival of critical news. He stood still as the horse approached closer, and suddenly recognition appeared on his face out of curiosity. Nearby Ivisriel remained alert and watched closely as the general prepared to receive the stranger who had so unexpectedly appeared to seek the king. In the command center, the air warms up as General Sebek is carried out in a noisy embrace by the newcomer. The rookie laughs loudly, calling Sebek a villain with deep affection, and Sebek, almost choked, hoarsely warns his old friend not to stumble in this joy. Ivisriel calmly and respectfully watches as sincere support appears on the screen. The loud officer is officially introduced as Aloysius Schwerin, commander of the Northern Army of the Kingdom of Orcsen. He stands with fierce, unwavering determination. His figure holds the entire hall as he announces his arrival before the assembled staff. In a moment, the atmosphere settles into a silence of mutual respect among the veterans. I have Israel gives an official greeting while Sebek and Schwerin exchange courtesies and note. The gathering feels less like a military briefing and more like a long-forgotten reunion of old comrades. Memories of harsher times flare up in their minds, the bloody battles in Rosalind Valley that took place 20 years ago. Back then, the younger, tougher Schwerin led his orcs with such fury that no elven commander dared to face him one-on-one in a duel. Turning to the present, Isekai and Sebek recall those legendary days. Sebek does not believe that Schwerin is still as energetic, and Isekai remembers. Even the then-high elven staff spoke of your commander with fear and at the same time involuntary, creaking respect. The memory deepens. In their youth, the war was terribly simple. Ranks of soldiers clashed with flint muskets and fixed bayonets. It was on these battlefields, amid smoke and the thunder of black powder, that former enemies first measured each other. Schwerin listens to her memories, and the tension on his face fades. True recognition appears. He directly acknowledges Isekai, says he has heard a lot about her recent antics, and understands that she had to go through a truly difficult path to get here. Cyberg then shifted the conversation to the current operation and introduced a junior officer who played a key role in assisting the escape of Isekai people. He explained that this officer serves under the command of the commander of the 17th Mountain Yeager Division, linking the veteran's history with the needs of the current mission. He laughs loudly and recalls that back then they definitely looked like a band of robbers. Isekai, focusing on the strategic map of the Northern Army front against the elf forces, quietly in his own sly way acknowledges this feeling. She raises her eyes as soon as he addresses her as Major General and notices. Finally, a moment of respite has come. She remains attentive, ready to catch any sudden change in tone from her superior. But still he breaks his composure and ostentatiously shows desperate curiosity, begging her to finally reveal the truth about Rosalind Valley. For 20 years, the mystery of why his forces lost to her forces haunts him. It does not let him relax peacefully. She restrains his onslaught with a soft, mysterious laugh. The weight of these 2 decades hangs between them, but she remains calm. She agrees to tell this story, saying she will feel honored if her retelling brings him even a little peace. He reacts with uncontrollable joy, hands together in a sharp cotton gesture of gratitude. She watches as he sets off with his fellow officers and does not take her eyes off their backs for a long time. An indescribable pensive silence envelops her as the veterans of the past day move further away. She reflects on the nature of the order. Supposedly, these two may not have a formal military history of someone else, but their perspective is tempered by the reality of their own lived experience, not just rank. She clearly acknowledges equality. Her attention again fixates on the map, specifically on the logistics of yesterday's maneuvers. The unimaginable speed of the 7th Artillery Division presents a new puzzle. As if in one burst it covered 250 kilometers. She hears a low rumble spreading through the air like an echo, a harbinger of a grand demonstration of military power that is about to be shown. The elven officer stands among high-ranking officials while the red and blue armies gather for the ceremonial exchange. The air thickens with discipline and the rustle of regimental flags. This meeting is sealed with a powerful handshake between the commanders of the 1st and 7th Grenadier Divisions, Manchefel and Gloucester, who pledge mutual cooperation for today's maneuvers. Having observed the formalities, various leaders disperse across the field. Even steps reveal the weight of the duties they will now have to fulfill. She stays with the senior staff and listens carefully as the conversation shifts to the logistics of the arrival of the northern garrison, and realizes it was an act that defied standard military logic. The scale of this operation is impressive. 18,000 men, 4,500 horses, 400 wagons, and 72 cannons covered 250 kilometers in just 2 days. Cold sweat appears on her forehead as soon as the real consequences of these numbers reach her consciousness. Thoughts wildly rush in search of a logical explanation for such an impossible speed. This ability exists nowhere else in the entire world. It serves as a cold warning that the orcs in the army have reached such a level of efficiency that even Elfland cannot match. She reflects on her own journey and realizes they reached the capital by train without any transfers. She beats herself up with reproaches and wonders why she did not understand the significance of such infrastructure then. Her gaze jumps to the general staff, headquarters, a huge and permanent institution, standing as a testament to their organizational strength. Standing among Gustav's closest advisors, she finally begins to understand why they are all military. It's not just that the state of Orcsen raises an army. In fact, it's much deeper. The truth weighs heavily on her in this land. It is the army that drives the state. But even this understanding was only the beginning. Soon she was struck by a truth, even more terrible and incredible. In the large briefing tent, High-ranking officials gathered and stood silently in silence until a voice cut through the air and announced the start of the pre-exercise briefing. The commander speaks sternly with cold weight, declaring, "What is about to be said is a strict military secret, and any conversations outside the order are strictly forbidden." His words clearly throw her off balance, her eyes widen, and with that comes growing fear. When the map is unfolded, she gasps. This is not just a training ground. Before her is a detailed tactical map of the entire BARBARIan peninsula. She listens as General Zybek lays out the objectives for the day. He says this exercise is a divisional battle layout designed to test railway mobility and the newest tactical doctrines, all part of the General Staff's Plan Number 6. As he speaks, her gaze remains fixed on the commander. He notes that, as they all already know well, the parameters of Plan Number 6 have significantly changed. He breaks down the grim realities of this plan. It is a direct offensive strategy against Elfland. Due to recent events, the initial estimate of 70,000 enemy troops has become outdated, so the entire tactic had to be completely reassembled. Standing before the expansive map, she absorbs the scale of the operation. The numbers are dry and harsh: 70,000 Elfine soldiers, and Orcson's preparation for such a war hangs in the air as a heavy burden. Outside, the morning sun relentlessly burns over the camp. Exactly at 10 o'clock, the command sounds to start the simulation. The silence of the field breaks with the start of the exercises. Peering through the rangefinder, Zebek asks if she finds the display impressive. She stands silently behind him as the mechanical precision of the Orcson war machine is laid bare without embellishment. He calls this methodical approach a war on paper. It is a calculated, bloodless rehearsal before the real one. Because mobilizing a physical army is too costly and attracts unwanted international attention, the General Staff prefers this method. They gather commanders to wage war with ink and data. They use precise measurements from real terrain so their theoretical victories can be replicated on the battlefield. He watches her closely and notices. She insists that the king would never say such a thing, but her stone-cold, impassive mask hides deep shock. She admits to herself that saying she was not shaken by the revelation about the war on paper would be a lie. Continuing his story, he reveals that these preparations started at least 5 years ago. Every detail of the plan was meticulously checked, and he emphasizes that this included the integration and distribution of roles of the elves who now serve in their ranks. He confirms her unspoken awareness with direct, unquestionable consent. While speaking, he casually reaches for the flaskan. The weight of a long-term plan hangs in the air between them. He feels the revelation pressing on her. He offers a way out and asks if she has lost the desire to serve him. He warns, if she intends to step down, this is the last chance to do so before the wheels of war move forward. She responds not with hesitation, but with a sharp, brazen Greena smile that bares her teeth. She demands that he stop fooling her, disdainfully mocking the idea that the reality of their situation could so easily confuse them. Her voice rises as she insists that nations naturally prepare for conflict, especially when Elfine remains their main adversary. She challenges him, asking if he really thinks they are so blind as not to recognize that this concern is actually a test of their resolve. From afar, other high-ranking officials watch the tense exchange with interest, aloud guessing what these two could be arguing so heatedly about and wondering if they even realize they are being closely observed. Finally, she crosses her arms with a snort of irritation, and her initial fervor fades into forced but acceptable resignation. She mutters through her teeth that they are making fools of them, but outwardly she shows she will not stray from the path they have chosen. She watches as the general's stern expression suddenly softens, becoming something like awkward guilt. He quietly apologizes. His usual military restraint falters for a moment when he admits he spoke too bluntly. In response, she lets out a light, melodious chuckle, and a playful spark flashes in her eyes. The idea of a great victory dances in her head, a striking contrast to the heavy atmosphere of their previous conversation. She continues, mockingly pointing out, he is far too kind for his own good. She says that as a king he could afford a bit more arrogance. But she admits, it is precisely his gentleness that breeds such unwavering loyalty among his subjects and hers as well. Her gaze becomes more thoughtful as she recalls the past. She acknowledges, although his first actions might have seemed impulsive, in the end he saved her people and gave them a reason to take up arms again with a renewed sense of purpose. The memory of his offer did not let go, the moment when he gave them a choice to leave or to follow him into the depths of the conflict. He warned about the path ahead, yet they still chose to stand by him, despite the shifting tides of the world and the intrusive influence of human nations. A bright, almost predatory smile spreads across her face as she dismisses with a sharp, defiant stammer any doubts that might still remain. For her, the upcoming clash is not a burden to fear, but the very outcome they had awaited since the day they first joined his cause. Looking across the endless training fields where the wind lashes the plains, she shifts her gaze back to the present. Then she turns to him formally, but in her own usual way, and urges him to name his next move while the exercise continues. With a burning, expectant look, she challenges him. Let him prove the value of this drill. She is eager to see what surprises King Orcson has prepared for the forces gathered under his command. They must witness firsthand the true power of their alliance. She listens as the general gives his absolute guarantee. He speaks hoarsely and confidently, declaring, their combined forces and the army they have built together possess power without limits. With a grim smile, he assures the Major General that they are fully capable of crushing the Elven forces with a single decisive strike. Almost an hour has passed since the start of the military exercises. From the command tent on the hill, Isekai Anarind and her officers watch the field. A scout arrives with a message confirming, the 1st Grenadier Division of the Red Army has begun its advance. Due to the scale of the exercise, planned for several days, the Red and Blue armies are set against each other in a simulated conflict. Columns of Orcish infantry march through the countryside. Heavy boots clank on the ground and raise dust as they move toward their objectives. From afar, she watches the movement. Isekai raises binoculars to get a clearer view of the maneuvers unfolding. The efficiency is impressive. They move much faster than expected, demonstrating discipline that immediately captures her attention. On the field, an officer in the thick of the clash draws his saber. The blade catches the light as he directs his men forward, signaling that their tactical approach is changing regarding the simulated enemy. Turning back to the observation post, Isekai informs his partner that the 1st Grenadier Division of the Red Army is the true elite of the capital defense forces. Their speed and accuracy only confirm this is the most exquisite unit in the army. She gazes into the horizon and notices. It is not only their speed that impresses, but also the high level of training and discipline visible in every movement of the advancing squads. Continuing to observe alongside her colleague, she sees the main unit arriving, pulling 57 mountain guns. The way the infantrymen manually maneuver such heavy artillery on the terrain is as unexpected as it is official. Behind Mountain Guns Reserve, the 75 Field Gun Regiment takes positions, adding significant firepower to the rapidly forming line. From the height from behind the slope, the scale of the operation is visible. Approximately 2,000 grenadiers deployed a defensive perimeter 800 meters wide and 500 deep, instantly forming ranks with astonishing speed. One of the massive soldiers rushes forward, showing that their bulk is pure powerful muscle strength, not excess weight, so their agility contradicts their very size. This explosive power allows them to outrun even a heavy horse in a short sprint, and it is a terrifying prospect when imagining the momentum of such a dense, attacking column. That relentless and all-encompassing offensive once brought them terrifying fame. Many knew them as Orcish Tsunami. Checking her watch, she realizes, less than an hour has passed since the first unit arrived. This confirms that their true strength lies in the combination of raw physical power and disciplined execution. She watched as Lieutenant Colonel Eleanor Findel and Arwen Karanarian carefully calculated the enemy formation. They noted how the reserve units were positioned near the command center, a defensive passage, through which a direct assault from the flanks became an exhausting, tedious task. These reserves were the hidden blade of the Orcish commander. They were kept ready to rush into battle at the most critical moment, and with a single coordinated push, turn the tide of the battle. Arwen, the Major General, turned his gaze to her, and asked if the junior officer had noticed the subtle nuances in the brigade commander's movements. Next to Frida Malayskill, she commented on the complete abandonment by the Orcish army of dense formations. This was jarring to those accustomed to traditional warfare and hinted at a fundamental change in the enemy's tactical philosophy. She understood, to break such a stretched line, either a massive concentration of infantry or relentless heavy artillery fire was needed, resources not so easily thrown into battle. This change arose out of necessity. Advances in firearms and artillery meant that any army holding tight clusters would be destroyed instantly. Modern warfare demanded dispersion and smart use of cover. The way they thought echoed in her mind, ambush and raider tactics. The concept was familiar to them, but when the Orcs executed it with such precision, it became truly alarming. A century ago, these same methods led to the destruction of the Orc army, but now the cycle had turned. The Orcs had taken up the weapons of their former defeat and directed them against the whole world. She stands next to her subordinate, Frida, who poses a hypothetical question. What should the brigade commander do in their current predicament? The chief of staff responds with a counter-question asking if it is appropriate to ask such a thing of someone from her immediate circle. With a sharp, firm look, she announces the verdict. She decides not to launch an offensive at all. Examining tactical maps, the officers weigh options, considering three main routes and the risk that the enemy might make a wide flanking maneuver to strike from the rear. Suddenly, thick plumes of smoke begin to rise from the distant tree line. They involuntarily draw the attention of a lone scout on a motorcycle. Far from the elven lines, the source of the smoke is an orc field kitchen. In a forest clearing stands a huge oven drawn by horses, preparing a hot meal for the troops. The one who prepares, scoops, and stirs huge cauldrons of steaming broth, while the thick aroma spreads in the air, as a column of hungry soldiers approaches with ready metal mess tins. Each soldier receives a generous portion of hot food. The mobile kitchen works flawlessly, so the troops at the front line are always full and remain uplifted. They sit nearby and greedily finish the bread and stew, finding a moment of comfort and strength in the simple act of sharing a meal before taking on the next clash. Orcish soldiers carry the weight of their gear. The clinking of metal tools and the dull, heavy thud of wooden wheels fill the air as they prepare for the next stage of the march. In this busy noise, Lieutenant Colonel Artis Ferisrian remains silent. Her face is unreadable, while her younger companion exclaims in surprise upon hearing that coffee is being served. Beyond her straight line to the camp, a horse-drawn convoy rumbles. Wagons roll one after another, kicking up dust, as the Orcish Logistics Corps begins the systematic unloading of necessary supplies. Only then do their scale become clear. Thick, calloused hands pull massive, dense blocks of military-grade rye bread from the wagons. Watching this, she and her fellow officer freeze in shock, unable to believe that such a titanic portion is meant for a single soldier, and marvel at the insatiable appetite of the Orcish ranks. Nearby, her observation does not fade. Efficiency continues unabated. Soldiers skillfully manage the draft animals and unpack crates, so every resource in their mobile base is accounted for to the last detail. Even the horses for which they are responsible are properly cared for. The horses dip their heads into new, fresh piles of hay, while the army prioritizes the health of its bees along with care for the people. Watching them eat, Lieutenant Colonel Ornway Lendirio tells L.A. Skill that their primary focus on food distribution and hot meals is proof of their disciplined, highly organized military culture. She and other officers watch as Orcish commanders savor field coffee, noting that such luxuries are the best morale boosters in a war zone. Recalling the simple pleasure of warm broth, she and the Chief of Staff suddenly realize that after military operations they are quite well fed. The Chief of Staff woman stared blankly at the plate before her. The quality of the food was much higher than anything she had hoped for in the forward camp. Together, the squad of elven officers freezes in a moment of quiet reflection. Their survey settles as a heavy burden, while they await the next move. Their thoughts are interrupted by the appearance of Ossish Adjutant. He politely informs them that lunch is ready and gestures to follow him. Nearby, veteran General Schwerin samples the contents of the cauldron, asking where it is from. He is pleased to learn that it is the same standard ration issued by the 7th Grenadier Division, and he approvingly notes the absence of onions. Adjutant turns to the elven guest with a reassuring smile and, raising a spoon, insists that the soup is completely safe and should be eaten without hesitation. Watching the exchange of remarks, the beastman butler bows slightly, sincerely and openly thanking for the hospitality extended to all guests. He oversees the meal prepared with meticulous care for the various needs of the army. The Orcish army deliberately removed onions and leeks from the recipes. These common ingredients are poisonous to the Cobalt tribes, who make up a large percentage of their ranks during service. The received layout is sturdy and functional. A dirty cauldron filled to the brim with thick beef shankolash seasoned with tomato puree, alongside buttered rye bread, hot coffee, and a set of strong field. Looking down at the dish, Irenvi felt a sudden wave of hunger. She realized that since the moment they first left their settlement, she had had neither proper food nor even a sip of water. She lifts the heavy container and marvels at its incredible volume. To her eyes, the mestin seems not a dish but a small bucket filled to the brim. With a weight of doubt but greedy impatience, she raises a huge spoon to her lips. The portion is so meaty that it is difficult for her to fit it all in her mouth. As soon as she finally tasted the stew, pure delight slid off her face. The rich beef broth and the warmth of paprika proved simply unbeatable. But her surprise goes beyond the kitchen itself. As soon as she begins to feel that much more than just a well-cooked dish is at play here. She scans the hall and sees King Orcson, the chief of the general staff, and all the other high-ranking officials hunched over the very same metal mess tins. The realization that the highest echelons of power eat the same rations as the lowest privates shocks her completely. She could not help but compare this to other countries, where the high command brought personal chefs to prepare lavish banquets far from the meager rations for the rank and file. On the contrary, even the grimmest-looking Orcsave army knew how to cook. One veteran boasted that his sons were true masters of rich, hearty broth surpassing any simple food of bandits. This thought of a shared egalitarian culture settled in her heart as she observed the Orcish officers nearby. Their behavior was in no way like the elitism she was used to in elven armies. They sat together with the artists in the dim light of the camp and, to their own surprise, were amazingly satisfied with the simple dishes from their standard dented tin mess tins. The hot food momentarily saved them from the harshness of the campaign. The lieutenant colonel ate silently. The rhythmic scraping of the spoon against the metal dish echoed in the silence discipline seemed to permeate the entire Orcish camp. When the meal ended, attention shifted to the arrival of supplies including several bottles of Calvados, a strong apple brandy that was a rare luxury in the field. The Orcish High Command greeted the arrival with enthusiasm. General Zybek noted that this very harvest had been the king's favorite since the victory at Gwar and urged the officers to take some for themselves. Seeing this, she decided to do the same, carefully pouring some amber liquid into her own flask and thinking she should have taken a larger vessel for such a fine delicacy. She carefully takes a sip of the strong Calvados. The warmth of the brandy immediately floods her cheeks with heat, and a sharp breath escapes her lips in a puff of steam. Seeing how she handles strong alcohol with such composure, Commander Schwerin shouts at the top of his voice, addressing her as Schwartz, and asks if she really has a taste for such firewater. She only modestly nods and admits that sometimes she likes to have a small shot. This title Schwartz carries heavy weight. In her homeland Elfland, it was used as an insult against dark elves, but here in Orcsen, in a land that embraces black as its sovereign color, this word has turned into a sign of sincere respect and affection. The commander laughs out loud, warning others, do not be fooled by her modesty, and declaring that she is a bottomless pit for drinking calls her a box for spirits. Jokingly, he suggests transferring her to his division, where vodka never runs out, and for this, a sharp but playful reprimand comes from the muffling, reminding the old general that she is already occupied in the chain of command. Lieutenant Colonel Artis Ferizrian pours a drink for Commander Schwerin. Her movements are smooth and restrained. The room suddenly feels light, a sharp contrast to the usual strict military order. A noisy toast bursts out from the crowd. Together, they shout a single greeting to the Black Palace and to the successes they have achieved together. Schwerin and his beastman, a giant, laugh heartily. The commanders stand with faces flushed from merriment, enjoying a brief respite from their duties. Watching them, she reflects on how much the Orcish High Command has opened up to her. It is a quiet victory, a sign that trust between their two peoples is only growing stronger. The gaze shifts to the meal laid out before them, a dense high-calorie diet, specially prepared to withstand the colossal energy demands of Orcish soldiers. Even the artist, usually so composed, suddenly finds herself staring at the mountain of food expected of her, and realizes how striking the difference in her biological needs is. He leaned forward and emphasized, if they do not act with the single purpose inherent to a specialized elven brigade, their efforts will sigh and break. After all, a group not bound by tribal ties will find it difficult to maintain such cohesion. Noticing this, the king leaned back and wondered whether the old commander was judging this man too leniently, too indulgently. He watched as the veteran officer gestured broadly, insisting, his soldiers are magnificent, and that a simple shared meal or a cup of coffee naturally and vitally cements the bond of mutual aid among comrades. Then the king addressed the clan leader directly, warning, she must maintain close contact with the other officers, because even a one-day delay in bread delivery could spell ruin for the entire front. She bowed her head in a gesture of solemn submission, promising to work shoulder to shoulder with the junior majors to ensure the king's logistical demands are met without any failures. He could not hold back and released a sincere, satisfied smile upon seeing such agreement. His sharp gaze twisted with genuine admiration for the progress that had already moved forward. Continuing the thought, he told the commander, in this unit, open communication truly refreshes, and this is a stark contrast to the icy silence of other armies. When the dispute was exhausted, she stood at attention and saluted, thoughtfully weighing how much this differs from the feudal traditions of Elfland, where expressing an opinion to the ruling class is a dangerous act dared only by a high-ranking leader. She reflects on the Orcsen military doctrine, which emphasizes, even the lowest soldier must be able to think and act independently. This sharply contrasts with the rigid hierarchies she is accustomed to. She listens as this philosophy-mission-type tactixis explained while the sun begins its afternoon decline, marking the first contact between the opposing red and blue forces in this vast exercise. While she processes this new information high above the clouds, a great eagle circles again and again, its sharp eyes vigilantly scanning the ground below for any hint of movement. The bird glides silently, but a sharp sound catches the elven ear. It flinches in response to a distant signal. Reacting to the signal, officers on the ground instantly spring into action, and the first reports of visual contact rise above the magical communication network. Now the hunt begins finally. She and her commander colleague, Irin Wei, transmit urgent messages. Voices are broken as they coordinate data coming from the front line, directly requesting attention for the unit with the code name Milchku. After the first contact, the scout reports from a height, visually describing the discovered full defense line the size of an entire regiment, and precisely indicating the enemy's location with chilling accuracy. She is overwhelmed by the realization they are so defenseless. She freezes and stares at the map in shocked incomprehension. She shudders at the thought that every step they take is watched from above. Asking about such a tactical advantage is also logical, or maybe the opposite Red Army has the same terrifying. She watches how the soldiers on the ground understand. They are being watched from above, and this truth spreads through their ranks like a fire ignited by the wind. Because of this discovery, chaos ensues. Ground forces try to respond. Rifles drown the air with sharp volleys, and columns of white smoke rise into the sky. Soldiers aim their sights upward, desperately driving away the curious gazes of large eagles. In the command center, cold logic of the exercise prevails. Dice are rolled to determine the outcome of the clash, and a verdict is sent. A direct hit from the ground is recorded. Further aerial reconnaissance in this sector is impossible. Having confirmed the effectiveness of the maneuvers, the elven observers receive orders to return to their starting positions. Above them, the great eagle sharply turns around. The mission is completed for now. While they are gathering, a new figure appears. She sways unsteadily, as if playing. This is Captain Lael Noah Carabrin, an operations staff officer. Her charm is as sharp as her tactical mind. She approaches the puzzled orc officer. Her voice flows with a barely noticeable sweetness, and this clearly throws him off balance. He stammers in response, completely exhausted by her unexpected attention. Behind her coquettish appearance hides a ruthless reputation. She is known as an unparalleled huntress who never lets a target slip away. Whether a traditional bow or modern weapon, her ingenuity and cruelty in the field are legendary. Her eyes narrow a deadly curiosity as she fixes her gaze on a certain piece of equipment. A slight smile appears on her lips, and she asks if she can take a closer look at the rifle. She leans closer, and her gaze rests on the long-barreled weapon held by the major. When she asks about the maximum setting on the rear sight, he explains, the sight is designed for shooting standing, but the range is quite large. Her breath catches as she examines the markings herself, metal clicking as she adjusts the sight. The realization that the weapon is calibrated for 1,500 meters momentarily throws her off balance. Returning to her companions with an expression of complete disbelief, she asks if they really heard the figure mentioned. The other elven officers exchange grim looks. The information weighs heavily on them. They admit they are equally drawn by curiosity and simultaneously disturbed. The idea of a standard infantry rifle capable of hitting a target at the height of a large eagle is a tactical nightmare they have yet to fully comprehend. The technical reality of the Orcs G74 single-shot rifle laid bare. A weapon designed to dominate the battlefield with a 1,500-meter range, surpassing the 1,200 meters range of human firearms. Looking at the data, she can only silently freeze, acknowledging the terrible effectiveness of gas. Suddenly her gaze jumps from the weapon to the horizon. Hands sharply thrust forward, she points into the distance and warns the group of a new development. On the vast, open spaces, a dust cloud burns. A huge force is approaching. The report arrives. The 7th Grenadier Division of the Blue Army has finally reached the combat zone. The rhythmic, dull thud of boots cuts through the air as orc infantry advances in disciplined ranks, their bayonets gleaming under the sun as they prepare to join the unfolding exercise. An orc officer raises his sword and shouts the command, "Fire at 2,200 meters." His men, dug in and ready, unleash a volley that rolls across the field like thunder, signaling the start of a ruthless display of power. One soldier operates a bolt-action rifle with practiced efficiency. A spent cartridge, spinning in the air, flies as he prepares the next shot. The mechanical precision of orc infantry is as frightening as their marksmanship. He quickly inserts a fresh ammunition belt into the internal magazine. The metallic clicks are lost in the roar of continuous cannonade. Every movement is honed for speed and volume of fire. With steady aim, he pulls the trigger again, and another heavy shot races toward distant targets where plumes of dust and water rise. The weight of the shells breaks any conventional defense. Stay at a safe distance. Elven observers freeze in shocked stupor, unable to comprehend the relentless pace of the orcs and their fire. They understand. This is not just a skirmish, it is a show of force that presses so hard it shatters their conception of infantry tactics. Commander Artie's Pharisarian orders to immediately bring the infantry equipment catalog. The voice cuts through the air from urgent need. Nearby, Iron Vlandiriel remains staring at the horizon all day, wondering how many shots the orcs plan to fire in such a continuous display. Sorting through the documents, Artie stumbles upon a terrible truth. Each orc carries 140 rounds of 11 twice the standard ammunition load of an elven or human soldier. She realizes, the strength and endurance of orcs allow them to carry such a weight of fire that would break any other army, and their biological traits become a decisive tactical advantage. She finally understood the essence of the Orcsan doctrine. Their spear is firepower, and their shield is firepower. A new era of technology and tactics has come, and the old ways of war have been swept away by the smoke of gunpowder. She watched as orcs and artillery crews worked with mechanical precision. Heavy guns thundered across the plains. The commands were sharply given to adjust the aim to lower the trajectory and shift right by 2 units, after which came fire to kill. They threw clouds of smoke into the sky while the cannons thundered again, and steel rushed to distant targets, piercingly howling in flight. Despite the undeniable demonstration of power, she remained unshaken. A hand full of thoughts lay near her chin. The thunder of cannons was such that people watching it immediately lost all reason, but she forced herself to understand the situation. She kept a sharp focus on the maneuvers unfolding, standing beside her elven observers. The contrast between their traditional elven military formation and the crude industrial power of the Orcsan army was striking. They marched across the field holding disciplined ranks. Orcsan infantry rattled their riflest volleys fired in rhythmic bursts, filling the air with the stench of blood. While she was looking through the binoculars, it became clear to her. The Blue Army and the forces of Orcsan were preparing something more than a simple frontal attack. The feeling suggested there was a deeper plan at play. Her suspicions were confirmed by distant explosions and constant rattling of gunfire. It was then that her intuition proved itself completely correct. They prepared for the next phase of the operation nearby. Orc soldiers argued whether to send even more troops or to start a flanking maneuver to encircle the imaginary enemy. They rush forward across the temporary bridge, boots clattering on the planks as they move with relentless speed. These bursts are the tip of the maneuver that caught the enemy completely by surprise. Seeing the sudden breakthrough, the commanders of the Red Army freeze in a state of complete shock. Their faces are twisted with the realization. The defensive line has been bypassed, and now they are defenseless against a strike they did not expect at all. Tactical reality is drawn on maps. The Blue Army conducted a large-scale bypass, crossed the river 6 kilometers to the east. Turning in a wide arc, they reached a position to strike the flank of the Red Army, and the standard battle turned into a complete encirclement. From a distance, the elven observers freeze at the sheer efficiency of this spectacle. The artist quietly notes the indomitable might of the northern soldiers. Her gaze is fixed motionless on the disciplined chaos unfolding below. They walk alongside General Schwerin, and the conversation shifts to the origins of such combat ferocity. Schwerin says that the king himself was born in the north, implying that the harsh environment and the king's own character forged these warriors into the ruthless force they are now. He continues, dismissing the overly cautious doubts of the general staff regarding logistics. In Schwerin, a soldier carrying 2 days' rations can, if necessary, stretch them to 4. In his opinion, war requires the kind of desperation that uncomfortable staff chairs often fail to understand. He believes that excessive worry about perfect supply order only slows down the army chief's speed. Suddenly the general freezes, shifting his gaze from the battlefield to the horizon. With cold certainty that unsettles the artists, he predicts, the clear sky will be covered with rain by tomorrow. A weather change capable of reshaping the entire landscape of this war. The second day of military exercises began under a heavy, relentless downpour. It soaked the entire landscape and turned the training ground into mud. When the rain poured relentlessly, columns of orc infantry and cavalry sank into the mud, confirming with their own eyes the foresight of King Gustav's warnings about how exhausting such maneuvers become under adverse conditions. Nearby, at the Blue Army Logistics Station, controlled bustle prevailed. Supply wagons and horses crowded in the mud in front of the station house, trying to maintain the continuous flow of materials. In the whirl of bustle, a squad of soldiers lined up in a row. But a moment later their attention was diverted by the arrival of fresh rations, among which was a large catch of Fisha rare luxury in field conditions. With a sharp gaze tracking the operations, Captain Leah Fields from the logistics headquarters gave a clear salutier dark uniform and distinctive cap immediately revealed. She was a high-ranking officer in the temporary Dark Elf Brigade. She considered the progress of the exercise and noted, It had been a long time since she had encountered another elf in such a place. Since the training began, she had been separated from her sister since the second day. Even when she noted the efficiency of the Red Army's rear base during the inspection, unease still remained within her as she stood before the stone warehouses and felt that something was still missing. He stepped away from the warehouse, but the echoes of the grand operation followed him like a reverberation. At the forward command post, officers checked the status of the Blue Army units arriving from the north and noted the logistical complexity of assembling these forces. While they coordinated actions at the post, couriers raced like arrows across the sodden landscape. Strategic maps showed a colossal convergence of the Red and Blue Army as a coordinated dance of steel and iron moving toward a single point on the horizon. When the rider disappeared into the distance, she finally reached the station barracks in the evening at dusk, fatigue frozen on her face. Major Muffling was waiting, immediately ordering his subordinates to heat a hot bath for her and prepare food for Captain Mudcake. She looked down at the dish laid out before her, proof of how the Orcs in military bets on caloric endurance. On the table were dense rye bread, tart pickled cucumbers, lard with apple notes, and a hot bowl of oatmeal soup. Nearby stood both coffee and wine to maintain the soldiers' fighting spirit. Beside the generously set table, she settled down and began to eat, noting the heartiness of the meal. It was nothing like the delicate dinners of the elves, but after several days in the field, she suddenly realized how much she valued the practical, energy-saving food of her hosts. In the silence of the room, she was suddenly pierced by a pang of loneliness, and her thoughts drifted to the sisters she had left behind. Outside, the rain still poured relentlessly, and she understood. Despite the late hour, maneuvers did not slow down, and the tension in the air was almost palpable. She went out to the railing the next morning and noticed one detail that immediately caught her eye. The height of the loading platforms was perfectly level with the floor of the wagons, a simple but brilliant scheme that allowed heavy cargo to move without any gaps or misalignments. She watched as the station turned into a hive of frantic bustle. Major Muffling's voice rose above the noise, sharply correcting a group of soldiers who, trying not to fall behind the exhausting schedule, had mixed up a cargo box. He belongs to a military structure where the Cobalt race plays a vital historical role. Known since ancient times for their abilities in trade and finance, the Cobalt have a high level of literacy and a natural talent for mathematics and accounting, so they become indispensable in the complex mechanism of modern society. Because of these traits, they are often found in the military not as heavy laborers, but as officers and junior commanders. It is not uncommon to see a Cobalt commander directing Orc troops. Their sharp mind is more suited to the subtleties of logistics and command than to the brute physical strength needed to transport wagons. In the whirl of the bustling supply lines, a huge officer with a cobalt hue rose standing with his back to the crowd, and his very posture commands attention. Someone calls to him in a voice politely asking for a moment of time, Sergeant Major. The officer sharply turns around and growls low and hoarsely, bares sharp teeth, and has such a fierce look that would scare any junior soldier. He demands to know who is addressing him, his gaze sharp and impatient. Against the backdrop of his gloomy, rough manner, Captain Lal Noyo from the Caribbean meets him with a radiant, cheerful smile. Her playful expression seems to completely disregard the intimidating figure of the sergeant major. Recognizing her rank and the nature of the visit, the officer immediately renders a formal salute. He acknowledges her as a captain on an inspection, and adding a new level of professional courtesy, asks if he can assist her with anything if there is something. She looks past him at the chaotic movement of the logistics hub and notices that the atmosphere is strangely tense. A keen gaze catches the hurried steps of the soldiers and the mounting pressure of the operation. The measured sergeant major explains. The current queue is a consequence of the assault unit crossing the line yesterday and behaving too aggressively. Their reckless advance smashed everything into one huge traffic jam, and the supply wagons that set out are now stuck in traffic and cannot return on time. He wipes the rain from his forehead and sighs, complaining about the nasty weather that only adds complications to their already tense operations. Lael Noyak nods. Her face shows focused seriousness as she absorbs the full weight of what is happening. Nodding towards the line of covered wagons, he indicates. Those very loads carry fresh food, and it is especially vulnerable to delays due to the bottleneck. When she asks how he can tell them apart from dry goods at first glance, he admits, keeping everything sorted is a real hassle. She smiles and says it's actually very simple because she feels the sharp cold of magical cooling seals coming from the boxes. He silently looks at her for a moment, then admits such a trick is beyond his power. After all, kobolds usually have very low magical sensitivity. She insists that even at minimal power, it is possible to recognize the specific residue left by various spells if they are correctly applied to the boxes. Her everyday observation momentarily throws him off track because of the prospects this opens for inventory management. This brief conversation will later become the sparkling impetus referred to as the start of a major coup in the logistics system of Orcsan military Orcsan. The introduction of magical seal management will overturn their supply chain. But right now, neither fully understood how grand the change they had initiated was. Removed from the high talks of officers, the young Beagle-type kobold named Florian Taubelt focuses on what is right at hand. A private in a heavy transport division, he skillfully leads his team of horses through the Mudhai's face frozen in a mask of quiet concentration. He was born in the northern provincial town of Meltmea, the son of kind-hearted parents who run a modest hardware store. From childhood, growing up among tools of the trade and kitchenware, he learned the value of calm, honest work even before joining the army. He came to make sure that military service is a perfectly decent place. Although the transition was exhausting at first, life had already settled into a comfortable, familiar rhythm. Leading his cart, he involuntarily reflects on the one older than himself Sergeant Major. Despite his intimidating, cobalt-like figure, he turned out to be a truly good person. The young driver counts his modest monthly 250 francs. It is not wealth, but a recent technical certification gave a noticeable boost. Now he can send support home to his mother. Leading his cart, he involuntarily reflects on the one older than himself Sergeant Major. Despite his intimidating, cobalt-like figure, he turned out to be a truly good person. The young driver counts his modest monthly 250 francs. It is not wealth, but a recent technical certification gave a noticeable boost. Now he can send support home to his mother. Later, sitting among his comrades in the noisy carriage, he notices. These grand military exercises seem not like a duty, but a real excursion. The opportunity to see distant cities reachable only by an extensive railway network ignites a wave of excitement. As soon as he arrived in the bustling city center, he froze and stared at the sky, admiring the giant architecture. Rumors had already spread among his people that after their maneuvers, they might arrange a tour of the capital, and although he was sore from last night's work, the anticipation of this reward kept his fighting spirit alive. The strategic reality of training quickly comes to the forefront. The Grenadier Regiment of the division is successfully constructing a pontoon bridge. This vital connection allows the forces to surge forward and strike deep into the very heart of the territory defended by the enemy in the simulation. When darkness falls, the horizon twitches with the lights of distant skirmishes. Reports reach him. The battle lasted until late at night and ended with a decisive victory for his unit. He is overwhelmed by a wave of pride. He is confident in the invincible strength of his division. But when the dust settles, he immediately notices a critical problem. While the combat units rushed forward, he and the entire logistics team remained on the near bank of the river. He fixes his gaze on the narrow pontoon bridge. It is the only fragile link through which all their vital supplies must now pass. He is still shaking, even though he wears a heavy cloak. The icy rain pierces to the bone as he waits by the supply wagons. In his mind only the mission. He understands well how important the potatoes he carries are and imagines warm meals for the exhausted soldiers on the front line. And again he reminds himself, this cargo is vital for their survival. He watches as a hooded military policeman shouts for everyone to move and confidently reassures himself. He will manage the cart despite the treacherous conditions and the shaky appearance of the wooden bridge ahead. He suddenly feels that the world is tilting. The structure cannot withstand the heavy transport and collapses, scattering horses and cargo in a chaotic fall. He can only watch in horror as the river swallows the transport whole. The fierce current drags horses and carts into the depths, and in despair voices shout that 3 wagons and 5 men disappeared in the whirlpool. He rushes to the bank as soon as the feverish search begins. He listens as a soldier desperately calls for a medic, while others prioritize saving their comrades over the lost cargo. But the grim news does not change. One person is still missing. The news of the tragedy quickly spreads through the unit, and the faces of his comrades freeze in shock and deep sorrow as they process the sudden loss. As night falls over the camp still buzzes from the day's events. The relentless rain drums on the canvas of the command tents, a quiet, somber reminder of the disaster. Major muffled roars of the engine break in bursts, and he, his face twisted with urgency, orders the immediate cancellation of divisional exercises. He is met by stunned silence, especially from Leonua. Her face is a mask of shock as the order ripples among the gathered officers and the great Eagle Warner. While she remains frozen, he turns again to General Sebek and argues, even if the headquarters wants to move on, the safety of the soldiers must come first. He insists that losing fighters in peacetime due to negligence is a failure they cannot afford, no matter the command's position. He is interrupted by the king. stepping forward, and in this movement there is an unmistakable command. He asks how he can look his people in the eyes if he does not put their lives first. The king confirms the order with such finality that there is no room for dispute. The exercises are over from this moment on. She draws the attention of the entire hall, and he is speechless at seeing the depth of his convictions and the weight of responsibility placed on him as a monarch. Turning away from her, he adjusts his cap and fixes his gaze on the gray skies, telling Sebek not to worry about the weather or whether the rain will stop. He steps out of the tent directly into the downpour. His silhouette is unyielding while subordinates silently bow, agreeing with his decision. And he disappears into the storm. While the other officers discuss how rarely the king intervenes personally, Sebek notes, "It has been a very long time since the monarch took matters so directly." And Leilu Noyak still cannot comprehend. He asks for an explanation of what exactly must happen, and in response hears only, "Just watch." She silently watches from afar as the king stands alone under the downpour. His figure is a dark silhouette against the backdrop of a gray, sharp rain curtain. Her eyes widen in embarrassment as a barely audible sound reaches her ears, a rhythmic cadence cutting through the roar of the storm. The king's lips move, a low, guttural chant bursts out, and he utters words unlike the usual rough Orcish dialect nor the ancient, melodious Elvish she knows so well. While the strange melody continues, a soft, ethereal glow begins to pulse from his body. It sounds to her like a forgotten song from a distant memory. He raises his hands to the heavens, and his voice rises in a plea to the sun, "Clear the sky and stop this relentless downpour." Suddenly, a blinding pillar of light erupts from his place. The full power of the magical discharge strikes outward, raising a shockwave in the air, and the watchers recoil. Immediately, the downpour evaporates or is pushed back by the expansion of the war aura. Raising her gaze, she freezes in awe. Thick black storm clouds tear apart and disperse, revealing a dazzling sunbeam unbearably wonderfully warm on her skin. She watches as a young girl stands amid a golden sea of Weta vision so impossible it defies any logic. Nearby, Mayer barely believes his own eyes and mutters about the sheer absurdity of what unfolds before them. Turning to her companion, she whispers, "This goes beyond ordinary magical power, almost divine." The elder remains silent. His gaze is fixed on the horizon, and he acknowledges the terrible ability of the king to command the very heavens. He remembers exactly when he first saw this miracle, a memory carved into his mind since the time after the Battle of Rosalind. It was then that the true essence of their sovereigns might began to reveal itself. He recalls that grim time. The retreating army was broken and scorched. They writhed in merciless drought. There was no water anywhere near. A young elf girl stood, rooted to the spot, watching in despair as soldiers fell one by one, inevitable death pressed in the still, dry air. They watched as a solitary figure stretched toward the heavens, a silent plea for salvation. He summoned a blinding pillar of light, and it suddenly tore through the oppressive clouds, carving a path of clarity through the darkness. She froze motionless, a tiny silhouette against the backdrop of the boundless sky, which unfolded as the storm was forcibly cut apart. She began to cry, her face twisted not from fear, but from incredible, exhausting relief. It was the complete opposite of fear, the realization of such a profound grace that completely shattered her composure. She remembered how young soldiers begged for even a single drop of rain to escape the brink of disappearance. And when the sky finally opened, it was not just rain that fell, but the very survival of their people. A silent gratitude that will never be forgotten. She is still filled with emotion as General Zibork tells the story of their people. He explains, after they repeatedly witnessed such miracles, they begged the man who would become their king to lead them, acknowledging his divine right to rule. The burden of this revelation crushes her. She openly sobs, her hands convulsively clutch her head as she comprehends the scale of what King Gustav did for his people. And perhaps for hers too, since she does not know if it was all truly for their good. While she struggles with grief, the general shifts his gaze to the other officers. He notes, the dark elves crossed the Sylvan River unnoticed by the white elves, and this was made possible by the subtle but profound influence of the king, which their enemies never noticed. He continues, reflecting on how the king tirelessly worked, enriching the nation through numerous initiatives. Nearby, Daenerys stares into the night sky, her face revealing nothing as she contemplates the general's words and the mysterious power that shook their worlds. Suddenly, the silence is broken by a dull thud. A major races across the field. He cries out a shout of loyalty to his suzerain, and his voice rolls around as he flies to the king with urgent news. Breaking through to the group, the major immediately starts issuing orders. He demands that the Dinars and other officers mobilize the kobold squads and begin a magical search throughout the area, leaving no stone unturned in their actions. The elven officer froze in place, her eyes wide with shock at the sudden shift in pace. Nearby, the general looks completely exhausted. He asks for her full cooperation and that of her subordinates before admitting that he himself is on the edge and desperately needs rest. Before anyone can respond, the high-ranking officer simply collapses onto the grass. He falls into a deep, instant sleep, and his subordinates remain staring in stupor, stunned by their commander snoring until he finally reaches his limit. While he was being treated, she did not even need to rush to the accident site, but instincts took over. Wading through tall reeds and cutting through the water with splashes, she suddenly turned pale with anxiety, saw something dive beneath the surface. There, almost submerged beneath the surface, lay the motionless figure of the young kobold, his small head barely peeking out of the water as the current tried to pull him under. Without a second of hesitation, the elven commander pulled the lifeless body from the depths, her voice breaking as she screamed wildly for the medic to come as soon as possible. The response was immediate. The orc medical staff transported the boy on a stretcher and carefully carried him into the carriage that was already waiting. They assured those present that although the situation was critical, his life was no longer in immediate danger, and expressed deep gratitude for the timely intervention. When the tension began to drain away, she stood soaking wet and trembling, letting out a long sigh of relief. A major in muted uniform approached, extended his hand to return the officer's cap she had lost during the chaotic rescue. She accepted the headdress with an expression of mild surprise. Mind was still sorting through the chaotic events of the last few minutes. Then a stocky, gray-haired officer with a cobalt tint stepped forward sharply, giving a crisp salute. With a voice full of genuine feeling, he formally thanked her for saving Private Taubelt, and in his eyes burned a deep respect for the elf who risked herself for one of his men. Following the example of their commander, the other soldiers stood at attention and saluted the commander, soaked to the skin. Standing alone before the ranks of orcs and kobolds, she felt that in this moment of shared concern for their comrade, the chasms between their species vanished for a second. She was the only one who could pull off such a trick without the presence of a dark elf like Dinar, who possessed colossal magical power. Those who were there would definitely have died young soldiers. Keeping respect, she responds with a barely tired smile and, returning the salute, raises her gloved hand again. When the group departs in a horse-drawn carriage, the soldiers discuss what incredible luck it is that everything worked out. Even Nar admits, if the downpour had not stopped exactly when it did, the scent of lonely cobalt would have disappeared completely and he would have resigned himself to the fierce cold. After a 3-day stay in the hospital, he finally recovers from severe hypothermia. But despite the brush with death, Private Taubelt returns to active duty, is thrown back into the conflict before the planned deferment. But the rest lasts only briefly. On the same road amid the boundless and indifferent landscape, his path ends tragically and definitively. He dies in battle. Interdepartmental training was abruptly halted for a day, evidenced by the clatter of dice, and the majestic building of the military headquarters where the decision was made. Within these walls, the control department is in complete disorder. Officers shout at each other. Papers fly through the air, and the very atmosphere is thick with the feverish energy of a failed operation, while Karl Helmut von Siebeck tries to maintain order. When the sun sets beyond the horizon and casts long shadows across the entire landscape, his attention and that of the entire command shifts from the field to the strategic staff exercise at General's Hill. In the dimly lit command tent, officers gathered around a tactical map, their faces frozen in gloom. The atmosphere breaks instantly. Muffled horns sound and an announcement that the king is arriving, and Gustav Falkenheim enters the room. His presence immediately captures all attention. He raises his hand, a silent command to subordinates. Remain calm and continue working, and the officers respond with disciplined respect, acknowledging his presence. He approaches the table with the map, doubting the wisdom of the current plan, but General Seeberg assures him, the most remarkable phase of this experiment is just beginning. He stands before the assembled staff and delivers a lecture on the harsh truth of war, emphasizing, logistics inevitably encounter delays and stagnate. He continues the lecture, laying out the chain of failures in logistics, the chaos of unloading at railheads, the tension placed on the supply line of wagons, and the inevitable delays caused by weather and terrain. The coordinated officers listen in icy silence, the weight of this reality visible on their furrowed brows. Because of these inevitable disruptions, he explains, if they are forced to move forward, they must rely on portable rations. The goal is to reach the next supply depot in 4 days, pushing themselves to the limit of endurance to maintain the pace of the advance. Listening attentively, the elven captain acknowledges the cold logic of this strategy. Yet she still doubts. She knows all too well that such a desperate measure carries terrible risks and can easily spiral out of control. The essence of this plan is revealed without embellishment. A meager portion of hardtack, 1 canteen of water, and a can of beef. That is the entire daily ration for the soldiers, a crumb of what is truly needed to stay strong on the road. He emphasizes that his soldiers, the very backbone of the Orc army, will bear the hopes. They must march and fight with only these meager supplies. In the air hangs a grim vision of weary warriors slogging through the mud as he drives his thought to its end. Watching the king's focus, the veteran commander understands. This is not a rejection of the importance of logistics. It is a cold acceptance that war forces the impossible, and 4 days is the absolute limit for any army. He concludes, on the battlefield, ultimately one will have to rely on fate, but only after all possible preparations have been made. If everything else fails, local procurement becomes inevitable. He specifically uses procurement, not requisition, to soften the impact of having to take from foreign land. Despite his cautious wording, the elven officer still remains worried. She knows, forced confiscation inevitably sows deep resentment among the people. It is his mistake that led to the disaster and past clashes, and now she fears that they are doomed to repeat the same path again. She breaks down local supply into 2 separate methods the army can use: procurement and requisition. Each path carries its own weight and consequences for both the military and the local population. The first method, procurement, is a structured process. The military pays a fair price for the goods they receive. Every transaction is carefully recorded so that all accounts can be properly reconciled and closed as soon as the campaign ends. Unlike this, requisition is a much harsher matter. Supplies are seized without immediate payment. Although a receipt may be issued, for locals this often results in sudden loss and desperate hope for future compensation. Despite the inherent harshness of requisition, it remains a sanctioned military action. It is important to understand, this process fundamentally differs from arbitrary and chaotic looting. Sergeant Major steps forward sharply to clarify a key point of discipline. He says trouble begins when individual soldiers are allowed to decide for themselves when to implement these measures. He warns that any procurement without permission by a single soldier is not a military action but a crime of robbery, and this will not be tolerated. He further paints a grim picture of what happens when such rules are ignored. Everything descends into horror and the complete collapse of social order. If every soldier were allowed to forcibly take away freedom, the army would very quickly turn into a center of terror for the very people they have to face. Such a loss of discipline turns a professional army into no more than a pack of ordinary thieves. Without strict control of subordination, soldiers cease to be defenders and become the very bandits they are supposed to tame. To ensure this descent into savage cruelty never repeats, the Orcs military code is absolute. The punishment for the crime of looting is death by shooting, a final and uncompromising warning against any breach of order. They continue in a technical dispute, arguing whether a platoon, company, or even battalion has the autonomy to demand supplies. The senior sergeant major clarifies, for any unit larger than a battalion or for those with their own supply trains, such actions are strictly prohibited unless explicitly permitted by the logistics inspectorate. This is standard protocol bait strict. It points to a fundamental difference between their forces and a typical army, which naturally relies on local procurement. On the surface, they may look the same, but the foundations of discipline and the legal framework distinguish them. The deputy sergeant remains skeptical and questions the practicality of a complete ban on procurement at the unit level. He warns that such strictness often creates complicated legal gray areas that are difficult to manage during a campaign. To prove her point, she voices a specific scenario. She asks to imagine that a group of engineers received a task to build a bridge and came across a small ownerless boat abandoned on the riverbank. If those engineers use the vessel to carry out their mission, these actions are viewed in a different light. Because the boat was abandoned and served a direct military necessity, so it is not considered looting, even if formal documents for seizure were never submitted. But the boundary disappears when soldiers rest in an enemy's barn. If they find supplies of food and wine and consume them without the owner's consent and without any compensation, the question remains: is this necessary requisition or ordinary, lawless looting? In the command center, senior officers acknowledged, such subtle matters will ultimately be the responsibility of the military police and legal investigators. They are the ones to review them. They are already ready to move on to the next agenda item, the results of their recent tactical experiments. They comprehend the success of integrated intelligence operations. The combination of cobalt sensor detection and aerial observation of large eagles proved invaluable. And there is a consensus that these methods need to be refined and fully integrated into the Army's future operational strategies. She asks the opinion of the elven captain, noticing how she is clearly nervous. She exhales deeply and, putting on a glove, covers her eyes. At that moment, she suddenly realizes, These new tactics have several critical flaws that must be fixed before implementation. Having dispelled her hesitation, she abruptly rises and quotes an ancient Etruscan poet who asserts, "It is better to regret what has been done than to live with the regret of silence." A sudden movement forces the entire command chain, including the major general, to look up at him, and the room falls silent, filled with tense anticipation. She acknowledges their competence, but respectfully proposes a plan regarding the specific application of magical communication and intelligence protocols. A barely noticeable, all-knowing smile slides across her lips as soon as she senses a change in the room's mood, and gratitude for the opportunity to speak flares in her chest. Her gaze stops on the communications director, Major General Helmut Stopasai, a stern dog-headed beastfolk who silently watches her without any hint of emotion. She asks permission to use the board. She prepares to illustrate her thoughts. Although she fears that the senior officers might decide she is nitpicking, she feels grateful that they saved her relatives earlier that day, and this compels her to do everything to make their mission succeed. She begins the presentation by sketching the battalion positions on the board with chalk, immediately noting the presence of mages. After that, with a polite smile, she acknowledges the impressive magical capabilities of the Cobalt units she observed during the exercises that day. Maintaining a professional appearance, she privately reflects on how much flattery is needed to win over the high command, and justifies it by the fact that her praise is not untrue. Returning to the board, she explains, "The current radius for detecting magic is approximately 5 kilometers. They can sense presence in a general direction, but there is no precision." To make this clear, she begins drawing intersecting lines from several battalion positions, silently hoping that the senior officers will grasp the logic of her tactical adjustment. The chalk screeches sharply on the slate board. As she finishes the diagram, the arrows converge at a single point. An epiphany strikes Major General Karl Rothenberger like a real slap. His hands rush to his head, and his face contorts with disbelief as he recognizes the technique as triangulation. He is shaken that their magical doctors could have overlooked such a fundamental concept. Noticing his reaction, she smiles as if she understands everything and confirms his assessment. This method works equally well for interception and for determining the location of enemy magical transmissions from a very long distance. The principle is simple. Where clear communication fades after a few kilometers, the noise of the magic itself can be heard much farther, just like a distant shout reveals where a person is, even when their words are indistinct. She has just finished the presentation and the reaction is immediate. General Sebek bursts into a torrent of loud, almost maniacal laughter. He grabs his face with his hands as the weight of the revelation finally takes root and overwhelms him. While his laughter echoes in the conference room, the other high-ranking officials remain silent, their gazes fixed on the young captain confidently standing before the board. Later, he composes himself, leans forward, and a sharp gleam flashes in his eyes as he asks whether her true goal is to expose the glaring weaknesses of their current magical communication and detection protocols. This thought ripples through the assembled staff, and they visibly shudder, contemplating the dreadful possibility that the elven army could be made completely transparent to such tactics. The director of communications, Major General Stoppitz, roars in outright denial, unable to accept that their well-established systems can be so easily bypassed, while Sebek tries to soothe his colleague's wounded pride. He admits, despite his own colossal magical reserves, his abilities are limited to weather control, and he never thought that the Elflands possessed the technical ingenuity to master such complex detection methods. Returning to the king, she submitted a detailed report with the precise positioning of troops for both sides in this ongoing exercise, and it caused the officers around to panic, cross-checking their records and not believing their own eyes. The magnitude of the tactical shift demanded by Sen's Sebek brought him to a state of visible helpless suffering. Although King Gustav remains unshaken and calmly hints that developing a countermeasure is a routine matter. He listens attentively as the proposed operational protocols are presented, and his sharp gaze reveals deep calculation. The plan is strict: a complete ban on magical communications before the start of any operation, a phase called enigmatic mission control. During combat sorties, all messages must go only through traditional telegrams, and magical channels reopen only after the first seal is removed following first contact with the enemy. With a nod of approval, the king confirms, these measures are exactly what is needed to reliably secure their movements. Gustav addresses the huge eagle Werner Riendaers and acknowledges that Major General Lindiriel's assessment was correct. The eagle responds with a sharp, affirmative cry ready to serve the crown. He continues the explanation, gesturing to a tactical diagram illustrating how aerial reconnaissance can change their detection capabilities. He emphasizes, Mastering these methods will give the army invaluable weapons and the very skies will become their eyes. He shifts his gaze to the experienced commander and invites Schwerin to listen to a piece of history, noting that the major general truly fulfilled her promise. The old soldier simply freezes in confusion, thrown off by the sudden change of conversation. Then the king asks a sharp question about their defeat in Rosalind Valley over a century ago. The commander is forced to recall the merciless ambushes they had to endure. The memory of that tactical nightmare night begins to cloud the veteran's mind. When flashes of memories about the past massacre flicker in the air, he recounts how the enemy detection was too accurate, almost unnatural, and how they could strike from every flank until retreat was the only option left. He turns to Lael Noah for confirmation, and she easily and calmly acknowledges his insight into this historical tragedy. This statement hits the old commander like a physical blow. He is drenched in cold sweat as soon as the scale of their past defeat becomes clear. His eyes widen in a single burst of shock and realization. He froze in place, the weight of the king's words pressing on him, while the elven officer watches with a calm, all-knowing gaze. The silence in the room weighs like the ghosts of fallen soldiers. Finally, the veteran sinks heavily back into his seat, exhaling wearily. The tension momentarily leaves his body as he contemplates the grim truth of their military history. The king and his staff watch silent. Life lesson has already been well explained. He bursts into a mighty laugh. Tension finally eases. The old commander says that after this, he will probably be able to fall into a deep sleep normally for the first time in over a century. Nearby, an officer from the king's operational staff looks at him with a sly, playful smile and confirms, yes, he definitely does. Seeing that the mood had softened, the king shifts his gaze to the elven officer and suggests, if she has more such historical records, let her enlighten the commander and his staff while they are all gathered. She slightly bows her head before her sovereign in an internal gesture of respect, acknowledging his request. She is struck by how the king can control the mood in the air. She understands that before her stands a truly formidable leader. Approaching the high command seated there, the elf begins to explain one of the specific tactics her people used during the conflict in Rosalind Valley 120 years earlier, emphasizing that thanks to this approach the battle ended without turning into a prolonged, exhausting ordeal. With cold, clinical precision she explains that Elfine military doctrine prioritizes the systematic destruction of enemy leadership. They do not just fight rank-and-file soldiers, they purposefully track and accurately take out commanders to break the chain of command. This statement raises a wave of shock and outrage among the gathered orc generals. They recoil in their chairs, their faces twisted with disgust as they brand such methods as cowardly and as a violation of the unwritten rules of warfare. She did not flinch at their explosion. Her face craved detached observation. For her, their moral outrage was a predictable, almost naive reaction to the harsh truth of the Elfin War. This clash of values stems from a deeper historical rift. Even before the emergence of national armies just a century ago, wars across the continent were often seen as a refined pursuit, not the cold, total war that the elves had already mastered, but a matter of individual skill and chivalry. She continues the lecture and notes. In the past, kings led their professional warriors and mercenaries into battle, betting on neutralizing enemy forces rather than targeted killings. Deliberately shooting a commander was once considered a terrible taboo violation of the unwritten rules of war. This tradition grew out of the ideals of chivalry. Duels and skirmishes were fought according to clear, honest rules. Even as war evolved, the spirit of fair play did not disappear, and therefore a surprise attack on the leadership seemed unthinkable. Listening attentively, the Orcish High Command begins to truly grasp the weight of her words. General Schwerin reevaluates how few leaders of previous generations have survived to the present, while another officer aloud wonders how elves could even distinguish high-ranking officials amid the chaos at the front. She responds with a lenient look and explains that in those times the Orcish army's passion for showmanship made their leaders impossible to miss. Major Muffling chimes in, pointing to the recognizable silhouette of their traditional headdress. Schwerin takes note, realizing the tactical vulnerability they missed. The elven officer unfolds an explanation, pointing out that spiked helmets and luxurious dress uniforms, now reserved for ceremonial occasions, were once the standard for generals on the battlefield. She sharply states that for a modern officer such a helmet is nothing more than a target, a dangerous relic that invites a sniper's bullet. Raising the binoculars to her eyes, she recalls the first day of training. The sun flashed off the polished sabers and scabbards like a beacon. She admits that from her place such a display is an invitation she would not hesitate to accept. Having learned the lesson, General Zyberk immediately issues a new directive. He orders all ceremonial helmets to be removed at once and forces every soldier and officer to switch to field caps. Moreover, Any reflective surfaces, such as sabers or scabbards, must be wrapped in cloth to eliminate the faint gleam that nearly cost them their lives. He stands before the outraged Commander Schwerin. The latter shudders at the very thought-renouncing royal traditions for the sake of utility. The general does not move and asks if the commander really considers the new orders so unacceptable, given such an obvious tactical necessity. This resistance grows from an ancient belief in the officer corps. For a commander to hide is a manifestation of cowardice. Such a feeling is deeply rooted in the traditional Orcish way of war, where visibility on the battlefield was considered a sign of honor and prestige. He shatters this outdated notion by stating that modern combat has become too complex and unpredictable. If a commander falls to a sniper's bullet, the entire unit faces mortal danger, and he is no longer willing to take such a risk for the sake of his own vanity. So Schwerin is forced to yield. Snapping his palms sharply, the general puts a full stop to the official debrief and shows satisfaction with the day's exercises, emphasizing vital lessons about their survival in future conflicts. When night falls on the land and two moons rise over the quiet landscape, he suggests postponing military remarks and gathering for a well-earned dinner from the severity of orders to the relaxation that the evening brings. The next dinner turns out to be a truly exceptional event, especially the southern-style Orcs and beef soup, which brings pure delight to Captain Carabrin's face as she savors the rich, spicy flavors of the local cuisine. The dish consists of large chunks of beef stewed in a strong vegetable broth, served alongside thin slices of meat and 3 different sauces that provide the exhausted officers with much-needed refreshment. Accompanied by his guard, the general raises a heavy mug and makes a toast. The day's tension, which moments ago pressed with strategic frenzy, momentarily yields to the warmth of the dining hall and the camaraderie among officers. He slowly savored the hearty barley broth, feeling how the broth revealed a deep flavor. It was a fitting and restorative end to the exhausting military exercises of the day. The meal gave senior officers a rare chance to ease their vigilance. Major General Stoppitz and Captain Kerberin joined him in a toast, recalling the inspection that had truly been extraordinarily fruitful. Outside, under the glow of the 2 moons, the spirits of the soldiers remained high. He shouted together and rejoiced. Their conversations buzzed about how impressive the royal spell they had witnessed earlier was. As the evening celebrations began to subside, Major Muffling sought out the captain and asked if her departure back on the road was still planned for the morning. He stood upright beside the huge wolf admin, and his presence made her silently ponder the mysterious nature of the king and the unconventional path their nation was now taking. Moving on to a more formal matter, the major presented the ledger and noted that the Trial Brigade of Dark Elves needed a more permanent and worthy name to match its growing significance. Under the watchful gaze of the 2 moons, he proposed a name that would become legendarized in Fangria Brigade. She whispered the name and recognized it from an ancient language as the name of the legendary ancestor of the tribe of giant wolves, a sign of deep respect and heritage. She recalled the dark origins of the name, the very one that belonged to the mythical giant wolf, who once devoured the queen of the White Elves. The understanding of her own power instantly flashed with a sharp, almost manic gleam in her eyes, and she whispered that the choice was truly wonderful. The irony of the name itself turned out to be perfect for their price. Under the shadow of the enormous white wolf, she felt how the ancient legend was revealed right here. Its presence added weight to the new name. Watchful, motionless gazes seemed to demand complete dedication in her heart. There was no room even for a shred of doubt or hesitation. Returning to the gathered army, she spoke with fierce conviction. As the Antfangria Brigade, they would use the name Progenitor to hunt the White Elves and consume them, sharing the fate with the Orcs. A low growl rolled through the air as the wolf bared its formidable fangs, an internal promise of the cruelty that was about to come. Crushed by the weight of the moment, she fell to one knee, lowered her head, and bowing in reverence, pledged complete loyalty to the name and the mission it embodied. While she maintained her respectful posture, the major adjusted his cap, confident that the elven forces had finally embraced their new, deadly identity. He quietly snorts, his fangs catching the light as he replies that even he would not have gone so far, maintaining a calm, professional tone despite the gravity of their conversation. Nearby, she crouches low in the field, her sharp elven eyes scanning the surroundings as she contemplates the consequences of their new director. She makes a playful, almost mocking gesture, sticks out her tongue while considering how amazingly fruitful this exercise has been for her unit. On her face is a mask of mischievous confidence. In the year 876 of the star calendar, the settlement Walderberg stands as a quiet fortress of the Dark Elves, hidden in the rolling hills of their new home. The change of seasons brings. The gentle warmth of spring yields to the bright heat of summer, and time passes evenly in the wild terrain where nature is equally indifferent to the waves of war that surge and recede. When July arrives, the transformation of refugees into a disciplined force is nearly complete. Their faces are frozen in grim determination, echoes of months of exhausting training. Before the assembled ranks, the commander inspects the newly formed lines and the Fangria Brigade. Formerly called the Dark Elf Brigade, they have finally completed formal organization and are ready for service. This milestone was achieved through exhausting months full of logistical obstacles. From securing necessary budgets from Orcish officials to mastering the thunderous power of modern artillery and reaching a state of constant combat readiness. Despite the public victory, the burden of leadership still weighs heavily. And late at night she sits at the table where a devoted assistant brings a moment of respite amid the endless paperwork of military administration. With a final, definitive stroke, she signs the orders for the grand ceremony, an official event designed to announce their rebirth and the completion of the combat brigade to the whole world. She arrived at the capital on a day of noisy bustle. The air was thick with the clatter of carriages and the chatter of townsfolk. The city lived, celebrating the official recognition of the new troops while administrative details were finalized in the streets. High above the ground, a mighty eagle glided through the cloudless sky, a silent witness to the historic day. The weather remained unchanged, as if the very heavens blessed the completion of the brigade's long journey to legitimacy and military integration. Standing straight in her new luxurious hussar uniform, she received a sharp salute from the commander, who rose up along with the officer. Nearby, Captain Lyle Noya expressed sincere gratitude for the friendship and support that paved the way to this significant event. Entering a private room, she sought out General Zayedin, the senior officer whose influence was decisive in their recent successes. She approached him with due respect, considering his position, and was ready to express official thanks for his vital assistance. She directly noted that it was the general's intervention that ensured the timely acquisition of horses for the brigade, a critical logistical obstacle that could have delayed their deployment. But Zayatin waved off the praise with rough modesty and insisted that it was merely his duty to support such a promising and disciplined unit. The celebration lasted in the luxurious reception hall. The air buzzed with the quiet conversations of diplomats and the clinking of glasses. The orc officer nudged her to relax and enjoy the spectacle in the waiting room, assuring her there would be plenty of time for official receptions and final preparations before the ceremony. As she made her way through the crowd, a familiar hand reached out, caught her gaze, and made her stop. She turned sharply, eyes searching for the one who beckoned with a gesture among the whole row of decorated uniforms and high-ranking officials. It was General Sebek. He placed a steady, fatherly hand on her shoulder. With a rare, warm smile, he greeted her sincerely and said that she had done an exceptional job reviving the Infangria Brigade and proving their value to the entire nation. She stands at the head of the grand procession as the brass wind orchestra of the Orcsan army begins to play. The solemn sounds of the national anthem spread across the parade ground. Catching the rhythm of the music, the cavalry of the Infangria Brigade lines up and moves forward briskly in perfect synchrony. Their horses neigh in time on the cobblestones, and they hold the unit flags high so the gathered townspeople can see. In the head of this mounted vanguard, the brigade commander herself sits upright in the saddle, pride frozen on her face as she draws the saber for the ceremonial salute, leading a detachment of nearly 3,000 horsemen. From the side stands, the spectators are clearly visible. They are gripped by the spectacle. Faces shine with delight as the official army marches, and glory to our king grows louder, further strengthening the bond between the different peoples of the country. Behind the cavalry, infantry units march. Their boots strike the ground in unison as they respond to the sharp commands of their officers. Their rifles are held firmly at shoulder level. This disciplined column includes the Mountain Ranger Regiment, a specialized force of over 2,000 soldiers, whose unwavering gaze and durable equipment testify to readiness for the difficult terrain ahead. The column moves on under the heavy rumble of artillery batteries and engineer companies. Their supply wagons and field guns are a sharp reminder of how fully this brigade is capable of fighting. When the last fighters of the brigade pass by the reviewing stand, the orchestra conductor raises the baton, signaling the transition to the music that signifies the successful completion of this historic military parade. The chorus of the brigade's anthem echoes in the air, mourning the lost homeland and the silver trees that are no more. Leading the choir, elven soldiers stand in a straight, motionless formation, and their voices rise in unison as they perform the song in Fangria Brigade. They sing with such fervor that it conceals the bitterness already ingrained in their very souls. For their kind had always been beloved chants, but now their hearts burn with boundless, fierce thirst for revenge. This musical tradition held even in their darkest hours. Having fled to Walderberg, they gathered nightly by bonfires, drinking and singing about the homes they left behind. These melodies were born as the brigade united into one. They shed their grief and found a fierce, predatory intent to ask neither pity nor mercy from their enemies. Under a new banner, the soldiers march, and their marching song turns into a bloody vow to track down and destroy the white elves who betrayed them. From his podium, King Gustav Falkengane watches the scoreboard and prepares to address the gathered masses in the newly named brigade. He approves their resolve, declaring that by choosing to fight for Orcsen, these exiles have won themselves a new home and his eternal respect as comrades in the land. He finished his proclamation, and the weight of his words hung in the air as the elves accepted the new reality. The choice was already made. They would walk shoulder to shoulder with the orcs from now on. Their fates were irrevocably and inseparably intertwined. Leonoa Carabrin could not help but smile, imagining how their former homeland, Elfland, would react to this alliance. The news that they had sharpened their claws for Orcsen would surely spread to the human kingdoms, and she liked that prospect immensely. She turned her back to the crowd. She looked at the palace and paused on the king's words. They had officially completed the formation of the brigade. She raised the brigade anthem as a tribute to Gustav Falkenheim, the symbol of their new loyalty. The brigade's first official mission began shortly after in the very heart of the capital. A huge crowd gathered before the royal residence, impatient to witness the historic moment. The exiles marched to their posts. They stood before the palace gates and practiced a disciplined exercise with rifles, movements precise and sharp. Even Advent kept guard. Both townsfolk and tourists watched the spectacle in awe. Pictures and camera flashes captured the unusual appearance of the elven guards. Watching the spectacle, she understood this was not just a ceremony, it was a deliberate form of politics, a public proclamation to the whole world where their loyalties now lie. The precise movements of the warrior were a deliberate provocation, a stinging insult directed back at the Elfland authorities who expelled them. Every sharp maneuver of the rifle, performed by soldiers like Artis Ferisrian, reminds of their defiance. Her exemplary discipline eventually ended. A voice rang out from the palace, ordering the guards to stop being so wooden and hinting that it was finally time to break for lunch. The official atmosphere melted away, giving way to the usual rhythm of daily life. They sat together in the quiet coziness after the meal, and the sunlight streamed through the tall dining room windows. Gustav leaned back, and his voice, low and steady, unfolded a philosophy of leadership. Those who have power must appear indifferent to their subordinates and rise only when it is truly necessary. Then he turned the conversation back to her and with genuine interest asked to tell more stories from elf mythology. Dinars watched him, a faint, conscious smile playing on her lips as she considered his request, while he casually took a sip from his glass. As the day dragged on, their conversation naturally turned into light, idle chatter, a rare break from duties. The king proved to be a man of vast knowledge, his thoughts weaving into their exchange as he enjoyed his pie. He spoke of ancient celestial mysteries, recounting a legend that this world once had 13 moons. With a stern gaze, he described how one of those lights supposedly fell from the heavens and crashed into the depths of the Great Sea. This discovery momentarily threw her off balance. Her eyes widened as she realized that the same myth lives on in the tales of her own people. She dismissed this thought as nonsense, but the burden of the shared legend still hung between them, and the air grew heavy. In the following days, their intellectual connection only grew stronger, and the king granted her a privilege used by few. Later, he allowed her to enter his private library, a repository, where pages absorbed words and thoughts drowned in silence. They spent hours there in comfortable silence, each immersed in their own world of ink and paper. While he followed the day's events through the morning newspapers, she delved into an endless collection of books. The air was thick with the scent of old parchment. True joy flared within her as soon as she came across a particularly interesting page, and her laughter quietly echoed off the bookshelves. In this repository of knowledge, the fierce warrior found peace and intellectual satisfaction he had long forgotten. She freezes in the corridor, her gaze catches on the headlines of the discarded newspaper. The news of the outside world seems distant until here she found the silence of her life. One day the king approaches her with a sly, self-satisfied expression on his face. He says he has a specific thing he wants her to accept, and this sparks her curiosity. The gift turns out to be a pair of modern binoculars, and she can no longer contain her delight. The officers gather together, admiring the incredible magnification and clarity of the optics, while they thank the king for his generosity. Her sincere joy makes his face stretch into a soft, satisfied smile. He clearly breathes a sigh of relief. The gesture was accepted as it should be. While she tests the new equipment, her thoughts drift to how their bond is strengthening. Although a certain distance between them still remains, she already begins to suspect, her former doubts about him were not so justified. Life continues inside the huge walls of the palace, a bastion of order against the backdrop of a changing political landscape. Her days consist of a steady, disciplined rhythm. She commands the guard shift, maintaining the high standards of her unit. The routine is a mix of intellectual pursuits and military service. She spends mornings in the library, shares meals and engages in lively conversation with the king at lunch, and in the afternoon handles the administrative and command duties of her brigade in the workbook. She suddenly found herself in days of deep silence, a rare and unexpected respite from the relentless chaos of the front line. Resting in her quarters, the commander looked at the peaceful landscape and recalled how much had changed since the terrifying escape from Sylvan River. This quiet, stable daily life was a gift, a sharp contrast to the carnage they left behind, but she understood. Such silence cracks from fragility. If the war unleashes its fire and allows it to burn endlessly, these gentle days will surely disappear and never return. Her attention shifted to the memory of the Orc King's gaze, to that hidden, painful, or secret thing she felt still smoldering behind his eyes. She began to think that only she could dive there and pull out everything left of the man buried under the weight of his crown. He was the one she needed to reach. She gathered her willpower, realizing the moment to intervene was approaching. She decided to wait patiently, carefully, like a hunter watching from the edges of the military compound, to strike at the exact moment, to hit or to tell the truth. Dinar stands before the huge white wolfed van. She addresses him with official respect and says that today, only today, she wants to speak with the king alone. The great beast looks down at her. Its face is like ice, but its voice is calm when it grants her request, acknowledging that there are matters only she can handle. She barely nods and quietly thanks it for understanding. Later, sitting at the luxurious dining table, the elf stares blankly at the dish placed before her. Its aroma and presentation unlike anything she has ever seen, so she involuntarily exhales in genuine amazement. As soon as she took a bite, her thoughts drifted back to the simple pickled herring from her homeland. For her Peepleth mountain elva, such fish was a rare and precious luxury, hardly resembling the abundance of this foreign court. She savors scallops, a delicacy she tastes for the first time since arriving in Orcson. At first, the unfamiliar texture made her wary, but the rich flavor completely won her over, and a calm smile appeared on her face. Across the table, the king watches her intently. His gaze gleams with something indulgent and thoughtful. He quietly snorts, remarking that she seems to find the local cuisine incredibly tasty. The mood changes as soon as his guest begins recounting the legends of her people, in particular the third queen from Elfland mythic era, the great restoration of their nation. She tells how that queen believed elves must relentlessly strive for absolute perfection. This doctrine shaped their entire society. She leans forward slightly and reveals a secret whispered only in the most eloquent circles. The same queen was once a human. She tells him that according to legend, the queen confessed this on her deathbed, already fading from an incurable disease. A revelation capable of shaking the very foundation of elven identity. She just dropped a bombshell revelation, and the king sits in complete shock. And while the smoke from the pipe spirals into the air, the silence remains deafening. She continues the explanation, clarifying, although legends claim that people are reborn as elves, there are those who insist these simply came from another world, just as they were. This thought leaves the king noticeably trembling. She explains that these visitors gifted the elves with advanced knowledge in agriculture, science, and mining. Admitting she wants to reduce these stories to mere folklore until her appearance in this kingdom made her reconsider. She leans back and smiles indulgently. She addresses him, simply calls him her king. Gustavan then poses a bold and risky test, whether he himself is one of those exiles from another world. He slowly places the pipe on the table. The clicking of the wood cuts through the heavy silence, as he asks what could have led her to such a conclusion. She begins to list the evidence. His incredible talents in diligence and military strategy, the use of foreign terminology, and a complete lack of interest in orc women, all of this seems logical if his inner essence remains human. Approaching almost up close, she watches as his composure cracks before her eyes, and says that a woman with such a human appearance could be exactly what he desires if he truly is a man from another world. He remains silent, and his hand clenches into a fist as soon as she says that everything is exactly as she stated. His gaze and his care for others seem to confirm her suspicions. He exhales heavily and shakily. Finally, the burden of interrogation breaks his composure, and he wipes cold sweat from his forehead. In a muted, strained voice, he admits that he cannot deny the attraction he feels toward her, the truth laid bare by her relentless pursuit of his secrets. Suddenly, it seems to him as if the air becomes thin as she moves closer. Her gaze pierces through his armor while she interrogates him about the nature of his magic. It is a power that defies the logic of this world, a stubborn, anomalous glitch she has decided to expose. She confesses that her keen elven hearing allowed her to catch every smallest detail of his strange spells, and they sounded nothing like the languages of this star. The echo of his words suggested a linguistic system from a completely different world, far beyond their borders. She looks intently at him as he finally surrenders, and a softness of distant longing appears on his face. He admits, in the world where he once lived, magic did not exist, nothing more, just a childish dream or a story to pass the time. He begins to recount the story of that lost fate, his voice levels as he tells of a kingdom where there were neither demonic races nor mystical arts. This place lived by different laws. The impossible was created not with the help of mana. He speaks of giant ships that could cross the entire world in one day, and great metal birds that lifted hundreds of people into the sky. These engineering marvels were common tools of his former life. They far surpassed the primitive technology of their current era. He describes iron rails that allowed crews to traverse entire continents in mere hours, and the ability of people to speak to each other over vast distances as if by magic. In that world, communication was instantaneous, connecting every corner of the planet. He reveals, the pinnacle of this lost world's achievements was the ability to reach for the stars themselves, launching ships straight into the heavens. These memories tormented him since childhood when he was an orc, and only after a fierce struggle in the Battle of Roseland did the ancient spell finally dissolve the full flow of his former life. He admits that her deduction is correct. Confirming the weight of the truth he has just uncovered, he simply touched his sombrana. Shivering, clutching his head because the weight of 2 lives is pressing down on him. He admits, the transition passed as if in a fog and complete confusion. At first, he brushed off memories of the previous life, calling them simply dreams, but gradually they became clearer until the boundary between reality and fantasy began to blur. With bitter irony, he notes how all this is exactly like the world he left, and because of this, it becomes increasingly difficult to distinguish one from the other. Sensing his inner struggle, she reaches out a soft anchor on his forehead and quietly asks if it was hard for him to bear the burden of these memories. He exhaled, admitting that the struggle was colossal, a century-long war to reconcile his 2 selves. He looked back at the past 100 years and confessed, he did not expect such a fantastic fate. Yet he still considers himself lucky thanks to loyal companions who stayed close and helped build his kingdom from the very ground up. She names the most devoted of his advisors, Sebek, Schwerin, Zayaten, and emphasizes that he has a keen eye for talent. She then adds, even the great wolf Advent seemed to notice something special in him, something that set him apart from any other work. This reminds him of a fateful moment after the Battle of Rosalind. One mistake during the rain that poured relentlessly, and he slipped and rolled down the treacherous slope, into darkness and the unknown. At the bottom of the ravine, he froze, staring directly into the eyes of a huge ancient wolf. He was already expecting to be devoured, but he was met with a completely unexpected sight. The beast recognized that he was not an ordinary orc, and instead of striking, helped him to stand up. Returning to the present, she leans closer and notices. Even a man with his insight encounters things that cannot be guessed. He only nods, acknowledging the unpredictability of the connections he himself forged in this world. She was silent while he thoughtfully considered many things that remained a mystery to him until the very end, admitting that he still does not understand much. He looked up when she suddenly demanded, why did he not use his position from the very beginning to take her away? Her voice rose, mixing irritation and incomprehension. The Orc King answered calmly, to use someone's loyalty in a moment of crisis is not the act of a man, regardless of the form he currently takes, and he refuses to be such a man. She felt her heart swell from his words. Her face flushed with a blush as she realized, he is a much better man than she could ever have imagined. They suddenly found themselves so close when she rushed forward to embrace him. Her voice trembled as she tried to explain her feelings and how she came to understand who he really is. This caused a moment of oppressive discomfort as soon as she realized how inexperienced she was in matters of the heart, and her mind struggled to cope with what had overwhelmed her. She was pierced by regret for her own slowness. She recalled how life in an all-female clan had left her completely unprepared for such a deep connection with a man. Her face lit up with pure satisfaction as she looked down at him, and finally she felt a joy she had not known in all her long years. She clings to him and gently assures the king that the dark elves have resilience far greater than that of humans. Gustav, clearly amused by her sincere concern with a crooked smile, suggests, if she really worries so much, he can order the panacea to be prepared immediately. Against this backdrop, Major Muffling can only stare frozen, unable to believe the unusual display of closeness from the ruler. She gasps sharply as he suddenly lifts her into his arms and carries her forward like a bride, firmly, securely. The sudden jerk leaves her momentarily stunned. Her hands hang in the air while she realizes she is pressed against his broad, powerful chest. He lowers his gaze to her, a mischievous sparkle in his eyes, and teasingly asks if it is really necessary to keep a military doctor on standby in case her endurance fails. He speaks lightly, savoring the closeness and the effect he has on her. He watches as her face flushes a deep, radiant crimson, and her eyes widen and shine with both surprise and the tenderness already being born. The usually composed clan leader is left speechless. Her breath catches as she looks up at the orc who has captured her heart. She snuggles against him as he carries her over the threshold, a shy smile barely holding on her lips as he compares her fiery temper to a field rifle or a pneumatic gun. She quietly agrees, noting that their meeting truly felt like the beginning of a great, fateful conflict. Outside, the silence of the night stands still and muffled under the watchful gaze of 3 crescent moons hanging in the dark sky. From inside the majestic manor, the king's voice echoes once more on last time, as if they have withdrawn to discuss their tactical strategy for the rest of the evening. Far from the quiet intimacy of Orc King's Manor, the morning stubbornly awakens the sun and it illuminates Tyrian, the magnificent capital of the Elfin nation. The city nestles against the mountains, a fortress of elven power and ancient traditions. In a secluded garden, several high-ranking elven officers relax in the warm steam of a natural spring. But their peace is short-lived. A messenger arrives with urgent news from the embassy in Camelot about the formation of a new cavalry brigade from the remnants of black orcs in the wild lands. She sits among her peers, and the atmosphere remains light despite the grim reports from the frontier. The conversation flows freely over tea and delicate sweets as they mock the wild orcs supposedly subdued. One officer snorts disdainfully at the thought that such monsters could serve anyone, while another, on the contrary, rejoices at the news of their destruction, considering it a wonderful addition to their afternoon meeting. She and the others continue the conversation with smug arrogance. They conclude the vile elements have finally been swept from their lands so their queen can sleep peacefully. A dark figure at the head of the table looks through everything. A vigilant gaze does not waver. Her presence is commanding, reflecting on that part which, as they believe, was won by destroying their enemies. They raise their glasses together in a single toast. Officers celebrate the dawn of an even more carefree era for Elfin Nation. The central figure leads a cheer for their continued prosperity. Her voice rings with confidence. They blissfully do not suspect the true nature of the storm gathering at their borders, though the wheels of war and conflict are already beginning to turn in the shadows. The year 876 was already rolling towards mid-August, marking a period of transition for the kingdom. In the capital Wilchween, this time of year was considered the most pleasant by many. The elven commander rode through the streets on horseback, enjoying the mild weather that made the change of seasons so comfortable. As she walked through the market, citizens shouted greetings to the brigade commander, their voices trembling with admiration. The weather remained perfect. In the afternoon, the warmth did not become stifling, and in the evening a sharp coolness appeared in the air. Eventually, she reached the palace grounds. The clatter of hooves marked her arrival. Looking back at the road, she could not help but admit her daily life had undergone radical, almost unrecognizable changes. In the private chambers of the estate, she comfortably settled next to Gustav Folkingham. When he offered her a piece of cake, the reality of her new life instantly settled within her. She had truly become the wife of the Orc King. She rested her head against him and felt a strange calm in his embrace. From the man who had become her world, all the weight of her military duties seemed to vanish. Outside, above the quiet palace, the night sky darkened even more, and 2 figures remained hidden from the eyes of the entire kingdom. The moon hangs high above the capital, casting soft silvery light through the tall windows of the royal bedroom. In the silence, the leader of the elven clan laid her head on the pillow. She closed her eyes and sank into the peace of the night darkness. She feels the king's warmth nearby. His large, powerful hands gently rest on her skin. His scent soothes her, and she finds deep peace in the embrace of the man she has already loved. And even at this moment of closeness, a heavy shadow still lingers in her mind. She recalls 230 years of history and feels that she must bear the enormous burden of Elfine's future. Sensing her inner torment, the king does not leave. He stands nearby, and his presence becomes a quiet anchor amid the drifting thoughts. She shifts her gaze to him and quietly utters his name, Gustav. She is frightened and surprised by the stern, almost threatening expression on his face, what weighs so heavily on his soul in the darkness of night. He barely audibly whispers her name in response and understands that she is not asleep, attentively watching his own silent struggle. She persistently urges him to speak, repeating, if sharing his burden will bring him peace, let him do it. Calling herself a woman, she promises to accept every part of him, reaches out to touch his face, and demands that he reveal his heart to her. He closes his eyes, feeling the warmth of her palm on his cheek, and for a moment the weight of his secrets lightens in the silence of the room. Outside, the world remains indifferent to their closeness. The sun filters through the leaves of ancient trees in a quiet spectacle of peace. Later, in an official setting, he sits opposite the diplomat. The conversation turns to chronicles of history and mentions of great people. The diplomat recalls the loss of Duke Mornington back in 1202, calling him a truly great commander, and says that his absence is still felt. Over tea and refined desserts, the man introduces himself as Claude Maxwell, ambassador of the Kingdom of Camelot, serving in Orcsyn. He maintains a polite, professional smile as they delve into the tangled intricacies of ancient alliances and the legacy of fallen heroes. He continues to praise, emphasizing, although the Duke was formidable in attack, his true genius lay in the stubborn ability to deploy and hold an army under the strongest pressure. He notes that the King of Orcsyn speaks of the late Duke with a reverence that transcends states and borders. The memory of the Dutton War from over 60 years ago looms as a great burden, a time when the military genius Albert Dutton secured victory for his motherland. Among the legends of that era, Sir Duke Mornington stood alongside the best, a titan of strategy whose name became synonymous with resilience. Reviewing those decisive days, he admits, his own forces rushed to the decisive battle across the western border of Orcsyn, but were significantly delayed. They arrived much later than planned. He admitted the Duke most likely harbored deep distrust toward the very idea of an alliance with demonic races. Despite those internal doubts, the Duke kept his word, took his place on the battlefield in Dutton, and began an exhausting struggle against the great army alongside his incredible allies. He recalls the date June 815, a day that truly carved itself into history. Through a strategic maneuver, General Schwerin, standing beside him at the front, roared, ordering his 25,000 soldiers to strike the enemy's flank when only minutes remained until evening. He commanded to raise the black flag and ordered no prisoners to be taken and no mercy to be shown in this impending slaughter. In response, the infantry surged forward, a wall of steel and determination, and bayonets flashed as they burst into the thick of the battle. This victory was inextricably linked to the man who stood at the origins of their triumph, Duke Mornington. A few moments later in his memories he notes, his native grandfather served there as an officer in the Guard Cavalry, becoming a witness to what would later become a moment of highest glory for their homeland. While the conversation continues, he humiliates himself by admitting, the victory on that battlefield did not belong to Orcsyn alone, it is forged by the unwavering spirit of the Duke. He recalls the moment when he personally addressed the great general and declared, it was the greatness of the Duke that decided the battle. But the Duke only wearily brushed off the praise with a faint smile, and said to King Orcsyn not to fool himself, the victory belongs neither to him nor to the king, for it is about the power they found in the alliance. He transitioned from the ranks of a celebrated general to the role of a statesman, and later in the post-war era rose to the position of prime minister. Despite lacking natural political talent, he managed to successfully conclude one of the most important diplomatic agreements in history. This historical treaty, known as the Camelot-Torcsyn Treaty of Amity and Commerce, was sealed with a firm handshake between the human leader and King Orcsyn. This was the first time in history that a human nation and a demon-ruled kingdom officially established diplomatic and trade relations. Reflecting on this historic moment, Ambassador Maxwell is still convinced. The Duke's main motive for the treaty was a deep internal fear of death. He believes that this agreement was a gesture of gratitude to the Orcs and the king for the intervention that saved lives on the battlefield years ago. Beyond personal feelings, the geopolitical reality of the alliance made Orcsyn an indispensable partner for Camelot. Now the kingdom is a key strategic counterweight, pressing on the rival, the Second Empire Gwar, in the west, and restraining the expansionist ambitions of the Varn Empire in the east. The partnership also grew into a powerful economic engine. Orcsyn became a formidable foreign investor. Major players like the trading company Farrens became notable holders of Camelot's foreign bonds, further intertwining the fates of the two states. While they discussed these matters over coffee, the ambassador noted the luxurious aroma of the drink and inquired whether the beans were brought from the southern continent. The Orcish interlocutor confirmed this, saying the blend was the exquisite work of Fernand Yuko. Then his gaze shifts to a marvelous porcelain plate somewhere in the east. The craftsmanship is so impressive that he involuntarily admires it. Carefully examining the item, he ponders the persistent rumors about the king. Supposedly he is perfectly skilled in such exquisite crafts. Are the talks about his aesthetic taste true? Despite the personal preferences of the king, the true basis of Orcsyn's influence is impeccable magical technology. Their industrial products are impressive, yet the legendary Gravian magic that still holds power is something the rest of the world simply cannot ignore. Refrigeration technology powered by engraved magic revolutionized maritime trade. Now ships can transport perishable goods like meat from the New World across vast oceans to the continent star Roborosach. A feat would be impossible without these enchanted metal plates. Apart from logistics, Orcson's medical achievements are equally valued. Their elixirs, though expensive, work as a universal panacea, becoming an indispensable resource for saving lives on the battlefield and forming the basis of international medical treaties. As a diplomat, he finds the people of Orcson an endlessly fascinating subject tone that captivates his personal curiosity as much as his professional attention. Many share this fascination. Human diplomats often gather, eagerly catching even tiny fragments of conversation from King Gustav's lips. Since the peace conference follows Dunwar, it has established itself as a respected pillar of the international community, its influence woven into numerous trade and medical treaties. Over time, a single glory spread across the entire continent. King Orcson does not renounce his word to humanity. Just as he once charged into the battlefield to fulfill the agreement with Duke Mornington, so today his loyalty to diplomatic alliances remains unwavering. Ambassador Maxwell, a call from outside, sharply pulls him out of his thoughts. He responds politely and attentively, turning to the one who called him. The king himself addresses him and offers what he calls the modest advice of an old man who may have slightly lost his way in years, speaking with the weight of experience, intending to impart a humble lesson to the younger generation of diplomats. He leans forward, and a stern concentration freezes on his face as he asks the fundamental question, what does a diplomat really need? He once asked this in Florence, long agatring to understand the true purpose of their colleague. He continues the lecture on the golden rules of diplomacy. Understand the character of the ruler of the host state, send detailed reports home, raise your own reputation in the host country, and cultivate many useful friendships. Maxwell listens attentively, recognizing these as fundamental laws for every diplomat. But the king notes a problem. Even with deep understanding, your views are often not heard in your own country, especially by the younger generation. Maxwell can only agree, silently shading his face with a sad expression. Towards the end, the king gives a more practical piece of advice. When the time comes, Maxwell should use the name of his double to his advantage. So in this situation, he orders the ambassador, abroad, go forward, and at home pronounce his name to raise weight and regain authority. The ambassador freezes, muttering that he understands, but such a step will be hard to justify. But the king has already prepared for this. He recalls, the Florentine envoy once said that any form of evidence always helps. With a quick motion, he slides a folded document across the table and hands it to the diplomat as a gift. The document he holds contains an official statement of intent. It says that Orcson does not seek war with Elfland, but if conflict breaks out, Orcson will defend the interests of the Kingdom of Camelot within Elfland. Moreover, even in case of war, Orcson will not neglect defense against Groal or Valna. Most importantly, the document confirms that Orcson has no interest in the lands of human states, as was promised to Duke Mornington. Having read the contents, he feels his eyes widen with pure disbelief and delight. He understands the incredible value he holds in his hands. This is a document every diplomat in the world would dream of. He realizes, even without the king's signature, if he delivers this back to his home ministry, his reputation will be unshakable. Having finished his affairs, the king stands straight and solemn. He respectfully bids farewell to the ambassador, thanking him for his time and the fruitful conversation they had today. A moment later, the diplomat walks down the corridor of the palace balustrade, and the weight of the document in his pocket presses on him like a tangible anchor of his newly minted political power. He moves with renewed purpose, heading to his carriage that is already waiting, as, when the door to the office closes, a major enters the room. He asks his suzerain how the meeting went. Looking at the king, who now stands alone by the window thinking about the seeds of alliance, he simply confirms it just so. He replays the success of the meeting in his mind with a satisfied spark in his eyes, as he confirms that everything went exactly according to plan. Standing before him, Clemens Buloth, head of Orcson's foreign department, delivers a humble apologetic speech for not taking on the matter himself. At the same time, he insists, the most effective way is for the king to personally handle such issues. The king acknowledges the man's unquestionable skill, yet cannot help but feel. There is something troubling in Bulow's predatory, roguish smile. When he looks through the palace windows, the king dryly asks whether he is just another figure on the minister's diplomatic chessboard. The answer is a hint that Bulow will meet with a conscious low chuckle. The conversation shifts to the upcoming meeting with the Ascania envoy, and the king reflects on the irony. People perceive him as older, although by Orc standards he is still quite young. He notes a shift in his own zeal. He feels that his administrative and strategic focus has sharpened even more than before. And now, it remains only to guess what internal change triggered this renewed zeal. For him, war is much more than a simple clash of steel. It is a tangled tapestry of political pressure, border defense, and ensuring that the diplomatic front is as impregnable as any fortress before a single soldier sets foot on Alpine soil. This grand strategy requires a just cause, and so they deliberately provoke the creation of the Infangria Brigade to force their enemies to act, while maintaining the moral advantage on the world stage. He carefully examined the map of Elfland and it stubbornly remained silent. Despite provocations, the elven nation did not respond with a word. He avoided places where a reaction should have been. He played this silence as part of the game, ordered the human envoy, Maxwell, to convey to the Camelot envoys their desire for better relations, while demanding a written position from Elfland to document their lack of cooperation. While the king pondered the diplomatic web, the minister adjusted his glasses and remarked, "The pieces move, but the final result will still require a lot of time." He looked at his lord, acknowledging the slow, exhausting, and haughty nature of international engagement. Then they correctly assessed the situation. But the line between political games and the cold reality of war remained a heavy, looming shadow. The elven officer froze in stupor, her cheeks flushed with a soft glow as she processed the whirlwind of emotions now consuming her from within. She honestly admitted to herself, during this period she might have been a bit off, her attention blurred even when she was mounted. Their connection with King Gustav noticeably strengthened. Their hands intertwined, a silent testament to the closeness they now share. Despite the initial anxieties that once troubled her mind, she found the strength to overcome these obstacles and maintained composure even during intense field exercises. They shared moments of quiet joy, forehead to forehead, a gaze into the future where together they would reach even greater heights. In their daily life, the king proved to be an exceptionally attentive partner, often surprising her with thoughtful gestures that went far beyond ordinary duty. He did not just treat her with trifles like jewelry or flowers. Instead, he chose items that perfectly suited her practical needs and personal tastes, such as a quality pair of binoculars. She trembled at the realization of the true cost of the gift. When she learned that the binoculars cost the officer half a year's salary, a cold sweat broke out on her. She freezes, admiring the next exhibit in the collection, Glowal Seaweed Soap, a luxurious product favored by royal families across the continent. She lay down in a warm bath with thick, gentle foam, and noted how the soap from Gustav's brass soap dish felt incredibly soft on the skin, leaving a barely perceptible, elegant scent. This attention to hygiene is a hallmark of Orcs culture. Contrary to external stereotypes, they value cleanliness. To keep sheets fresh and shirts crisply starched, their cities have advanced sewage systems, so daily bathing has become a ritual lacking in other corners of the stellar European region. When she rinses, she realizes why Gustav's skin is always so incredibly smooth. Recalling that moment, she catches herself remembering how he praised the quality of these very products, and his hand lingered on her. The collection even extended to Orcs and included perfumes like Wunderwasser 792, born in a small pharmacy in 1792. Although designed for men, it has a clean and refreshing scent that she finds irresistible. It was a rare occasion when she took the initiative, a memory that brings a satisfied smile to Gustav's face, as he gives a silent gesture of approval. Her admiration only grows when she realizes he gave her not just perfume, a whole series of lotions and hair tonics from the same prestigious house, and even indicated specific boutiques in the capital where they could be found. Outside, the morning sun floods the majestic architecture of the capital with warm light, marking the beginning of another day in the city where luxury and discipline go hand in hand. Leonor and Gustav leisurely walk through the lively morning market Wallgarten, accompanied by the faithful Advent. Together, they choose fresh produce and catch a rare moment of homely routine amidst their official duties. After the morning walk, they mount their saddles and head towards the satellite city Walderberg. The transition from the bustling market to the open road signifies the start of their workday, from private time to public service. Before setting off on their respective tasks, they share a carefully prepared breakfast. On the table, luxury but all purposeful. Crispy vegetables, thin slices of rye bread, and soft hard-boiled eggs that pair well with hearty ham and a subtle sharpness of pepper. Next, grilled sausages with fresh onions and hot coffee, and in the end, she remains completely satisfied and energized. As she rides to her post, she recalls how simple that meal was. She understands the menu is a conscious choice by Gustav, designed to be nutritious and quick to eat so she can start the day efficiently without feeling heavy. Each of her days follows a disciplined rhythm. She works in the satellite city from 9 in the morning until 4 in the afternoon. When dusk begins to fall, she heads back the familiar path to the royal residence and walks lightly at heart, anticipating what awaits in the evening. The upcoming weekend brings a blush to her cheeks and prompts a light, playful laugh. And since Saturday is a half-day, she impatiently counts the hours until she can return to the estate and spend the entire afternoon in Gustav's company. Under the quiet glow of the evening lanterns near the royal residence, she finds herself thinking about the unexpected kindness she has encountered. There is one particular trait of her new life among the orcs that she now truly values. This gratitude is directed at the staff Major Muffling, Major Danbits, and the butler Felix, all of whom maintain a restrained and supportive silence. Their silent acceptance of her presence and her relationship with the king brings peace and a sense of belonging she had not expected. He embodies cheerful devotion. His face lights up when he reflects on the rare romantic happiness of the king. This mood is shared by the entire staff. They want to protect this bond without scandal. Lael Noah recalls him as the very officer who first took on the role of the king's most trusted intermediary, thus becoming at the very heart of the crown's most private affairs. She remembers how the king himself speaks of the major with unwavering confidence. He has never failed a mission no matter what obstacles arise and always returns home safe and sound. His legendary reputation was forged in the flames of the Dutton War. He repeatedly broke through enemy lines to deliver vital messages and never once failed, earning the respect of both friends and foes. Despite a flawless service record, Lil Noah feels a slight pang of guilt over the discipline of her own unit as it prepared for the day. She admits any problems are her responsibility. She steps out into the fresh morning air and immediately sees that her horse is already prepared near the estate's guard gates. Her arrival is met by two elven soldiers. They sharply stand at attention and give a crisp salute. They receive professional recognition when she returns the greeting to a fellow officer, Ivy Srill, who addresses her by rank. She sits high atop her mount and looks down at the two soldiers standing as if rooted to the spot, fully ready. When she asks if there are any issues to report, they give a quick salute and assure her that all is well. While the horses shift restlessly, the subordinates remain motionless, standing as if rooted to the spot and looking forward, exemplifying military discipline. Despite their restrained posture, she catches a faint blush and a suppressed chuckle from one of them and forces herself to find out the truth. The elf's unobtrusive confirmation makes the captain reflect on the unique social complexities emerging in a unit where everyone is just like her, a reality she has long understood. Her thoughts repeatedly return to the persistent rumors circulating throughout the brigade about a connection with King Gustav. She knows all too well, rumors cannot be silenced, especially among women who spend too much time watching each other. A week earlier, the rumors had already taken root. Soldiers gathered in the courtyard. They whispered, questioning what exactly had changed in their commander's behavior after recent events. The conversation grew closer once they noticed a certain glow in her, a subtle shift in her presence that had not been there before. They recalled her former wild temper and contrasted it with the new, composed elegance she seemed to carry. The fact that she was often seen returning from the royal palace in the early morning hours only fueled their suspicions of a secret lover. Turning back to the present moment, the captain adjusts her cap. Her face tenses as soon as the weight of their watchful gazes falls on her. She freezes in place. Her face flushes a deep crimson while the subordinate points to a clear mark on the back of her neck and whispers about a bruise suspiciously resembling a lover's brand. It was not a random mark. She clearly remembered the passionate embrace of the king, his fangs touching her skin at the height of the moment, while she playfully scolded him for his reckless carelessness. Despite the scandalous whispers already wandering among the ranks, she notices the soldiers' discipline remains impeccable, yet loyalty seems to fuel a strange, twisted, protective misunderstanding about her position. She recalls how the survivors from Exodus look at her with a sense of duty bordering on respect. Because of this, the rumors become even more complicated to tame. Because of these rumors, her subordinates began weaving tragic fantasies, sobbing over the sacrifice that, in their opinion, their captain is making in the hands of the Orc King. They imagine that she is being raped or forced to obey a story that has nothing to do with the reality of their relationship. Yet it is almost impossible for her to dispel their assumptions without revealing the truth. She closes her eyes, gathering strength against the judgment of others, knowing that Gustav is far more complex and noble than the wild creature the world perceives him to be. Pressing her shoulder to her advantage, she feels a sharp flash of annoyance at the chasm between how everyone sees him and the man she has already come to know. With a determined sigh, she settles her horse and decides, when political games and gossip become completely unbearable, she will simply switch to the king's direct and uncompromising approach to governance. The afternoon sun floods the camp, and the soldier sees a rare moment of rest, grooming horses, quietly conversing while she watches over them. The burden of her double life weighs heavily on her shoulders. In a moment, she enters the command post and calls for attention. Her voice is steady and authoritative as she prepares to lead her unit through the trials ahead despite the rumors trailing behind her. She stands before her unit. Her gaze shifts from stern concentration to resolute confidence. As the brigade commander, she acknowledges the persistent rumors and anxiety among her subordinates, deciding that one final definitive statement is needed to put an end to this story. Turning her thoughts to the past, she recalls her life among the quiet forests of her homeland, where no hunter could match her. In those wilds, she never once let her intended prey slip from her hands. Narrowing her gaze to a sharp, predatory gleam, she stretches a confident smile, making it clear that she was never a victim in this story. She insists, it was not her who was caught and not her who was hunted. This bold statement momentarily knocks the ground out from under the feet of her subordinates, both the artists and Irinwi. They stare at her with wide-open eyes, trying to comprehend the consequences of her words, while she prepares to deliver the final blow to the rumors. With the continuation of the explanation, a triumphant blush spreads across her cheeks, and she realizes that by her own will she has achieved a rather large reward. After this, she puts a full stop in her speech so that there is no room for any further questions and effectively concludes the official announcement. The silence that follows presses with shock. Just now comes the realization. Her prey is the king himself. Her officers froze in place. Their faces are a mixture of disbelief and gradual understanding from the mere audacity of her words. Suddenly the tension bursts like a wave of wild joy. The staff's faces flush rosy. While her subordinates dive into a whirl of whispers, gossip, and approving exclamations, she is overwhelmed by an immense reaction. She clutches her head and in the chaos releases whirlwinds around herself. Outside, the news spreads like wildfire, and the air is filled with loud shouts of soldiers. They call for a celebration with white beer to honor their commander's victory, while she has to make her way through the consequences of her bold, though somewhat scandalous honesty. She exhales a quiet, relieved sigh and a barely noticeable blush appears on her cheeks as she processes the chaos she just caused. It was a desperate risk, but the result turned out better than she could have hoped. A potential scandal turned into a triumph. Outside, her comrades explode with joy. They toss their hats into the air and shout in honor of their captain. These are truly good people, loyal and passionate. Their reckless enthusiasm confirms that her story has taken root as intended and firmly secures her place among them. Reaching into her gear, she pulls out a heavy glass bottle she had saved precisely for such an occasion, her fingers touching the cold glass. The label reveals that this is Blitz, a strong distillate from the Meltmere region in Orcsen. It is a rare find. King Gustav personally obtained it from all corners of the earth, and they say its taste is closest to the fiery spirits of the distant homeland. She holds a bottle in her hand, turns to the door, and calls her friend to join the celebration. She knows the heavy burden the chief of staff carries and decided to give him a sip of something truly exceptional to ease the tension of their long campaign a little. On July 4, 876 of the star calendar, a solemn ceremony was held in honor of the departure of infantry brigade. While the troops stood in immobile formation, an officer from a high podium addressed the assembly. His voice echoed across the parade ground, and Ivisral Einorand watched the proceedings. Away from the military fanfare, a luxurious carriage drawn by two white horses clattered over the city's cobblestones. The coachman sat high, skillfully holding the reins, and drove the pair through a quiet residential quarter up to a more official place. Eventually, the carriage stopped in front of the majestic facade of the Orcsen National Army General Staff Headquarters. This grand building towered as a symbol of how the country was building military power and honing administrative precision, and its stone walls radiated an atmosphere of unquestionable authority. Having gotten off the spot, the servant approached the carriage door and bowed respectfully. He reached out his hand to open it and was ready to assist the noble passenger as soon as he arrived at the steps of the military command center. When the door suddenly opened, a woman of striking beauty stepped outside. Her appearance immediately drew the guard's attention nearby. The soldiers whispered in amazement, noticing the bright pink carriage and the elegantly dressed figure who emerged from it, who would arrive with such a luxurious gait. She adjusted her umbrella, and a calm confidence froze in her gaze as she prepared to enter the headquarters. Her outfit was a creation of lace and silk, immediately showing she was of extraordinary wealth and high status, accustomed to being the center of attention. In the bustling corridors, she was recognized as Isabella Fairland's powerful head of the country's largest trading company. As eyes followed her, whispers trailed behind. Observers allowed speculating whether her appearance meant she had come again to the logistics bureau on matters of state importance. Recalling her status as owner of the most significant enterprise Orcsen, she entered the office of the deputy chief of the general staff. Her reputation for business acumen precedes her even in the highest military circles. In a well-furnished room, she sits opposite high-ranking officials while a servant pours coffee. One officer notes that Major General Rotenberger missed the recent brigade inspection, but he brushes it off, saying he can observe them anytime. While they savor cake with coffee, she takes out a small leather ledger notebook and shows it as usual materials needed for their operations. Two generals Erich Graben and Karl Rothenberger gaze at the contents with incredible concentration. Graben, Deputy Chief of Staff for Operations, is especially impressed by the depth of the data, while Rothenberger adds a bit more cream to her coffee. Rothenberger praises one of them the exceptional quality of the report and notes how much it helps his department. This bureau, the sixth, established within the General Staff, is responsible not only for cartography. It meticulously collects data on regional climates, local customs, and economic conditions, compiling comprehensive military geographies from them. Beyond its official duties, the department also carries out a secret mission acting as a cover for military intelligence. They record every bridge, railway, and port, turning seemingly ordinary civilian data into critically important strategic resources for overseas operations in. Since Orcs sees every neighbor as a potential enemy, their capabilities are extremely broad, and there is one specific territory where their intelligence network has not yet truly taken root. The Kingdom of Elfland has long stood as a wall of isolation. It has severed all diplomatic and personal ties with the outside world. For many years, it has been considered the main hypothetical enemy of the state. Its borders are tightly closed to any exchange. This impenetrable barrier is absolute. It blocks entry to orcs, kobolds, and dwarves alike. Even mighty eagles and fierce wolf spirits cannot set foot on the land within its mysterious boundaries. But the silence was finally broken by a group of dark elf refugees who recently fled from the border regions of the kingdom and brought with them a whole treasure of fresh and vital information. Until these defectors shared their information, the gathering of intelligence about Elfland rested solely on the shoulders of Isabella Fairlands. She was the only reliable source for such secret data. Her path to becoming a pillar of national intelligence began quite modestly. At first, her company was just a small trading business in the northern part, near the 1st Grenadier Division. She had already known defeat. She saw her previous business collapse in another region before she managed to restart her life by becoming the owner of a tiny general store in Tavern. From these humble beginnings, she grew a giant industrial empire, which now encompasses finance, telegraph communications, and heavy machinery manufacturing, securing her status as the leader of the most powerful enterprise in Orcs. With her immense wealth, she extended her influence far across the sea all the way to the kingdom of Camelot, soaring so high that she now commands even human subordinates effortlessly. She built a vast network of trade and personal connections reaching deep into the isolated Elfin kingdom, circumventing the borders that bar others. Thanks to her influence, various agents from merchants acquiring maps to engineers measuring track widths and surveyors drafting port structures meticulously documented every strategic detail of the Elven lands. This intellectual achievement was handed over to the Military Geography Bureau, and senior Orc officers were amazed that they now possessed more knowledge about the interior of Elfland than the elves themselves. General Sebek is especially impressed. Although she usually submits standard reports, this comprehensive investigation is a true masterpiece of dedication that puts government officials in an awkward position. While they sit in the refined atmosphere of the lounge, the generals assure her that the fruits of her great project will soon become visible, and ask if she is satisfied with the arrangements. In response, she smiles behind a fan and notes that the prospect of war with Elfland is truly enchanting and feels very close. General Rothenberger, sharply focusing his gaze and bearing a predatory smile, confirms. If she cooperates, the king has issued a strict decree to protect Camelot's interests in Elfland as soon as the conflict ends. She quietly hums a soft note of satisfaction, waves her fan as she contemplates the upcoming coup she helped orchestrate. She dismisses concerns about losing trade with Camelot, stating that even before this the volume was not significant. Instead, she eagerly awaits the start of the war, knowing that military needs will give her a much larger and more stable volume of work. As she travels through the city, the merchant woman with her butler discusses exactly how to provide a replacement for 70,000 GU-61 rifles. She notes, in the East these rifles hold their value highly and are expensive, but for the military she deliberately lowers the price and secretly laughs, because it is so easy to fool the gullible soldiers. Her thoughts drift to high-ranking officers. She reflects, even the skilled Rothenberger and the supposed genius Graben do not suspect her true motives. She accepts that she played the role of a patriotic merchant so masterfully that it is natural for them to believe her intelligence gathering is solely for business. The woman's gaze becomes sharp and predatory as she clenches her palm against her face and whispers a promise to a lost beloved. She reassures the memory of her husband. The time for their revenge is very soon. Her eyes burn with cold, focused power. She recalls the man who once was her whole world, a good and honest soul who tirelessly worked as a small trader. Those days pass simply. Their life was filled with quiet happiness, which she no longer knows. The memory turns bitter as soon as she imagines the arrival of elven soldiers. Their white uniforms are a harbinger of the destruction they brought. They descended on her home without mercy, shattering the silence she and her husband had built together. They took everything from her, dragged her husband away, and reduced their modest shop to a pile of smoldering ruins. This single act of cruelty reshaped her fate, and she walked the path of ruthless ambition up to this very moment. Now her face is twisted with terrible, vengeful rage, and she declares that this conflict is not just a clash of states. In her opinion, it is a merchant's war, a calculated and purely personal campaign to wipe off the face of the earth those who broke her life. She sits in the dim light of the carriage, her gaze into the distance heavy, like a verdict from her recent revelations. Noticing her anxiety, the faithful servant leans closer and quietly asks if something happened or if she feels unwell. Slightly with a habitual smile dismissing his anxiety, she assures that everything is fine, then shifts the conversation to business. Meanwhile, the carriage rattles over the cobblestones in the noisy city, and she confirms. Their next appointment is a scheduled meeting with the industrial union. While the queen merchant rushes to the next target, Eric Graben confidently strides through the corridors of power like a predator, a fire burning in his gaze. He recalls the long journey and admits that he had been preparing for this very moment since the earliest days. Outside, the air is thick with the cries of newsmen spreading the latest headlines. They shout about the massive counteroffensive of Orcs and forces in Tutton War, about how the news of the war spreads among people like wildfire. This atmosphere of war is not new to the general. He recalls a childhood spent in tactical maneuvers of toy soldiers, and even then he found joy in the complexity of battle, having understood from a young age. The world rarely offers a single simple solution to any problem. But his brilliance was often perceived as defiance by the petty teachers of his youth. They branded him as uncontrollable and poked him to learn the value of cooperation. But he only looked at them with cold, nascent contempt, rejecting their limited minds as the minds of true lowly scoundrels. Driven by this single dream and complete refusal to restrain himself, he was eventually led to his true calling, the ranks of the military. His rise was rapid, from a determined recruit to the prestigious halls of the Staff College, where his strategic thinking could finally unfold. General Zebek loudly slaps his protégé on the shoulder and loudly asserts to everyone within earshot that the young officer is a genius. He insists, with such intelligence on their side, victory in the upcoming war is inevitable. The junior officer, though impressed and humiliated by the praise, remains impassive, his thoughts drifting to the deep bond of loyalty he feels toward the man he regards as both mentor and father figure. Next, in the solitude of his office, he begins obsessively studying the topography of Elfland. He admits, such an unprecedented level of geographic detail was only possible thanks to the joint efforts of the Military Geography Bureau and the vast resources provided by the influential Isabella Fairlands. Slowly and thoughtfully drawing on his cigar, he feels complete, unquestionable dominion over the area. The winding rivers, dense forests, and steep, jagged peaks of the Elvish lands are no longer just ink on paper. He has perfectly recreated them within his own mind. He reflects on the most valuable source of this intelligence: travel notes written by a woman from Camelot. Her solitary journey through the very heart of Elfland provided a perspective from the height of an ordinary person that traditional military intelligence could not even hope to reproduce, revealing the true essence of the land through the eyes of a traveler. When night thickens, his faithful servant quietly prepares a tray with drinks and snacks, closely watching the growing anxiety. He feels that the commander has neglected his health. He lives only on caffeine and tobacco, while meanwhile burying himself deeper and deeper in work. The commander finally shifts his gaze to the official invasion plans drawn up by the general staff and immediately rejects them with a sharp, unequivocal decision. To his eyes, the current strategy seems completely wrong. It fails to understand the absolute priority of logistics over mere tactical maneuvers. He disdainfully snorts at the outdated military doctrine that considers supply lines a secondary burden. In his revolutionary picture of war, this connection is completely reversed. The army at the front is only the spearhead, entirely dependent on the strength and extent of its logistical rear. His conviction is reinforced by the harsh lessons of recent military exercises. No matter how skilled the soldiers are, the entire war machine inevitably stalls and goes silent the moment the supply flow is disrupted. He continues the criticism. Although the updated plan allows local purchases in the central region, relying on those grain storage facilities as the main source of food is a risk. Surveying the logistical landscape, he directly questions the feasibility of such a step, and his skepticism is clearly visible. He understands this reliance on local resources is a dangerous necessity. Without them, the entire operation will collapse. He imagines a lonely orc farmer in a deserted field, a harsh reminder: if the land yields nothing, the army starves. He is bombarded with mines and rushes through alternative routes, railways, roads, even internal waterways, but every option leads to a dead end. The Western Peninsula is a complete nightmare without a single rail in the thickets of impassable mountains, and the East does not even have a single bridge over the Spanish rivers. He imagines these bridges and new tracks for a moment, but quickly abandons the thought. Such work would take too much time, and the war will most likely be decided before the first spike is driven. He looks back at the map. He focuses on Falmeria port, about 70 kilometers from Arnbund. It is a vital hub for both trade and the military, but he grimaces. The Navy considers the naval station there their main rivals. Suddenly a wave of self-denial overwhelms him and he sees a glaring gap in his thoughts. He rages at his own stupidity, and his face contorts. Shock and enlightenment mingle as he struggles with the truth that was right before him. Silently he stared at the map. Before his eyes was a clear route from the port straight to the capital. The realization hit him like a physical blow. As an officer, he was too narrowly focused and because of this he missed the obvious. There was another route as well, one that did not rely solely on land routes. This radiant guess throws him into a state of manic excitement. His body shakes with wild energy, causing the subordinate Seven the Major with suppression to freeze, staring in silent shock. Very quickly, rumors begin to circulate in the General Staff headquarters. The Deputy Lieutenant Colonel of the staff has finally reached his limit. He rushed to the Military Geography Bureau and demanded immediate action regarding a specific request. The staff were confused. His sudden appearance and ruthless urgency of his demands threw them off balance, while he handed over documents meant to launch a grand new operation. While waiting for the results of that request, he remained in a state of tense anticipation alongside the adjutant and the industrialist Fairlands. The room was filled with heavy silence, broken only by the ticking of the clock, as they awaited data that would either confirm or bury his new theory. This triggered a period of isolation for the entire Ops Bureau. They were driven into an exhausting marathon of data processing and logistical planning. The staff worked tirelessly, buried under piles of papers, as they began the colossal task of revising the invasion strategy based on new geographic data. The work quickly expanded, and the Naval General Staff across the street was drawn into the matter as soon as the complexity of the plan began to grow. The cooperation between the two departments was unprecedented. It was fueled by the very scale of the logistical challenge that Graven brought to the table. He fixed attention on the map of the Wild Sea and identified a significant, forgotten transport route that could change everything. It was a bold insight. There lay a thick trail through those treacherous waters. The military had long ignored it, preferring the usual land routes. But that sea was fiercely treacherous, a boiling graveyard of waves that mocked the very idea of a safe passage, even in the height of summer. The naval officers cursed the conditions, shouting that no one should build such patched-up ships to face the fury of the northern waters. On these icy, rough waters, the commander of the oppressive gunboat Mui surveyed the horizon and complained about the state of his so-called scrap flotilla. His vessel, a Cormorant-class gunboat, was technically precise, but in the harsh reality of the northern seas, it seemed like just a pile of old parts held together from yesterday. After a series of humiliating incidents, a collision with a whale during training and an engineering failure that left it drifting rudderless, the exhausted crew of Dorland Bulk finally spotted home. Lieutenant Dorland Bulk reported to his commander about their arrival and noted, all three fleet ships had finally returned safely to the Mother Bay, though the people were completely worn out. He stood on the bridge while the signalman Mui, Oscar Venus, began receiving a flood of messages from other ships moored in the bay. As signals flickered over the water, the fleet ships called out their names one by one, and the crews exchanged rough, familiar greetings and teased each other with nicknames made from twisted scrap metal. Hearing the loud shouts of his men, the commander laughed heartily and his fellow officers joined in, giving a very rare burst of levity after the exhausting journey. The camaraderie on deck was contagious. One sailor shouted that it was precisely such moments of shared trials and laughter that were the reason he could never bring himself to leave the service. Turning back to his duties, the signal leader prepared a message for the entire Wild Sea Squadron. His face was composed and focused as he directed the fleet's return on board. He looked through the modest outlines of the assembly and thoughtfully gazed into space, weighing how these 26 small vessels, the so-called scrap fleet, almost entirely made up the naval power of the Orcs and the kingdom. When a subordinate quietly dared to ask what their chances of victory were, the weight of their situation hung heavily in the air. The commander's laughter rang out again, and he dismissed doubts, teasing the lieutenant for even entertaining such a foolish thought on the eve of their return home. Despite outward confidence, harsh reality did not retreat. In a direct comparison of naval power, the Elfine Navy had a clear advantage: a larger fleet and two particularly formidable battle lines, whose scale overshadowed everything in Orcs and Arsonists. Standing before the masses of armored ships Ryasta and Svalta, the elf officer finds in himself a reflection of the undeniable naval superiority of our nation. These vessels are the pinnacle of sea power, casting a long shadow over the smaller Orcs and fleas. She knows these giants, purchased in Camelot and displacing over 9,000 tons, are no minor league. In any measure, they far surpass anything the Orcs and Navy can muster, and sail as the undeniable proof of Elfine dominance. The grim verdict of foreign naval experts sounds bleak. They believe that even if the entire Orcsan fleet launched a suicidal attack, it still could not sink a single one of these steel giants. The difference in strength is so colossal that it is considered an objective fact of modern warfare. Despite this terrible reality, Commander Greenman does not retreat a step. He gazes into the water and admits, yes, they are only a scrap fleet but still the pride of Orcsan. He accepts their modest position without letting it extinguish his fighting spirit. He bursts out with a bold, grinning smile, declaring that if there is a task to be done, his team will find a way to handle it. His confidence is picked up by others, a necessary shield against the insane odds they face. As the small gunboat cuts through the waves, moods echo across the deck. They are ready to meet any trials that the sea or their enemies throw in their face. Mui may be small, but its crew has the determination of a giant. The narrative closes the ocean spray and shifts to the quiet dignity of the capital. In the summer of this year, 876 by the star calendar, silence has already spread over the grand architecture. The calm atmosphere of the city sharply contrasts with the tension rising at sea. In the rolling carriage, Isabella Fairlands looks at the city passing by. Her thoughts are hidden behind a composed expression. Being a powerful figure in the Orcsan industry, she undoubtedly understands that a geopolitical storm is approaching on the horizon. While she was traveling through the capital, the military was already preparing for the inevitable. On the decks of the Orcs in the fleet, Commander Grimman and his officers stood with grim resolve. Their thoughts were fixed on the upcoming confrontation that would soon engulf the seas. They looked at the harbor and watched the final preparations. Everyone knew this was only a fragile facade, and they had been preparing for years for the moment when the first shot would be fired. Despite the tension, there was an icy alertness in the air, a hunger for the war they had long awaited. Nearby, on the table, dried fish lay alongside a bottle of spirits, a modest meal before the storm. Far from the salty sprays of the docks, elven officers Artis Ferrisrian and her Renway Lendiriel tasted a much more refined drink. They lounged in their quarters, and Artis, as if in passing, remarked, although war was inevitable, she had expected peace to last a little longer. She was almost disappointed that the time for action had come so quickly, though she remained relaxed and confident. She laughed along with her companion, and together they found a moment of lightness amid the strategic preparations. They raised their glasses to their future victories, spirits high, while the wine flowed like a river as if nothing was pulling them back before the upcoming campaign. In the quiet silence of the military archives, Artis Ferrisrian was leafing through a new volume, and her eyes widened as soon as she realized this was a fresh set of operational orders. She doubted whether this was truly a new strategy and whether it was aimed at an invasion of Elfinus. Standing nearby, an officer confirmed her suspicion and informed her. The sixth iteration of the operational plan had finally been completed and pushed forward. He continued and explained that the document had been significantly revised at the General Staff, mostly thanks to the tireless efforts of Deputy Chief of Staff Graben. With a confident, professional expression, he stated that he would soon give his official sanction to the updated strategy. His gaze remained fixed and tense. In the ensuing silence, the weight of the inevitable conflict was reflected in his narrowed, focused eyes. Breaking the quiet, he noted that they would have to come up with a suitable name for this new operation. The current name was only a temporary designation. The fingers of the elven officers slid over the pages as she weighed the burden of the assignment, and the ink of the plans almost pulsed with the potential for change. Then she proposed the name Silverberg or Silver Birch, explaining that it was an apt title for a campaign aimed at breaking the white birch, the symbol of the elfin nation. Eric liked the proposal very much, and he immediately agreed to proceed under this banner. She took part in the planning, and now the final formalities were underway. Eric Greben stood at attention, giving a sharp salute to General Seberg, while the king's decree was being finalized. This sixth operational plan was no longer just a draft. It was officially named Christen Case Silverberg, a name the monarch himself gave for the upcoming campaign. With a stroke of the pen, the transition was completed. The signatures of Seebeck and Graben on the official documents cemented the change, marking the moment when the strategic plan became a formal order aimed at ensuring the prosperity and security of the fatherland. Far from the seat of power, the 876th year of the star calendar held the province of Meltmia in northern Orkson as if in silence deceptively calm. In the capital Labiakapouts, where over 24,000 souls lived, the rolling hills and quiet villages showed no sign that a storm was already gathering on the horizon. Near the gates of the Northern Army headquarters, the atmosphere was much harsher. Major General Gunter Blumenthal, Chief of Staff of the Northern Army, stood ready. His hand rose in a sharp salute as the morning sun struck the stone walls of the command center. Soon he was joined by the majestic silhouette of General Aloysius Schwerin. When the commander of the Northern Army entered the room, the officers, including Major Muffling, snapped to attention and stood at ease. Schwerin gave a brief, stern but professional greeting, letting his subordinates know that the day's work had begun. Settling into the established rhythm, the veteran general paused for a moment to review fresh reports while sipping from a heavy mug. His eyes, sharp behind the lenses of his glasses, quickly scanned the pages with the honed strength of a man who had spent his life at the very heart of military operations. The office was a hive of calm bustle. All manner of serious murmurs mingled with a tray of refreshments, and Blumenthal did not stray far. Schwerin continued studying the documents. The burden of the inevitable invasion of Elfland lay squarely on his shoulders. Staring intently at him, Blumenthal assessed the man before him. To the world, Schwerin was the formidable commander of the Northern Army. But to the Major General, he was also a father-in-law, a personal connection that added another layer of complexity to their professional relationship. He knew that to the ordinary soldier, the commander was a legendary figure, a paternal yet fierce warrior who fought at the front, wielding a huge axe. This image of a battle-hardened veteran was necessary to maintain the unwavering loyalty of the entire Orcsan army. But that terrible intensity was often a carefully calculated performance, a mask he wore to maintain discipline and inspire those under his command. In the privacy of his own home, he shed that mask, revealing himself as a quiet, well-read gentleman who valued the simple peace of a morning breakfast with his family. He sat calmly with a newspaper in hand, a striking contrast to the warrior on the battlefield, until his chief of staff joined him for tea in an atmosphere of refined courtesy. An experienced commander and a logistics enthusiast, he questioned his chief of staff about a new proposal, to use seal magic to manage military supplies. He wanted to understand how this innovative method would work in practice and what benefits it would bring to the army for overall efficiency during the next campaign. He meticulously noted everything down while they explained the details to him, considering how this innovation could simplify cargo delivery from railway hubs to the front lines. While these plans were still being finalized, the general staff had already done the impossible. In an incredibly short time, they deployed 5 large supply depots along the border. They weighed how this rapid maneuver had almost completely exhausted the emergency budget for the year and worried whether the operation would be financially sustainable for long. The chief of the general staff listened as they discussed the financial reality of these achievements and noted that the annual emergency budget was nearly depleted. He reviewed the reports, recognizing the enormous strain such a grand deployment placed on the state treasury as the country prepared for war. To recover funds, he learned that surplus rifles were being sold to the country's largest industrial enterprise, a deal reported to have enraged the Minister of War. The agreement with Fairland's company was a necessary risk to keep the army modern and well-equipped for the upcoming conflict, despite the internal political strife it caused. In a moment, he joins General Schwerin at the moment of rare, loud laughter. Both officers find genuine pleasure in all this, as if pondering the calculated moves of their subordinates or the absurdity of their political rivals. Schwerin himself, still in full military attire, looks especially delighted. His usual sternness gives way to a sincere, toothy smile. This public figure of a ruthless commander sharply contrasts with his private life, where he is a devoted bibliophile. Every evening, as soon as the day's duties end, he finds solace in the quiet of his bedroom, reading by candlelight while his wife peacefully rests beside him. Such intellectual pursuits were not always his path. In his youth, he lived in a world far from any formal education. In those early years, he was an ordinary warrior, illiterate, relying only on strength, and self-taught in the art of letters. When, having just risen and become a commander, he took the army under his wing. Over time, his tastes shifted from military history to the refined literature of Camelot. He became so skilled that today he studies the originals of works by their greatest playwrights, finding a deep connection to the human condition in their timeless words. His appreciation for these foreign arts was firmly established during a diplomatic mission to the very heart of Camelot. Walking the grand, fog-covered streets of their capital, he felt captivated by a culture he considered incredibly sophisticated and disciplined. Even his own whims reflect this blend of heritage and acquired tastes. He prefers the prestigious Camelot whiskey, served with ice gathered from the harsh mountains of his northern home, a luxury he regards as the finest reward. Noticing this hidden depth, Blumenthal suggests, perhaps the general should be allowed to show the world more of this cultural side. He argues that displaying refinement could become an effective tool in their diplomatic and social circles. The general responds with a clever, almost mischievous smile, quoting a famous line from the very literature he so reveres. He says the world is but a stage, and all the men and women merely players performing their appointed roles, hinting that his fierce public persona is also just another performance. His agitator insists, finally remove the heavy, spiked helmet of the old garden and replace it with something more modern. But the commander stubbornly stands his ground. He insists that he cannot even imagine such a change. Refusal meets a sudden arrival. A gift from King Gustav himself, the latest word in military technology, sturdy modern dustproof frontline goggles designed for advanced lines. A personal note from the monarch is added to the gift, written in a familiar, almost playful tone. In it, he calls the commander a villain and the pride of the nation and orders the goggles to be wrapped around the base of his favorite helmet. Overwhelmed by the unexpected sign of royal favor, the hardened general bursts into tears. His voice thunders as he demands the frame be brought immediately to preserve this precious document forever. In the silence of his private library, he spent hours looking at the letter in the frame, treating the paper not as an ordinary message, but as a sacred relic of the king he truly revered. When the time finally came to march for the glory of the Orcs kingdom, he set often the same glasses were firmly fixed on his picklehop, a silhouette that would later become legendary on the battlefield. While the supreme command prepared for the storm, the signal about weapons reached the lower ranks and caught the attention of the young kobold soldiers eager to seize the chance to prove their worth. They gathered in front of the bold recruitment poster. It promised high pay and glory to any brave kobold gentleman who agreed to volunteer for a mission of extreme danger regardless of the position he already held. He and his fellow kobold comrades stood before a strange recruitment announcement that appeared just before the summer of the year 876. The group silently watched it with curiosity and uncertainty, trying to understand what special mission it might prepare for ordinary soldiers like them. After a series of bizarre qualifying tests on the southern outskirts of the capital, the confusion only grew. One of the recruits muttered about the absurdity of it all, wondering why they were being sent to something called the Temporary Army Meteorological Observation Team, when none of them knew anything about the weather. The response burst out along with a gust of wind and the piercing cries of predators just as massive eagles began to swoop rapidly onto the training ground. Recruits rushed to find shelter. Hats flew off in all directions. Gear clatteredden, the true nature of their surveillance duties suddenly took on a terrifyingly real form. This was Charlie Hope, the main base of the Great Eagle Corps of the National Army. Coastal outpost buzzed with activity. Watchtowers guarded the shoreline, and rows of tents sheltered specialized units and their feathered riders. In the recruit camp, they were immediately put to work caring for the colossal birds that would soon become their partners. They meticulously checked the harnesses and tended the feathers, understanding that their lives would soon depend on the health and harmony of these majestic, yet fearsome creatures. The blow of reality to their mission crushed them physically. Kobolds froze with wide-open eyes in fear. They could not believe the audacity of the high command. They cursed the reckless plan to attach them to the backs of these beasts and throw them into the sky. By the end of August, the impossible became reality. High above the landscape, the first kobold riders soared through the clouds, holding onto the saddle, while a great eagle cleaves the air with powerful wing strokes in the thin mountain eruption. Despite his initial fear, Private First Grader Florian Taubelt suddenly felt a moment of pure delight wash over him. The former loader just grinned through his flight helmet goggles and, shouting over the wind, declared that they were making history as the first kobolds to truly conquer the skies. He soared through the clouds, his heart wildly pounding with a thrill he had never known before. The great eagle beneath him, Anton Dora, let out a quiet chuckle, was entertained by the young scouts with their wide-open eyes. Florian froze at the sight and realized, not even the Orc King or the most diligent dwarves had ever seen the world from such a height. And when one of the riders jokingly suggested diving under the supports near the iron bridge, the eagle immediately jumped into the conversation. warning the boy against such reckless bravado, avoid bringing the commander's wrath upon them. After the flight, he found another pleasure in the mess hall. The mission had its dangers, but the reward was undeniable. The chance to eat his fill of meat, a luxury his nobles usually did not allow. As he entered the dish, the clamor of other soldiers rushing for their share echoed around, a sharp contrast to the quiet majesty of the sky. Before them spread a feast that seemed almost divine. Thick slices of cured ham and shiny sausages arranged in an appetizing display. Just the sight was enough to make the young volunteers tremble with anticipation, their eyes wide open, and saliva already flowing at the thought of such a rare and extraordinarily tasty prize. He savored every bite, praised the perfect saltiness of the jamon and the rich marbling of the meat, even thought how much his mother would adore such an exquisite dish. Far from here, Werner Reinders watched the spectacle with quiet, focused calm. Next to the massive eagle stood Professor Bernstein, who noted that the company seemed to truly enjoy the fruits of their labor. She shifted her gaze and focused on the high level of training Florian demonstrated during the initial trials. As a scientist from Werchofen University, she was interested in this both from a scientific perspective and a military one, which assisted the army in selecting these special scouts. The conversation then moved to the future. Werner inquired about what the High Command had finally named these innovative cobalt modules for aerial reconnaissance. She stood before Great Eagle and, speaking in a low, orcish tone, explained the nuances of the word pilot, likening it to a navigator on a ship. With a polite smile, she asked that he carry her, and that without ceremony address each other by their first names. Werner Reinders watched her closely, and it was clear she had impressed him with the spirit of this young scholar. At her request, the giant bird lowered its head, a gesture of deep respect. He acknowledged that he had previously behaved without proper courtesy and that he had underestimated her. The great eagle bowed low, its gigantic figure overwhelming the professor until he fully accepted it as his partner for the flight ahead. I sharply shifted my gaze to her while he was speaking. He promised that the sky is an amazing place and urged Melchior to enjoy the journey they were just about to begin. Far from the quiet airfield, the industrial heart of Orcsson was wildly beating in the city of Wisson. Thick waves of smoke rose from tall chimneys, and a young man hurried through the muddy streets to a modest workshop hidden among giant factories. At the first knock on the door, the young man called out to his father and immediately found him at work. The older man was immersed in his affairs. This was West Regan, the head of Wiston Company, and it seemed his expertise was extremely needed. He lifted his gaze from the tools, surprised by the sudden appearance of his son, and asked if he had come to help with the workload. The conversation quickly shifted to a stunning new order from headquarters. They requested 300 iron boats, a task that seemed almost impossible for their small operations. He studied the plan laid out before him, which detailed the urgent need of the army for bridge materials. The engineering corps sought to replace their standard wooden pontoons with iron ones, insisting that the dimensions remain exactly the same despite the change in material. He reviewed the impressive list of military contracts his company had fulfilled: heavy artillery, tens of thousands of shells, and specialized components for magical weapons. And now, a new order loomed over him: 4,000 units for the National Railway, a scale of production that seemed almost impossible for a single workshop. He exploded with rage, calling the situation absurd, and demanded a report on the status of the production lines. He ordered full mobilization of the workers, swearing that any defective parts would receive physical punishment, because in this wildly detailed schedule there was no room for mistakes. He looks ahead and the weight of the situation finally sinks in. This is not just business. This is the furious pulse of a nation arming itself for total war. As a patriot and master technician, he instinctively senses the approach of war in every bolt and iron plate. Far from the soot-covered workshops of Wisson, the sun breaks through the heavy solid cloud cover, and long divine rays fall on the boiling surface of the northern sea. This is the Meltmire region in northern Orcsson, specifically Cape Lentworm. Across the water lies Valmiera, the largest trading port in Elfland, so this stretch of coastline has become a strategic frontier between two states. The cape itself is a ragged, lonely finger of rock jutting into the waves. It is a deserted place, avoided even by local fishermen. Few dare to go to the wind-blown and barren shores. In this isolation, two figures from the University of Vane in the capital appear. They are pulling heavy luggage chests and equipment. A professor and her assistant arrive in a tiny fishing village near the cape at the end of August. Their appearance here is a strange, curious frame in such a remote wilderness. They set up an observation base, a modest hut on the rockstone, begin work. Pressing their binoculars to their eyes, they scan the horizon as if studying the migration routes of whales and dolphins in these cold northern waters. At the bustling coastal post office, Orcan in civilian clothes submits a telegram and reports that the ship Sonamary is setting out to sea. The postman recognizes him and his companion, the dwarf West Regan. He says that messages have already arrived for both. He wears a sullen expression, explains to the clerk that his mother's health is deteriorating, a convenient cover for his frequent message sand, politely thanks them for the university still supporting his supposed research. Moments later, two companions settle in a local tavern, and Regan thoughtfully reflects on how exhausting the fate of scientists can be. He is even captivated by the fact that despite such heavy academic duties, they still remain generous and pleasant interlocutors. Their alliance bore fruit. They spent hours on charter boats pretending to study whales. Regan fondly recalled the Orcs, gratitude especially the food they offered him after he helped with what he considered simple depth measurements. While they eat, the conversation shifts to the strategic reality of the coast. The Elfland fleet appears much more idle than intelligence had assumed. The lack of visible activity suggests a troubling, perhaps advantageous deficiency in their naval exercises. While they drink, Regan notices the unshakable, even temperament of the sailors he had to face. The orc grunts and says that the fleet stubbornly clings to its own pride and will not let the army's achievements overshadow their brilliance. Behind Professor Otto Leidenbrock's glasses hides a major from the Orcsan army's land, reconnaissance deeply rooted in enemy territory. He acknowledges the burden of his secret service and understands he must keep watch while the mother's condition persists. Their secret code for mission status remains crucial. His assistant Axel quietly cuts the food while pondering how endlessly this task drags on. They are the silent eyes of Orcsan, gathering vital data that will later determine the course of the inevitable war. He and his observers did not keep track of ordinary trade traffic. They recorded the movements of the Elfin Navy fleet departing from port. While those secret reports were being archived, attention shifted to the heart of the military leadership headquarters of the General Staff. Inside, Ernst Forvek, president of Orcsan Steamship Company, wiped sweat from his forehead and froze in a state of complete shock. He had just been informed. According to the law on the voluntary fleet, the passenger ships of his company were subject to requisition for military use. Opposite him stood Major General Eric Greven, and he calmly inquired whether it was possible to provide the state with 17 company ships. This sharp move was based on the volunteer fleet law, a relic of the Teutonic Wars, which ordered, during conflict, merchant ships within the country were transferred under the direct command of the Navy. Despite the initial shock, the shipping magnate acknowledged that it was possible, although nervously asked how much time was needed for such a large-scale mobilization. The answer left him even more bewildered. As the general explained, the ships would be gathered into small groups, and the entire process would take from 3 days to a maximum of 2 weeks. He concluded the meeting, emphasizing that this was necessary to resolve the main threat looming over the country, but he could not provide any additional details due to strict military secrecy requirements. He continues, framing the demand as a response to the country's most acute problem. The anticipation of the answer throws the businessman off balance. He freezes speechless, his face covered in cold sweat. Extending his hand, the officer offers a gesture of official partnership in this national matter. Agreeing to the terms, the president admits that his hands tremble under the weight of this moment and promises full cooperation without any reservations. Overwhelmed with emotions, he recounts how he was the sole survivor in the battle for Rosalind while his brothers perished, and considers this act a long path to duty. Outside the grand halls of the capital, the officer reflects on the successful negotiations as the mobilization moves forward. Meanwhile, in the crisp autumn air of the western suburbs, artists and their comrades, the Elven Hussars, gather at the shooting range after snow clearing to demonstratively showcase their shooting skills. They are preparing for the exercise, and the command to take positions echoes across the field until the countdown begins. She watched from afar as Senior General Zayton, radiant in his hussar braids, stubbornly refused to sit down. Despite persistent requests from his fellow officers to rest in the presence of the king, the old soldier remained defiant. He declared that if his subordinates stood, he would stand too. This display of combat pride was interrupted by the arrival of Major General Graben. Zayton greeted the junior officer with a sharp nod, acknowledging the arrival of the Deputy Chief of Staff while the High Command gathered for today's. As they settled into their places, Graben leaned toward the veteran and promised, this demonstration would be worth the wait. He assured the senior general that what they were about to see would truly captivate, heeding the curiosity of those gathered on the observation platform to a peak. Nearby, Elven officers Lael Noah and Arwen watched as the heavy transport approached. The rumble of wheels and horse hooves announced the arrival of the central exhibit of today's demonstration, and both fixed their gaze on it. A team of horses dragged a carriage into the field, pulling heavy artillery behind it rumbled over the uneven ground. The weight of this equipment was felt in the slow, measured pace of the drivers. While the weapon was positioned, Visceral Anorand noted its impressive size. She said that this piece looked significantly larger than the standard 57 mountain gun, and her analytical gaze immediately assessed its potential destructive power. The weapon was revealed a formidable multi-barrel machine. Its bronze steel frame gleamed in the light. Orc soldiers acted with practiced efficiency, preparing the complex mechanism for its first live fire test on the range. When everything was in place, the commander gave the signal to start. High-ranking officials exchanged salutes, and the tension at the range reached its limit. The air was thick with anticipation of the power about to be unleashed. As the demonstration began, he stepped forward onto the observation deck. The multi-barrel weapon unleashed its first rhythmic clatter. The Orc crew operated with refined skill, feeding the monster of iron new rounds as it spat fire at distant targets. And the elven observers raised their binoculars, their gaze showing professional interest and growing anxiety. Outside the line of fire, General Zayton stood with a stone-cold, almost indifferent expression, his veteran gaze fixed stubbornly on the horizon. The roar of the mechanism drowned out everything except the loudest commands, a testament to the industrial power Orcson had thrown into battle. Through the binoculars sight, Captain Lael Noah, watching the Caribbean Sea, could not believe it. Distant targets were blown to dust. The scale of fire was something unseen before. The ground around the practical ranger erupted with a continuous stream of earth and debris, leaving only splinters behind. Lowering the binoculars, she barely finds words to convey the shock. She babbles that this should be impossible. General Zayton does not flinch. His hands firmly rest on the hilt of his sword, while the silent weight of Orcson's military tradition, in contrast, sharply presses on the restless, driven energy of the elven officer. The weapon continues an unceasing attack, a mechanical symphony of destruction, echoing across the entire field after the ice melts. Each barrel rotation delivers a new salvo, a wall of lead through which traditional cavalry charges seem like a relic of ancient times. Stepping forward before the gathered officers, Major General Eric Graben names the machine Blackstone Rotary Cannon, Model 76. He speaks clearly and proudly, as if presenting a masterpiece, explaining that this is not just a weapon, but the future of the defensive capabilities of the Orcs and infantry. When the echo of the demonstration fades, a heavy silence hangs over the observation deck. General Zayatin sits motionless in a thoughtful pose, while the elven officers, artists, Ironv and Lael Noah stand tense-lithe, consequences of everything they have just seen slowly sink in. The young captain, her former shock turned into a gloomy realization, quietly mutters to herself. This spectacle was by no means entertaining. The power gap between their states was laid bare to the extreme, and now the shadow of the Blackstone cannon loomed over their diplomatic mission. She froze in place, her face twisted into a mixture of disbelief and searing anger as the reality of the overwhelming force of the Orcson army finally settled in her mind. Gritting her teeth, she whispered that there was not a drop of humor in the situation. Her pride as an elven officer was wounded by the same crude mechanical efficiency of the demonstration. And below, the Orcish observers remained unmoved. Their presence silently testified to a new order of war that rendered traditional elven tactics obsolete. Lael Noah was caught in shocked incomprehension before the mechanical monster standing before her, a multi-barreled weapon with unprecedented killing power. She was explained the history of the device. It was made decades ago during the Northern Civil Wars. A doctor. She found it hard to understand how a person called to heal could invent such a devastating weapon for war. Addressing the monarch, the official explains, while many neighboring countries showed no interest, their states obtained production rights. Moreover, they standardized cartridges for their rifles to ensure an uninterrupted supply line at the front. The old General August von Zieten looks grim and says that such technology is the end for cavalry. He laments, not only the soldiers are under threat, but the very existence of the horsemen as an effective force on the modern battlefield. She recalls his grim verdict, and how, as in previous clashes, a single charge on prepared positions often cost half the infantry. The era of the glorious cavalry charge fades in bloody memory. This tactical maneuver is secured by infantry skilled in forming tight, impenetrable squares. When soldiers stand shoulder to shoulder, they create a barbed wall of steel and lead that is not easily broken by a horse. The consequences of such clashes are a gruesome spectacle, a field strewn with the bodies of those who have fallen. And it becomes increasingly clear that traditional cavalry tactics are no longer capable of breaking the disciplined formation of modern infantry. These achievements became possible thanks to the creation of high-performance rifles like Ehrhard and breech-loading artillery from Winston Company. Innovations that revolutionized warfare by turning the battlefield into a place where technology decides the winner. Lael Noah, in a grim vision, looks at the shifting shore of war. She thinks about how humanity has spawned real monsters in the form of these new types of weapons and admits, even among demonic races, such destructive inventiveness has never occurred before. But he still remains skeptical about completely abandoning traditions. General Zayton reflects, as long as the battlefield changes, he cannot believe that proud cavalry has become an outdated, fragile rarity overnight. He begins to outline a new tactical doctrine, shifting the focus from sheer shock power to superiority in mobility. He explains, cavalry should now circle around the clash site, using horses to reach strategic positions, and only then dismount and fight as infantry with devastating fire. The decisive strike should be reserved only for an already broken enemy. They are interrupted by the arrival of their monarch and all eyes turn to King Orcson. Leonua tries to find words to explain her strategic shift, but the oppressive presence of the king silences her. He stands before them with unquestionable authority and with one sharp correction cuts their dispute short. Gustav declares, what they are talking about is no longer cavalry in any traditional sense. This is the birth of mounted infantry. His gaze is cold and pragmatic as he voices the final ultimatum. He warns, if the cavalry does not accept this transformation and learn to fight in a new way, they will have no chance of survival in future wars. He takes the king's words to heart and gestures towards the heavy multi-barreled cannons. Zionaton understands they are terribly effective in defense but clumsy, and it is the horse's maneuverability that is needed to quickly spread this barrage of fire across all front lines. The old general sinks into thoughtful silence as logic of the new era is finally taking hold. He acknowledges the inevitability of change and understands. The era of glorious assault has truly ended. He feels the weight of the royal palm on his shoulder, a sign of deep respect for centuries of service. Leonua silently watches and understands. Gustav's vision did not grow in a moment, it was nurtured over 100 years of patient persuasion to lead those nearby into a new era. This slow progress is clearly visible in the agricultural sectors. The introduction of revolutionary techniques and new methods often encountered initial confusion and resistance from those accustomed to the old ways. She recalls how incredibly difficult this path was. It was never a carefree dream. It was an exhausting step-by-step reworking of how an entire society thinks a struggle that lay completely opposite to the easy dream. Turning his gaze back to the present, the old general calls out, Major General Eneril, step forward. His voice is firm despite the emotional weight of the moment. He sharply waves his hand at the new armament, ordering her to take under her wing 6 machine guns and ensure that her troops master their devastating power, entrusting the future of their tactics to her skilled hands. The elven officer returns the salute with unyielding determination, swearing complete loyalty to the king's new doctrine and to the heavy responsibility just entrusted to her. A few days after this transition, the veteran general officially resigns, requesting that the younger leader take on the mantle of the Second Army. Gustav reads the letter, a slight smile playing on his lips as he mutters about the stubbornness of the old guard, who still insist on doing everything their own way. When the high command issue has calmed, the king walks the corridors, calling Daenerys to follow him, while Felix prepares for the next stage of their journey. The burden of rule passes to a new generation. He arrives at General Zayatin's residence in the old district of the capital. In front of the ornate Stonewall mansion stands a carriage, a silent sign of a mournful visit to the hero retiring from duty. A small group has gathered in the vestibule. The Dinars stand alongside the maid and other officials. Silence presses down to await the royal audience with the general. Entering the living room, the king sees the old general sitting and looking exhausted. He immediately voices his concern, asking if his recurring rheumatism has flared up again, causing such obvious suffering. With a pained expression and closed eyes, the veteran commander confirms the king's suspicion. He admits, the ailment is indeed the cause of his torment, a physical manifestation of years spent in service. Observing the exchange from the side, Dinar remains silent. Her face reveals nothing as she looks upon the vulnerability of the once great cavalry leader. Realizing the burden of legacy, she inherits it. For demonic races, reality is harsh, especially for the heavy orcs. Rheumatism is a debilitating disease, even the most effective elixirs cannot fully mend it. For a man who spent his life in the saddle like Xaden, this blow is too great. He does not voice this deeper insight aloud and can no longer keep pace with modern warfare. Unlike commanders like Schwerin, he feels pushed back by the rapid development of military technology. This became painfully clear after he witnessed firsthand the power of the new Blackstone armament. The king silently absorbs these words, his gaze forward. He contemplates the inevitable passing of the torch from the old guard to the new, acknowledging the bittersweet necessity of progress. He listens attentively as the veteran general continues his humble confession. He agrees that remaining in command means only bringing unnecessary troubles upon the king and the army. Hearing this, he watches the old commander's voice tremble with sincere feelings, and only deep gratitude to his suzerain sounds. He recalls the dark days of the past when their people lived in dirty straw huts and fought to somehow share the most modest rations. These memories of struggle show how primitive shelters later gave way to sturdy wooden cabins, and Thasido the strength of brick and mortar. Such progress has led to this moment. They live in luxurious houses, no longer needing to think about where the next food will come from or what tomorrow will bring. Returning to the present, he attributes to the monarch his wise guidance for the sake of leading once stubborn and divided people into this era of unprecedented prosperity. Noticing the king's stone silence, he continues and reminds his lord of the colossal personal sacrifices and trials the monarch endured for the nation. He does not move as the veteran bows low. Tears fall to the floor while he pleads for the future of the Ute hand. His gratitude overflows. He is overwhelmed by a wave of emotions, his face hidden in his gloves, and he sobs. Watching him, the king secretly calls the old general a stubborn fool. Listening to them, she catches the quiet words of the monarch's sharp elven ears, miss no detail of that private conversation. Ignoring her presence, the king stands straight and declares that the staff officers will handle all the campaign difficulties, and from the veteran general, only maintaining his position as leader is required. He leans forward, his hand firmly resting on the general's shoulder as he speaks about relying on other commanders like Sebek and Schwerin. Raising his eyes to him, the veteran falters at the king's words, his eyes wide open, filled with distrust, and through tears flickers renewed determination. The monarch meets the general's gaze firmly, without hesitation, and orders the mission to be carried out with exactly that spirit. He finishes his appeal and states, "The presence of his most reliable commanders is extremely necessary," and despite the general's failing health, he makes one last personal request to join the upcoming fight. The veteran general's eyes fill with tears, and his face contorts with deep respect and the burden of the service he has just accepted. He swears an oath of complete loyalty and vows to serve his lord even if he must crawl to the front line as soon as the royal carriage starts moving. In the luxurious salon, the king sits in heavy silence opposite the chief of staff. He remains lost in his own thoughts. His gaze is fixed on the landscape outside the window, and the rhythmic clatter of hooves fills the salon. His eyes narrow, reflecting the burden of a mind troubled by all the difficulties of the coming war, while the carriage rolls steadily down the path along the forest belt. Meanwhile, she looks at him with a heavy gaze, struggling with a growing sense of alienation that she finds increasingly difficult to admit. Despite their physical closeness, she feels an insurmountable chasm between them, a distance that even the warmth of his presence cannot overcome. They sit in stifling silence. The space of the compartment presses in, emphasizing the emptiness that has opened between two old companions. Suddenly, he notices something in the window and shouts to the driver to stop the horses immediately. He jumps out of the carriage with such agility that does not suit his royal stature. The sudden movement confuses everyone. Racing away, he looks back at his companion and calls her to stay in place while he arranges everything and takes something special. He rushes madly to a modest street vendor. He is drawn by the steam rising from a portable brazier in the carriage window. The Major General watches, frozen in complete incomprehension. He cannot understand what could have made the monarch abandon his retinue for a stall on the roadside. She froze in the soft, cozy salon, her eyes wide open as she tries to comprehend the spectacle. The most powerful man in Orcsyn behaves like an enchanted child. The heavy, solemn atmosphere that filled the carriage just a moment ago completely shattered because of this impulsive deviation. At the roadside near the shop, the vendor scoops a handful of large, hot nuts into a simple paper bag, squeezing the warm package. The king makes his way back to the waiting carriage, a genuine joy not typical for him on his face. He climbs back inside. The heat from the bag waves through the gloves as he solemnly hands the prize to his stunt chief of staff. With a loud laugh, he ignores the burning on his fingertips and insists, "Let her try them while they are still hot," because he assures they are truly delicious. In the crumpled paper lie several large acorns. Their shells darken and crack from roasting. It is a simple, earthy sight, far from the luxuries of royal courts. Fixing her gaze on the simple snack, the elven officer barely finds her voice and asks if these are really just acorns. The king confirms her suspicion with a proud nod and explains that roasted acorns are a favorite autumn dish in the lands of Orcsyn, so she must try it as his signature dish. The horse-drawn cart creaks and rumbles through the winter landscape, the wheels muffled by the cold air. Inside, doubt still lingers about the humble acorn, which local customs consider food, but for those unfamiliar with the traditions, it is often dismissed as inedible. He removes the hot shell from the nut with practiced ease and throws a reassuring word to his companion. He explains that these acorns, native to Orcson, have been a staple food for his people since ancient times and are completely safe for her to eat. With a playful sparkle in his eyes, he teases, has he ever led her astray when it came to the pleasures of the palace? She accepts the warm crumb. Her first moment of hesitation is visible. She carefully and cautiously examines the smooth, toasted surface. The aroma unexpectedly entices her, making her reconsider her own notions about this simple forest dish. Taking a bold bite, she feels, the texture is hard but yielding. Nearby he watches, holding a quiet, impatiently expectant smile waiting for the taste to respond, for her to start chewing. When the taste unfolds, her eyes suddenly widen with genuine surprise, and a pure, unclouded joy flashes across her face. A moment ago, the skepticism that held her back disappears, completely giving way to a new, sincere admiration for this treat. This simple gift of the earth has a delicate, deep sweetness that lingers on the tongue. It is warm, aromatic, and carries a holistic richness that makes it truly exceptional. Enthralled by the discovery, she exclaims how delicious it is. Joy is heard in every word. He encourages her, keep eating, and he is pleased to see how she enjoys a piece of the culture of his native land. She tries to peel the scale off another one herself, but the thick, stubborn skin does not move under her fingers. It seems a special skill is needed here. Opening these acorns cannot be done by mere obsession alone. She stuffs her mouth with fried treats, abandoning her usual military composure because the rich sweetness overwhelms her senses. Gustav watches with a satisfied smile and encourages her to eat without restraint. No one sees her uncharacteristic indulgence. To complement the snack, he pours dry white wine into the glass and explains, for adults, this is the best pair. He rejects stronger spirits because wine can balance flavors and adds that street vendors keep stock in special magical seal containers to keep it fresh. She takes a sip and the wine instantly becomes a refreshing nectar that washes away taste sensations wave after wave. The cheap version of the harvest together with roasted acorns makes a simple but harmonious combination of flavors that makes her face shine a pure, unspoiled joy. And the carriage continues rolling along the road, and she marvels at the simple joy she has just found. Her cheeks burn from both the wine and the excitement. Gustav quietly chuckles. These flavors are the very essence of autumn in Orcson, and such pleasure is shared by all before the upcoming harvest festival. He describes the festival as a grand nationwide celebration held every October. The streets come alive as townspeople don traditional attire. It is a time of shared merriment when adults lose themselves in beer and children crowd around bright market stalls. In this festive season, the trees along the roads turn into a true decoration. They are covered in the bold colors of the national flag and festive banners flutter in the autumn wind. A sudden thought strikes Hirsch freezes mid-sentence and shifts her gaze to the landscape flickering outside the window. Pointing at the rows of trees with her hand, she asks if they are kept there only as decoration for the festival. After that, she voices a deeper doubt. The trees were deliberately planted as a security measure so that under his rule, even in times of famine, people would never be left without food. She listened as Gustav, recalling the past, pondered the acorns that once rotted on the ground and now became a symbol of his successful reign. When he expressed gratitude for the stability of his rule, she did not speak aloudly in her thoughts, acknowledged that such a prosperous streak had appeared recently, by no means from the times when struggles continued in previous years. She looked at him, and her gaze softened as she remembered General Zeit and the stories about Gustav's decades-long work. The transition from modest grass huts to sturdy wooden log houses, and later to brick homes of the modern era, was a testament to his unwavering dedication to the people. Looking into his eyes, the elven officer felt all her remaining doubts dissolve. She quietly vowed to cast aside any old, narrow-minded prejudices that once clouded her judgment about the Orc King. When they quietly drank a toast in the privacy of the carriage, her determination solidified into one single, unconditional, devoted feeling. Then she understood. She would follow him to the ends of the earth no matter what the path ahead would be. The cart rolled on, its steady rumble echoing in the quiet suburbs of the capital, where streets lined with trees stretched out. And history often treats the plans of individual people indifferently regardless of how carefully they are thought out. In the great canvas of time, there are moments that become points of no return, changing the course of events in ways no one could have predicted. The shadow began to hang over the fragile thing, hinting at the approaching storm that would change everything. In the corridors of diplomacy, Sir Martin George Aston and Ambassador Claude Maxwell prepared to defend the interests of Camelot. Their presence was a harbinger of complex political maneuvers that preceded the future conflict. King Orcson, Gustav Gritz, Sir Aston greet him warmly, remarking how long it has been since they last met, and express joy that the envoy is in good health. When they settle into the cozy salon, the conversation turns to intellectual pursuits. Gustav asks about the progress of a specific work, Pontibadin's natural history. He is curious about how exactly this research is going. The messenger responds enthusiastically and says that the work is incredibly interesting. He also notes that he is currently comparing it with the conclusions from the Great Museumand. This task immediately captures his inquisitive scientific mind. This shared passion for knowledge is the foundation of their bond. Beyond his diplomatic role, he is one of the world's leading researchers of demonic races. He and Gustav maintain a genuine friendship. They often exchange rare and priceless volumes from their private collections. And the visit is far from purely friendly. With an unwavering, solemn gaze, he pulls out a sealed document. It says that this is a personal letter from Queen Elfland to King Orcson, delivered to him by the Elfin government. This gesture signifies a sharp turn. Elfland had long been kept in diplomatic isolation. A response in a formal tone returned, so the stagnation in political waters finally moved, but the consequences are still unclear. In the following months, a wave of diplomatic bustle erupts. Messengers and inquiries cross borders. It is estimated that this delicate game of words and protocols will last at least another year or two. Against the backdrop of these negotiations, the military leadership remains on alert. Major General Eric Graben and Fleet Commander Nelsdorf discuss strategic timelines. If war indeed breaks out, it will most likely be in the summer of next year, provided their new fleet manages to be ready. He stands witness to the unfolding diplomacy, while the foreign minister carefully runs a letter-opener blade through the seal of the royal correspondence, and the weight of this moment heavily settles in the air. As the content is revealed, the text is laid out both in the common language and the refined language of Camelot as an official proclamation from the Queen of the Elfin. She demands that Orcson cease any interference in their internal affairs. Sharply, without any diplomatic courtesies, and demonstratively ignores the atrocities committed against the Dark Elves. He runs his eyes over the lines, increasingly disbelieving, and his usual eerie smile disappears, giving way to an icy masked professional shock. It just becomes clear what brazen audacity hides in this message. She focuses her demands on the Sylvan River Basin, where the Queen states that the Kingdom of Elfland retains all rights to this region. She insists that Orcson officially swear in writing never again to set foot on these lands or interfere in them, effectively demanding a complete surrender of established borders. Hearing the translated demands, he instantly loses self-control. His face twists into a fierce grind of anger as soon as he realizes that Elfland has made a catastrophic diplomatic mistake. He continued speaking in a humiliating tone, hinting that the long isolation of Elfland had bred dangerous arrogance in their court. The message even stooped to mocking the Orcs directly. Allegedly, the text was given in 2 languages specifically so that even stupid pigs could understand its content. This demand is not just an insult. It is a territorial impossibility that ignores the reality of the map. The Sylvan River Basin is a shared border, and Orcson has a legitimate, established territory precisely in this region, so the Queen's demand is an open and unfounded provocation. He trembles with rage that is about to burst out, heavily leans on the table, and his breathing comes in ragged gasps, and finally slams the letter down with a crash in front of the stunned human invoice. He strikes the table with all his might, and his voice thunders with indignation as he recounts the demands of the Elven Queen. He cannot believe the audacity of the request to abandon the Sylvan River Basin and provide written confirmation of such a retreat. Next to him, the human envoys pore over the document, and distrust is frozen on their faces. They note, this land has been under stable Orcish rule since 1220, so Elfind's statement is not only offensive but also historically unfounded. His rage turns into a dark, looming shadow. His voice is a guttural roar with which he proclaims this, having lived through so many years. He has never seen a diplomatic letter without a drop of shame. When the human envoys depart in their carriage, they sincerely thank for the mediation, yet the weight of the impending crisis still hangs heavily in the air. The king's outrage meets the cold, almost satisfied smile of Minister Bulow. He immediately understands. This insult provides the perfect, undeniable justification for the war they have been waiting for. Wasting no time, the monarch barks at his aides and orders Major Danvitz, the great Wolf Edwin, and Major Muffling to be brought to him immediately. Meanwhile, the war machine begins to operate. General Zybick and Major General Graben stride confidently through the corridors of the General Staff headquarters. Their faces are grim. The burden of the coming conflict is already evident in their measured steps. Soon Admiral Nelsdorf, the supreme commander of the fleet, joins them, swiftly ascending the stairs from the command center. The urgency of the situation has reached every branch of the armed forces, and there is no time to waste. He meets with others in a dimly lit military room, The tension there is thicker than smoke. The leaders of land and sea now stand united and ready to respond to the elven provocation with the full military might of the orcs. He listens as the general confidently asserts that the army is ready to strike, and Admiral Nelstorf himself admits, although their newest ships are not yet completed, a naval operation during this season remains entirely feasible. They agree. The time for talks is over and the time for action has begun. He stands firm. The weight of the decision settles over the room like a heavy shroud, and he sharply nods to his subordinates. He announces, if diplomacy has failed so completely, then war is the only path left. He orders them to begin mobilization immediately. His voice is steady, without any hesitation. By his order, telegraph lines flash with a single cryptic word to every military district and division headquarters. Silver. It is the shortest message in the history of the Orcsan army, yet for every soldier from scouts in the field to commanders in their dugouts, its meaning is crystal clear. And as soon as the signal spreads, the entire Orcsan state machine springs into motion, launching the long-prepared invasion of Elfland. High-ranking officials from all branches, army, navy, and cavalry, prepare to lead their troops. Stern determination to bring this conflict to its inevitable conclusion is frozen on their faces. Leading the vanguard, the Major General stands before a map of the northern territories with his sword extended, pointed toward the distance. It makes clear their goal is one and will not change. They march straight to the Elfland border, ready to reclaim what they consider rightfully theirs. Dinar looks at the giant, multi-barreled machine. His face is full of distrust. The history of the weapon is revealed in detail. It was created by a doctor during the Civil War in the North, decades before this. She tries to reconcile in her mind the thought of how exactly the healer doctor could have made such a devastating instrument of death. Thanks to this innovation, Gustav explains, neighboring states turn a blind eye while his countries fight for production rights. They redesigned the construction to use the same 11 ammunition as their standard infantry rifles, so logistics fit the rhythm of total war. Hearing these revelations, General Zayatin's face slips into a gloomy clarity. He mutters that the age of cavalry is cruelly coming to an end, and these words are clearly seen as Dinari's trembles, while she comprehends the extinction of her own military tradition. While the history lesson continues, they note, even during the conflicts of the Dutone era, a single shot often caused the loss of most unit horses. The vulnerability of the rider was already beginning to show. The tactical maneuver becomes demonstrative. As soon as the infantry units transition to a dense, hedgehog square, they erect an impenetrable wall of bayonets and lead. Thus the battlefield turns into a cemetery for the once proud cavalry. The way the fallen horses and riders lie becomes a grim testimony that breaking such a disciplined line now is a futile exercise. This evolution in war forced the creation of high-performance small arms like Erhardt and advanced breech-loading artillery like Whistle, establishing that industrial power surpasses traditional martial valor. Dinar freezes in complete distrust, drops of sweat running down her forehead as she surveys the industrial horrors spread before her. She suddenly realizes, the human race or those who adopted their methods spawned a monster. And this feeling, coming from a representative of the so-called demon race, truly unsettles her. General Zayatin, however, remains more pragmatic. He looks thoughtfully at the future of his branch. He is pleased by the thought that although the world is changing, he still cannot believe that cavalry has become completely obsolete and that a soft era has come. He outlines a new doctrine showing how cavalrymen should adapt. Use mobility to outflank the main battlefield. Instead of a frontal charge, dismount to concentrate firepower in one place, reserving the traditional attack only for an enemy already broken and exhausted. Gustav listens to this tactical dispute before releasing his own sharp opinion. He turns to the veteran general. His voice carries the weight of a monarch who sees the cold truth of progress without the fog of tradition. The king insists, as soon as cavalry is reduced to simple mounted infantrymen, the very essence of this type of troops disappears. He declares that they are no longer cavalry in the true sense. These words plunge the surrounding officers into a restrained, thoughtful silence as they weigh the loss of their own identity. Zayatin closes his eyes for a moment. The grim truth of the king's words reaches him. He admits, if the cavalry does not transform into this new, possibly even unrecognizable form, it will not survive future conflicts. Then he gestures to the mechanical beast of burden, the Gatling gun, and emphasizes its paradox. He explains, it is a destructive defensive weapon, yet its relative lightness makes it ideal for cavalry to carry and deploy instantly, turning riders into bearers of their own obsolescence. The old general freezes before himself. The burden of the industrial age weighs on his shoulders. He finally accepts the transition, acknowledging the dawn of a terrible new era where traditions must bow to the machine. He listens as King Gustav tells of the long game he has played. The king recalls centuries spent persuading his people to accept progress, a slow, measured march toward modernization that demanded incredible patience. This progress was never easy. It is evident in the agricultural testing field, where new techniques often met with misunderstanding and resistance. Innovations, the king notes, naturally sow friction among those accustomed to old orders. Watching this exchange, Dinars understands the depth of the king's resolve. His plan is not a phantom but a hard-won reality built on patient convictions. The complete opposite of the impulsive clashes she was used to in the forest. Breaking the silence, the king shifts his gaze to her and commandingly calls for the major general and Ariel. Then he informs Zayadin of a key decision. The first 6 Gatling guns are handed over to her command. He expects her to master these new engines of war and integrate their devastating fire into her unit's tactics. He responds with a sharp salute, his voice steady as she swears absolute loyalty to her sovereign, to success, and takes on the burden of this new responsibility. But the transfer of power is not without sacrifices. After a few days, the stubborn General Zayadin resigns, insisting that the Second Army should be led by a younger generation. The king grumbles at the old man's stubbornness, even in retirement, annoyed that he refuses to stay. As the old guard retreats, the king orders Dinars to follow him, and she freezes for a moment at the unexpected summons as they proceed to the next stage of his grand design. She followed the king as his carriage approached the majestic residence in the old city of the capital, the home of General Zidane. As soon as the group entered, they were greeted by the household servants. The air was thick with silence, filled with the quiet dignity of a veteran's refuge. The king insisted that the old general remain seated. His voice sounded sincere and anxious as he demanded the truth about the abrupt departure, and directly asked whether the rheumatism, returning again and again, had become unbearable. With a heavy sigh, the old soldier admitted that his bodily ailments had indeed become a significant factor in his decision. The young elf silently observed everything, feeling the full weight of what had happened. For the long-lived demonic races, such chronic ailments were extremely difficult to control. The pain was not only physical, it was an unrelenting burden that even the strongest elixirs could not soothe. A particularly harsh fate awaited the burly orc, a lifetime in the saddle. He confessed, besides exhaustion, what unsettled him was that the world was moving ahead. He admitted that he could no longer grasp the rapid breakthroughs in military science followed by others, such as Schwerin. He conveyed this realization while standing at the site of devastation from the Blackstone Gatling gun. The king listened attentively, his face without any emotion, but his eyes reflected the full weight of losing a loyal commander, the inevitable step of time and progress. He listens silently as the veteran general continues his somber conversation, acknowledging that leading the army in its current state means bringing only disaster to the crown and the military. Thanks to what he witnessed in the progress, the old soldier's heart is filled only with gratitude to the monarch who changed the fate of their entire people. He recalls a time when their people lived in primitive straw huts and barely survived, gathering crumbs of food they managed to scrape together. Over the years under the king's leadership, these fragile shelters were replaced by sturdy wooden log houses, and later they gave way to permanent brick buildings. Now they live in large, cozy homes, finally free from the constant fear of where the next meal will come from. Looking back at the king, Zayatan acknowledges, it was his leadership that led their stubborn, hard people into this era of prosperity. In response to this legacy, the old soldier insists that he cannot afford to cause trouble, especially considering the colossal hardships the king has personally endured. Tears roll down his face. He bows low and begs the king to direct efforts toward the younger generation, for no gratitude can fully repay the debt they owe him. He covers his face with his gloves, unable to hold back the raw emotion of his final plea. The weight of decades of service and pride in his people's progress pour out in silent, trembling sobs, thus echoes the end of an entire era. Seeing the vulnerability of the old general, the king quietly mutters under his breath, calling him a stubborn fool. Yet, despite the harsh words, there is a warm affection and deep respect for the man who has gone through all trials with him. Nearby, the elven chief of staff silently watches the scene. Her sensitive ears catch the sound of the old general's grief. She restrains her anxious sympathy, understanding the deep bond between the monarch and his most devoted servant. Gustav stepped closer, and his voice hardened like stone. He rejected the very idea of complete retirement. He explained, younger staff officers will handle tactical details, but the old general is still needed. Let him sit above them all as a pillar of strength. And he reminded the old Hizar, such work should be easy for a man of his legendary status. Then the king shifted his gaze to the other veterans in the room, Sebek and Schwerin, and made it clear that his demand for continued service applied to them as well. He placed a heavy, reassuring hand on the sobbing general's shoulder, firmly binding them all to the future kingdom. Stunned by the king's refusal to let him fade away, the old general raised his eyes, wide open, swollen with tears. He can hardly believe that his lord still sees value in an old, sick soldier, and this realization takes his breath away, igniting a new purpose within him. Gustav nodded sharply, confirming his decision, and declared that this is how they would go together. The other generals, touched by the king's steadfastness, feel their spirits rise. They acknowledge that they must endure and rise to the occasion despite all the trials still ahead. He looks at each of them in turn, admitting, he is asking too much from people who have already given so much, especially considering their age and failing health. Yet his request is heartfelt. He confesses that the path ahead will be incomplete without his old comrades by his side, and asks them a third time once more to follow him into the unknown. He accepts the king's order through tears of deep gratitude, his voice trembling as he vows to give his life, although he considers himself unworthy of serving the crown. After her emotional outburst, she silently sits in the carriage. Her gaze is fixed downward, and the steady clatter of hooves echoes the heavy thoughts pressing on her. Opposite her, he is just as absorbed in his own reflections, and the interior of the carriage becomes for a moment a refuge for the burden of power. Even at rest, his eyes reveal a sharp, calculated focus, while outside the world flickers in the blur of autumn leaves and gravel. As he sinks into thought, she feels anxiety growing as if a distance is spreading between them, widening despite their proximity. For her, distance is more than space. It is an insurmountable chasm that no physical closeness can overcome. They sit in silence so dense it can almost be felt by touch. The distance between them is filled with words no one speaks, and the cold reality of their diverging paths. Suddenly, he notices something in the window and shouts to the driver to stop the carriage immediately. He jumps out of the carriage with astonishing agility. The sudden movement confuses everyone. Ignoring the protocols of his position, he looks back at his companion and calls her back. Let her stay, let her wait while he brings something special. The king rushes to a street vendor's cart powered by a steam engine, leaving the bewildered major general watching from the window. He is distracted by nothing, completely absorbed by the modest shop, a sharp contrast to the grand atmosphere of the royal procession. She only freezes in disbelief, her mouth barely open as she witnesses such uncharacteristic spontaneity. The tension that filled the carriage a moment ago changes to deep surprise. After a brief conversation with the vendor, he returns to the carriage door, clutching a hot paper bag. The smell of roasted nuts spreads in the air as he prepares to share his portion. He climbs back inside, his face glowing with a genuine, almost childlike enthusiasm as he shows the hot bundle. He urges her to try it, insisting it is a delicacy she won't want to miss. In the bag lie several large, perfectly roasted acorns, their shells shining from the heat. This is a simple rural snack far from the luxuries of the royal court. Major General looks at the offering with wide-open eyes and shock, trying to reconcile the image of a mighty ruler with his modest gift. She confirms her suspicion with a nod, and he explains, these roasted acorns are a favorite autumn tradition in the land of Orcs. The horse-drawn carriage clatters along the road, carrying passengers through villages and fields. Inside, the conversation about simple forest food carries a hint of doubt. Can something as humble as an acorn really be edible? Gustav, the Orc King, skillfully peels the shell off a roasted newt. His large hands are unexpectedly nimble. He reassures his companion and explains that his people have been enjoying this orc-synth snack for generations and that it is completely safe for a delicate nature. Then he challenges her with a barely noticeable smile, asking if he has ever deceived her when it came to palace matters. She accepts the gift with an expression of cautious admiration, and her fingers glide over the warm, smooth surface of the shelled nut. Doubt in her eyes begins to recede, yielding to curiosity. She takes a big bite without any hesitation. Her eyes squeeze shut convulsively as she feels the texture for the first time. Nearby, the king watches her with an understanding, impatiently expectant expression. She is overwhelmed by a wave of pure joy. Initial caution disappears without a trace, and now she is struck with wide-eyed insight by the taste she had almost rejected. The nut is a true discovery, a compressed explosion of natural sweetness, deep and earthy. It carries the warmth of the fire it was roasted over and a rich, tart aroma that speaks of the fertile soils of Orcs woods. She exclaims with genuine surprise and declares that the modest forest snack is simply incredibly tasty. Seeing her satisfaction, the king chuckles and nudges, "Take as much as you want," glad that she shared a piece of his culture. She herself tries to remove another one, encouraged by how easily he does it, but the thick, stubborn shell does not yield. She quickly realizes there is a technique, a hidden knack to uncover the treasure inside, which she has so far lacked. She indulged herself with fried treats, and her eyes opened wide as a rich sweetness spread in her mouth. Gustav nudged her to cast aside her doubts and eat to her fill, assuring her that no one was watching her unpretentious display. Supplementing the snack, he pours chilled white wine into the glass and explains that for adults this is the most proper way to enjoy acorns. He says stronger drinks are also an option, but wine gives the most harmonious balance. When he pours it, she bursts with joy as soon as she takes a sip and tastes this combination. The crisp, fragrant wine perfectly balances the earthy sweetness of acorns, so a happy smile lights up her face. She expresses her surprise at this find, not believing that such an exquisite combination could be right under her nose. Gustav quietly smiles. This is only a prelude to the joys of the upcoming Harvest Festival. While she listens, he tells more about the national holiday held every October. A time when people wear traditional clothes, beer flows freely for adults, and children roam and wander among the festive stalls. He notes city trees wrapped in national colors are a sign that the big celebration is about to begin. Hearing this, she suddenly remembers the neat rows of trees they passed earlier. She asks if these very trees were the idea for the festival, and he confirms, revealing a deeper truth. These trees are a strategic reserve, so the townspeople will not have to starve even in case of failure or famine. She gazes at the passing roadside landscapes. While the king tells how acorns once simply rotted away, but now they have become proof of his successful reign, she listens. She acknowledges the peace that now prevails, yet she cannot help but feel their reality is changing. After his words, she is overwhelmed by a deep realization as she looks at the man beside her. She recalls how General Zayatin said he has been building this nation for 200 years, first from a modest grass hut, then to a sturdy log cabin, and later to the brick heart of the modern capital, laid on lime and mortar. In response to this legacy, she here and now rejects any outdated, narrow-minded doubts. Leaning closer to him, she dares to let go of petty emotions that once clouded her judgment. In the silence of the carriage, in that same luxurious closeness, they sit together, glasses of wine in their hands. Her determination becomes an unbreakable vow. She feels in her heart she will follow him to the ends of the earth. Meanwhile, the carriage rolls on a solitary center of state affairs, moving through the meticulously planned streets of the city. But history often treats the most meticulous plans indifferently, and often arises at moments that scientists call points of no-return, events that irrevocably change the course of entire states. These shifts often happen in the quiet moments before the storm of conflict erupts. When the political landscape shifts, attention turns to human diplomats. Special Envoy Sir Martin George Aston and Claude Maxwell, Ambassador of Orcson, are already ready to play their roles in this unfolding drama. He steps forward to greet King Orcson. Their hands meet in a firm diplomatic handshake. In the hall, solemn silence, and the air is thick with long-awaited reunions. Gustav greets him warmly and reminds him how much time has passed since their last meeting, and the human envoy conveys wishes for the king to continue helping. After the initial formalities, the company settles into soft armchairs and takes up more intellectual matters. Gustav asks about a specific scientific work, Pontoppidan's Natural History. He is interested in his own reflections on the text, as well as how it relates to other historical records. The special envoy finds the subject deeply interesting, and explains that he compares his work with the great natural history. His face is full of focused scientific concentration, a sharp contrast to the light smile of his companion, Ambassador Maxwell, who watches this conversation with quiet interest. This shared passion for knowledge is no accident. The envoy is known as one of the world's foremost researchers of demonic races. Over the years, he and Gustav have formed a rare, private connection, often exchanging valuable volumes from their personal collections. It is a friendship built on mutual respect, so the current political necessity of their meeting weighs heavily. He shifts the narrative from personal memories to the realm of official duty, and with extraordinary solemnity extends a formal document. A sealed personal letter from Queen Elfland, entrusted to him by the government to deliver directly into the hands of the King of the Orcs, a moment that becomes a turning point in their diplomatic relations. Meanwhile, Orcson officials watch the exchange closely, assessing everything carefully and immediately reading the strategic meaning of this gesture. They note, Elfland has been diplomatically isolated, so this sudden move becomes a critical event. The return of such personal correspondence indicates a change in the geopolitical landscape, exactly what they have long awaited. This one letter is only the beginning of a long, exhausting process of requests and formal responses. Officials estimate that the next diplomatic splash will likely last a year or two, a term that catches many in Orcson's leadership by surprise as they weigh the consequences of this slow, drawn-out affair. Despite the slow diplomatic pace, military leaders are already looking toward the horizon of conflict. General Graben insists that the army would prefer to start any possible combat operations in the summer, while Admiral Nelsdorf calculates that a pause until next summer will allow his newest warships to be fully operational and ready for battle. He carefully slips the silver blade under the seal on the royal envelope. The weight of the moment falls heavily on the silent room until the seal gives way. As the parchment unfolds, it becomes clear. The content is by no means diplomatic. The message is written in elegant elven script and the common language of Camelot, a conscious choice to preserve every nuance. It demands that Orcs officially recognize the absolute sovereignty of Elfland and cease any interference in their internal affairs, particularly regarding the treatment of dark elves. Next to him, the foreign minister, Clemens Bülow, runs through the lines, and incredulity grows in his gaze. The language here does not resemble calm negotiations, rather a haughty ultimatum that leaves too little room for discussion. The text becomes even more provocative. It states that the Kingdom of Elfland retains all rights to the Sylvan River Basin. Its demand is that Orcs give a written oath never to violate these borders again, effectively demanding the surrender of territory. After these demands, the king's face hardens, and his gaze turns into a mask of cold fury. His fangs clench as he realizes the boundless audacity of the Elven court. They have made a catastrophic diplomatic mistake that cannot be ignored. The letter continues to scorch with a stinging insult. Supposedly, the Orcs have been so long cut off that they might have forgotten the weight of words. And then, it mockingly jabs, saying the message was sent in 2 languages so even stupid pigs could understand its meaning. This arrogance is reinforced by a territorial claim that ignores reality. By naming the entire Sylvan River Basin, Elfland effectively appropriated lands belonging to Orcs for generations, and the diplomatic gesture turned into an outright provocation. He trembles with rage, about to lose his composure. The monarch leans on the table with his whole body, and his breath comes in ragged gasps. He forcefully slaps the offensive document before the stunned ambassadors. A hoarse, growling voice demands that they see with their own eyes the blatant disrespect the queen showed to his people. He paces the room like a beast in a cage, and his voice rumbles with indignation as he recounts the Elven queen's demands, ordered to leave the Sylvan River Basin, and such a demand to be formalized in writing. For him, this is an insult beyond measure. Opposite him, human envoys sit in stunned silence, and Maxwell's gaze slides over the document that challenges centuries of established rule since 1220. The words seem to press on the air between them. His face twists into a mask of pure, flawless fury. In all his years, he has never seen a diplomatic letter so utterly shameless. Despite the tension, the envoys leave almost immediately, and as their carriage rattles away from the palace, they express sincere gratitude for the king's mediation. Returning to his foreign minister, the king turns his anger into cold, deliberate resolve. Bülow has achieved exactly what was needed, a justification for war that no one can contest. He immediately growls that his agitators and loyal wolf Advan be summoned at once. This message cuts through the command walls in waves, reaching General Zebek and General Graben as they prepare for the inevitable shift from diplomacy to mobilization. Even the naval command is on its feet. Admiral Nelsdorf descends the palace stairs with ominous focus and stubborn determination. Soon the room fills with the best military minds of the country, their faces marked by the weight of the decision they were just forced to make. While the admiral rules a statement that his newest ships are not yet ready for battle, the army leaders stand firm and insist. They are ready to fight as long as the season still allows such a large-scale operation. He stands among the gathered leadership and watches as the full weight of the decision finally settles on the room. With cold inevitability, Gustav announces, if the elves seek conflict, they will have it, and orders the generals to immediately begin the operation. His voice echoes through the space with the absolute authority of a king pushed to the limits of patience. By his order, a single coded word is transmitted via telegraph lines across the entire Kingdom Silver. This is the shortest military dispatch in the history of Orcs, and its meaning is absolute. It signals every soldier and scout in the field that the gears of war have finally started turning. From the front lines to hidden posts, the message is received with grim understanding. This signal triggers the full activation of the invasion plan against Elfland, and the top command echelon steps forward before the coming storm. It is led by the unyielding Major General Ivisral Anorand, alongside veterans like Seebeck and Schwerin. The army prepares to implement the strategy they have been developing for months. The air thickens with anticipation of a campaign that will reshape the continent's future. Standing before strategic maps, she fixed her gaze on the horizon where their fate lies, never taking her eyes off the path ahead. The route is singular and unwavering. It leads straight to the borders of Elfland, while the Orcs war machine prepares to cross the threshold and enter enemy territory. With a loaf of bread in hand, she embodies the cold, precise accuracy of the upcoming assault. The senior command staff of the Orcs army gathered in a somber assembly, a coordinated council of strategists, who would later call this turning point in history the 3 Days of Magic. General Seebeck took control of the colossal task to gather 500,000 soldiers from all corners of the country to the border. An operation that would have taken another state months was executed with surgical precision in just 72 hours, and the world stood stunned before the fact. Such efficiency left the military attachés of rival states in a state of complete disbelief. They could not comprehend the incredible speed of the Yorkson machine. To put this in scale, historical records show that when a neighboring kingdom tried a similar mobilization of 700,000 men 15 years earlier, it took a full 4 months, highlighting the terrifying progress of Orcsan logistics. While the world remained unaware, the Orcs from infantry began a silent advance, stealthily creeping toward the Elfland border under a veil of secrecy, preparing a complete strategic surprise. On the diplomatic front, the leadership chose the path of calculated silence. They did not disclose the fiery correspondence received from the Elfland government, effectively burying the incident to prevent premature escalation that could warn their enemies. This deliberate lack of transparency made foreign offices in Camelot believe that a peaceful settlement could still be saved. They remained hopeful, unaware that the gears of war were already turning and that the time for talks had long passed. Mobilization orders are being handed out under the guise of scheduled exercise of deception to divert the world's attention from massive troop transfers, while the soldiers themselves are kept in the role of just another seasonal training. While the gears of war turn, she coins from the aircuts into the silence of the forest and rushes forward, and thoughts again and again hang on the king as she prepares for the coming storm. She officially visited King Gustav as the commander of the Anfangria brigade to deliver her formal greetings to him. Although all this is true, the private farewell took place a few days earlier. This private farewell was a storm of shared heat and desperate longing, a fire of body and soul that threatened to burn them both. In those stolen moments, the boundaries between the monarch and the commander disappeared. Their place was taken by a crude, mutual thirst that sought to extinguish every last drop of their fervor. Their hands clasped in a silent promise. She was not one of those women who seek sweet banalitas, and he understood her soul too deeply to offer her such words. Now, standing as the vanguard of the 1st Army Corps, she prepares to lead an attack across the border. Her experience in reconnaissance and mobility makes her the perfect wedge for Gustav's direct command. Checking the special device on her wrist, she notices a subordinate sneaking up uncertainly and asking when to expect the deploymentas. The moment of the first strike is imminent. She silently looks down at the gift. A soft, uncharacteristic blush flares on her cheeks, and she identifies the device as a wristwatch. This exquisite clockwork mechanism was a personal gift from the king himself, a present given to her just a few days before. Turning to the head butler Felix, she notices that such inventiveness is amazingly practical for the cavalry, although she quietly considers it a deep symbol of her monarch's trust and the expectations placed on her. While she prepares for the impending clash, she once again reaffirms her determination to be the king's enemy stubbornly, without any hesitation, not stopping her step even in the very midst of the invasion. Nearby, in the silence of the study, the king remains immersed in reading. His gigantic figure is relaxed, and the faithful shepherd wolf Advent calmly rests at his feet. He looks up from the pages to notice her presence, and casually asks if she is heading to the front immediately. The sudden attention throws her off balance. For a moment her composure breaks and a nervous, trembling shiver covers her, causing her software to fail and ask a worried question. Quickly covering her anxiety with loud, witty laughter, she states that his unbreakable composure is a great support for the subordinates, and she feels calm knowing that even on the eve of war their king does not change. He approaches the king in his private study, and his gaze involuntarily catches on the volumes lined up along the walls. Gustav, sitting comfortably, lifts his eyes from his own thoughts to acknowledge the presence of the major of the general service. Reaching for the needed book, the king hands it to her and hints, "Let her take it with her on the road." He only asks one thing after reading it: to return it to its place on the shelf. The volume is a collection of ancient, strange tales from across the continent, a book she had long dreamed of learning about but never found the time to open. A barely soft, sincere smile touches her lips as she presses the gift to her chest, catching a moment of silence and peace amid the looming shadow of conflict. With a word of sincere gratitude, she turns to leave and goes to meet her duty, leaving the king and his faithful wolf companion in the silence of the study. Time moves forward. Only a few days remain until October 14. 2 days until the planned invasion, and signal flags on the masts flutter, summoning all fleet commanders to the final assembly. In the noisy maritime stronghold of Groshafen, the air is thick with salt and coal smoke, Senior officers gather on the flagship's deck. The weight of the moment finally reaches everyone as the word war is whispered quietly among them. In the dimly lit command cabin, the admiral stands before the gathered captains, and his voice thunders as he demands their complete focus on the final briefing before the fleet sets out to sea. He stands before the assembled officers, and his voice loudly breaks the silence as he challenges any signs of hesitation. As the fleet commander in the high seas, his figure is as unyielding as the battleships he leads, and he demands absolute decisiveness from his subordinates. Continuing his speech, he reminds the gathered commanders, this is the moment they have long awaited, an invitation from the king himself to engage in the final, decisive battle against their ancient rivals, the Elfland. The officers absorb the power of these words, and their resolve only strengthens as they affirm their shared desire to achieve victory. With a roar of collective approval, the hall erupts in a display of unity. He says only preparation remains, and the officers raise their glasses and deliver a fiery toast. The clinking of glass echoes their shared dedication to the upcoming invasion. Outside, the energy of the briefing spills over to the harbor. Sailors in small boats laugh with joy with the same enthusiasm. They exchange chatter about the coming victory and plan celebrations in advance as soon as they manage to land on enemy shores. Against the backdrop of the fleet's fierce formation, the admiral stands on the bridge of his flagship, adjusts his cap, and looks toward the horizon. Then he speaks to his chief of staff. His voice lowers, calms, as the truth of the mission finally settles on his shoulders. They stand side by the railings. Two officers look out at the endless crowd of warships. They talk about the grim possibilities of the campaign, acknowledging, even if they are destined to go down, they will still deal a devastating blow to the enemies, taking them down together. Below them, the harbor is a forest of masts and smokestacks, a testament to the industrial power of Orcs. A small vessel cuts through the water among the giants, carrying the last orders as the sun begins to set on the last day of peace. On the deck of the armored ship MUI stand Commander Greeneman and Lieutenant Bilk. They are ready. Their faces are stern but determined. The success of the entire operation rests on the shoulders of every sailor in the fleet. He turns to Chief Engineer Homan and asks if the gunboat Cormoran is ready to depart. The latter responds uncertainly, saying they are facing serious difficulties in making the ship seaworthy. The engineer explains, the root of the problem is the fuel. The limited Navy budget left them only third-rate, low-quality coal that barely smolders. The commander initially looks stunned at the supplies but quickly reassures his subordinate. The shortage will be resolved in a moment. As promised, a huge coal ship approaches the docks, and this immediately triggers the order to summon everyone to work, to begin the exhausting refueling of the fleet. Under the watchful eye of the major, who increasingly muffles the noise, the team engages in destructive work, pulling baskets of fuel while they are ordered to fill the shelter to the limit. The supply chest rolls without stopping. A train loaded with even more coal rumbles into the port, and the fleet's need for fuel for the upcoming journey is fully met. When the engines finally roared, the armored boat Cormoran once again joins the ranks of the so-called scrap metal fleet, ready for the future conflict, while officers observe from the deck of MUI. While the fleet prepares at sea, the Army's land divisions simultaneously begin their first movements, signaling the full mobilization of all branches of the military. They squeeze into each other in the leaking freight cars and grumble about the lack of proper passenger transport, while a young private towel belt forcefully searches for at least a little space to breathe amid the crowd of his comrades. He and his fellow soldiers rush through endless empty spaces, while the steam engine incessantly creaks and pushes forward, dragging a thick trail of smoke into the pale sky. In the cramped truck wagons, the air is suffocated with soot, and the tired troops grumble incessantly. They discuss their course northward, and the fact that winter gear was issued looks to them like a direct sign. Ahead lies a cold target. While some try to find rest in the wagon's crush and among the transport horses, the young Cobalt silently stares at the landscape sliding past the window. His face is calm concentration. Nearby, an orc soldier rubs his eyes. It is impossible to sleep in these uncomfortable conditions. The locomotive finally pulls up to a neglected station, briefly stopping near a towering water tank. The soldiers groan. Their bodies ache after long confinement, but the officer immediately harshly slaps down orders, forcing them to stay in place and quashing any hope for a proper warm-up. A wave of excitement suddenly sweeps through the ranks as soon as food is announced. The chance to eat gives the exhausted fighters a rare moment of joy. They raise their hands in anticipation. Their voices merge into a chorus of hunger. The simple word food becomes a battle cry that for a moment erases all the exhausting routine of mobilization from their faces. Rations are distributed, strong military soup, full of everything they manage to find, and thick pieces of hardtack. To drive away the icy cold, they are also given a portion of strong alcohol to soldiers gratefully drink and feel warmth spreading through their tired hands and feet. When night falls on the outskirts of Langenfeld in the Hugelberg region, the rails stretch into the darkness toward the western border. The rhythmic clatter of wheels does not cease, and the battle machine Orcsen approaches ever closer to the front line. On a long section of track near Langenfeld, a group of Orcsen engineers worked with practical precision. One worker lay flat on the iron rails, squinted to check the alignment, and noted that the level was off by only 10 millimeters. His partner agreed, marveling at how they managed to maintain such accuracy even without their standard measuring tools. As soon as the discrepancy was identified, the teams immediately fell into the rhythm of hard work. Pickaxes rose and fell in perfect unison. They chanted about pride in the railway and about the duty to guarantee the safety of every transport passing through their territory. When the first light of morning approached, the foreman sharply blew his whistle, a signal that the repairs were finished on time for the first morning locomotive halt. He watched as a distant figure of a train appeared on the horizon, and the rhythmic roar of its engine grew louder with each minute as it approached the newly leveled tracks. The coachman, adjusting his glasses, observed with quiet satisfaction. He knew that the team who had worked their fingers to the bone all night had paved the way for vital cargo destined for the front. As soon as the train passed safely, the tension of the night's work finally began to ease, replaced by the exhausting hungry torment of tired men. They gathered their tools and headed to a small clearing near the tracks. The delicious aroma of cooked food was already rising in the crisp morning air. In a display of military ingenuity, they used square-headed shovels as temporary grill grates, polishing the metal until it shone as brightly as an orc's tusk. This culinary tradition, born from the cleverness of guards and drivers, allowed them to sizzle sausages and fry eggs directly over the heat, turning an ordinary work tool into cookware for a hearty meal. They gathered again in the early light, warmed themselves by the fire, and enjoyed the simple joy of a hot breakfast. One of the workers offered to prepare a portion for the chief, who accepted it with a grateful nod. Friendship between units strengthened by shared hardships and the quiet victory of a job well done. The leader sits with his people, holding simple food, while one of the subordinates showers him with praise. The young orc presses on, saying that with such leadership, advancement on their sectional sheet is surely close at hand. He accepts the compliment with a modest but tired smile, saying that university-bred engineers often look down on their kind, but this soldier managed to anticipate and trusted his own mind. He encourages the young man, insisting that he too must strive for greatness. The veteran, unhurried, takes a long, thoughtful sip from his mug and recalls the quiet pride of his work. In his opinion, the true spirit of the railway line is not in the blueprints, but in the sweat and dedication of the men who maintain it. When night falls on the land, the group huddles around a crackling fire. The orange light flickers against the dark silhouettes of the surrounding forest. One of the men breaks the silence and asks the elder if he noticed the train that just thundered past. The rhythmic clinking of iron wheels on rails cuts through the evening silence. The heavy locomotive, wrapped in darkness, rushes through the night, and its passage merges into a continuous flash of mechanical power. Turning back to the warmth of the campfire, the subordinate counts them, noting, "Today is already the 6th military transport, and they all soar, flying to the same front." The master's face Hardench warns the young soldier not to make such remarks about it. By morning, the scale of mobilization becomes impossible to miss. An endless sea of tents and columns marching stretch all the way to the horizon. Watching another train packed with armed troops roll by, the soldiers quietly whisper, doubting the official claim that this is just routine divisional exercises. Among the onlookers, Florian, whose heart is sinking, watches the endless procession, the rider officer, and that unbearable burden of gathered power that erases the last illusions. Awareness overwhelms him with cold finality. This is no longer training, this is the beginning of war. They and their fellow soldiers can no longer deny the truth. Massive iron engines roar, carrying the fury of the entire state. The realization that they will finally clash in battle with the elven forces spreads through the ranks like a steppe fire, turning their nervous anticipation into cold, firm certainty of real war. Florian fixates on the mobilization order. His hands tremble slightly as the weight of what has happened finally sinks in. He and the rest choke in the haze of brass and the rhythm of drumbeats until the atmosphere changes to a feverish, patriotic fervor. Soldiers lift heavy equipment and climb into the waiting wagons, their movements merging with the marching tempo of the military band echoing through the platform. They are seen off by a wave of waving hats and frantic shouts, a clamor of voices craving luck and swift victory. The platform flickers with continuous movement. Both civilians and their comrades reach out to meet them. On their faces is the imprint of pride and silent fear of what lies ahead. When the locomotive roars and moves on, dragging behind it a thick trail of black smoke across the horizon, the spirit of mobilization covers even the most distant corners of the rural area. Workers stop in the golden fields, raise their hats, and silently salute the passing steel truth that carries the kingdom's hopes to the front line. Far from the noisy railway yards, in the quiet settlement of Dark Elves Walterberg, a young woman named Cortina Morian pauses her work in the field, her attention caught by a strange disturbance. Below the ridge suddenly sounds a sharp, short call for an urgent assembly, shattering the afternoon calm. The local garrison drops their tools and prepares for immediate deployment. She throws down the basket and rushes at full speed along the narrow, cobbled streets, her heart pounding under her ribs as she calls Sigurd. The village, once quiet and hardworking, has turned into a hive of activity. Soldiers in dark uniforms bustle toward the assembly point. When she finally catches up with him, the grim clench of his jaw tells her everything she needs to know before he says a word. He confirms the worst fears and explains that this is no longer just an exercise. An order for full mobilization has been issued, and now the mechanisms of conflict are turning seriously. He sharply pulls her into a wild, final embrace. The cold metal of his uniform contrasts with the warmth of their shared life. With a bittersweet smile, he asks her to hold on and not waste the fields, promises to return, and turns to join the column that begins to march, leaving her to watch through a veil of tears that never fall. He walks away, leaving behind the simple life of the village. This is reminded by the abandoned hat lying on the dusty path. When the silhouette blurs, Gertina stands among her own and the weight of the moment presses on her. The air thickens with a gloomy premonition. The other villagers proclaim, the day they have long awaited has finally come. Now they can take revenge for past losses. Filled with sudden, furious determination, she grits her teeth and rushes to the center of the village. An irresistible need to make her contribution to the cause drives her. Breaking into the communal warehouse, she tears the doors open and the sound of her arrival echoes through the bustling hall where others are already busy at work. Inside, she begins hauling heavy sacks of grain with strength and determined purpose and immediately attracts the attention of the young officer Nuryana. The officer, serving in the bakery company, watches in amazement as Gertina tirelessly stacks supplies, insisting that every crumb of food will be needed by the soldiers on the front line. With a trembling hand, she hands the supplies to the officer, promising, she will do everything to produce as much wheat and bread as possible to feed them. Narina accepts the help with a grateful smile, touched by the civilians' passionate dedication to the common cause in the war. Tears stream down her face, but through a determined smile she vows, she will stand here in their new homeland until those who went on the campaign return safely. Neri approaches and nods in agreement, hinting that after the conflict ends, when they return, they will need to celebrate together at the local tavern. When early summer takes root on the earth, dark elven refugees feel a certain stability in the new environment. In the golden light of the fields, they cultivate the land with quiet tranquility. The primal chaos of their migration subsides, and a calm, industrious rhythm sets in as they lay the foundation for the future in this adopted territory. When the carriage shook along the road, the conversation touched on the legendary orange sherbet. It was served in a specific cafe near the royal palace, and it was claimed that its taste was of unparalleled quality. Arriving in the capital Schwerin, they made their way through the bustling Mitt district until they came across a cafe sign. Edith finally appeared in sight, promising a brief respite from business. When the dessert was placed before them, its shimmering crystalline appearance and bright aroma of fresh citrus made both women freeze with wide-open eyes full of anticipation. This exquisite delicacy was a true triumph of modern logistics. It was made from natural northern eyes, delivered in magically cooled containers and blended with the sharpness and softness of premium oranges. Biting off the first piece, the fair-haired elf closed her eyes in delight, savoring what she could only describe as pure sweet nectar melting on her tongue. His partner followed him. The taste was an incredible combination of refreshing coolness and a deep, bright aroma that seemed to wash all the dust off the road. While they sat in the silence and warmth of the cafe, they made a promise to return here to a place of peace as soon as the current trials were over. They laughed together and decided, on the next visit they would definitely bring Sigurd along so that all three could share the simple joy of the best apartments in the capital. She clings to him tightly one last time. A silent promise hangs in the air while the rest of the unit prepares to move out. The hugs are brief, but heavy with the fears awaiting those going to the front line. Nearby, a group of young people and their caretakers give a farewell chorus. Their voices are a fragile hope before the coming storm. They wave with an innocence that sharply cuts through the harsh reality of soldiers' departure. Hearing their shouts, the dark elf turns sharply, her eyes wide open as she feels the weight of the moment. The realization that their peaceful days have truly ended begins to settle deeply within her. The rain-crisp skin crunches as the riders tighten their mouths to keep the pace. The rhythmic pounding of hooves signals that the break is over. Every movement now obeys military precision. At the head of the column sits an officer steady, tall in the saddle. Her gaze fixed forward, even as her friend watches from the roadside. The transition from companion to commander is complete. She prepares to lead her troops out of the city. She glances back at the crowd for a moment, her voice steady as she announces the departure to the front. There is no hesitation in her tone, only the cold duty of soldiers. With one last sharp look of trust, she entrusts her companion with the remaining duties, and the dark elf has to swallow tears and find her own resolve. The silent exchange between them speaks of a bond that war does not easily break. The cavalry disappears into the distance, and a bitter reality settles over the capital. No matter what anyone wants, the war against Elfland has already begun. The rest is over now. A long shadow of conflict stretches over everything. While Gertino watches from afar, the scale of mobilization becomes a matter of cold mathematics. The numbers are easy to record. 460,000 souls deployed on a front stretching 260 kilometers. But these figures represent a diversity of lives: orcs, kobolds, dwarves, giant wolves, and dark elves, each with their own story. Among this vast army is a general. His entire being is rooted in the rigid structure of the army, and his face is like a map of former campaigns. He is supported by the next generation of leadership, among them a staff officer who has just come out of the corridors of the Army War College. His uniform is still fresh, not yet stained by the dirt of the front. Above the marching columns, a mighty ranger eagle keeps a vigilant watch. Its sharp eyes scour the horizon for weather changes that could disrupt the advance. The army is a tapestry of former lives. Here an officer who once stood before a classroom now leads people, and a lieutenant who once managed magical letters at the post keeps communication and lines open. Strength relies on people like the sergeant major who clawed his way up from the bottom, earning his place only through persistence, and the sergeant, whose stern appearance hides a lifetime of discipline. Even among corporals, there is a mix of bravado and hidden kindness. They march alongside soldiers who until recently were just trying to survive by selling sausages on street corners. From workers in entertainment districts, to men with families in paint shops and intermediaries in gambling dens, the entire society is forged into one relentless fighting machine. They are held together by a vast logistical network. Horse-drawn wagons loaded with weapons and ammunition become the living veins of the offensive front. This is a mobilization not only of people, but of all resources the nation can gather, from the best war horses to heavy supply wagons. This industrial might was forged from raw materials, iron or wood, that only a few years ago were still part of a quiet, untouched landscape. Now these resources have been transformed into heavy artillery, standing as a testament to the kingdom's rapid and relentless industrialization. These giant guns are carefully loaded onto railway platforms by special railway workers. The coordination between the civilian workforce and the military is flawless. The heavy firepower needed for the invasion reaches the distant theater of operations with mechanical precision. At the factories, a skilled orc carefully inspects every artillery shell. His hands, hardened from years of grueling labor, bring each weapon unit up to exacting standards, ready to be fired at the enemy in an instant. Nearby, his colleagues meticulously inspect boxes of rifle cartridges. Each bullet is checked and rechecked, because in the heat of battle, a single defect can decide whether there will be victory or if a soldier's life will end too soon. The scale of this movement is impressive. Thousands of horses and carts, many of which once belonged to simple farmers, are now integrated into a disciplined, controlled system. This is calculated chaos, a gigantic deployment where every animal and every cart has its place in the overall design. It raises a fundamental question: what truly constitutes an army? Is it merely a gathering of soldiers or the unified will of the people? Leaders from every corner of the kingdom, orcs, kobolds, and dwarves too, stand shoulder to shoulder, their diverse origins forged into one deadly instrument of war. Ultimately, such power does not appear out of nowhere magic. It is the result of years of planning, industrialization, and the collective sacrifice of an entire nation. And now, under the watchful eyes of the commanders, the Orcsian army is ready to make history. He stood unwaveringly beside the elven chieftain. His face was frozen in a mask of stern determination as he dismissed any thoughts of compromise and declared that their path was already set. On October 29, 876 of the star calendar, the locomotive cuts through the rural area. Smoke trails behind it against the pale haze as it carries the first wave of mobilization. In the carriage, 7 days before the planned invasion, elven commanders sit in quiet contemplation. Dinnery, artists, and Rinway maintain a professional but tense silence as the rhythm of the tracks underscores the weight of their mission. Looking at the landscape rushing past the window, she remembers the mobilization of the Enfant Cry Brigade. The wheels of war are already turning, and there is no way back. Meanwhile, in the very heart of the kingdom 6 days before the striketh royal residence rises majestically under the clear sky. It is time for the sovereign to step forward and take their place. He prepares for the road ahead, adjusting his hat with a steady hand. Standing nearby is Major Muffling, ready at every moment. He meets the king's silent determination with a sharp screech. He goes out into the inner courtyard. His movements are purposeful, and his presence immediately makes the soldiers straighten up and salute. King Orcson is no longer a distant figure. He is a commander who acts on the move. To maintain incognito, the royal carriage quietly slips through the back gates of the residence. Under the watchful eye of the elven guard, the final pieces of the grand plan finally fall into place. She watched as the carriage rattled over the cobblestones through the city streets, until it pulled up at the stop by the Ministry of Agriculture to transfer to a more modest mid-range transport. This inconspicuous transport, meanwhile, continued its journey, quietly gliding towards the spacious training grounds of the capital. On the southern passing track, the king paused to adjust his collar and tie, preparing for the next stage of mobilization. Standing on the platform, a major suppression raised the question of why change the secret carriage in the ministry at all, and the monarch simply gave a conscious, silent smile with a twinkle in his eyes. He finally admitted, "He arranged this detour simply because he liked my idea." The explanation left his companions surprised, but in this unusual, frivolous tone, there was a deeper reason from the events that happened the day before. He recalled the zeal at the university. Professor Steinmetz stood before a crowd of impatient students, passionately demanding the submission of Elfland and offering his own life for this cause. The burden of those expectations fell on the king's shoulders, and he stepped onto the train, leaving the officers to wonder what steadfastness lay beneath his feigned frivolity. He boards the Century Star, the royal train, specially allocated for him. The giant steam engine hisses and releases a thick cloud of white steam while the train stands at the station, ready to depart. When the pistons begin to swing, the full power of the OB-8 locomotive immediately becomes apparent. It is a true engineering marvel. It must pull the heavy weight of the royal cortege across the vast expanses of the continent and do so with unwavering reliability. The train is a mobile fortress and palace made up of 8 specialized carriages. From the locomotive to the observation car at the tail, sleeping quarters for the staff, its own magical communication hub, and even a dining car. The royal chambers are especially luxurious, a marble bath and a grand piano for royal entertainments during the long journey. In the narrow corridors, the air is kept perfectly balanced thanks to advanced magical heating and cooling systems. An elite elven guard stands watch while professional chefs prepare dishes rivaling the best restaurants in the capital, ensuring the king never loses comfort even once. In the soft interior of his private carriage, the king sits in silence and contemplates alongside his faithful companion, Advent. He gave this structure a name in honor of the bloody civil war from the new continent, a choice whose burden no one can truly comprehend while they rush to the front. His face remains inscrutable while he looks outside. The true meaning of the name Century Star is known only to him. Nearby, Major Muffling stays on alert, by no means imbued with silence, a silent shadow for his supreme who watches the royal contemplation. Outside the private compartment, the atmosphere is tense and businesslike. Artists on the runway stand as silent sentinels, sharp gazes, unbreakable resolve as they prepare for the path ahead, honoring the presence of their king with strict duty there. They enter a specialized unit of 26 elite elven guards, responsible for the king's personal protection. They are led by artists. These warriors embody the pinnacle of integrated Elfine military power and have sworn only one oath: to protect the Orcs and the crown as the train begins its long journey. She introduces her carefully selected team and explains that these people were chosen from 200 candidates, all of whom fought alongside her during the escape from Sylvan River. To demonstrate their skill, she notes, each member is a master marksman, able to hit a target drawn on a playing card from 20 steps away and still on the move. Thanks to their unwavering dedication, they are ready to become a human shield for the king. They have been trained to exhaustion to remove any hesitation and guarantee. They will instantly eliminate any threat that dares to approach. Hearing this, the king responds with a quiet, muffled grunt of understanding, and nothing is readable on his face. He absorbs the weight of their commitment. Artists continues and outlines their security protocols. 8 guards will work in 3 shifts so that at least 2 are always present beside him even when he sleeps. Despite her professional restraint, she leans closer to warn personally and says that, although she doubts he has cause for concern, she feels the need to speak directly. When she enters his personal space, the king raises his gaze. His curiosity ignites from the sharp change in her tone. A peak of burning fury blazes in her eyes, and she swears, if he ever tries to cross the boundary of her private life or the lives of her subordinates, her loyalty will vanish. She promises she will personally tear him apart if he dares to offend the deep devotion of her team. She leans forward, her face a mask of predatory focus as she utters the final cold warning. Her voice low, dangerously hoarse, promises that wherever he hides, even in the most disgraceful place, she will still track him down all the way to the gates of hell. She swears to end his life with her own hands if he even dares to cross the line she has drawn, and in her eyes burns such blatant determination that there is no room left for doubt. To such a deadly ultimatum, the king responds only with a calm, almost warm smile. He seems not at all frightened by her fierce power. In fact, he finds it refreshing, even worthy of respect. Holding a steady, impassive gaze, he simply accepts her terms, quietly without unnecessary words, and gives a promise that he fully understands her position. This unexpected lack of resistance throws her off balance. A faint blush of shame runs across her cheeks as her aggressive stance weakens. And he, the king, finds a strange semblance of calm in her commanding stubbornness. In the silence, he admits to himself, managing such a fiery and meticulous woman turns out to be strangely within his power. The heavy atmosphere in the room begins to change as soon as the conversation turns to the grim realities of the upcoming war. The elite guards freeze in place, their presence a silent testament to the new strict security protocols now surrounding the king as he prepares to lead his nation into war. Shortly after this, the Century Star locomotive sets off on its journey, leaves the station with deliberate, muted precision. There is no crowd shouting and no solemn farewells. The train glides through the landscape like a ghost. Its secret departures mark the true start of the Orcs' military offensive to the border. Before departing, the king carefully arranged the governance of his land. He entrusted domestic power to Minister Roan and all the intricacies of foreign diplomacy to Minister Bulow. He also conducted final, thorough briefings with the designated successors to ensure continuity. But the greatest friction was caused by his specific order regarding the start of hostilities. The king insisted, the official declaration of war must be delivered to the Elfland government through the neutral institutions of Camelot exactly 2 hours before the invasion. Because of this, Major General Graven was noticeably stunned, could not understand why the king voluntarily gave up the strategic advantage of a surprise attack. The dispute over this point of honor continues. The king perceives the declaration as a necessary formality, just like exchanging terms before a duel. To act otherwise would mean betraying the spirit of chivalry, and this thought momentarily shakes the ground beneath the feet of some of his pragmatically minded officers, particularly the artists. He does not waver from this thought. Even in a war with a hated ancient enemy, an invasion without an official declaration will leave an indelible mark on the history of Orcson. He shifts his gaze to the officers. His face is stern as he explains that such a dishonorable act will be remembered for generations. He asks for their understanding and insists, the moral state of their nation must be preserved even at the cost of tactical convenience. He remains steadfast in his decision and states that Elfland will not have time to gather any effective counter-strategy within 2 hours of notification. Graven listens intently as the king justifies the timing, emphasizing that tactical surprise weighs less than the integrity of the state. To illustrate his point, the king explains, a diplomat's work often begins with empty chatter until official negotiations start. He says such courtesies exchanged by Ambassador Maxwell and Captain Lano will almost certainly consume a significant portion of that time in our window. When Graben suggests a shorter 1-hour warning, the king immediately rejects it. He insists, any unforeseen delay could result in the announcement arriving after the first shotsen that would be an insurmountable breach of honor. He confirms the 2-hour window with Graben, who, bowing, acknowledges the order. When the tension from the war subsides and eases, the king's attention shifts to something else. He calls to M. Affling, who stands nearby and is already ready for the next series of orders as they head to the front line. Instead of military strategy, the king excitedly points to a local delicacy from the guidebook, the Itters Chequia hearty pie with lots of eggs. He says the sweets at the nearest station are supposedly very famous and worth detouring for. According to the description, the king decides they must buy it. Muffling agrees to go for the treat and bring it back. The king reminds him not to forget the share for the guard. This way he keeps the mood of his personal escort high. When Muffling prepares to set off, he stops, and for a moment gives way to a slight anxiety. He wonders aloud whether his detour for the sweets will be misunderstood by Major General and Ariel, and whether she will be angered by such a trifle during the war. The king suddenly twitched when Advent approached from behind. That huge she-wolf nudged him with her nose. The unexpected touch from his faithful companion distracted thoughts about the pastry and reminded him again of the wild sides of their journey. He sat in the quiet luxury of the carriage, and his thoughts drifted from the simple pleasure of local pastries to the complex, often bitter aftertaste of international diplomacy. He longed for the war to be a heavy burden, But the maneuvers of diplomats were often more repulsive than the straightforwardness of conflict. Under the cover of a clear October night, days before the planned invasion of the Meltmea region, the city of Rabia Capuza stood still in silence. Far from the front line, strategic mechanisms were already turning. The Third Army under the command of General Schwerin began its silent advance to the border. To support such a large-scale movement, a rear logistics general headquarters was created for Operation White Silver. Inside the bustling office, officers worked tirelessly under the flicker of desk lamps, surrounded by stacks of papers and the continuous hum of administrative urgency. At the very center of this logistical storm stood a figure of unexpected origin, Major General Gillimcate, a dwarf with a formidable reputation and former head of the Logistics Bureau at the Army headquarters. Now he served as Inspector General. His keen eyes scanned reports while he momentarily took up food. While chewing, he listened to reports from subordinates. They confirmed that mobilization was proceeding without any problems. A disciplined confidence hung in the air. The complex military machine Orcson moved under his watchful gaze in perfect synchronization. Striving to swallow, the general reminded those present. Within the domain of supply stations, his authority was absolute even over high-ranking generals and the king himself. After that, he shifted attention to the specific needs of the Dark Elven Brigade, ensuring that no detail escaped preparation. Wiping his mouth, he reflected on a long career as a specialist in military railway applications. Over the past 2 years, his greatest achievement had been the strict implementation of military transit charts and safety tokens, a system created to prevent catastrophic accidents that could break the army before it even reached the field. Standing before his headquarters, he gestured to the vast network of supply lines now stretching across the entire kingdom and declared, the burden of the entire logistical apparatus had fallen heavily on his shoulders. He emphasized the golden rule of his work. A successful campaign is decided not just by supply but by a delicate balance. Never send more than is truly needed. Major General Gillimcate explains the fundamental threat to military logistics, a blood clot. He shows how forwarding supplies without a careful plan means creating a bottleneck at railheads and transshipment points, which effectively paralyses the flow to the front lines. In his opinion, the essence of a logistics officer's duty is to successfully deliver cargo. If there is no result, any efforts become futile. He continues the lecture before the attentive Cobalt officer, introducing the revolutionary idea, the magical accounting system, seal inventory management method. It promises to impose unprecedented order on the chaotic movement of military material. The potential of such a system goes far beyond the battlefield. If successfully implemented, it could overturn society itself, making the distribution of goods so efficient that it changes the fabric of everyday life for every citizen. Despite the grand design, the gnome remains pragmatic. He notes that this new method will not be ready for the current operation. He insists now it is necessary to hold the base. Fresh food and the wagon, because the logistics hub is the highest expression of how the country is assembled and organized. If they fail here, the entire military machine will collapse. The true weight of this organizational power is sharply felt by the troops on the ground. The Infandrian Brigade, led by the exhausted Sigurd, is forced to march under the harsh, almost suffocatingly precise logistics of the Orcsan army. The level of preparation is both impressive and frightening for them. They consult a detailed marching table, coordinated with the general staff. Gertini Moriand keeps the column on its strict schedule. Every step is accounted for, leaving very little room for the traditional, more relaxed pace of elven maneuvers. She announces to the exhausted soldiers that they will reach their designated rest area in just 15 minutes, without extra people. But she vents her anger on Sigurd, complaining about how incredibly demanding and obsessively detailed the coordination requirements of Orcsan are. Sigurd remains silent. Her face hardens as she gazes into the path ahead. The precision of their allies is a double-edged sword. It ensures efficiency, but at the same time places an excessive burden on the endurance and spirit of her people. He and his comrades are part of a huge battle formation. When the Orcsan army, along with cavalry, artillery, and wagons, lines up into a single column, it stretches almost 30 kilometers. This logistical hell requires strict route management. Even without heavy supply wagons, 20 kilometers is a whole day's march, so designating specific roads for each unit is an absolute necessity. Watching the gathered movement of dinars over the vast space, she notes, managing the march of several columns is a feat of military training that only a few can truly appreciate. She continues to lead her brigade alongside the Orcsan forces. The usual march turns into an exhausting test of endurance as the column moves forward, heavy wagons pressing from both sides. Despite the increasingly oppressive fatigue, the soldiers push forward. Both men and horses are at their limit, but the order remains clear. They must continue moving forward despite exhaustion. At the large intersection marked by a complex signpost, the true scale of the operation is visible. The artists are already on their way in. They will immediately guess the time as the endless column of troops and supply vehicles stretches like a snake in different directions. They notice the state of the infrastructure. The roads are amazingly well maintained, so heavy carriages and large military units move without the usual delays caused by mud or debris. When the sun sets, the army crosses the strong bridge silhouettes move one after another. It becomes clear. The roads were widened and reinforced specifically for such a large-scale mobilization. She watches as the Orcs Labor Corps works tirelessly under the supervision of an officer who sharply directs the widening of the path. Their engineering efficiency repeatedly reminds of the logistical power supporting this advance. She looks ahead and hears Lil Noah excitedly pointing to the designated spot for their main rest stop. The playful officer looks much livelier at the prospect of resting than from the exhausting march. Arriving, they find a spacious logistics hub with carts and supplies. Lelunia happily points to the equipped water stations, while her companion is puzzled about how this was organized in the midst of these desert expanses. The answer lies in the rows of 20-liter canisters brought by the supply echelon. The variety of equipment is impressive, from ordinary 10-liter drinking canisters to giant 750-liter tank trucks. Such preparation guarantees that no soldier will be left without water regardless of the terrain. Nearby horses bend their heads into troughs, and having broken free from a long journey, drink greedily and deeply. The sight of the animals finding relief brings a moment of calm to the lively camp. This infrastructure is not a one-time event. Fresh, safe water is supplied at regular intervals along the entire route. The Orcs army turned the foray in the wilderness into a controlled survival corridor. Observing the orderly chaos, Leona leans closer with a smile and says that it looks more like a pleasant picnic than a military march. Her frivolity sharply contrasts with the cold, calculated efficiency of the operation. When the sun begins to hide behind the horizon, the lodging camp appears clearly like a small, lively settlement. The outline of the wagon, silhouetted against the fading light, looks unexpectedly picturesque, revealing the boundary of another day's journey. She gestures towards a long line of horse-drawn carts and explains, each of them is in use. There are so many that it takes your breath away, but she immediately clarifies they are not only for transportation. The carts serve as mobile warehouses. Continuing the explanation, she notes, while supplies are used up from old wagons, they are emptied and sent back to be refilled again. This continuous cycle creates a logistical flow comparable to the needs of an entire city. Hearing this, Lieutenant Colonel consults her notes. Her eyes widen in disbelief as she tries to count the total number of supply wagons involved in this operation. The scale is far beyond anything she had anticipated. The captain continues, explains that each Army Corps and division has its own specialized transport unit. In addition, at 5 different logistics hubs, there are 4,000 reserve wagons ready to replenish any losses incurred during the campaign. This truth leaves her and her fellow officer speechless. They freeze in stunned silence, finally realizing the terrible efficiency of the Orcs and war machine. Sighing, the lieutenant colonel admits, she understood the theory, but seeing such an army with her own eyes is a completely different matter. She turns to her companion, seeking some confirmation for this overwhelming sense of scale they are now witnessing. When night falls on the earth, the brigade command headquarters gathers inside a stone building provided by local villagers. By military order, it was designated as a temporary headquarters, so senior officers get a rare moment of shelter. Meanwhile, ordinary soldiers settle in the so-called village bivouac, resting wherever they can, huddling under house awnings or pressing against stone walls, their rifles always nearby as the vast army falls asleep. Under the crescent moon, the army sets up a bivouac outside the village. They pitch camp tents for the night. This unit is the largest in number, and they stop where there is open space outdoors. In the cramped tent quarters, the brigade sits in silence. It is the day the invasion is to begin, so they have reached the designated starting point and huddled together endure the night, closing ranks against the night cold. While preparations were underway, Lael Noah Karabrin informs the artist Ferisrian that the distribution of rations has already begun. Ferisrian inquires about the current state of food for the soldiers, her face immediately taking on a professional concern as she managed the camp's logistics. The dish consists of a hearty soup, a thick gravy where sausages and various vegetables were stewed together for a long time so that everything turned into a rich, hot broth steaming with vapor. Seasoned with rock salt and cumin, the soup releases a fragrant, aromatic wave. The shining film of fat on the surface promises deep nourishment, just what is needed for the exhausting march ahead. Nirvana supervises the distribution, presenting the troops with freshly baked, generous loaves of bread. Beyond her, the logistical machine does not stop. Soldiers drag heavy boxes of supplies to hungry units. They pounce on the food with noticeable relief. The warmth of the soup and the freshness of the bread bring smiles to the faces of Renwei Linderl and her companions. The tension of the upcoming operation vanishes for a moment in the simple joy of a hot meal. She takes a big, grateful bite of bread while her comrades savor every spoonful of stew. This brief moment of shared nourishment provides vital energy for the long road ahead. She sits by the campfire and watches as a soldier pours a hot portion of food into her mess kit. The warmth of the camp and the efficiency of the orcs and logistics give her a familiar calm, something she did not expect on the front line. She takes a bite and the taste knocks her off her feet. Such rich food seems to revive her very soul, warming her from the inside out. The quality is far too high for a military campaign, but it is undoubtedly genuine. Alongside this, careful attention extends to the draft animals. Horses eat from well-filled feeders. Every detail of the march has been calculated with such precision that there is no room for chance. As she continues eating, a quiet, heavy thought overwhelms her. If such organization and care define a true modern army, then what was the Elfland military system in which she served before compared to this? Casting a glance at the endless, disciplined ranks of orcs and troops, they suddenly realize, if everything had remained under the old Elfland regime, they would have had no chance against such a judge. The very scale of the invasion is proof of a power they have never truly learned to understand. With a sharp snap of her fingers, she dismisses the heavy thoughts. The past is Ghanaianly the new reality, where they are citizens and soldiers of Orcs matters. In the tent, the atmosphere changes. Brotherhood and shared laughter appear among the officers. They find strength in new loyalty, encouraged by the unexpected stability and respect given to them by their new king, recognizing that their current position has finally become secure. The mood brightens further when a soldier arrives with several large barrels and announces, "This is a personal gift from the king himself." The unexpected generosity, fresh bread, and supplies erupts in surprised and joyful exclamations from the gathered elves, firmly cementing their loyalty to the crown. She gazes at the fine white powder and fragrant oils, admiring with awe how Orcs managed to reproduce the complex formula of dark elf war paint with such precision. Such a resource is priceless, because their own supplies were long exhausted during the desperate exit from their ancestral lands, so they were left without their traditional tactical markers. In the shadow, heavy wagons of the Orcs logistical corps prepare for the journey. They carry the burden of the king's promise to his new allies, and guarantee that they will be equipped for the coming storm. After consulting with her officer partner, she asked for the final count of the crates that reached their position, to know exactly how much of this tribute they had already received. Her eyes narrow as she reviews the intelligence provided by Laya and confirms, the shipment is as solid as promised, and their logistical needs are fully covered. Two women giggle, assessing the sheer scale of logistics. 2 full wagons of such specialized supplies, a luxury they would never have managed in their previous service. A cruel, predatory smile spreads across her face as she begins to apply pigment, anticipating long months of fighting ahead, where she will finally be able to unleash her true nature. Now that the traditional markings adorn her features, the commander looks to the future with cold, renewed determination to unleash her fury on the enemies for at least a year. Sigurd stands under the night sky. His face reveals nothing, and his gaze stares into the distance. The burden of the coming dawn rests on his shoulders, marking the last moments of calm before the storm. Somewhere high above the scarred terrain, the crescent moon hangs silently. 4 in the morning, October 26, exactly 4 hours before the planned invasion of the land marked on strategic maps. Under that cold light, heavy boots crunch on the dry, rocky ground. Each step is measured, echoing the relentless stubbornness of soldiers creeping through the darkness to their final positions. He reaches the edge of the last camp and looks at the Sylvan River. The empty, dark strip of the shore stretches ahead, a silent witness to the forces already preparing to cross. Catching up with him at the observation platform, the Major General exhales a cloud of white steam into the frosty air. She quietly states that they have finally returned here again. Her voice carries nostalgia and grim anticipation of the battle ahead. They look together at the Sylvan Mountains and at Rosalind Pass to the southwest. Beyond the great river is their goal. Elfland, the homeland they are ready to reclaim by force of arms. The heavy silence is torn. She takes out a small flask and hands it to her interlocutor with a barely noticeable, confident smile. She asks if you want a drink to ward off the pre-dawn chill before the signal is given. She takes a long sip from the metal flask. The liquid burns as soon as it enters, and she lowers the vessel. She exhales and says that this meager portion is not nearly enough to calm down before what awaits her. Standing beside her, the dark elf looks at the quiet landscape. The stars are still bright above them. He speaks softly, noting that this is the last dawn they will see before the world changes forever. Far from the quiet riverbank, the gears of war are already turning at the large naval base Grosshaven. The first heavy battleships stand motionless in the water, their silhouettes pressing against the morning light as the fleet prepares to set sail. In the cramped interiors of the warships, a sharp command breaks the silence. The call "all hands on deck" echoes through steel corridors, and the crew has only 15 minutes to prepare for duty. The order is answer. Red sailors begin to stir, sleepily climbing out of hanging hammocks. Both orcs and beastmen rub their eyes, shaking off drowsiness. The reality of the mission relentlessly approaching finally hits with full force. As they dress, one sailor proudly shows a pair of impeccably white undergarments and jokes that he looks ready for a formal inspection. His comrade immediately pulls him back with words. Clean clothes are a grim tradition so as not to be a disgrace in death, and here Lieutenant Bulk clarifies the real reason. White cloth makes blood more visible and helps prevent infection in the speed. Thick black smoke begins to curl from huge pipes above the deck as the engines roar and come to life. Another command spreads throughout the ship. Order the sailors to wash off dirt and gather for the last meal before the operation begins. The morning breakfast surprises with its heartiness. Thick slices of military bread, a boiled egg, and even a rare portion of fresh milk. Sugar and cocoa provide energy, but the appearance of port luxuries like milk quietly acknowledges the full weight of the day ahead. The morning ritual begins with the sharp clink of a spoon against the shell. The delicate white surface is carefully removed, revealing the softly cooked treasure inside. The spoon dips in, scooping a portion of juicy golden yolk shining under the mess hall light. They eat in heavy, focused silence, and the only sound is the clinking of cutlery. Beside them, the young kobold Florian and his orc companions savor these last moments of peace. On their faces are bloody determination and restrained, quiet contemplation before the storm. As the clock strikes 7:50, they move from the quiet bustle in the dining room to the frantic energy of the deck. Sailors pull heavy iron chains, synchronously breaking into rhythm with shouts, securing anchors and preparing the ship for a long journey, while officers keep a vigilant watch over the coordinated chaos. He roars the order. It rolls like an echo over the water, commanding the entire fleet to wait and drop anchor, then to depart. Nearby Signal Master Venice prepares to send a message with flag signals, setting the course exactly at 280 while the engines begin to hum with power. A massive armada, only 26 ships, formidable first- and second-class armored cruisers, torpedo boats, and supply vessels begins its majestic march. This is the entire might of the Orcsan fleet, a steel element moving in waves with a single deadly purpose. He rushes under the gigantic spans of Albrecht Railway Bridge. Dark silhouettes of iron ships cut a sharp outline against the morning sky, just leaving behind the safety of the bay. Beside the starboard side stretches the shore of Kaibu Park under a dense crowd of people gathered to witness this historic departure. Grindman gazes at the distant figures waving their hands and shoulders the burden of the hopes of the entire country resting on him. He holds his position while the fleet sets out on the campaign, and nearby the admiral, squinting, scans the horizon through binoculars. The command deck is a hive of gathered discipline. Every officer is focused on the colossal task of invasion as the flagship charts the course. Behind the steel hulls, the shore and the great bridge are filled with citizens of Orcsan. A wave of flags and loud cheers crowd on both sides. Among the crowd, President Vorbeck watches, holding both pride and anxiety in his chest, as the steel leviathans glide past the approvingly excited crowd. Turning his attention to internal operations, the admiral listens as the signal master reports a magical transmission received from the port surveillance office. He orders his subordinate to immediately announce. Its contented voice cuts through the hum on the bridge. While signal flags flutter in the wind, messages are passed on. From the port, people a sincere wish for a safe and successful journey. He sharply shouts an order and a response. He commands everyone not on duty to gather on the upper deck to pay tribute to the farewell. Following his example, the sailors hurriedly rush to the railings. Their white uniforms sharply stand out against the dull metal of the ship as they prepare to salute the crowd during the passage. They raise their voices in a deafening greeting, lifting their hats high in a rhythmic gesture of gratitude that rolls like water to the civilians on the shore. Meanwhile, on the grass-covered banks, the civilians watch the spectacle with surprise and hunger. A small child aloud wonders why this excitement makes him so hungry, and a man jokes about the legendary size of Ryasuda's Falta Schnitzel and how many people he could feed if it were fried right now. The spirit of the departing fleet echoes far beyond the docks. Both sailors and townsfolk gather in city taverns, raise their glasses, and sing fleet songs. During the celebration, Admiral Nelstorf bursts into loud, good-natured laughter. The spirit has risen as soon as the mission began. Standing on the deck of his flagship, He and his officers lift their hats toward the shore, shout words of gratitude to the people, and vow to return triumphantly as the massive steel hulls cut through the waves. Their route is already set. Strategic maps show a direct sea path to Elfland territory, with the main target being the distant port of Falmeria. While the fleet sails under sails, in the Second Army at the Meltma headquarters, the atmosphere is much gloomier. 5 hours before the planned invasion, the High Command gathered in a tense conference room. At the head of the long table sits General August von Zayton in heavy silence. His gaze is fixed forward, and he addresses his suzerain in a calm, respectful tone. Feeling the weight of the moment, the king approaches his old general and places a reassuring hand on his shoulder to acknowledge the full seriousness of the upcoming conflict. With unquestionable determination, the monarch looks into the distance and declares his highest goal. He will make this campaign the last war and the Orc son will never have to fight again. He has just handed down a decree of such weight that veteran General Sayden freezes for a moment in shock. The old soldier looks at his king and aloud reflects on how such a feat could even be accomplished by a single being, yet cannot help but be moved by the pure scale of ambition unfolding before him. With a sharp surge of confidence, the veteran commander declares, "If anyone has the willpower to turn such a dream into reality, it is undoubtedly their sovereignty." From a close distance, Major Muffling and his fellow officers notice the king's anxious composure. They wonder how he can remain so calm while setting the whole world on fire. This spirit of decisive action had already been set in motion earlier that morning. General Schwerin stunned his own subordinates by announcing his intention to move the Third Army's headquarters directly to the border of the invasion zone. The announcement ripples through his headquarters like a wave of panic. People freeze, staring at him with wide-open eyes and mouths, unable to digest the tactical madness of this order. They shout protests at him and warn, such an open position is suicide for a high-ranking commander. But their pleas fall on deaf ears as he prepares to depart. He only snarls, adjusts his cap and glasses, and repeatedly reminds. During the Rosalind campaign, he was never anywhere but the front line where the only thing truly tangible to him smells like victory. He addressed his chief of staff, Gunter Blumenthal, who could only stare frozen at the unexpected order. The eyes of the junior officers flashed with surprise. The order to advance covered the entire main command room with its weight. Despite the initial shock, the wheels of the military machine rumbled and the wagon shook on the uneven terrain. A voice somewhere inside humbly stated, "There is no choice but to follow the general's order." Outside, the camp buzzed with activity. Soldiers worked in unison to take down the huge command tents. Axes thudded dully against stakes, and the heavy canvas was quickly removed and folded away efficiently, without unnecessary movements. Amid the chatter, the communications unit was not distracted. Headphones pressed tightly, it monitored the radio equipment. Behind, others dragged wire reels to ensure communication lines would not break even during movement. A subordinate quickly approached the commander and reported, "All preparations for movement are complete." He sharply nodded in confirmation and indicated he was ready to depart. After that, the command staff set off on horseback, beginning a lively, approximately hour-long ride to the front line. The rhythmic clatter of hooves rolled through the valley as the small group of riders moved clearly and purposefully, leading. The veteran general, leading forward, adjusted his glasses. His gaze was fixed firmly on the horizon. A grim determination froze on his face, the anticipation of the upcoming clash etched into every line. This road was familiar to him down to the smallest detail. It evoked memories of a journey 120 years ago. The landscape itself seemed to whisper the past, reminding him of the time when a younger version of himself traveled through these same mountains under a completely different sky. He reflects on the circle of war, where the fortresses of ordinary soldiers vanished like dreams dissolving in the grass. He remembers the death of the old king and his comrades and the arrival of the new ruler on this very land. Reaching a favorable point, he gestures down to the valley and names the heights where Rosalind lies. For him, it is not just a locality but a beautiful and noble ancient battlefield where history was written in blood. The sun slowly sets beyond the horizon, stretching long shadows across the land. Exactly 4 hours and 3 minutes of the day remainingly 1 hour and 28 minutes left until the planned start of the invasion. The long-awaited sunset has finally come, and this is a sign that the preparation is complete and the time to act has arrived. Meanwhile, in the sea, a heavy nose cuts through the dark waves, splashing droplets into the cold air as the fleet moves forward. On the deck of the gunboat Mui, Commander Grindman stands steadfast beside Lieutenant Balk. They lead the second fleet of the Orcs Naval Service, the fleet disdainfully called the Scrap Iron Squadron, as it boldly enters Belfair Bay. Their course is charted with precision. They cross the waters and set course for the coast of Elfa. The strategic goal is clear to bypass the main defensive lines and strike where the enemy least expects it. Suddenly, a beam of light cuts through the darkness from the north. Officers quickly point to Vinimer Lighthouse as the first landmark of the Elven territory emerging from the gloom. He does not take his steady gaze off the horizon. Next to him, his lieutenant examines the dark waters with binoculars, searching for any signs of elfin coast. The ships of the second flotilla, though reputed to be mere scrap, cut through the waves with astonishing ease. Even Cormoran maintains a steady pace, its engines quietly humming with unexpected reliability as it ventures deeper into enemy territory. This mechanical stability is not accidental. The ship departs accompanied by skilled technicians from Whiston Company who are still on board. In the cramped, heat-filled engine rooms, these gnomes work tirelessly side by side with orc sailors to keep every gear and every piston at peak performance. Observing the smooth operation from the bridge, the officers acknowledge. The appearance of these experts likely turned the ship's holds into a hive of feverish but coordinated activity. They note that the engine rooms must be under constant tension to maintain such a perfect course. The chief engineer of West Regan loudly laughs in response to this proposal. His voice is drowned out by mechanical noise. He states that they bear full responsibility for the operation of their own products, and as long as there is a whistle and a technician nearby, no engine will fail in performing its work. Suddenly, Signal Master cuts the moment and announces that they have successfully received the magical wave clue coming from Lindworm Cape. The signal is clear. It provides exact coordinates to navigate the dangerous coastal waters. Without hesitation, the commander orders the helmsman to follow the master's signal. Ahead, through the fog, a gigantic dark silhouette of the elfin rock rises, a formidable obstacle the fleet must bypass to reach the landing zone. When the path is finally clear, he clenches his jaws. The weight of the upcoming invasion imprints on his features. The fleet moves forward without a sound, and the dark cliffs of the enemy coast draw closer each time as final minutes of silence dissolve. He saw how the darkness was suddenly torn apart by a dazzling, flickering beam of light, coming from the distant cliffs of Lindworm Cape, sign that the fleet had reached its destination. The sight erupted in an instant explosion of joy among the watchers who waited in tense silence. Otto and Axel dashed forward shouting at the top of their lungs, their voices cracked with excitement as they celebrated the fleet's arrival. Amid tears and victorious cheers, the realization finally came: they would be able to return home. It slowly settled on the weary company, bringing deep relief. The fleet commander stood on the bridge. His face darkened each time a report came in. The main fleet was changing course. Nearby, Lieutenant Bulk could not contain his anger, complaining that they would lose the chance to take part in the greatest battle of their generation. He squinted and stared at the dark horizon, then sternly ordered his subordinates to stop grumbling. He reminded them that they had a clearly defined mission to accomplish, and for that, they needed their full attention. With a sharp gesture, he pointed to the raging sea. He ordered the squadron to detach from the main fleet. The gondola boats began to maneuver, separating one by one and heading towards their designated targets, while the commander announced that they were now proceeding to carry out their assigned duty. Meanwhile, many miles away from Thyssen, the suburbs of Arnbund, a huge airfield filled with eagles lay in the dim light of dusk. 5 o'clock in the evening, exactly 1 hour before the planned start of the invasion. The tension in the air was palpable. During the run along the runway, the massive figures of the Night Aerial Reconnaissance Specialist Unit, known as Eagle Owl Squadron, stood in a silent, majestic line. These bird warriors were ready for the darkness ahead. One of the leaders of Eagles shifted his weight as soon as the final report on the status sounded confirmation. Commander Heinkel and his 8 subordinates had completed all preparations for departure. The unit was fully mobilized and awaited the final word. The unit commander, Major General Werner Riendaers, stood straight beside Professor Bernstein and, receiving the report, nodded sharply, briefly, and authoritatively. He stated that everything was in order and his vigilant gaze fixed on the mission ahead. He exhaled quietly, thoughtfully, as if admitting to himself he never really liked certain tasks or working with passengers. But despite his own preferences, the weight of the upcoming operation remained paramount. He stood before the gathered ranks and said his voice carried the weight of history to the Great Eagle Tribe and the Cobalt Flight crews. He recalled the heights they had reached together and expressed gratitude, promising that they would finally reclaim the skies of Elfland, the very heights that once belonged to their ancestors. His words resonated with the other great eagles. They froze in silent, unwavering attention, and their sharp gazes reflected a shared sense of purpose and inevitable fate. Looking at their determined faces, he felt a wave of pride and thought. Although they are now citizens of Orcsyn, this moment was incredibly touching for all of them. With a powerful flap of his wings, he soared into the darkening sky. while the camp's signal fires below flickered as he declared that this day would be etched into the history of their kin. Having reached the very peak of his flight, he spread his mighty wings and let out a piercing cry that echoed over the entire landscape, officially proclaiming it the day of the great eagle. When the sky crews of Kobold burst out with joyful exclamations, their voices merged with the crackling of fires as the fleet prepared for the darkness ahead under the watchful eye of the crescent moon. While the eagles soared into the sky, attention shifted to the strategic heart of the invasion. At 5:15 p.m., exactly 45 minutes before the start, a temporary Imperial headquarters was set up at the city's central station, right on the tracks and in the king's private train. At the bustling station, officers and signalmen moved briskly among the armored cars, ensuring that every command from the mobile headquarters was executed without delay as the final hour approached. While he remains on duty at the station, the gears of diplomacy turn elsewhere in the capital. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs has already sent declarations of war to various legations, and the official report on the Elfland incident is complete. Nearby, in a smoke-filled room, a group of high-ranking officials gathers the air thick with expensive cigars and the quiet confidence of men who believe victory is inevitable. For them, the success of the sudden invasion is no longer a question, only a verdict predetermined. Among them, Eric Graben is losing his mind. He is consumed by manic intensity, his face contorted as he roars about how Elfland insulted him. The crushing pressure of the last 48 hours pushed him beyond ordinary tension into a state of wild, unpredictable raging fervor. His outburst echoed throughout the room, a sharp contrast to the deliberate silence of the planning phases, while he laughs with a desperate, barely insane spark of common sense. This shift to open hostility brings a grim realization: a nation that allows itself to be vulnerable to such a blow, and leaders who fail to protect the lives and property of their citizens are guilty of the highest negligence. Such a state, having lost its mandate to govern, is surely rolling toward its own inevitable demise. Against the backdrop of these heavy thoughts, General Zybeck stands motionless, immersed in quiet reflection. His gaze is fixed on the horizon, and he silently addresses his ruler, asking which path their own state is taking. Standing beside him, Major Maffling absorbs the full weight of the moment. A brief exchange of phrases confirms that the long-awaited hour of reckoning has finally come. High above the silent world in the dark expanse hangs a pair of moons, two different witnesses to the fact that 120 years have passed since the decisive battle for Rosalind. It has been 120 years since the great conflict. Gustav stands in the quiet night and gazes into the life he lived long before he found himself in this world, a life as distant and separate as the one he lives now. In that other world, he was a man of the modern age. Daily commuting in crowded cars, his thoughts often drowned in pages of reports and literature, a face lost among many. He held the position of a public official in the largest economic organization of the country where he was born and raised, diligently working as a cog in a machine that was sharply different from his usual social order. His daily schedule revolved around meetings and data analysis, where he played a small but extremely important role in collecting statistics that shaped the country's economic landscape. He spent countless hours studying white papers on trade volumes, resource imports, and the colossal scale of steel production, mastering the sophisticated language of global industry. This position allowed him to see the heart of the country's power firsthand, from sprawling port facilities to towering heavy industrial structures that fuel progress. Casting aside the cold steel of his professional work, he found peace in a small field on the outskirts of the capital. There he enjoyed the grounding simplicity of labor, plowing the land and harvesting seasonal vegetables. To any observer, and even in his own eyes, he was nothing more than an ordinary man, a face in the crowd, living a quiet, unnoticed life until fate pulled him into a new world. He lived a life woven with numbers and bureaucracy in another world. But now, in the year 1210, the weight of a very different story rested on his shoulders. He stood tall in his military regalia. King Orcson prepared to lead his people into a conflict that would redraw the continent. He weighs how, in the eyes of the human peoples and the elves of Elfland, the success of this opening bluff will be perceived as nothing less than a miracle or a nightmare. Beside him, silence absorbed the sound dully. Just as the king began to chuckle quietly, laughter appeared, echoing several centuries of distorted history. With a sharp, confident smile, he remarked that future historians would probably reduce their achievements to ashes, claiming it was merely magic or cunning tricks. He had already heard how they would retell simplified stories about a wild working nation that suddenly, without any reason, attacked peaceful elven lands. His eyes narrowed in cold concentration. He knew the world saw a simple act of aggression, but the real reason was a necessity they would never understand. Meanwhile, as the moon hung high over the southern shore of the Sylvan River at 5:45 p.m., the last 15 minutes remained. They slipped relentlessly away, while the first wave of invasion prepared to strike. She and her cavalry wait in the shade, horses breathing heavily in the cold night air. On the riverbank, silent silhouettes of the vanguard stand ready for the crossing. Officers peer at the opposite shore and see a complete absence of elven guards. The shock is such that the enemy remains defenseless when they realize the invasion has already started and not a single shot of resistance has been fired. Strategic maps show a multi-channel assault. Orcs and forces push their units deep into Elfland territories. Despite initial successes, the Major General remains cautious due to the natural risks of the crossing. Without bridges or heavy support, the first wave must secure a bridgehead using only what it can carry. Engineers work tirelessly to build iron pontoon bridges. This requires at least 8 hours of labor. This time interval is a period of maximum vulnerability. Any counterattack could turn into a disaster for the troops under fire, so they were not the only ones planning. The Orcs and general staff had already weighed alternatives to traditional heavy artillery, seeking a more mobile solution to support Cross. When the countdown reached 10 minutes before the planned invasion, the young elven officer froze in shock, unable to believe her eyes. Such a scale of operation was unfolding before her. And the commanders on site held a steady, unshakable watch. Emerging through the thick fog over the river, massive silhouettes of armored gunboats cut through the water, their hulls weaving a rhythmic, turbulent trail as they approached the shore. While they watched the approach, elven infantry huddled together. Whispering and speaking softly, anxious tones revealed worry about reinforcements they already doubted, but that were still coming. Mounted units held positions on the riverbank. Horses shifted impatiently as riders echoed about the senseless overconfidence dragging such heavy vessels into these shallow waters. Her commander silently froze in shocked stupor, eyes wide open, while the loud clatter of heavy anchor chains rolled through the water, a sign that the ship had arrived. One of the iron giants loomed over the waiting elves. The dark metal plating rose as if pressed into the sky, engulfing the riders and casting a long shadow over the muddy bay. On the deck above, an orc sailor bustled about, gathering the crew to load the massive main battery, while signal lamps already began flickering between the fleet's ships. The message was clear. The invasion starts in 5 minutes, and the squadron of potato scrap was ready for battle. He brought his fleet to shore, but the sight of the small gunboats left the Major General in genuine stupor. She awaited the formidable first combat unit of the Navy, not these vessels made of scrap metal pieces, which did not fit such a grand operation at all. In response to her silent confusion, an orc officer stepped forward. A sharp salute, and he conveyed a message of thanks for support and a request to give an official reply to the lieutenant leading the squadron. These 3 ships were a designated reserve plan to ford the breach during the critical A-tower window of the operation, a tactical maneuver caused by changing tides in the conflict. Although they looked more modest than the large naval battleship, the firepower of these sea guns far exceeded the standard heavy artillery company of the Army. With 16 guns on 3 ships, the devastating force was a thoroughly reassuring sight for the elven commanders. As the last moments melted away, a young officer beside her shouted a 2-minute warning, signaling the inevitable start of the invasion. Daenerys, with a face hardening into grim determination, prepared for the approaching storm. Without saying a word, she tossed aside an empty vial. A small object flipped in the air as she shed the last moments of free time and fully focused on the battlefield ahead. With usual speed, she drew her saber. The blade caught the light as, with a sharp metallic wrist movement, it freed itself from the scabbard. She straightened, holding steel confidence, and looked to the horizon. Her subordinates aligned behind her as the countdown reached the final seconds. She sits upright, high in the saddle. The countdown reaches its last 30 seconds as the clock strikes 1800. Behind her, a young officer gives a sharp cry signaling the start of the operation. The fleet flags fluttering in the wind testify. The moment of invasion has finally come. With a decisive swing of her blade, she commands the Infangria Brigade to advance, and her voice spreads over the roar of the waves. This is the official beginning of the Orc War and Kingdom's total war against Elfland, a conflict into which the nation has poured all its strength and resources. The official declaration of war is issued by King Orcson against Elfinda, calling upon the might of 3.5 million citizens from various tribes to fulfill their duty. Under the cover of darkness, the first wave of invasion begins. Soldiers rustle through the shallow waters of the border river. These elite scouts selected from Jaeger units move silently. Among them are dark elves from Anfangria who keep eyes and ears on the front. After them, the cavalry leads their horses through the cold current, and the even rhythm of the crossing drowns in the night silence. Their natural night vision gives them a deadly advantage, and their red eyes scan the distant shoreline for any signs of elven resistance. This force moves as a solid crimson phosphorescent haze over the water, a quiet current of steel and determination, rolling toward the enemy shore. They keep a steady pace, their gaze fixed forward as they led the orcs into the kingdom into a new and bloody page of history. She stares into the dark water, her eyes burning with a cold magical glow, and thus she reaffirms the mission, to reclaim the land beyond the river. But even before the crossing begins, the weight of history hangs in the air. Studying her example, the vanguard cavalry and infantry dive into the shallow currents. The rhythmic splash of hooves and boots, and for the entire moonlit night only this sound remains. They move with practiced silence hosts in the water. Meanwhile, in the harbor of Falmeria, the clock strikes 5:52 p.m. on October 26, and the flagship flashes a signal to begin the assault. On the decks of the waiting ships, the crew receives the order under a solemn oath to guarantee the success of the operation. Cutting through the waves with deadly grace, the flotilla of torpedo boats rushes to the harbor. Their engines roar as they lead the naval assault. The sea breeze rises high as they speed into the thick of the battle. On the flagship, Lieutenant Commander Perrier shouts into the binoculars to his crew, eyes fixed on the horizon. There, at last, the enemy fleet appears. He confirms their arrival with fierce momentum, already ready to strike. When the harbor lights grow closer, he relays the king's strict order. Stay away from merchant ships in the inner harbor and fire only at military targets. The discipline of the orcs and the fleet is fully visible as they navigate the narrow waters where there is no room for error. The report that the coastal batteries at Hafen Point fell silent casts a grim reflection of determination on his face and confirms. The path to their main target is now clear. The first fortifications crumbled under the weight of the sudden attack. Seeing outer harbor ahead, he points to their real prey and orders his men to ignore everything else until Riesta Svalta is sent to the seabed. The hunt has reached its climax. He and his squadron glide silently into the outer harbor of Falmiriather. At night, the elven naval base remains unnoticed. Its huge warships are outlined only as silhouettes against the dark sky. In the giant hull of the moored flagship, an atmosphere of routine and rest prevails. Elven sailors sit in the mess hall. Some are immersed in a card game, while others finish late-night rations unaware of the predators in the water. The dish is simple and hearty. Thick rye bread, a whole dried herring, and a hot bowl of pea soup with salted meat, all served with a cup of black tea. Despite the warmth of the food, its quality causes complaints from the weary crew. One sailor grimaces at the sharp smell of the soup and questions the freshness of the meat, while the cook sharply retorts, they should be grateful for what they have. In the corner where smoke curls, several sailors talked about their ambitions and the paths that led them to the fleet. One strives to break free above the status of his clan, hoping that service will give him the respect he so desires. While the conversation continues, one of the elves suddenly tenses. His sensitive ears twitch, reacting to a sound outside. He shifts his gaze to his companion, and for a moment worry flashes across his face. The peaceful night suddenly begins to feel different. He leans closer to the porthole, squinting as he peers into the darkness of the harbor. He asks if there are other ships scheduled to return at this hour. Intuition suggests someone unwelcome, a stranger, is present in the water. Meanwhile, on the deck of the ship Orcson, a sharp alarm signal breaks the silence. The officer and his subordinate react instantly. Their equipment detects a surge of magical energy, confirming that an element of surprise is about to strike Elfine's defense. He growls the order to attack. His voice cuts through the splashes as he commands, "Prepare to fire forward torpedo tubes." Under his command, heavy shells fly into the dark water. The Orcson torpedo boats have closed in on the targets to 300 meters. But submarine missiles are a relatively new and capricious technology. They have been practically used for less than a decade, and they often suffer from mechanical instability. The sudden appearance of shell marks causes panic on the elven ships. Officers shout about a sharp turn to the right, trying in a desperate escape to break free from the incoming fire. The unreliability of the first torpedoes quickly becomes apparent. Several of them fail. The rudders cannot be directed in time, or the heavy bodies immediately sink to the bottom without managing to start the engines. This technical failure gives the elven sailors a brief, stunned pause. One of them froze in place, food still in hand, unable to gather her thoughts at how the enemy is already so close. From the deck, she and her comrades freeze in disbelief as small, nimble orcs on ships fly past the massive hulls of the elven fleet and, rushing by, leave white trails of foam behind them. Their first shock finally breaks into a panicked chorus of warnings as the orc scream echoes over the water. The alarm signal goes off just as another torpedo barely misses its target. He and his comrades at sea can only watch in horror as a giant fountain of water and fire bursts from the deck of the elven cruiser. Two torpedoes hit precisely piercing the hull with devastating accuracy and scattering debris flying into the dark sky. After a successful strike, the small Orcsan torpedo boats begin to retreat, breaking through smoke and the gigantic silhouettes of the elven fleet until they break out into the night. On board one of the retreating ships, an orc and a sailor throw back their heads and burst into triumphant, ragged laughter. This moment becomes a turning point in the history of naval battles. For the first time, a surface warship is sent to the bottom by a self-propelled torpedo, one elven Gabonbot is sunk, and the cruiser is left crippled. While the small boats retreat, a much larger shadow begins to crawl out of the darkness and fog. In the waves, a gigantic movement of the orc battleship breaks through heavy artillery goes into battle, marking the arrival of the main forces to the fight for Bella Falls Bay. Above the steel giant, the orcs and the naval flag are tugged by the wind sharply, fiercely a loud proclamation of their presence and intentions in the open sea. The tactical situation becomes clear as soon as the first torpedo squad completes its attack and changes position. The elven forces lure them to where the main Orcsan fleet can engage in battle now with their advantage in firepower. Standing on the flagship's bridge, Admiral Nelsdorf lowers his binoculars and orders the magical communication seal to be lifted. He roars to the entire main squadron to follow him until the distance shortens to 4,800 meters, and they are already ready to unleash their broadside salvos. His eyes squinting and burning with cold, tactical fire fix on the horizon, and with grim finality he declares, the real battle has just begun. He controls the final preparations while the signal for the left maneuver breaks the silence and strikes across the entire deck. The massive steel hull of the flagship cuts through the waves, taking position before the approaching storm. As the ship executes the maneuver, the crew prepares for the grim reality of battle. Sand is scattered across the wooden decks to stand firm, even if the deck is flooded with blood, making it slippery. Below, the captain's cabin is converted into an improvised infirmary and surgeons wait in silence. Meanwhile, sailors take the last moment to fill their stomachs with hearty food sausages, understanding this may be their last meal. In this orderly chaos, even officers take up manual work. A young Cobalt officer twitches when he sees Lieutenant Bulk aiming the rangefinder by hand from the open deck. Bulk dryly replies that with every hand taken elsewhere, he must personally ensure the distance to the enemy is measured accurately. Deep within the ship, it is just as frantic. The stokers shove coal into roaring furnaces, keeping the fleet at its steady 14 knots. The battle line is formed. The flagship leads ahead in a long column of steel predators straight toward the elven horizon edge. Returning to the bridge, the admiral again bears the full weight of command. He squints into the binoculars and scans the formation left behind. Delius, he asks General Zybeck if the entire flotilla has maintained positions and receives a firm confirmation. No ship has broken down. Confident in the readiness of his forces, he gives the final order. Coldly nodding, he commands to begin the attack. Captain Greeneman salutes, his voice steady as he prepares to unleash the ship's devastating power on the enemy. At the command, the ship's mechanisms roar to life. The massive secondary turrets of the flagship rotate with mechanical precision, and the long barrels track the distant silhouettes of the elven fleet. In the cramped, hot interior of the gun casemates, the tension reaches its limit. Senior Sailor Wolf firmly holds the helm of his 15-centimeter gun, his gaze fixed on the sight. Through his teeth, he whispers a curse. The painful wait for the signal to fire drags each second as if it were eternity. He keeps his eye pressed to the optical rangefinder, and the silhouette of the elven ship crystallizes on the horizon. The distance is confirmed, 2,000 meters, deadly for their heavy guns. Nearby, another officer tries to break the thick tension with a coarse joke, reminding that he is an experienced warrior and should not tremble like a green recruit. But the chatter is cut off by a sharp, staccato command signal to fire, echoing across the deck. The experienced gunner roars the fire command, his face twisted by the raw, harsh tension of the moment. Just now, the flagship's side disappears behind a wall of gray haze and orange flashes, while the auxiliary batteries roar together. Giant shells fly over the water, a thunderous starting charge in the clash of steel and magic. The sea explodes with fire and steel as the elven fleet comes under sudden devastating fire on the decks of the targeted ships. The command is instantly overwhelmed by pure, uncompromising chaos. Their alarm cries are drowned out by the thunderous roar of impacts. They work with furious precision amid trails of smoke, their movements a continuous lubricated result of honed practice. Their commander, First Class Junior Sergeant Wolf, roars orders through the rumble of cover, demanding that the men fire relentlessly and immediately reload. His face is a mask of grim determination as he presses them to maintain this devastating pressure. Meanwhile, the colossal power of the Orcs is revealed. Their giant warships, cutting through the mist, enter the field. They move with predatory smoothness, and the heavy batteries continuously continue to unleash destruction on the enemy, who is clearly unprepared for such a fierce assault. The very air roars as heavy shells arc across the sky, leaving white trails of smoke behind. These are no ordinary shells, they are harbingers of a new, terrifying kind of war that burns everything it touches. They are officially known as Orcs Navy anti-ship incendiary shells, but among those who fired them, these munitions earned a much darker nickname. Blitz is the pinnacle of Orcson's devastating engineering, a weapon designed to turn the wooden and steel hulls of the Elfland fleet into burning, floating sacrifices. This technology was not born from a thirst for conquest, it was created out of the practical need for railroad construction, where strong heat was needed to fuse rails. But soon the military saw the potential of this devilish invention and began using an explosive mixture of aluminum and iron oxide to produce a fire that burns with such force that it outpaces nature itself. And how? When they find their marks, true hell of heat and light breaks out inside the Elfland ships. Sailors rush in search of salvation, their boots clatter on the metal floor and the air around is already igniting. The ship cannot withstand the unimaginable heat, its structures begin to collapse. The true horror of Blitz is revealed when the crew tries to douse the flames. But it turns out, water is powerless against this chemical fire. It does not extinguish the flames, it spreads the molten components, carrying the fire further and ensuring that once the ship is hit, its fate is sealed. The elven sailors are in complete panic as the furious Orcsan assault continues. They rush across the deck. Their faces are twisted with fear, and the surrounding world explodes with fire and steel. Through relentless bombings, the naval vessels of Elfland are systematically turned into giant, floating torches. Once proud ships are now nothing more than fuel for Inferno, which lights up the dark sea with a terrifying glow. In that hellish light, the crew members vanish into mere silhouette. Flames consume them, flames they cannot extinguish. Their torment scream through the air, a grim chorus of the fleet's final moments. When the structural integrity of ships breaks down, vessels begin to creak, list, and repeatedly dump their doomed cargo into the churning waters with an oily film. For many, the cold embrace of the sea becomes the only escape from the scorching heat. Stuck behind iron bars as the hull sinks, some can only silently watch in mute horror as the water rises to take them. Meanwhile, from the safety of his own bridge, Commander Grimmin watches the slaughter through binoculars, his face unreadable behind his fangs. While the cries of the dying still echo in waves, young Florian Taubelt can no longer bear it. He falls to the ground, clutching his head and sobbing. The cruel reality of war tears his soul apart, while the comrades around him remain focused on killing. Ignoring the suffering of their enemies, the Orcsan officers celebrate a tactical victory. Grindman confirms the complete destruction of the least-class ship. His report met with loud cheers from the crew that drown out distant pleas for mercy. Then he turns back into the thick of it, and his voice thunders over the roar of the cannons. He orders his gunners to hold the pressure, forcing them to fire again and again until nothing remains of the Alpine fleet. He and his team encounter unforeseen complications. A brilliant flash of lightning shells meant to blind the enemy proves too intense for both the orcs and the artillerymen. The men cry out in helplessness, shielding their eyes from the burning white glare. They can no longer hold their aim, and the night turns into a blind, impenetrable void. Because of this self-invited interference, the fleet is forced to stop the bombing prematurely. In the swirling smoke and fading glow, the staff officers vainly try to assess the results of their strike, but the chaos is complete. The elfin ships have already used Inferno at Falmeria port as cover, disappearing into the darkness of the bay. The elfin ships have already used Inferno at Falmeria port as cover, disappearing into the darkness of the bay. The commander peers into the darkness, his voice low, demanding. He asks if any mistake has crept into the reports. He finds it hard to believe that the enemy could vanish without a trace right under their noses. The subordinate can only confirm uncertainly. Communication with visual contact is lost, and the enemy has indeed fled. Uncertainty grows as officers study their tactical maps and cannot determine whether the ships they engaged were of the Lee class or the more formidable Svalta. They cannot even confirm the number of cruisers present, prompting one officer to cry out in despair. The operation is a partial failure because the main core of the enemy fleet has yet to be accounted for. Meanwhile, the reality of their situation catches up as they admit. Monitoring the entire sprawling Belfairs Bay has always been a titanic amount of work. It becomes clear that the intelligence division simply could not track every movement in such a vast territory, and a bitter resignation hangs in the air. Control was almost inevitably limited by their restricted reach. Despite the failure, the commander does not call off the hunt. He returns to the chief of staff and asks if they still have enough ammunition for another battle. Hearing that their supplies are fully sufficient, he sharply orders the fleet to begin a second sweep of Belfairs Bay to destroy and smash to pieces all vessels hiding in the coastal waters. When the ships change course to start a new patrol, he orders late-night food to be prepared for the exhausted crew to boost their spirits before the long night ahead. And finally, he commands the Signal Corps to transmit a message at maximum magical power, to announce to the whole world that their sudden raid was a colossal success, displaying an image of complete victory despite the ships that slipped from their grasp. Signal flags fluttered in the wind, sending message Fong 3 to the fleet. This news of victory was quickly relayed via telegraph lines. It reached the king's headquarters and brought confirmation of the decisive strike. Throughout that doomed night, the Orcsan fleet maintained relentless guard, circling the bay 3 times. No, 5 times before the first rays of dawn appeared. When the sun rose, the Elfland fleet anchored in the bay was completely destroyed, their trace wiped clean from the waters. Due to the devastating surprise, enemy resistance almost vanished. From the decks of their ships, orcs and marines methodically shot the survivors, the clicks of aimed shots echoing over the crackling of burning planks. They watched as the flagship Svalda turned into a funeral pyre, once a proud vessel completely destroyed by flames. In this clash, Vice Admiral Sturwin and many senior fleet officers perished, their leadership dissolved in the smoke and fire that suffocated the harbor. On the shore, the terrible truth of the night's events became clear as soon as the bodies began to be carried by the waves. A young elven sailor stood frozen, unable to believe her own eyes, her eyes wide with horror as she looked at a fallen comrade covered with a white sheet. And those nearby could only gasp in shock, realizing the scale of the tragedy. Later, she and others would learn. This devastating clash would enter the annals of official history as the Battle of Belafira's Bay. The distance was scarred with the skeletons of sunken ships, their massive hulls protruded from the water like grave markers against a sky shrouded in thick black smoke. This solitary figure stood on the sandy shore as the morning tide receded, her boots barely sinking into the wet earth. From this spot on the coast stretched the silent cemetery of the Elfin Navy, a testament to the total defeat of the Orcs in victory. In the following days, military observers and war correspondents from around the world joined them, arriving to witness the aftermath. They lined up in a grim row, deep fear frozen on their faces, as they realized the mercilessness of the new era of war now being documented. They stood silently as the consequences of the battle settled in their minds. One observer, adjusting his glasses, wondered whether what he had seen was merely a trick or some dark magic, and concluded that in any case, naval history had irrevocably changed. Beside him on the shore stood representatives from various countries, their attention captured by the giant orc and the ships. And the conclusion was clear. Every nation would now be forced to develop its own specialized armaments to survive in this new age of war. While the gaze of the whole world was fixed on the sea, under the light of 3 moons another movement began. Elven forces both mounted and on foot cautiously waded through the shallows near the shore in silence, a night operation. This crossing was part of a broader strategic shift, as the Infangria Brigade began its official crossing of the border. The map of the region was being redrawn before their eyes by the steps of boots and hooves relentlessly moving forward. Among the ranks, the soldiers felt the prick of the night air. Their breath faltered from the cold as they tore forward. The fatigue of the entire campaign showed on their faces, but they stuck together and did not take their eyes off the road ahead. Even support units, including field bakeries, rushed into this urgent evacuation. They tirelessly hauled heavy boxes and supplies to keep the front fed during the crossing. Keeping pace with the lead, the cavalry galloped with grim determination, their silhouettes sharply outlined against the dark horizon. The rhythmic splashing of horses was the only sound in this boundless moonlit silence. She looked at the water, her face revealed nothing as she weighed the burden of the coming days. The cold wind lashed her face, but her gaze remained fixed on the distant shore. She leads her horse through dark, shallow waters along the shore. Intermittent splashes and rhythmic paddling remain the only sounds in the silence of the night hour. Soon a subordinate calls her, checking if everything is all right as they approach the shore. Looking back with a confident, nostalgic smile, she notes that too much time has passed since she last visited our homeland. She clearly states she wants to set foot on this land by her own means, not remain riding. Beyond her, the brigade fighters share this moment of quiet victory. Their faces are filled with mixed feelings, joy, relief, and hardened determination, for they know the price of the task ahead, to reclaim their territory. With a resolute movement she dismounts, boots splashing in the cold sea brine as she leaves the horse behind. When water bursts around their feet, the collective memory of Elfland, their stolen home and the enemies who took its spur every step forward, leads the detachment to the shore. She stands directly before the assembled troops and her voice carries the weight of years of exile. She speaks to the night that they have finally returned. Elven officers march across the cracked, uneven landscape, their boots crunching dryly on the ground as they prepare for the next phase of operations. Stepping forward, the artist Ferris Ryan, commander of the 2nd Cavalry Regiment, gives a sharp salute and begins the report. She informs Captain Lilnya Karabrin that aerial reconnaissance has confirmed. The area around the bridgehead is clear, there are no enemies there, so their plans can proceed without immediate obstacles. Satisfied with the intelligence, they give the order to begin the offensive, and a long column of elven warriors sets off marching through the dense forest, steadily approaching their objective. As the sun sets on October 26, the focus shifts to the strategic map of the region. At the center is the city of Mori, nestled within the territory of Elfland. This ancient city, a former dwarven stronghold, has now become a vital administrative and cultural center of southern Elfland. Its massive stone walls stand as a testament to centuries of history. Within those walls lives a daily population of 60,000 inhabitants, unaware that their bustling regional center has already become a key target in the unfolding conflict. A great eagle soars above the icy sky, its powerful wings beating against the gusty, biting wind. Far away over the landscape, a rider calls down, checking if his companion endures the fierce cold of the upper atmosphere. He soothes the bird and says that the thermo-enchanted plates built into his flight combat suit keep him surprisingly warm even at such altitude. The bond between the scout and his mount is evident as they keenly watch the forces moving forward. Below them emerges the strategic group Paul Bridge, revealing a vital artery for the upcoming offensive. On the ground, commanders finalize plans, drawing conquest routes on detailed maps as the operation officially begins. Inside the command tent, General Sebek directs the deployment of the 7th Army Corps, coordinating the actions of 2 full divisions along with heavy artillery and logistics units. The force is colossal, 40,000 soldiers, ordered to bypass the urban area and the mines of Moria to maintain momentum. Leading this vanguard is General Conrad Rank, a veteran commander known for his unwavering loyalty to Schwerin and for the heroic rearguard action during the retreat from Roseland. While he prepares his men, engineers have already begun the exhausting work, extending rail lines from the bridgehead to the very heart of Moria to ensure an uninterrupted supply flow. To prepare the privates for the hardships ahead, each soldier was given a special ration. Large barrels of beer were hooked up and filled, and plates were piled high with steaming sausage, a rare luxury on the front line meant to strengthen their resolve. They ate their fill. This meal both raised the fighting spirit before the inevitable conflict and was a gesture of gratitude, as their mobilization forced them to miss the traditional harvest festivals at home. When their bellies are full and their spirits high, the infantry bursts forward. Officers hiss orders, move twice as fast. The rhythmic dull thud of thousands of boots, that is how the great assault starts, stretching to the very horizon. They move silently through the darkness, in the swirling waters, heavy backpacks pulling them down as they break through to the goal. First of all, the city of Moria. It lies in a soft, carefree glow, and its lights are reflected in the water like a beacon for the approaching forces. Huddled in the shadows, the soldiers exchanged hushed words. The forces of Elfland seemed not to notice them at all, so they continued on with confidence. One of the soldiers squints, his fangs gleam in the moonlight as he focuses on what lies ahead. The weight of the upcoming battle falls on Union. Among them is First Lieutenant Altez, a man whose life before the war was strikingly different. He worked as an elementary school teacher until mobilization called him to the 7th Jäger Regiment. Now he scrutinizes tactical maps showing the movement of Pinsir. The 9th and 7th Divisions converge on the urban areas. The vanguard continues to grow. Troops are moving into small rowboats. Only the rhythmic sizzling of oars is heard as they make their way through the dark surface to the very shore. In one of the cramped vessels, a soldier mumbles a complaint about the small size of their transport, but his comrade quickly cuts him off, dryly asking if he really expected them to be issued a whole gunboat for such a quiet, low-profile crossing. The critical phase of the operation is controlled by Major Julian Cuff, commander of the river crossing unit of the 3rd Battalion. His unwavering gaze is fixed on the shoreline ahead. He is leading the vanguard of the 34th Regiment into the very hell of enemy territory. He watches closely as the signal is given. The young soldier of Cobalt, Florian Taubelt, launches a signal rocket into the night sky, a silent prayer for protection over the land of plenty, bursting from his lips as the mission truly begins. Next to him, other soldiers in the small boat remain tense. Their gazes cling to the distant shore as they repeatedly recite the solemn oath, begging for divine protection for the dangerous crossing through dark waters. As the flotilla of robot bots glides silently under the giant iron bridge, the commander's face hardens with determination. His voice a low, growling tone orders to release the silver signal over the defenseless city, unsuspecting of danger. Immediately, a series of flawlessly white phosphorus flashes bursts over the water, burning away the darkness of the night sky. flooding the river and the nearby front lane with harsh, artificial daylight that strips away the last veils of night. Under the blinding canopy, soldiers prepare to jump from the vessels, their silhouettes sharply outlined against the glowing sky, and the first boats scrape against the marshy shores of the elven territory. Above the city of Moria, fireworks hang in the sky like miniature suns, and the night turns into a terrifying dawn. Unaware, the inhabitants instantly fall into panic, and their confusion quickly turns to horror as they realize these fireworks are actually harbingers of invasion. The silence of the night is shattered completely as heavy artillery begins its work. Shells howl through the city streets, bursting into flashes of fire and debris, while the commander roars for his men to maintain a continuous rate of fire and suppress any resistance. On the outskirts, the gun crews work with honed efficiency. After each recoil, they drag the massive cannons back into position and load fresh shells to continue the devastating bombardment of the elven fortress. They work with mechanical precision, pressing the heavy shell into the open breech of the huge cannon. The dull metallic clink of the mechanism locking signal Sanother shot is loaded, ready to fall upon the unsuspecting city. From afar, an observer crouched on a ladder watches the horizon flare with rhythmic flashes from the battery. Each rumble rolls over the water, and within seconds, fire blooms from the impacts in the distant elven streets. In the same quiet home, a young elf woman pauses her evening routine, looking gloomily out the window. She grumbles about the sudden, intrusive noise and does not understand why anyone would be so loud at dinner time. Her irritation flares into pure terror as the realization of danger Dauncher plate slips and falls. She screams to her sister, her voice trembling, pointing at the window and frantically shrieking that the capital itself is under attack. The sky pours destruction. A swarm of shells falls to the ground with ominous whistles. One strikes directly on the roof of a neighboring dwelling. The explosion tears the structure apart, and a fountain of debris and white light bursts into the night. The explosion hits them on the periphery. Two sisters are whipped back while the world dissolves into a haze of dust and flying plaster debris. The shockwave finishes them off with a shock. They freeze, and their figures blacken against the approaching darkness through the smoke. Across the entire horizon, the bombing intensifies, and the city, calm just a moment ago, turns into a landscape of fire and ruins. From several districts, plumes of black smoke rise as relentless shelling continuously strikes the elven capital. In the ruins of her home, the younger sister stands alone, her face a frozen mask of shock, staring at the spot where her sister was just moments ago. The silence after the explosion weighs heavily, broken only by the crackling of shattered stone and distant screams. She is not visible on the smoky horizon while the orcs from the artillery unleash a continuous barrage. From the battery positions, the spotter's voice crackles on the radio, reporting the first hit with a hesitant wheeze. Due to the distance, ground crews cannot see their own effectiveness, so a panic investigation erupts among them. Where did the large detonation come from that occurred just moments before the city walls? The commander on site, not trusting his aviation scouts, reminds the team of rumors that the Great Eagle tribe suffers from night vision. Above all this chaos, the massive Eagle Warner Reinders snatches rumors from the spot. He carries the vigilant observer Cobalt through the dark sky. The scout disdainfully snorts at doubts, insisting that his canine heritage gives him more than enough clarity to lead the strikes. To simplify coordination, the ground battery gives clear instructions. If the shells flew over the city, they are far. If they fell closer, they are near. The observer perceives a simple code and is ready to adjust the fire. In a moment, the shell whistled through the air and exploded, making the scout shout a correction so quickly that the next explosion earned a triumphant confirmation of a direct hit. The battery commander threw a brief, "Thank you." He knew the night was not over yet. Watching through binoculars the distant columns of flame, General Conrad Rank lets out a satisfied snort at the accuracy of his forces. He praises the effectiveness of the spotters, and his face is illuminated by the glow of the burning city. Turning back to his headquarters, he notes that the bombing is successfully concentrated in the southwest district, specifically hitting areas bounded by ancient stone walls. He is not too concerned about collateral damage, is focused solely on the strategic objective. The primary target is the Elven Border Guard headquarters, but in reality on the ground everything is much less clean. Stray shells tear through the surrounding residential streets. Once proud Moria architecture now lies in ruins, and the bodies of its citizens are scattered among the debris of their former lives. General Rank declares that cities sheltering armies lose protection under international law and orders his forces to ignore such restrictions. Under him, Elven medics bustle and panic, furiously searching for the command center as doom approaches them. When the magical communication seal was removed, the orcs began decisively and seriously in advance. The regiment commanders urged the 25th, 27th, and 28th units forward. Their voices rose above the roar of marching boots and fluttering flags. When the 7th and 9th Jaeger divisions break through the city perimeter, the elven inhabitants flee in panic. The strategic map confirms the cold efficiency of the assault. Railway lines and stations are marked as primary targets for capture. They charge forward with cold discipline. On command, they fix bayonets but keep rifles unloaded. This tactical choice emphasizes the brutal close-quarters fight during the first street sweep. Narrow cobblestone streets were overwhelmed by dark silhouettes. Orcs and infantry will rush into the very heart of the city. While the surviving elves huddle in the shadows near the passages, Colonel Dalberg of the 28th Regiment takes position near the important crossing, watching the movement of his men with grim composure, coldly and attentively. He steels himself with a blow, slaps with a shove, sweat runs down his outstretched face as he prepares for the final surge. Leading the attack across Powell Railway Bridge, the colonel roars for his men to follow him. He declares that the battlefield is where strength is tested and that it is necessary to capture and hold vital infrastructure for the crown. Over the field, near the menacing mass of the steel bridge, Elven's defenders bustle, taking positions. Their commander roars for them to stay low and frantically shouts the order to hold the line and not let the orcs advance further. He commands the troops to open fire immediately, stubbornly determined to stop the invasion right at the riverbed. To break this pause, the orcs pull up their 75 mountain guns and take aim. The commander gives the signal, shouts to the battery to start firing. Instantly the guns roar and shells fly towards the elven lines, screaming through a cloud of smoke and thunder. Although the clash lasts briefly, the fight unfolds incredibly brutally. From prone positions, orc soldiers watch as their volleys strike the enemy's cover. The landscape turns into a chaotic mix of muzzle flashes and rising dust. One of Thema veteran soldier squints his eyes and tightens his finger on the trigger as soon as he notices something unexpected through the sight. Major Cuff, looking at the rampage of chaos, freezes in disbelief. He is overwhelmed by a wave of confusion and feverishly wonders what kind of resistance the enemy is putting up, what exactly they are trying to achieve by holding on so desperately. He froze in deep confusion as the elven defenders stood firm, refusing to hide even as his people's fire tore through their ranks. The soldiers wondered why the enemy used such suicidal tactics, how they were so easily destroyed, and why they did not fall to the ground to save themselves. When the smoke settled and the city was taken under control, a heavy silence fell over the battlefield. Only the silhouettes of the victors were outlined against the horizon. The major shifted his gaze to the captured elven weapon. His eyebrows furrowed as the subordinate approached, according to orders amid the aftermath of the battle. While they stood among the fallen, his men continued to marvel that the elves still had not grasped tactics, as if the defenders had almost invited their own demise by standing at attention. He could only hum quietly in thoughtful agreement, his gaze fixed on the equipment left after death. He lifted the trophy rifle, recognizing it as a Mayfield Martini, originally from Camelot, and began showing his curious soldiers its awkward loading mechanism, pointing to the lever needed to chamber a round and nodding to one of the fighters to repeat the action while lying on his stomach, suspected a fundamental flaw in the weapon's design. The soldiers flinched and could not reload properly. When he tried to reload from a defensive position, the long lever on the rifle caught on the ground. The major explained, that was exactly why the elves behaved the way they did. The weapon was powerful, but the elves from the army units apparently relied on overly rigid training manuals that did not take into account the practical realities of modern combat. As a result, their soldiers had to stand up to reload, making them vulnerable. His face darkened as he pondered how even the smartest beings are confined by the limits of their own upbringing. The way a cohesive group is formed into an army determines their survival on the battlefield. Standing over the body of the fallen enemy, he felt the full human cost of such systemic failures upon himself, and wondered what words could possibly be sent to the families of those who died for a false and outdated doctrine. He led the 9th Jaeger Division through the old city streets until the night air was suddenly shattered by a sudden fierce resistance. In the chaos of the ambush, a bullet hit, piercing the major's chest and causing him to stagger while his men frantically shouted and scattered. Collapsing into the arms of his subordinates, the dying officer hoarsely gave his last command. He named Lieutenant Altez as his successor and ordered him to take the helm until the armored line converged. Stunned by the sudden weight of responsibility, the young lieutenant stared for a moment at his fallen commander, until the reality of the battlefield forced him to abruptly straighten up, accepting the stern duty to lead the 7th Jaeger Regiment. Besides the instant tragedy, the entire other unit remained pinned in place beneath the massive stone walls of the fortress. The elven defenders unleashed an unrelenting hail of fire, and any breakthrough forward turned into a suicidal game. One soldier, with a face on which fear intertwined with determination, stepped forward to volunteer for a desperate assault, insisting that a bold strike was their only chance to reclaim victory for their homeland. Acknowledging the necessity of risk, the newly appointed commander did not allow his subordinate to face danger alone. He declared that they would go into battle together, despite the colossal odds against them. In the roar that pierced the fight at the tables, he dashed forward rifle in hand and led his men in a desperate sprint to the foot of the enemy fortifications, while bullets kicked up dust around them. Under the cover of their own suppressive fire, the soldiers finally reached the walls and began a perilous climb with ladders, holding firm against the heights and defenders above in the final, bloody push to break through the city's defense. He lunges forward sharply, the revolver muffledly tearing the silence, and with grim determination clears the path ahead. After the first explosion, he and his men rushed to the embrasures, catching the defenders by surprise in the narrow corridors of the wall. Amid the smoke, an elven woman with an officer's insignia grits her teeth, and desperately trying to keep her weapon aimed, holds back the onslaught of orcs already breaking through. She does not manage to give the command to fire before a lieutenant approaches her. His lunge knocks them both to the ground, and a deadly bullet hits its mark, ending her resistance. The breakthrough turns into a continuous stream of steel and gunpowder, and the remaining defenders choke under the pressured brutality of the assault knocks them down. Having emerged from the slaughter, the commander rises on the captured wall and looks at the burning silhouette of Moria City, assuring his worried men that he is holding himself together. Beneath him, the last pockets of elven resistance crumble, and the rest of the soldiers, silently accepting defeat, throw down their weapons as the city falls. As the dust settles, his subordinates gather together, their faces burning with the cold joy of victory, and they celebrate the successful capture of the stronghold. He and his men did it. The 7th Army Corps successfully captured all 3 vital bridges that connected Moria City, effectively sealing a strategic victory. This news quickly reached the top command, giving the general staff and the headquarters of the 2nd Army a rare moment of triumph. As dawn spread over conquered city, the strategic consequences became clear. A huge breach was made in the heart of the Belayant Peninsula, and the Orcs and their forces surged northward. Once the path was cleared, the heavy wagons of the convoy slowly and steadily moved forward, driven by sharp commands from officers. Closely following behind the logistical echelon, medical units deployed their stations and worked tirelessly to stabilize the wounded after the assault. Meanwhile, the field kitchens roared at full capacity. Cooks busied themselves around huge cauldrons, preparing food to sustain the army through the long, exhausting days of occupation ahead. During post-battle inspections on the bridges, a stunning discovery was made. The retreating elves had not prepared for demolition, so the structures remained perfectly intact. This lack of sabotage, reinforced by interrogations of captured officers, led General Zibek and his staff to a startling realization. The elven garrison consisted of barely 2,000 souls, a tiny fraction of the 20,000 they had prepared to fight. He stands on the captured fortifications, holding binoculars in his hands, and thoughtfully reflects on the bloody history of this land. He notes, "The current plight of the White Elves is a direct consequence of their own crimes against the Dark Elves. With their own hands, they have tightened the noose of fate around themselves." Looking back at the city, the history of Bastion becomes clear. It was not designed for defense against an external enemy, it served as a checkpoint during the bloody expulsion of the Dark Elves from their ancestral homes. After the High Command, the fighters are given a brief rest. On the stone paths of the walls on the ramparts, groups of orc infantrymen spread out, some share stories, others pass time playing cards. The tension of the siege finally eases a little. One soldier leans back, closes his eyes and catches a moment of peace while deeply drawing on a cigar, thick smoke swirling in the air, a small, hard-earned luxury amid the ruins of war. Above the resting troops, the general stood still, not taking his eyes off the distance. His silence was unshaken, his brow furrowed, and in his mind, of course, a complex riddle that he could not solve. His silence finally ends when a subordinate approaches closer, concerned by the commander's distant gaze, and asks if he has suffered some invisible injury. He brushes off the worry, instead turning the conversation back to the captured elf officer and reprimands whether his companion noticed anything strange in the behavior or condition of the prisoner. Next to them, the suspect sits bound and defeated, pressed against cold stone. The former proud officer is now a mute proof of the sudden collapse of the city's defense. The subordinate admits his own confusion. He cannot understand what exactly stirred the general's curiosity. Yet despite this, he remains attentive while the superior continues to weigh the inconsistencies of their victory. He leans forward, his gaze fixed on the prisoner's feet, and with a snort of mockery notes, "Her military boots were put on in such a hurry that they were worn on the wrong feet." The elven officer sits dejectedly, leaning against the cold stone wall. Her posture is proof of how chaotically everything fell apart before her capture. Apparently, she fled her quarters in despair, barely managing to dress before the orcs and their forces broke through her position. Looking at the silent battlefield, the commander reflects on the effectiveness of the river crossing. The unit took its objectives without any losses, a rare result in such a fierce clash. Above the torn silhouette of the horizon, in the silence of the night sky hung 3 lunar crescents. They measured the time as the flashes of battle faded and became history. In the following years, the exploits of the Infangria Brigade, a combat group composed of dark elves, acquired a legendary, almost mythical quality as they climbed into the annals of war. Despite their late fame, at first they were green recruits. Their organization was completed only a few months before the start of hostilities, but they were immediately thrown into the most dangerous frontline tasks like the spearhead for the entire army. Later historians debated the true purpose of their deployment. Some believed that the High Command considered Infangria little more than a sacrificial bait, a calling to divert the enemy's attention and ensure the success of a broader strategic plan. Those who serve in these ranks firmly reject such theories, pointing to significant artillery support, the continuous vigilance of large squadrons of Eagle aerial scouts, and the full extent of the nation's resources thrown in to reinforce their mission. He and his unit passed through the thicket of the shaded forest. Their presence was a silent shadow walking alongside the main forces to strengthen their capabilities under the cover of night. This strategic maneuver was a direct consequence of the firm demand made by Daenerys and Ariel. They confronted the Orcian command and insisted on the necessity of her people's participation in the upcoming exercises. While preparations were underway, a sudden sharp clatter of horse hooves cut through the silence, and the beast twitched uneasily, as if sensing an invisible tension in the air. Against the backdrop of minor bustle, the commander remained calm, sitting on her summit, and mentally acknowledged the strength and slightly troubling nature of the allies she herself had invited, until a voice solemnly called to her from above. She shifted her gaze to the source of the greeting, and her eyes became sharp and calculating as she assessed what was unfolding around her. That was Sigurd, who rode up, and giving a sharp salute from the saddle, expressed gratitude for the exhausting efforts the brigade is currently making. 6 km north of the crossing over Sylvan River, the border post Elfland stands quietly under the moons. Through the late hour, routine does not end. The officer orders the squad to march, boots crunch on gravel. They keep a vigilant watch. These guards operate on a strict schedule, unaware of the changing political currents. Delving into the forest, the scouts make their way through the dense undergrowth, keeping their rifles at the ready. Meanwhile, at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Noah freezes in shock as the human envoy reads out the formal declaration of war. He watches the reaction with a heavy heart. He timed the delivery perfectly right at the end of the workday. This delay was inevitable due to the dinner culture of Elfland. While the officials were savoring, the military machine had already started gaining momentum. She freezes in stunned silence as the human ambassador delivers the final devastating ultimatum. Maxwell declares, as a special envoy from Camelot, a state that was a loyal ally, he can no longer offer mediation and places the full weight of the inevitable consequences entirely on their shoulders. Because of this, she and her colleagues are forced to endure 2 hours of exhausting, one-sided negotiations. Only then does the full weight of their situation begin to sink in. The ambassador's cold behavior makes it clear that the diplomatic bridge has been completely burned. This realization plunges the entire Elven diplomatic corps into fear. They freeze in the corridor, and the weight of the inevitable conflict finally breaks through the layers of their former complacency. When the news spreads through the ministry, he explodes in a fit of rage. The Minister of Foreign Affairs demands an explanation of how such a catastrophic mistake could reach the High Command and frantically looks for someone to blame for this tragedy. He continues shouting, demanding the director's documents, while subordinates argue over who exactly gave the approval for the decisions that led to this diplomatic collapse. The room is a whirlwind of panic and mutual accusations. They ultimately calm themselves with dangerous assumptions. If the war was announced in advance, then hostilities will not begin for at least a month. And they hold the belief that their nation is too powerful to suffer defeat at all. They even find the strength to laugh, brushing off the threat as a mere misunderstanding that their superior elvish intellect will surely resolve. Convinced there is no real crisis, they decide to end the workday and head home for the evening. And far from the capital's pride, they march silently through the thickets. While bureaucrats sleep and the invading army approaches the border under the cover of night, news of the war begins to fail to reach the border guards. Those soldiers serving at the border boil with the dull monotony of duties and feel too far from the heights of Elfland's high culture. Dinar and Ariel mockingly mutter that soldiering is merely a necessity. Her mind is filled with the grandeur of elven music, art, and ancient myths, where the race is placed above all others. She feels that being a soldier is a humiliating affair, a burden that distracts from the refinement and intellectual pursuits she considers her birthright. That night she leads a small patrol through dense thickets. Her senses suddenly become heightened. She raises her hand, stops her comrade, and whispers a warning. Something is wrong in this unnatural silence of the forest. She continues grumbling at her subordinate, questioning why anyone would strive for a promotion in such a miserable semblance of an army. Her contempt for the position is clear between the lines. She mocks the very idea of diligence, implying that this neglected place is only fit for the ruins of the Dark Elves and holds no strategic value worth their time. As they make their way through the tall, dry grass, she notices a rhythmic rustling gone that contradicts the silence in the air. There is no wind, yet the stalks still sway as if something large and heavy is lurking nearby, prowling at the edge of sight and closing the distance between them. Suddenly, the silence is shattered by a merciless explosive force. In an instant, it destroys the heads of her comrades. She jerks back, and her rifle trembles in her hands. The reality of a deadly ambush overwhelms her with terrifying speed. Warmed by the warm splash of blood, she freezes in paralyzed horror, staring at the head of the bodiless soldier who stood next to her just a moment ago. Her breathing shortens, her eyes widen with a primal fear she had never known as streams of terror run down her face. Her beat. She falls back into the mud weapon completely forgotten. While stumbling, she desperately flees from the invisible threat. Gulping air greedily, she completely loses self-control. Only a helpless, wildly anxious prey instinct remains, trying to slip away from the inevitable end. Behind her looms a huge white-furred predator. Its giant jaws drip with saliva as it prepares to strike. Its presence presses down. The silent shadow of death has finally driven its prey into darkness. He loomed over the fallen elf girl, his nose wrinkling with disgust as he touched the scent of her fear with words and called her a pathetic little girl. With a sharp, deadly, cruel movement, the predator lunged into attack and splashes of blood flew into the night air as the figure was thrown back like a rag against the backdrop of the crescent moon. Amid the noise of the forest, the elven cavalry stood ready, and the commander received a solemn salute from the ranks. The moment of the military order shattered as a huge white wolf stepped silently and soundlessly behind Lieutenant Colonel Ironvlinder's back, mocking the open flank and hinting that in a moment it could seize her throat. Trembling from visible horror, she gasped out her identified leader of the Mountain Yeager Regiment, while the beast simply ordered her to pull herself together like. His golden eye narrowed as soon as he confirmed that the border patrol had been neutralized, and he ordered to shake the officer so they would move quickly and not disrupt the schedule. The predatory smile cut across his muzzle. Rows of sharp teeth appeared as he thanked El for the protection they gave his king. He admitted that the alliance arose out of necessity, but he gladly took up the hunt again. Stunned by the fury that their supposed ally had, Irinv could only whisper a silent, grateful prayer to the mother white tree for the fact that these monsters did not become their enemies, although she doubted the commander's decision who called them. She watches as the giant white wolf prepares to set off. His voice rumbles dully as he promises to meet again after the skirmishers have feasted on the hunt. Hearing her signal, the giant beast releases a series of guttural commands: forward and kill. The pack scatters into the darkness as a solid patch of white fur while the elven vanguard reports readiness. While the soldiers finish preparations, a young female officer approaches them leaning forward, her voice trembling as she asks if those giant beasts are really as terrifying as the legend says. Her eyes widen with realization as the full weight of what happened falls upon them. The scale of the power they have unleashed finally becomes clear. Seeing the fear in her eyes, the lieutenant colonel explains. These creatures were once native to their lands, and if they had not disappeared, the elven people might have long since been overwhelmed by them. Her words paint a grim picture, for even a few of these wolves have enough raw power to bring Elfland to its knees, and with their help, the Mountain Yeager Regiment officially begins its raid. While the main forces advance, the border posts of Elfland stand in quiet ignorance of the approaching storm. The night air is still and deceptively calm. Approaching these isolated positions, the elven soldiers of the Yeager Regiment move through the underbrush with practiced silence, their rifles ready as they prepare to strike. She watches from the shadows as the border post Elfland, carefree under the night sky, stands still. A lone guard patrols the perimeter, rifle slung over his shoulder, unaware that predators are already gathering closer. Inside the outpost, guards grumble about another power failure, wishing they had lamps instead of unreliable electric lights. Their complaints are cut short when a massive advent wolf lunges from the darkness, jaws snapping while a cloaked figure strikes with lethal precision. A spray of blood paints the night. The blade, a heavy, curved instrument of death, oozes fresh blood red as the attackers move through the camp like ghosts. It is a weapon for quiet, efficient killing. It leaves no room for alarm cries. One of the raiders seizes the guard from behind. With a glove, he muffles his desperate breath, and the cold steel of the machete cuts precisely to the target. These are not standard military blades, personal weapons, each with its own history of violence. For Dinara, this blade is a sacred family heirloom, made of morium steel and 45 centimeters long. The clan elders gave it to her on her coming of age, a sign of transition into a warrior who will bear the burden of her people's survival Under the watchful gaze of two moons, the slaughter continues in eerie silence. The outpost flag flutters in the wind, an empty sign of defense, already settled before the white elves could raise their voices in protest. Panic waves over the remaining guards as they realize the shadows themselves are attacking. On the watchtower of Hain, one of the sentries peers into the darkness. His heart pounds wildly because he senses the unnatural silence of the camp below and the sudden, brutal death of his comrades. He barely manages to notice the threat as the blade cuts the air and with one bloody strike ends his life. Dinar stands over the fallen opponent. On her face is cold concentration as the raid approaches its bloody finale. She stands amid the silence left behind. The night raid ended with cold, clinical precision. Next to her, the massive Advent wolf remains alert. His presence indicates successful coordination between the clan and their beastly allies. As rumors of victories in Gul Halifalas and the fall of Moria spread through the ranks, the Infangrian Brigade completes its vital crossing of the river, transferring supplies and horses to the far shore. Among those crossing the line are Lieutenant Colonels Ileonar Findel and Arwen Karinarian. They sit quietly on the transport vessel, reflecting on the furious pace of the invasion. Having reached the shore, the command staff gathers in the darkness to finalize the details of their next maneuver. They study maps intently, while Ileonar and Arwen take their positions as heads of the 3rd and 1st Cavalry Regiments respectively. The commander emphasizes their role as the vanguard, stressing the need to maintain the pace. Their goal is clear. As the advanced detachment of the entire army, they must strike first before the enemy recovers from the initial shock of the sudden attack. She gives the final order with cold determination, ordering to immediately capture the village on the main road, while simultaneously minimizing their own losses. She and her comrade Commander Arwen thoughtfully observe how the very nature of war is changing in this modern age. She notices the villages within the Star Drinking region are unexpectedly wealthy. There are full warehouses of grain and fodder that can be repurposed for the army. These supplies are not just local wealth. Historical records show one small village can sustain a huge army of 12,000 soldiers for several days, providing tens of thousands of rations. Such settlements are integrated into military doctrine as natural strongholds, important nodes for deployment and defense during advancement. But they understand securing the base is only half the battle because relentless enemy reconnaissance remains the main objective. Acting on this priority, vanguard soldiers systematically clear local post offices, taking all newspapers, private correspondence, and telegraph records to compile a complete picture of the enemy's status for the high command. This gathered intelligence is a fragile living asset. Any delay in transmission from the front line can ruin the entire campaign and put the army on the brink of crisis. She concludes the strategic review with the last, as clear as day, truth about why their next move is necessary. She fervently commands her troops. Her voice cuts like a hunter's cry in a fever, ordering them to find and disperse any enemy forces they encounter. Beside her, her partner suddenly salutes in response to the order, both officers fully ready for a swift offensive. The cavalry of the Infantgria Brigade tears forward. Their pace, according to eyewitnesses, is nothing less than terrifying. They rush through the rural area as if war has struck them with a single sweeping blow. High above the ground, the great Eagle Werner Reinders leads a vital reconnaissance, helping the army cover 30 km in 2 days and bring them to the reach limit of the Port Valmiera. As the troops advanced, Major Maffling monitors the occupation of local settlements. His soldiers raise orcs on a flag to show the territory was taken without resistance. The local elven inhabitants can only watch and freeze in silence. On their faces is a mixture of shock and disbelief due to the same insanely fast speed of the invasion. Mounted squads gallop through the streets of newly captured villages, and the residents, both local dark elves and white elves who settled here earlier, spend days in fear and silently lock eyes. The march continues to Skal village. A quiet settlement 28 kilometers from Sylvan River now lies directly in the path of the relentless juggernaut. The occupation of the interior territories by the armored group Gria Brigade continues with cold efficiency. In the very heart of the quiet settlement, Sigurd stands guard while his soldiers come out of a house dragging a disheveled elf woman into the grass. She resists their grasp. She staggers a step, her breath escaping in ragged, convulsive gasps. The soldiers announce her identity. This woman, trembling but unyielding, is the leader of Skal village, the very prize the vanguard has already seen as a spoil. He holds a stony gaze, demanding full cooperation. His questions are sharp and merciless. He needs the exact population number of the village, the location of any hidden armaments, and most importantly, whether any elven border guards remain lurking in the shadows of the houses. In response, she clenches her teeth. Drops of sweat roll down her forehead, and a low, guttural curse bursts from her chest. She whispers a single mysterious word, the name of the darkness that has fallen upon her people. Tension on the snowy clearing reached its limit when several elven soldiers aimed their aerial rifles at Dinara. She did not back down. Her voice rang out as an order to stop the aggression. Despite her outward defiance, a moment of true shock flashed across her face when she realized how deep the hostility directed against her by her own people was. Nearby, Sigurd sat amid the chaos. His voice was a cold whisper as he asked a chilling question: what exact price was paid for this current position? Her body trembled with rage and distrust. Her hand stretched out as if she wanted to brush off the accusation that she had supposedly sided with the orcs. But Sigurd did not stop. He jabbed a finger into her side and mockingly questioned whether she had sold her own dignity, her uniform, and even the lives of her comrades for the power she now held in her hands. Verbal insults immediately turned into fists. He struck her sharply in the face and she fell to the ground, staggering. Then he shifted his gaze to his men, barked for them to lower their weapons, and demanded an answer. Did they want him to clean up everything himself? The subordinates obeyed the order, but clouds of uncertainty and a shadow of anxiety still hung on their faces as they lowered their rifles. While she remained on the ground, clenching her bruised cheek, Sigurd uttered an empty apology for the lack of discipline in his troops. He acknowledged, albeit through gritted teeth, respect for the courage required for her to speak so openly under such desperate circumstances, but his tone lacked genuine sympathy. He stood over her, a dark silhouette against the pale moment, and admitted that the arrival of this moment brought him a grim, restless sense of satisfaction. He held her by the collar with cruel force, sharply pulling her closer as she trembled with fear. Under his relentless pressure, she let out a sharp cry of fear, eyes wide, while he ordered the interrogation to continue, certain that sooner or later she would break. A few moments later, he released her, composed himself, and coldly apologized for the outburst, immediately warning, "Never show such weakness to the soldiers again." After that, he casually added that he would tell her what the village elder had said. Leaning in with a sadistic smile, he whispered a vile insult about the physical nature of the orc, as if asking whether that was exactly what she wanted. In response to his words, she stared blankly straight ahead, the weight of his cruelty pressed so hard that she was left speechless, empty. When the skirmish ended, she was released. He ordered a subordinate to check the perimeter and promised to save her dinner. His figure finally dissolved as she retreated into the shadows near the building, leaning against the cold stone, and the silence of the night hour descended upon her. Finally left alone, she falls to the floor and clutches her head in terrible pain as sobs rack her, as if her spirit is finally broken by the humiliations of the day. She is surrounded by the remains of the village, a place that should have been familiar, but is now occupied by the forces she serves. A sharp, acute realization cuts through her despair. She recognizes the interior of the homes. This was her house, her refuge, now an empty shell. Falling to her knees, the former head of the Skull clan lets out a terrible scream. She is finally broken by the burden of lost comrades and the shattered home. Her torment is reflected in the grim faces of her fellow officers, including Iavisril, who are forced to confront the bitter truth of their invasion. The invasion of the Fangria Brigade into their own ancestral lands turned the return home into a hideous tragedy. Their own weapons were turned against their past. Among all ranks, from the youngest soldiers to experienced commanders, the shared pain of this fratricidal war breaks through in silent tears and shattered resolve. Against the backdrop of this emotional ruin, the war machine relentlessly grinds forward with 3 cavalry regiments, including the one commanded by Lieutenant Colonel Ilianer Feindel, pressing west along designated routes. Their path leads to the dense Lyra forest and the outskirts of the village of Heisland, lying south of River Cross. The mounted unit presses forward. Horses strike their hooves against the rotten path in a steady, dull rhythm as they overcome the waves of hills in the Elfland borderlands. He takes a deep breath, barely smiles, and touches his lips as he says he feels the presence of the white-silver tree, reflecting on the saving familiarity of his homeland. His companion remains uncertain. Her face darkens with growing anxiety. For the Dark Elves, these trees are more than just plants. They are divine. Their sacred custom is to take a branch when a child is born and forge a protective amulet, worn over the heart all life as a connection to their roots. She points to the horizon, inquires about the sensations, and says that the white silver trees here in this lowland should not grow. They originate from higher mountain slopes where she herself grew up. Despite the logic of the locality, the conviction does not waver. The smell is impossible to mistake, although the Lyra forests ahead are known only for their ordinary firs and pines. Having received an urgent call from her subordinate, she immediately took command, ordered the fourth company to bring all the horses forward and immediately find out where this smell is coming from. They burst into a furious gallop. The command sounds with such urgency that the riders are forced to press their horses and drive them forward across open fields straight to the source of that mysterious scent. As the smell becomes sharper, she is gripped by increasing horror. Tears blur her vision as she struggles to understand why the sacred essence of her people appears in such an impossible and possibly tragic place. She urgently orders her troops to bring shovels and call the engineering team. Her voice echoes through the forest glade as they dismount. Following her example, the soldiers begin to dig into the soft earth, the rhythmic strikes of metal against soil, the only sound in the tense air. It is she, the lieutenant colonel, who joins the efforts. Her face is a mask of bare despair and growing horror as she grips her tool so tightly that her knuckles turn white. Due to the furious pace, the thin soil quickly collapses, and beneath the layer of forest litter, a dark, damp secret is revealed. With a sharp cry, she uncovers the first icy evidence: a skeletal hand and skull, remnants of life cast into the mud. When the realization of what they have found dawns on them, the tangled, smoldering remains they see paralyze the hardened soldiers' pure, unadulterated shock. Seeing the mass grave and experiencing the full horror, she lets out such a soul-wrenching scream that it rings in her chest, and her companion is overwhelmed by physical revulsion. He cannot comprehend the scale of this terrible cruelty. This discovery will forever go down in history as the Lyra's forest incident, a dark stain on the land, where the silence of the trees now testifies to a tragedy that cannot be conveyed in words. She and her fellow officers from the cavalry regiment stood frozen in stunned silence before the scale of horror. Despite the discovery, the mission continued. They sent a swift messenger to the Third Army and gathered their courage to continue the advance into the very heart of the forest. This grim finding quickly became a state matter, so King Gustav ordered an immediate and direct investigation. For an entire year, investigators unearthed the nightmare. Eventually, they counted over 20,000 individual remains scattered across the clearing. The scale of the horror was systematic. Diagrams showed bodies stacked in several dense layers within 16 separate pits. It was here that the true nature of the Lyra's forest incident was revealed, a site of cold-blooded executions where elven officers turned their weapons against their own people. Step by step, the victims were forced to kneel, the cold steel of the pistol pressed against the base of their skulls. The air thickened with the smell of iron and the muffled pleas of those still waiting their turn in the mud. Those who lived in the surrounding villages, many of whom had relocated here after the cleansing, were not completely blind to the shadows beneath the trees. They knew about the events vaguely and eerily, so they chose heavy silence over the danger of speaking out. This was the cause of the paralyzing fear that gripped the headman of the village of Skal. Her eyes wide open and full of tears that never fell reflected the devastating weight of the secret, hidden behind the desperate, primal fear of revenge from those in power. When word of the site finally leaked beyond the borders, the Elfland government quickly rushed to contain the fallout. When formal inquiries came through the International Red Cross at the height of the conflict, the official response was cold and outright refusal, claiming that such a place did not exist at all. Even as evidence began to pile up one after another, the Elven leadership maintained a mask of innocence. Later, they changed the narrative. Through their diplomats, they claimed that the mass graves were merely an unfortunate incident involving those buried there, and the lie sounded hollow when shattered by the evidence from the pits. He probably pondered the weight of ancient Elven traditions. Both high elves and dark elves return their amulets to the roots of the silver trees after death. It is a sacred belief that without this proper ritual, the soul will never be reborn, and this thought brings agonizing tears to the young who have just realized the finality of losing their loved ones. While diplomats argued, Orcsson released his official statement about the deliberate massacre and subsequent cover-up by the Elfine government. The exposure of such state cruelty shook the human states and forever changed the political landscape of the continent. But for the soldiers on the ground, the geopolitical consequences of agreements and international shock meant nothing. They simply rode in silence, burdened by a truth far heavier than the equipment they carried on their saddles. These women members of the elite Elven cavalry were torn apart by grief that surpassed their military duty. They openly wept, unable to reconcile the terrible betrayal committed by their own people and government with the uniform they still wore. Their screams echoed over the barren plains as they drove their horses forward through the dust. The weight of 20,000 dead souls pressed on the column, turning their march into a silent funeral procession. Even when night fell and the rain sharply lashed them like a whip, the tears did not stop. The darkness only reflected the despair in their hearts as they blindly rode toward an unknown and bloodied future. In the early morning of the 27th, the strike of the war shifted to the coast. Above the docks loomed the huge iron silhouette of a gunboat, and its presence sharply contrasted with the gloomy ride of the cavalry deep inland. On board the ship, Signal Master Oscar Venus relayed the latest reports to his seniors. Lieutenant Dorland Bilk listened attentively. His gaze combined professional focus and the heavy burden of command as they processed the news of the fall of Moria. He stands next to the noisy dwarf who is choking with joy upon seeing Moria. The dwarf roars that this is their Siddhidar and close to the heart of their people, while the young lieutenant remains silent, probably contemplating the full weight of this moment. The celebration is interrupted by the appearance of Commander Grimmin. His presence immediately compels everyone to behave respectfully. The dwarf raises his gaze. His boisterous shouts quiet down, replaced by the formal acknowledgement of the senior officer. The commander looks down at them with a stern but not angry gaze and simply orders, "Have breakfast." On the gunboat's deck, figures turn into silhouettes against the morning light as they prepare to take food. A brief moment of ordinary life amid the campaign. The lunch consists of a hearty sandwich, corned beef and pickled cucumbers on black bread, seasoned with black pepper and mayonnaise, all accompanied by a hot cup of coffee steam. While they eat, Grimmin notices the grim faces of the lieutenants and urges him to say it like it is, claiming he is just talking to himself half asleep. Two experienced veterans continue to have breakfast, and a pair of their cups rises into the cold air as they share a quiet moment of rest. Glancing toward the shore, where in the distance a column of wagons crosses the bridge, the young officer admits he felt relieved that they did not have to start a direct assault on their own homeland. But as soon as he said this, his thoughts immediately flew to others involved in this war. Between the lines, elven soldiers stand at the ready, their faces carved with cold determination reflecting the mounting tension of war. While he and other elven scouts keep watch on land, the gaze returns to the river waters. On the deck of the Miwi, a young lieutenant leans forward. His voice is muffled. He asks his senior a difficult question. Aloud, he wonders what it must feel like when a commander leads an assault against the very land where he was born. He pauses the simple act of eating for a moment, and everything freezes as the weight of the question settles. Without looking up, the veteran officer admits that the truth is just as the lieutenant believes. It is the harsh necessity of service. Standing together on the deck, while the gunboat cuts through the calm waters, they stare at the horizon. The commander speaks of the silent understanding among soldiers, a code where some burdens are borne without asking or speaking aloud. Across the vast open steppes ahead rushes Dinar's squadron, the Alev cavalry, at full gallop, the thunder of hooves echoing as they fly toward the front line with grim determination. She holds a piercing, unwavering gaze, all her focus on the target ahead, while the wind lashes her silver hair, reflecting the cold resolve of her people. Meanwhile, as the front moves, General Zybeck studies strategic maps in the command center. With a booming satisfaction, he notes, the second sector has already fallen. It was preemptively devoured by relentless orcs after decisive battles near Moria and Falmiria Bay. The campaign for Nobrest is proceeding exactly according to plan, pressing the elven defense relentlessly. Besides clashes on the land itself, the conflict extends to vital sea routes. In the early stages, the war is determined not only by land, but by movement across the stormy sea, a strategic space where the interests of Orcson and Camelot are destined to collide. By the fourth day of the war, October 22, the focus shifts to the western coast of the Belayant Peninsula. A lone ship holds course in the waters of a critical route connecting Camelot and Elfland. This ship, a huge 5,000-ton coal frigate under the flag of Elfland, suddenly encounters an unknown vessel at a crossing. On deck, an observer shouts in despair to the captain. Ahead, at the 2 o'clock position, a strange figure is rapidly approaching. He peers through binoculars. The sailor's face pales as soon as he recognizes the newcomer. He exclaims that the approaching ship flies the colors of Gore, a sign of a dangerous and completely unexpected encounter on the open sea. He calls across the deck, demanding time synchronization as the two vessels draw closer. Captain Leofildes acknowledges the request. The time is exactly 13:46 and orders the marine chronometer to be ready for exchange. This ritual was a customary courtesy among the great ships of that era, an ancient habit from the times when the accuracy of marine chronometers was much lower. Sailors had to compare their instruments with each other every time their ships met on the open sea. When the distance between hulls shortens to about half a mile, the crew of the approaching ship bursts into applause and shouts a friendly tone masking a hidden intent. Lee feels the time has come and orders her crew to drop the deceptive mask and raise the true flags. The Gore flag is swiftly taken down, and in its place appears the stern black and white sign of Orcs and Navy. The elven merchant sailors freeze in paralyzed horror as their own friendly trading ship turns into a predator right before their eyes. On the deck of the newly revealed auxiliary cruiser, Orcs and sailors burst into action, tearing off camouflage panels and opening a powerful deck gun aimed directly at the elven ship. Commander Grimman, looking through binoculars, barked an order to fire 2 warning shots across the bow of the merchant vessel, demanding an immediate engine shutdown. Geysers of seawater burst forward right in front of the elven ship, while the Seedler announces itself both with steel and flag signals. The message is unequivocal. Orcs and Navy have intercepted the Shakira Furiba resistance is futile. Having boarded the captured deck, Grindman solemnly, though coldly, offers the elven captain an apology and informs her that her ship is being taken as a war trophy. He assures her that their further departure will be facilitated through the International Red Cross, but for now they are to be taken to Orkson. At the same time, Grindman notes with professional interest that their cargo, Camelot coal, is of the highest quality. He gives a sharp, confident smile and reflects. His self-confidence will not waver as long as there is a homeland to return to. Standing on the deck of his crew, the commander, whom his crew called Luckner, expresses deep satisfaction with the ship and praises the craftsmanship of the North Orc Steamship Company, which gave them such a wonderful ship hull. This ship is a vivid example of ruse de guerre, a merchant vessel converted into an auxiliary cruiser. This is a common naval practice when, during conflicts, civilian hulls are staffed for military service. He discusses with his subordinates the history of the ship, noting that it was originally the Kirschbaum, a high-speed passenger and cargo liner, although rumors said its construction was merely a hobby for the company president. That the president, Ernst Warbeck, was more than ready to support the national cause in fact. He insisted on transferring 2 such ships to the Navy under the Volunteer Fleet Act, driven by a passionate desire to aid the war effort. Gazing at the horizon through binoculars, the commander acknowledges the heavy financial burden these ships have placed on the Vorbeck company. They nearly brought it to ruin. Until suddenly an officer interrupts the conversation and reports that preparations for the return voyage have already been completed. Under his command, Siebler and her sister ships began a ruthless campaign, intercepting and capturing Elfine merchant vessels, as well as any neutral ships suspected of transporting vital war materials to the enemy. This strategic operation proved devastatingly effective. Auxiliary cruisers scoured the seas and successfully cut the maritime supply lines on which the Elfine relied during their continued resistance. The commander stands on the deck of his ship, holding binoculars, and watches the operations that earned his team the title King Gustav's Pirates. This relentless campaign of commercial raiding across the open seas effectively strangled the enemy's supply of vital resources. Because of these interceptions, LFIND leadership watches as everything falls apart. Weapons, gunpowder, and industrial equipment they so desperately ordered from foreign states do not arrive. Among the most devastating losses was the disrupted supply of quality coal from Camelot. It has now been cut off and redirected to fuel the Orkson war machine. He and his crew mostly do not understand the strategic blow they have already dealt by capturing shipments of smokeless coal, instead focusing on the immediate triumph of their captures. Slipping through treacherous, icebound waters, the auxiliary cruiser continues its silent, predatory watch far from the main battle lines. By October 22, 1886, only 5 days into the conflict, the focus shifts to the coastal city of Falmeria, where the main clash is about to ignite. The strategic map shows the trap closing. Forces converging on the harbor thus begins what will later be called the Battle of Falmeria. While the commercial raiding continued to bleed the enemy dry, the vanguard of the Infangria Brigade reached the northwestern outskirts of Falmeria. High-ranking Elven officers carefully studied maps, coordinating the final encirclement moves as pressure on the port city intensified. This strategic maneuver was part of a larger plan, while the First Army moved into a full siege position around Falmeria Harbor. On the map, the tightening loop was clearly visible. Various divisions and brigades took their designated positions to completely cut off the city from the rest of Elfland. Behind the front line, the work was no less important, for the army was not just marching forward, it had to pave the way it would follow. Major Muffling commanded the noisy process. Engineers and infantry in frantic bustle pulled telegraph lines and cleared the road for the following columns to keep communication uninterrupted. He watched as the soldiers worked. Some pushed heavy supply carts along the newly laid tracks, others settled in the shade under umbrellas, managing the logistics of the grand plan. The air was filled with the clatter of hammers and the measured chanting of workers, a symphony of industrial progress in the war zone. This gigantic project stretched across wild mountain passes. A silver ribbon of railway tracks cut a path through the wilderness. It was a testament to the engineering talent of Orcs. They maintained a steady supply flow even as the terrain grew increasingly difficult and the front line receded further and further. Among the ranks, infantrymen shared grim humor about their current duty, seeing they constantly hold pickaxes instead of rifles. One soldier grumbled that the so-called Elfland roads are in worse condition than the farthest alleys of their homeland, making the work even more joyless. Despite the complaints, the hard work continued. Massive artillery guns were dragged forward, and teams of exhausted horses pulled them, straining their muscles to the limit. The weight of the guns themselves was such that dozens of soldiers had to help their boots sank into the soft ground as they pushed the wheels through the mud, making their way to their firing positions. Watching the passage of these giants, the soldiers recognized them as heavy artillery under the direct command of the army headquarters. One of them, with a weary sigh, said that in this war the hunger of guns for shells always seemed to be placed above the hunger of a man for a hot meal, emphasizing the cruel priorities of the siege. They gather as soon as the call for rations echoes through the campand. The stomachs of those who worked all day growl with hunger. Their dish is a practical necessity of war. A thick soup of bacon and wurst, seasoned with a sharp sour taste of sauerkraut and diluted with pieces of potatoes to keep the men full. Steam rises from field kitchens on mobile platforms as cooks work tirelessly to feed the growing army surrounded around the harbor. One soldier eagerly digs into his work. Simple hot food gives a brief moment of peace amid the tension of the siege. While they were chewing, he and his comrade discussed the logistics of their position, acknowledging, "The preserved rations are reliable, but the supply chain is still a constant concern." A little further from the front line, seemingly endless, a caravan of wagons with supplies rumbles, stretching along muddy roads and carrying the lifeblood of the Orcs and their war machine to the fortress looming ahead. From a height above all the bustle, the command staff surveys the prize standing ahead, watching the ships in the harbor of Falmeria as the sun begins to set. The Deputy Chief of Staff for Operations, Eric Graben, observes the scene with a grim expression, reproaching with regret those who dare to resist the inevitable. Major Muffling surveys the tactical situation with icy satisfaction and notes, "The enemy has retreated to the port of Falmeria. From his point of view, only rats remain there, trapped in a sack with no escape route. The port itself is a hive of desperate activity. The Elfland have gathered the remnants of their forces here. Ships are loaded and unloaded in a frantic rush to maintain supplies, while the surrounding landscape is scarred by the war's heavy machinery." Among the defenders, Dinars and her fellow officers stand amid the chaos. On their faces is a mixture of stern determination and exhaustion from the long campaign. They know well, the gaze of the Orcs in high command is fixed on their last stronghold. Watching the developments from a position of cold-blooded authority, Major General Eric Graben assesses the enemy's situation. He understands their desperation, but his focus remains on the clean, flawless execution of the upcoming assault. In the command center, deployed in the former village of Riskva, the Orcsan leadership has gathered around a map. The air is thick with the smell of old paper and the weight of strategic decisions as they prepare to tighten the noose around the film zones. Spreading out a detailed tactical map on the table, Mutilio uses his voice to outline the noise's course and provides the enemy's force breakdown. He estimates, over 20,000 souls trapped in a pocket, 8,000 regular fighters from 2 Elfin brigades, 2,000 Marines, and a swelling wave 10,000 volunteers and remnants from the surrounding districts. Continuing the report, he names the commander of these scattered forces the experienced veteran Nema Polifana. He notes with slight professional annoyance, "The Elfind rank system is too convoluted, and the major can issue orders with the authority of a much higher officer." This broken structure clearly irritates Graben. He rubs his temple while pondering the chasm between their modern army and the elven tradition of clan recruitment. He muses aloud whether his enemies have any idea about modern warfare at all, or if they just throw people into battles they cannot handle. He continues the briefing and notes that the Elfine forces tried to modernize by uniting their fleet and marines into a system modeled after Camelot. This reform, initiated by their current commander, led to the construction of defensive fortifications around Falmeria, which they boldly called the Fortress of Falmeria. Hearing such a designation, he barely restrains his distrust, disdainfully nodding towards the horizon. He finds the very idea that such a place could be called a fortress ridiculous. Looking through the field binoculars, he confirms his suspicions. He says that these fortifications are a pathetic excuse for a military installation. His experienced eyes see not a real bastion, but a temporary field position with several superficial additions, as flimsy as the walls of an ordinary civilian house. Those structures are truly outdated. Simple masonry and outdated cannons that cannot withstand the strength of modern concrete fortifications. These are remnants of a past era of Warthi, are completely unprepared for the destructive power of a modern army. Standing on the strategic height with his staff, he emphasizes, they must hold this position under control, because if the enemy captures such a height, it will be a catastrophic mistake. A scornful smile slides across his face as he notices the glaring, deadly weakness in the elven deployment. This is a mistake born of inexperience, and he intends to exploit it mercilessly. A little below lies the port of Falmeria. Along the coast stretches the harbor and the city. They seem so quiet and carefree, unaware of the tactical miscalculation that has already sealed their fate. Turning to the tactical map, he points to a huge breach in the enemy line where the river, road, and railway converge at one point. He orders an immediate breakthrough through this corridor and directs the 3rd Brigade to use their 12-centimeter howitzers to systematically destroy the southern batteries and clear the way for the final assault. He decisively points to the tactical map and traces the path with his finger for the 17th Division to break through enemy lines. If they can take control of this crossroads, the defense of Falmeria, in his opinion, will effectively collapse. Standing before his subordinates, the Major General adjusts his cap, giving a sharp warning. Urban areas must not be touched. The port facilities and Camelot merchants must be taken under reliable protection at any cost to avoid international complications. His face hardens as he delivers the final component of the plan. He intends to send an official demand for surrender. The defenders are given a strict 24-hour deadline to lay down their arms. This sudden shift to diplomacy throws his adjutants off track. Deft pauses and a general stop force them to exchange confused glances and doubt about why this, in their opinion, overly boring gesticulation is happening in the middle of a strike where the cost of error is too high. He clarifies, the proposal was actually initiated by King Gustav himself, and he immediately approved this plan. The goal is not mercy. It is to sow doubt and hesitation in the leadership of the elves, turning their own moral duties into a tactical yoke. With a cold, deliberate gaze, he explains, this is purely a strategic maneuver. By proposing conditions, they shift the responsibility for the inevitable destruction onto the elves, forcing them to choose between pride and the lives of their people. The strength of this move lies in the impossible choice it creates for the commanders of Elfland. Now they have to decide the fate of the inhabitants of Camelot and their own people, a burden that inevitably slows their reaction and cracks their resolve. Only then does the logic of this bluff finally reach his subordinates. They converse quietly, understanding that the ultimatum is not an olive branch, but a psychological weapon meant to break the enemy before the first shot is fired. He stands among his comrades, the air thick with the grim satisfaction of professional soldiers. They exchange words about the essence of their cause and find dark beauty in the mechanism of war. Raising his voice, the general demands attention from every officer present. He declares that war is their business, the instrument to be wielded for the glory of the king and the safety of Orcs, demanding complete devotion from those who serve. In a sharp move to remove any pretense, he orders the immediate removal of the personnel breast badges. The high-ranking officials comply, shedding symbols of their status to face the bare truth of the coming assault. As the command structure changes, the heavy machine of the Orcs army begins a formidable advance. Huge cannons drag cavalry units across the scarred landscape, and the earth trembles under the weight of inevitable destruction. When the artillery reaches its destination, soldiers with practiced efficiency deploy the renowned cannons. The commander orders the heavy brigade forward, and the landscape transforms into a fortress of iron and gunpowder. Standing before the gathered might of his troops, the general crunches his fists, and a predatory grin touches his features. He proclaims that the siege of the port of Fulmeria is finally near, calling his people to begin a wondrous war. Under the cover of darkness, the elven defenders break their ranks, positions crumble, and they stage a chaotic retreat. They abandon their posts and heavy equipment, fleeing from the overwhelming pressure of the Orcs. In the mud ingrained in the earth remain the remnants of the shattered army, an abandoned rifle, and a crumpled helmet. The failure of the Elfland forces is explained by outdated organization and a deadly lack of clear leadership during the clash with modern warfare. When the remnants of the Elfland forces gathered at the besieged port, command found itself at the helm of a sinking ship. In fact, this fractured structure consisted of senior commanders from the Border Guard, the Marine Regiment, and 2 from the regular army. Alone. One of them, Major General Halfane of the Border Guard, bore the main share of the blame. His comrades in arms called him the commander of the broken crowd. Even when a request for surrender arrived from Orcson, he stubbornly dragged the battle to a bitter end and refused to acknowledge the reality of their encirclement. This, this disobedience lasted briefly. Two army generals turned against him and ordered their subordinates to immediately shoot the disgraced officer on the spot to clear the way for their own plans. Immediately after the killing, one of the female army generals fled the city in the darkness, taking only a handful of loyal followers, and vanished from the chronicles of history as the war reached its climax. Against the backdrop of the starry contrast, the Major General of the Marine Corps stood firmly before her soldiers, rejecting the very thought of escape and demanding a final, desperate resistance, saying that the fate of the Falmeria people hung solely on their shoulders. She remained on the wall, her eyes burning, in her heart a painful determination to share the fate of her warriors and fight to the last breath. Beneath the walls, the streets shone with grief. Soldiers ruthlessly pushed away pleading civilians. They insisted that their actions were purely military affairs and that they were only following orders. Meanwhile, the last army general chose a middle path. He ordered his 4,000 soldiers to begin an unauthorized retreat, further fracturing the fragile defense of the city while withdrawing them from the front line. The ranks of the retreating generals swelled. More and more soldiers, doomed not to remain here, begged to be allowed to join the withdrawal. Eventually, the number of deserters reached a staggering 5,000, a huge blow to those who remained, the city's defensive forces. Upon hearing about this mass desertion, the naval commander roared in shock and could not believe it. She did not understand how one could so cowardly betray duty. She cursed the irony of fate. She alone was left to face the coming storm, while the others fled. She stood as the only female officer who did not abandon either her post or her honor when the sun set on November 2 and the battle for the Fulmeria fortress finally ceased. Amid the ruins, her defiance remained the only constant. Under the cold glow of 2 moons, a huge column of 5,000 soldiers disappeared into the night, leaving behind the fortress they were called to defend. Their ultimate fate remained a dark mystery, a ghostly army marching into the unknown. But the defiance of the Marine Corps commander came at a terrible cost. Her brigade was driven into a hunt with relentless, almost cruel efficiency. The enemy showed no mercy, pursuing the Infangria brigade through the crumbling shadows of the front. She was shaking with rage and distrust because of the sheer absurdity of his escape. She was left alone as the sole sentinel in a world that had lost its bearings. Now the entire defense depended only on her. She stood by the window. Her gaze was fixed on the quiet village beyond the house as the morning light filtered into the room. In the silence, the weight of her duties as clan leader was felt, a burden she bore far from the peace of the forest. Turning away from the window, she looked down at the bottle resting on the table. Fatigue appeared on her face, going beyond ordinary physical exhaustion. The patterned label of the strong drink caught the dim light, a silent companion to her anxious thoughts in the early hours. Slowly and carefully, she reached out and grabbed the bottle by the neck. She paused for a moment. Her gaze was fixed on the liquid inside, as if seeking a brief respite from the increasing pressure of this campaign. Instead of drinking directly, she carefully poured the contents into a large, sturdy flask canister designed for long marches. It was a 1-liter container, standard equipment for Orc soldiers, now repurposed for her own grim necessity as she prepared for the day's maneuvers. The silence was suddenly broken by a sharp knock on the door and then the voice of a messenger. It was time for the brigade to move. She reacted instantly, quickly finishing what remained, and with practiced skill closed and secured the field flask's cap before the door could fully open, hiding her moment of weakness. She dismissed the demand with a brief nod, and her voice remained steady, though inside a storm raged that she had just pretended to calm. Slightly adjusting her cloak and preparing to go out to her troops, she honestly admitted to herself. Her reliance on spirits had recently grown a habit born from relentless pressure and the heaviness of command in this difficult period. Outside, the war had already begun. The brigade was strategically positioned along the road between Falmeria and Neveras. The tactical map laid out a complex web of maneuvers: 1st, 2nd, and 3rd Cavalry regiments under her command, ready to intercept any movement through the valley as the offensive continued. She froze and her eyes widened sharply as she noticed something unexpected on the horizon. From the sudden vision, a sharp breath escaped her lips, and she asked what could be approaching. Above her position, an alarm bell rang through the forest, and scouts hurriedly stormed the radios, reporting enemy movement from the side of Fulmeria Port. The reports were frantic. Approximately 200 infantry and 50 cavalry, and their numbers continued to grow, so the command post anxiously awaited immediate orders. Hearing the commotion, the lieutenant colonel concluded that these were scouts from the Falmeria army and immediately ordered the messenger to find the brigadier. Beside her, Arwen Karanarian remained on alert, as they understood. They needed to coordinate a response before the enemy could establish a foothold. On the tactical maps, the situation was assessed coldly and precisely so. The command gave a decisive order to crush the approaching threat. Despite uncertainty about the enemy's full strength, the decision was made to engage in battle directly against the small detachment. In the village serving as their camp, soldiers of the 3rd Regiment shift from rest to battle in a scattered formation. The silence of the settlement vanishes completely, replaced by the rhythmic clinking of gear. Elves prepare for the imminent clash. They are reinforced by a battalion of mountain hunters rolling forward heavy Gladstone machine guns. The steel wheels of the weapons rattle on the ground, signaling their defensive pressure sharply intensifies. Next to the rapid-fire weapons, the artillerymen are bringing up heavy guns, a 57 mountain gun and a battery of 75 field guns. The air grows heavy with the anticipation of the first salvo. When the final preparations are complete, the camp is already ready. A gloomy silence falls on the wagons and supplies. In the air, a dull, drawn-out signal horn sounds, and this low, eerie, twisted sound announces the official start of the clash. When the night thickens, Elven Bakery Unit works tirelessly to meet its quota. Nuriana, a company official, carefully checks the final bread count with a subordinate to ensure every loaf is accounted for. She watches as freshly baked loaves are laid out to cool by the stone walthy were supposed to be loaded onto carts for the morning distribution to the front line. Her body weakens from the work, and she quietly recalls the unexpected burdens carried by the military baker in this exhausting campaign. Suddenly, the fierce roar of Gladstone cannons spreads through the camp too close to be calm, and anxiety flares in the air. Yet despite the looming threat, the unit's mission remains clear. They stand in the very heart of the battlefield, and the huge mobile ovens must burn continuously to feed the soldiers for the next day. During the escalating tension, she talks with Sigurd about the inevitability of conflict, acknowledging, "The shadow of war has reached every corner of their world and left no one outside its bounds." Clutching a heavy loaf of bread, she looks into the distance, her heart weighed down by deep sorrow as Sigurd prepares to depart. She silently prays for his safe return, hoping chaos on the front line won't claim him and that he will be fed and safe. Near the bakery, the Gladstone machine guns, most prominent in this clash, begin their measured, devastating rattle, spitting fire into the darkness to repel the advancing enemies. Sudden, harsh bursts of fire amid gunshots raise a wave of panic among non-combatants. They crowd together, confusedly pressing against each other, while soldiers bustle around the camp to reinforce the perimeter. In the desperate commotion for defense, she tries to move one of the heavy machine gun mounts, but the soldier nearby only snorts discontentedly and says that this giant is firmly stuck by its own weight in a deeply dug-in trench, so it cannot be turned. She silently watches from afar as heavy multi-barreled guns roar. Their rhythmic rumble dully rolls across the field. The limited vertical movement does not prevent them from tearing through the attacking ranks. Each volley lashes forward, raising clouds of earth and blood as soldiers fall under the merciless hail of lead. He lowers the binoculars, and his voice sounds tense as he reports a change in the tide. Although the first enemy units seem to be retreating, a huge secondary force has appeared on the horizontal, most 500 infantrymen and as many cavalrymen. This news hits the commanders like a physical blow. Their faces turn pale from the instant realization of the scale of the threat. She stops and contemplates the enemy's strange behavior, wondering if it is just standard reconnaissance or something much more deliberate. A simple check does not require such numbers, and the way they are arranged hints at a deeper, darker plan to reveal the true strength of the brigade and its location. Looking down at the tactical maps, the commander grasped the harsh truth. The Elfin forces launched a large-scale encirclement maneuver. Despite their own thinning ranks, the appearance of these enemy reinforcements confirms the opponent is coming to trap them, and the battlefield is turning into a crushing fist. In a moment, the thunder of shoveling blows announces the arrival of Lieutenant Colonels Feindel and Ferisrian. They gallop forward to join the council, reporting that their units are in place and ready for the storm about to break, their faces grim but resolute as they prepare to face insurmountable odds. She stands among her trusted officers. Her presence maintains order as tension rises. There is a silent confidence in her. She is capable of making the difficult decisions needed for survival, and the belief that her tactical mind will find a narrow path to victory even when the enemy converges from all sides. The strategic maneuver happens instantly. The main forces of the brigade rush into the very heart of the conflict. Only one detachment is left behind to hold the northern flank. A calculated risk so that the full weight of their remaining forces can strike where it is needed most. When the sun slowly sets, casting long amber shadows over the endless steppes, the officers look at the vastness where very soon the fate of their country will be decided. One of them points to the horizon, urging the commander to see the scale of the approaching storm before the day sinks into uncertain twilight. She aims through the binoculars, her brow furrowing as she watches the lines of elven forces shift. Nearby, Sigurd notices the enemy's strange maneuverability. Their main strength seems to be retreating further north and east away from the place where the clash was expected. From above, from the saddle, she sees everything. The distant expanses reveal a tangled pattern of movement just like tactical maps, where the Elfland army is retreating in a wide arc. It is rather not a strategic reshuffling but hesitation, a torn and inconsistent withdrawal. Lowering her glasses, she feels sweat running down her face and tension tightening her throat. The reality catches up with her. She calls Alina and explains, the enemy is not just regrouping. They are fleeing north, abandoning their previous tactical advantages. Alina reacts with pure shock and cannot believe it. Could Elfland's order really have been so reckless to abandon both the fortress and the vital port facilities without a fight? While her subordinate is overwhelmed by the news, the general reaches for his canteen, and at that very moment a chain of consequences flies through his mind. She takes a long, steady sip. The cool water gives a brief pause from the heat of the upcoming decision. Her gaze does not leave the horizon. She weighs the risks of the chase and the likelihood of a trap. At this moment, hesitation did not bring to mind the words of the legendary tactician Albert. Namely, if the enemy is not a process leading to a catastrophic mistake, do not interfere. Let him bring his own ruin to the end. But as soon as she glances back at the gathered cavalry ranks and the enemy's dust clouds retreating, she is irresistibly drawn forward. Just standing and watching is impossible. The urge to strike while the enemy is disorganized is too strong to ignore, and she mutters her firm disagreement with the passive tactics through clenched teeth. With cold determination, sharp, focused gaze, she settles into position. At this moment, she is not interested in historical maxims. She is ready to seize the initiative and crush the retreating elven forces before they can regroup. She gathers her trusted officers Lael Noah, Eliner, and Arwen to coordinate all the details of the upcoming strike on the retreating Elfland troops. With a sharp predatory gleam in her eyes, the general notes, her elven cousins seem set for a northern flight, and she will gladly support their departure with a final devastating blow that will put an end to it. While the first headquarters of the Army Corps is kept informed of the developments, she carefully positions her forces for a cunning ambush. The plan unfolds with surgical precision. The 1st Cavalry Regiment Arwen takes control of the northern heights to keep the main road under observation, while other units move westward, driving the retreating enemy into a kill zone. Suddenly her soldiers burst into the enemy's rear with a fierce battle cry, and the retreating column completely collapses. Night silence explodes. Darkness breaks through with an explosion. Salvos and blasts merge into a deafening chaos. The elven troops collapse as their orderly retreat falls apart and turns into a desperate fight for survival. Surveying the massacre, she orders her troops to stop the pursuit. She knows it is enough to break the enemy's rear and force their vanguard to turn back. That is already a victory, if only for a moment. This tactical success was made possible by the enemy's own haste. Their column stretched too thin, resulting in deadly gaps through which its troops struck and dismantled them piece by piece, step by step. After the previous strikes that sowed discord, she watched from a favorable position as chaos unfolded and understood. The time for the final blow had come. With a sharp gesture, the commander ordered the 1st Regiment to crash into the enemy's exposed flank. Her voice cut through the darkness in the tar pit, while the heavy guns roared and came alive. Following this decisive order, the cavalry unit under Lieutenant Colonel Karanarian crashed into the side of the retreating elfin column, catching them completely by surprise. In response to the sudden furious attack, the panicked Elfland scouts reported the arrival of the Black Elves from the west. Their maps showed how the devastating pincer maneuver was closing in ever closer. The Elfland officer growled as she realized their movements had been tracked through intercepted magical signals, and in despair shouted to her troops to scatter the flanking force before they were overwhelmed. As the clash flared up, the confrontation turned into a bloody duel of iron and fire. The artillery batteries of both states engaged at close range, pressing with face-to-face force. In the smoke and thunderclap, the crews worked with mechanical precision, pulling the heavy guns back to positions and reloading at a furious speed, while the order to open fire rang across the field. The pressure did not weaken. Each side poured everything they had into the exchange, and the finale of this explosive clash hung by a thread. The Elvish artillery crews worked with desperate haste. Their officers shouted for them to load and fire while the situation worsened. They hauled heavy shells, understanding that every second was precious, as enemy shells had already begun to fall around them. Yet the incredible physical labor required for each shot became a burden they could not overcome. Despite all their efforts, the Orcs retreated, and this turned into a devastating result. A series of thunderous explosions announced the invincible superiority of the invaders' firepower. This difference stemmed from technology. The elfin army clung to cumbersome muzzle-loading gunslow to reload. But the orcs in the army used advanced breech-loading artillery, which offered much higher rate of fire and simply outmatched their opponents. When the artillery duel turned against them, the elf infantry halted, trying to hold their ground. Commanders urged them to stand firm and keep firing through the advancing smoke. They were ordered not to tremble even when the ground shook beneath their feet. Among them, the commander of the Marine Regiment led the way. Her soldiers opened a hail of rifle fire from their rifles, even when the orcs ahead had already begun to seem relentless. But very soon the pressure became unbearable, and the disciplined ranks finally broke into a chorus of panic screams when the soldiers realized the battle was lost and rushed to flee for their lives, ignoring desperate orders to hold the line. Then a catastrophic collapse occurred. Thus began the path that would later be called the most humiliating and devastating in the entire history of elfin military. The ranks of Elfland completely fell apart, and the soldiers fled in blind, frantic panic. Seeing the complete collapse of discipline, the commander of the Marine Regiment wildly roars from her horse, ordering not to break formation. But her cries are drowned in the chaos of the clash. She looks on and is struck by the silence. And the army she once led disappears, scattering into a crowd of frightened people they understand. Once strength reaches such a level of mental breakdown, something truly strange and terrible happens. To increase their chances of survival, the retreating infantry begins to shed everything that slows them down, throwing heavy equipment in a desperate attempt to start anew and just keep running. In the mud and blood, a fallen fighter stretches out a trembling hand, begging to be taken along, but his comrades pass by without a single glance. Soon the field is covered with abandoned wounded curled to the side and left behind, while the retreating unit increasingly suspects anything that might delay their escape. Two young soldiers frantically yank at heavy backpacks and ammunition pouches, shouting that it is impossible to carry, and throw the equipment into the mud. As they tear forward and flee, even military caps fly off their heads. The winds of change alter everything, so that before you are only frightened people, stripped of their military identity and pride. They struggle with the weight of their own gear, gasping for breath as the reality of defeat sinks into their brains. One soldier convulsively pulls off heavy military boots, raging at the equipment now it weighs like a lead anchor. Another begs for help that will not come, and his voice drowns in the frantic, hoarse breathing of his retreating comrades. Driven by the primal need to survive, they discard rifles and heavy coats, hoping that by shedding their soldier ranks, they can snatch at least a crumb of a chance to escape. The fear of being caught in uniform while the enemy advances overrides any remaining sense of duty. They madly run toward the distant hope of home, leaving honor in the mud along with their weapons. Through the frozen, deserted landscape, the retreat turned into a chaotic scramble for survival. The deadly fierce cold numbs the mind, stripping them of the ability for complex thoughts and leaves only the crude instinct to flee. Magical communications have completely disappeared, so each soldier found himself alone with his horror. He does not hear the officer's orders and cannot make out the cries of comrades while the army melts away in the snow. Silence covers the small clearing and the cost of the journey becomes visible without embellishment. A lone horse guards the abandoned loads, and indifferent, soulless figures lie there. Those who could no longer manage themselves, their road ends in the indifferent silence of the wild terrain. In this void of order, pursuers arrive with deadly intent. Marine regiments scour the forest, blades at the ready, movements disciplined, predatory as they prowl, tracking the remnants of the shattered army in the undergrowth. Vinka herself leads the attack with terrifying fierce force. Eyes wide open, in theme a cold, greedy satisfaction of the hunt. This is the most terrible stage of the conflict, when the line between battle and executions blurs and the finishing operation truly begins, fueled by the desire to completely eradicate the threat left by the elf and the remnants found after the assault. The prolonged pursuit stretches for 60 kilometers, a ruthless chase that raises the enraged abrogate to ensure no organized resistance remains. Some may doubt the tactical necessity of such a bloody run, but the 3rd Cavalry Regiment continues its work without hesitation. They take turns inventing and selecting those who manage to escape the first attack, leaving behind complete ruins. In the depths of the forest shadows, only the ragged, desperate breathing of the survivor is heard. Sunlight breaks through the canopy, a cold reminder that the world still lives while they huddle in darkness, waiting for the sound of approaching boots to fade and dissolve into the distance. The face of the young elven girl is twisted in a silent, primal scream. She is fleeing through the suffocating darkness of the forest, her eyes wide open with a fear beyond words, and her breath comes in ragged gasps as she stumbles, pushing away the nightmarish terror that is already approaching. Behind her, the nightmare takes shape. Orcs close ranks, and bayonets strike the target with terrifying precision. The air thickens with the metallic smell of blood and the cries of a mother begging for her child's life or screams cut off by the cold steel of the conquerors. The killings do not stop a furious whirlwind of violence where orcs and soldiers act with cold, mechanical precision. They strike everyone who crosses their path, their faces hidden by the shadow of tall hats, and they become faceless harbingers of total, merciless extermination. After the initial surge, the cold logic of the victors reveals the reasons for such cruelty. They were the enemy and that was enough. Here, the massacre is not a side effect of war but its direct intent, systematic erasure that promises even more terrible horrors ahead. When the sun rises over the quiet fields, the true scale of destruction emerges outside. 3,000 Elfland died in one night. The landscape is a patchwork picture of fallen bodies and abandoned equipment. A place where mercy was forgotten, so there is not a single prisoner to tell this story. Even those lucky enough to survive the initial onslaught find no refuge. Victors move on to cold, carefully calculated strategies. A high-ranking officer Elfland, having escaped the chaos of the battlefield, now stands before the firing squad. Her final moments are recorded as a simple footnote in the chronicle of the ruthless campaign. Among the sea of dead elves, the Egrifsi from the Angria Brigade gather to mourn their own, marking a grim milestone in their campaign. For the first time since the conflict began, they count the dead. 1 dead and 37 wounded in their view, a small price for the complete annihilation they have already wrought. Beyond official reports, a column of 5,000 refugees stretches into an unknown future. Among them are the same civilians the Orc command claims do not exist at all. They move through a devastated world like ghosts, and the truth about their suffering is trampled because official histories are rewritten by the victors. In the quiet silence of the command center, General Zybek and Major General Graben meticulously review the official records of the recent battle. Among the pile of papers remains a letter personally written by Zybek, formal testimony of the strategic orders that led their troops through the brutal campaign. These documents highlight the complex nature of the Angria Brigade. In particular, that the diverse origins of its soldiers must be carefully considered when assessing the consequences of their operations. The cold, bureaucratic tone of the text sharply contrasts with the tangible reality of the front line. Far from the administrative desks, Sigurd and his fellow prisoner settled down, sliding against the massive, gnarled trunk of an ancient tree. Their breathing is heavy and ragged. They try to snatch a moment of silence amid the smell of smoke and blood still hanging in the air. The burden of the horrors of this day finally breaks the comrades beside them. Nuryana and another officer sob uncontrollably. Their faces are twisted by grief that no military discipline can suppress. They look at the clearing where the fallen lie in silence, in dark, twisted piles. The dead stillness involuntarily reminds them of the cost of their supposed victory. Breaking this too sad moment, Dinar on her wings approached the resting soldiers with a completely unserious, everyday look, loudly calling to them as if she had just stumbled upon a lost trinket in the grass. She lifts the bloody, severed elven ear and examines it closely with eerie curiosity, then asks if it can be reattached. She smiles faintly and notes that it most likely belonged to a child. A soldier can only freeze in place, paralyzed, eyes wide open in shock, and his voice betrays him as the brazen, mundane cruelty of his commander's words cuts through and strips away the last fragments of his mind. He trembles when Nuryana gently pulls him close, and her voice is a quiet whisper of thanks. She suggests going together to the medical station, gently insists they get rid of the terrible trophy thing left by Dinar, and says her presence absolutely must not be here. When the weight of horror finally breaks him, he sobs, burying his face in her shoulder. The sound is muffled by her uniform. She holds him tightly and offers the only possible comfort after such a mad, insane drama. Beside Aliner, Findel nestled against the rough bark of the tree and slowly shifted her gaze upward toward the crown. Her thoughts touched the sky. Elfland. She marveled at how such beauty could hang above and look down on this scene. But despite the heavenly beauty above her, her eyes are still clouded by a deep exhaustion that dulls the soul. The reality at ground level is a sharp contrast. The air is thick with the stench of death, and the ground is strewn with the broken bodies of its relatives. The world is soaked with relentless filth that no beautiful sky can mask. Among the dead, 2 soldiers lie entwined in a final, desperate embrace. Their silence is a testament to the shared horror of their last moments. Drawing a ragged breath, she straightens her posture and stands upright, her face hardening, turning into a mask of duty. Behind her, Arwen Karanarian silently watches and understands the heavy burden her commander bears. Despite all the dirty legacy of the war, her features remain striking, a reminder that she is often called the mistress of the most exceptional beauty among all dark elves. She was always a commander who led from the front. Her sharp tongue seemed indifferent, but in reality she deeply cared for her subordinates, encouraging them while waving her raised blade in the heat of battle. Standing among the silent remains of the fallen, she looked strangely radiant, a sharp contrast to the gloomy battlefield landscape stretching behind. But this glow twisted into a creepy fleeting smile. It concealed the true weight of the massacre she personally oversaw, while her fellow officers looked at her with growing anxiety. Snatching a moment of rest, she removed the cap from the flask. The liquid provided a brief, cold distraction from the surrounding carnage. But the silence was suddenly shattered by realization, and she froze. The flask was still touching her lips, and the adrenaline of the fight was already beginning to subside. Her eyes suddenly widened, and suddenly an icy clarity opened up. The mask of the enchanting commander cracked and broke, revealing the naked horror of what had happened. Looking at the field of bodies next to her tired companions, she felt the weight of her own actions finally settle on her shoulders, and whispering softly that it was all over, remained with an empty taste of regret. While the elves struggled with their conscience, the war relentlessly rolled forward. In Falmiria port on the morning of February 2, Orcs and their forces prepared heavy batteries for a dawn bombardment. The fire team echoed throughout the harbor. They unleashed a barrage of strikes on the port of Falmiria. After the ultimatum went unanswered, the First Army Group began focused bombardment of the coastal batteries. Their attack was observed from above. Eagle tracked the accuracy of the strike. Orcs and forces blocked any escape routes, pinning the main enemy force to the ground. After the shelling, the 7th Mountain Division stormed the city at dusk, and the demoralized garrison surrendered through their naval commander. The next morning they gathered, and the commander, utterly defeated, signed the official surrender documents. This mournful event put an end to organized resistance. Retreating to her quarters, she burned her own talismans before the end. A single shot echoed through the building as the elven commander took her own life. The victors gave a solemn burial to the fallen general by order of General Holtz. The soldiers stood at attention and fired a volley, honoring her service. Thus the fortress of Falmiria fell in one day. Smoke rose from the docks, a testament to the speed of the advance. When the port was closed under control, the strategic map showed further advancement deeper into Elfland. The Supreme Command of Orcsen established a base at Aranban Station. The chief of the general staff stands amid the noisy bustle of the aviation and bandit station. His face is as if closed off. The air hums with the triumphant shouts of soldiers celebrating the swift fall of Falmiria. Nearby, orcs roar in victory, and he is silent, a stone figure with cold concentration in the very heart of the growing fury. He looks heavily towards the direction of the tracks like a military echelon, like the weight of an order read in his solitary pose. At this decisive moment, the full details of Lyra's forest incident and the freshest combat reports of the Angria Brigade have not yet reached the hands of Orc King, so in their strategic understanding there remains a dangerous gap, despite the fact that the front is already storming. When the calendar turns to November in the year 876, the true grip of winter finally covers the land. Vast open spaces are swallowed by fierce cold, and this makes it clear. The end of the autumn campaign has come. Despite this frozen expanse, wagons and exhausted troops continue to move forward slowly and methodically. Against the backdrop of a pale, gloomy ceiling of the sky, the figures of soldiers stand out sharply as they traverse the desert terrain. Soldiers in column. A simple hot meal or a cup of scalding hot coffee has become the highest luxury. They savor these brief moments of warmth before the order to saddle up and move forward again to Falmiria sounds. Among the exhausted ranks, she sits astride a horse with a heavy heart, and her gaze reveals the grim realities of their recent actions. Other officers of the cavalry regiment are no less oppressed. Decisions weigh on them like the silence of a march. Next to her, Sigurd voices the anxieties that have long been ripening in their minds. He asks whether they have gone too far in their relentless pursuit. He aloud wonders if the tactical maneuvers have made them the same as the White Elves, from whom they once swore to stay apart, and fears the reports that will reach the international community. She is silent, and her thoughts return again to the king and the cause they serve. If their actions are perceived as a betrayal of the trust given to them, it could shatter the very legitimacy of the Orcsen mission and turn a strategic victory into a moral defeat that will haunt them forever. Turning back to him, she proclaims with unwavering determination, "All responsibility for what happened in this battle lies solely with her. She was the one giving orders, and she is ready to give her own life to the king as atonement, if death is what justice demands." When finally the destination appears on the horizon, the city of Falmiria stands as a silent witness to their approach. She knows, behind those walls awaits her sentence, and the consequences of her order are about to become clear. While she prepares somewhere there to face the consequences of her actions, the commander of the Northern Army, Aloysius Schwerin, watches as his troops successfully cross the Powell Bridge into Moria City. With cold satisfaction he notes, the advance is currently cleared, And the efforts of the 7th Army Corps have not been in vain. They took control of the crossing and did not get their feet wet. He looks at the strategic map and it shows the next target, the fortress city of Altria. But the road is full of difficulties. Reconnaissance reports that a huge elven force has already entrenched and awaits them from 160,000 to 180,000 warriors. He turns to his chief of staff, Gunther Blumenthal, and demands to know when the army can resume the march. Blumenthal cuts dryly. Immediate movement is impossible until the railway tracks are repaired and re-equipped because the army will not withstand battle if it moves too far from its supply lines. Through this logistical necessity, the team of engineers got to work with rhythmic precision. They pried up the existing rails with heavy iron tools with all their might. Their exhausting labor stretches across the entire landscape, proof of the boundless scale of the invasion. Every mile of rails must be carefully hammered out and adjusted by hand so that heavy steam locomotives can deliver mountains of ammunition and food needed for the upcoming siege. Watching the progress, two officers contemplate the colossal demands of the modern conflict. They understand, re-equipping the rails for Orcs engage is a monumental task. But without it, the resilience of their occupation in these newly captured territories will remain extremely fragile. When the rails were securely fastened, the first supply echelons set off. Their gigantic holds were full of the vital force that powers the war machine. Guards keep watch while crates are unloaded, and the captured stations come alive in a whirl of feverish activity. Beyond the front line itself, the integration of the lands of conquered continues through the establishment of a branch of the Moria Orcsan National Bank. The clinking of coins and the scratching of pens signify another conquest. The economy is systematically subordinated to the crown. The transition to the new order begins at the doors of the newly opened bank branch. An orc officer roars into a megaphone, informing the restless crowd of elves that daily limits have been lifted on exchanging their old currency. Against this noise, a young woman examines a heavy coin. The cold metal reflects the stern profile of King Gustav in her gaze. Because of this change, local markets descend into complete chaos. When she tries to pay for goods with elven gold, the seller flatly refuses. He says such coins are no longer recognized as legal tender. Nearby, a beastman merchant scrutinizes the new paper banknotes with suspicion and curiosity in his eyes. He notices that they bear orc handwriting and immediately understands. These are military vouchers, temporary currency to bridge the gap until the new administration is fully integrated. While merchants remain on alert, the city's reconstruction provides a steady influx of this new cash into people's hands. Among the ruins of Moria, elven craftsmen tirelessly clear the streets, and as the sun begins to set, an orc soldier pays them their daily wages in clear, freshly printed records. They look down at the thin scraps of paper and cannot determine what they are at all. One woman wonders what value these pieces might have, and her companion says that this is a military statute, now the only way to buy bread. To quell the growing anxiety, the orc officers find time to explain the mechanics of the new economy. He explains how the script works as a temporary substitute. Its value is backed by the might of the orc army. It covers the full nominal value and is later exchanged for permanent currency. Observing the implementation of these measures, Major General Blumenthal assesses the strategic necessity of such a harsh system. He understands. Chaos after occupation almost always breeds hoarding and inflation. If currency and its exchange are kept under control, the army can prevent a complete economic collapse before it even begins. When the new fiscal reality settles over the city, Commander Schwerin walks the streets of Moria and coordinates actions with his subordinates via portable radio. His everyday presence among the conquered, without a bulky escort, shocks the locals. They realize that the same man who led the invasion now calmly walks their neighborhoods. General Zebek contemplates the harsh truth of conquests. If the goal is long-term annexation, invasion cannot remain purely a military affair. To truly take the land, occupation must penetrate the very fabric of its economy. He reviews the newly released military script and reflects, money is a fickle thing. If it cannot be spent, it is worthless. Its true value is gained only through trust born from its use in the market. Turning to his adjutant, he lowers his voice and acknowledges the insight of the head of Fairlands. Noting that merchants have a special stubbornness, they manage to bargain a profit even on land still smoldering after the war fires. He continues his observations, acknowledging that managing merchants is much harder than outwitting any high-ranking general. Soldiers are masters of destruction, while merchants are creators of both ruin and the subsequent revival of the state. Far from the front line, in the very heart of the capital Wilchween, the grand facade of the Ministry of Finance stands as a silent engine driving the expansion of the kingdom. Behind the ministry, a disheveled man jumps out with mad joy and wildly shouts praises to the power of gold and the economic future of the monster kingdom so much that passing citizens whisper in shock about Weirdemax. This is Maximilian List, the Minister of Finance. Despite his unruly habits and eccentric behavior, he is a brilliant scholar of economics and political science, and enjoys the unquestionable trust of King Gustav himself. Once again squeezed into the cramped, cluttered confines of his own office, the minister prepares to tackle the complex financial machinery of the state. His brilliant but chaotic mind already racing ahead of his weary subordinates. He continues to demonstrate his rough manner to the universal irritation of the high-ranking officers gathered here. The major, who is desperately trying to silence the noise, and General Zybek can only remain frozen in silence while the finance minister ignores all rules of decency, his gaze completely fixed on something else. Despite the lack of social graces, the eccentric minister strides forward decisively, declaring that the recent economic and financial successes of Orcson are a direct result of his department's tireless work. Under his confident stride, the geopolitical landscape is changing. The map shows the intricate web of neutral states, and those trying to earn favor all are watching as the state of Orcson gains strength. He lets out a satisfied, quiet chuckle, and his eyes behind the glasses flash with a predatory gleam of intelligence. Everything moves exactly as he calculated, and he murmurs a word of approval to himself, feeling the gears of history begin to turn in his favor. This calculated confidence grows from a grim awareness. War is not just a conflict, but a huge economic engine. From the shadow of his own office, he watches how the very threat of hostilities triggers a surge in special demand, stoking the flames of speculation, which he so masterfully controls. Thus, the Orcson stock market has turned into a den of feverish bustle. The trading floor is crowded with townspeople and investors. Their faces are twisted by a mixture of greed and despair as they hustle to snatch profit from the brewing chaos, the air thick with the scent of opportunity. The next day, frenzy spills onto the streets. Every major newspaper announces the outbreak of war. Public opinion reaches its limit. People crowd over newspaper pages. Their faces are as changeable as the market as they absorb the full weight of national mobilization. Amid the chatter, the voice of a young journalist cuts through the space, shouts about a diplomatic incident in Elfland. He waves the freshest extra edition, and on his face is the hastily written anxiety of a world that has suddenly become much more dangerous. The headlines tell a grim story of rapid escalation. In the Battle of Boliferous Bay, the Elfland fleet is shattered, and 500,000 Orcson troops have already broken through the border. The shift from economic maneuvers to full-scale war is complete. The continent has changed forever. News of the invasion's success spreads like wildfire, igniting a surge of nationalist pride. Hats fly into the air, and the population erupts in a collective roar of triumph. Because of this grand announcement, the streets are filled with pure emotion. People embrace each other, tears of joy and relief stream down their cheeks as they celebrate what they believe to be the dawn of a new era for their nation. Joining their festive revelry are residents of all kinds, from beastmen to human soul, captivated by the contagious energy. The air is thick with shouts, and hats fly high into the sky, a rare moment of complete social unity. High above the festive crowd, city guards watch the spectacle from rooftops. With a gaze full of silence and tension, a huge wolf observes everything, while a great eagle takes flight, its wings beating against the sky against the backdrop of a capital transformed by the fever of war. Far from the city centers, news reaches the quiet fields of the village and carries a very different sense of hope. These women stop their work, and their faces brighten as they imagine a future where the old order has finally been turned upside down. In the very heart of the city, the celebration moves to taverns, where the air is thick with the smell of ale and the rumble of loud toasts. Waitresses weave through the crowd, serving frothy mugs to townsfolk who drink to the health of their soldiers and the prosperity of the state. As the festivities continue, a ceremonial tram decorated with flags and festive decorations rolls through the main streets. It moves like a stage for the country's pride, and wherever it goes, it gathers waves, shouts, and applause from passers-by. When night falls over the sprawling metropolis, the echo of a turbulent day is replaced by an official announcement of victory. Bells ring low and deep across the entire horizon, a sound that carries the weight of history and the promise of a world forever changed. The streets of the capital blaze with feverish energy. A grand parade marches along the avenues. Flags flutter in the night air, and the brass band leads the procession of townspeople. Their voices merge into a chorus of national pride echoing from the stone buildings. Among the crowds, faces of people, orcs in elegant evening attire and beastfolk with broad, joyful smiles shine with shared, intoxicating joy. Unity, forged by the flash of a sudden military victory, seems to have erased all former social boundaries. From the high balcony overlooking the spectacle, a solitary figure watches the sea of torches and flags stretching into the distance. The scale of this popular devotion is a cold reminder of the forces already set in motion. He is Claude Maxwell, a messenger from Camelot, and beside him a photographer capturing the moment for the whole world to see. To an outsider, this zeal seems almost anxious, a manic tension bordering on the irrational. And when he looks down at the celebrating crowds, a realization flashes across his face. He understands, although such a reaction is extreme, it has its reasons. He adjusts his hat and reflects. Multinational countries, like people, find a single terrible closeness during war. For the inhabitants of Orcson, this conflict is the peak of a century-long thirst for revenge. Because of their long years, the wounds of the past are not just history but living memories of those who still walk the streets. This feeling results in a colossal mobilization of resources. Even the youngest citizens line up at donation points. Children give their meager savings, and posters call to send millions of soldiers and rations to the front line, proving that the entire nation has become a single focused mechanism of war. In the offices of the powerful, this obsession is reflected in desperate mad optimism. Ernst Forbeck, head of the steamship company, widely spreads his arms in a burst of ecstatic triumph and shouts that victory is finally in their hands. He leans forward, and behind his glasses his gaze sharpens as he talks about the life-giving power of military efforts. Capital. Raising funds for war is done through national bonds essentially. It is a loan from citizens to fuel the conflict. His colleagues report, despite the fact that interest rates on these bonds remain steady, the public debt of their Elfland rivals has sharply fallen on international markets in Lagras. Banks respond favorably. They consider the Orcson war machine a reliable investment. But despite the current financial success, the industrialist remains cautious. His thoughts are already racing to the inevitable conclusion of the battles. He weighs the king's grand design and his own ambitions, but cannot look away from the looming economic shadow. When the war ends, the return of troops and the cessation of military contracts could strike the economy and cause a devastating recession. And he poses a grim question to his like-minded peers. How will they maintain this pace when the guns fall silent? The answer, he declares, bursting with a sudden flash of manic energy, already lies in the very land they are conquering. He triumphantly points to the map of Elfland. He insists that the post-war decline will bypass them if capital is invested in the newly acquired territories. For him, Elfland is not just a fallen country, but a vast border with untouched land and inexhaustible resources, a blank canvas for Orcson's industrial expansion and a guarantee of endless. The groundwork for the future is already being laid. While the military operations continue, the quiet gears of investment have started to turn, hinting at a shift in the country's priorities towards long-term stability. He bursts into loud, reckless laughter. The small checkered suit sharply contrasts with the grim military uniform surrounding him. Maximilian List declares with mad joy, the era of the soldier's dominance is coming to an end. The time of the financial bureaucrat has come. It will finally take shape and define the post-war world. His laughter echoes through the grounds of the well-kept gardens of the grand administrative Palacia Sound, that seems out of place with the solemn and majestic architecture around. Meanwhile, the strategic reality is still focused on the north, where the First Army is preparing for its next major offensive. General Sebek gives a sharp salute, and in his mind, he is already on the way considering the logistical difficulties of the upcoming campaign. Meanwhile, the strategic reality is still focused on the north, where the First Army is preparing for its next major offensive. General Sebek gives a sharp salute, and in his mind, he is already on the way considering the logistical difficulties of the upcoming campaign. Next to the main one are the key architects of this campaign. The attentive to all details intelligence chief Karl Rotenberger, and an entire squad of devoted staff officers, all of them focused on the complex coordination needed for the relocation. Stopping on the high ridge, the general pauses with his pipe, and his gaze clings to the horizon as he acknowledges the vastness of this endless valley with a quiet, heavy feeling. From this height, the true scale of their plan becomes clear. The valley below merges with the organized chaos of the country on the move, all overseen nearby by the silent Whiteford Sentinel. They watched from the riverbank as the colossal logistical machine Orcston Army relentlessly surged forward. Flat-bottomed boats ferried across the water, what seemed like an endless column of supply wagons. Above the noisy intersection, the piercing cry of predatory birds forces the soldiers below to look up. High in the sky, Werner Rien dares, and his fellow air observers rise upward with predatory grace, vigilantly watching, scanning the horizon for any sign of the enemy. In the relative silence of the command car, Sebek reflects. Against the scale and complexity of the war, everything else people do seems like child's play. Silently, as always, Mutvuvania, his indispensable adjutant, agrees with a grim nod. Their advance is suddenly halted by a roadblock on the roadside. A group of determined infantrymen has blocked the way. Commanders shout for the travelers to stop and wait their turn to cross the bridge. While the suppression reaches his documents to clear the way, the general places a stabilizing hand on his shoulder and quietly orders the assistant, "Let the people do their work, do not interfere." The tension disappears instantly as soon as the soldiers recognize him as a high-ranking official. They immediately stand at attention, jerk into sharp salutes, and nervously mutter apologies for the delay, while Sebek utters a rare word of praise for their unwavering adherence to protocol. Continuing on the path, he orders everything to be silenced so that the diligent military police officers are officially praised and possibly even considered for promotion before. The carriage turns onto the western road leading into the dense canopy of the Alira forest. He stands silently, a heavy cloak torn by the wind, while looking through the desert landscape at the distant snow-covered peaks. Before him was the gloomy reality of the forest edge. Near the freshly plowed hill of earth gathered a multitude of soldiers, a silent witness to the recent tragedy that took many lives. The veteran commander can hardly bear the sight. His hand rises to hide the shock as he mutters and glances at what stands before him, and this state defies words, as does the impression shared by his stern-looking agitators. His jaw twitches into a hard grimace, and the weight of this terrible slaughter digs deep furrows into his forehead as he contemplates the boundless losses. For over an hour, the general does not move from his place, a solitary figure of sorrow, against the backdrop of the boundless, indifferent Lyra forest, unable to tear his gaze away from the spectacle of the massacre. Far from the sad field, King Gustav seeks comfort, a hearty banquet, roasted bird and wine. But just then the main obstacle arrived, an urgent telegram from the logistics command Valmarie. His rest was interrupted. The message demands immediate attention to the army's supply lines. While the monarch ultimately falls into a deep, loud sleep in his chambers, his loyal elven guards, artists on the runway, remain on alert outside, silently preparing for the inevitable hardships of the coming day. The lieutenant colonel adjusts her goggles, her face unreadable as she stares into the darkness. The burden of their mission and the horrors they found in the forest weigh on her relentlessly. She and her companion did not take their eyes off. Their silhouettes lay against the twilight as they watched the king's residence vigilantly all day. By the next afternoon, the royal procession reached the bustling Valmiria Pier, a key strategic point, where the sea met the ever-widening advance of orcs and their influence. Leading the procession, the king on horseback rode through the huge stone arches of the city gates, flanked by high officials and ever-ready elven guards. Next to the stationed officers, a massive white wolf quietly trotted on the cobblestones, and passers-by, leaning out of their upper-floor windows, cast weary glances at it. Among the spectators, a group of elven women huddled together. Their faces flickered with fear and enchantment as they whispered about the arrival of the Orc King and his monstrous companion. Wasting no time, the king immediately began inspecting the port, passing rows of disciplined soldiers and the heavy equipment of the docks. He stood before the gigantic cranes of the ship repair workshop and watched as a massive steam locomotive was lifted into the air, a testament to the industrial power being directed into the region. Observing the logistical triumph, the king listened as Major General Rotenberger explained the critical importance of the new railway branch line, until an officer approached him with an urgent demand to address him personally. He stands before the enormous locomotive depot, a roundhouse with several steam engines on a turntable, ready to be deployed to the newly conquered territories. Approaching one of the cars closer, he truly stopped in surprise upon seeing a sleeping car and noted its luxury. The officer explained that it was a first-class car suitable for headquarters, so he decided to name it Mershem after the sea foam from the material of his pipe. But suddenly the calm inspection was interrupted by a group of troublemakers shouting, demanding attention, forcing a nearby guard to raise his hands to maintain order. These men, roughly built, worn by hard labor, are called members of the Port Laborers Union. On their faces sharp defiance and despair. The guard shudders with surprise and asks if they are really SH Dory from the Union, because their appearance in such a restricted zone is extremely atypical. They begin to vent their anger, talking about the exhausting, deadly, dangerous work loading and unloading ships where only physical strength matters. Yet they are still left without proper food and even without a place to sleep. They demand to call the one who manages this operation. Realizing the heated commotion, he turns away from the train and looks the protesters straight in the face, ignoring the frantic pleas of his guards who try to shield him from the commoners. As soon as he steps into the beam of light, the workers' rage instantly evaporates. Replaced by paralyzing shock, they understand they are standing before their suzerain, the true king of Orcsen. He sincerely apologizes to the stunned workers, acknowledging all the hardships they have had to endure, and promises to immediately rectify the situation. He assures that proper arrangements will be made right away to address their grievances. They look at each other with distrust. The king emphasizes, the entire military burden rests on their shoulders because without tireless work at the docks the front will collapse. He asks them to continue supporting him, reminding them that they are the ones truly holding up the army. As the sun begins to set over the industrial cranes, he invites them to share their stories and worries, assuring that a proper dinner is already being prepared and will arrive shortly. The promised rations arrive, thick hot steamed vegetable soup with coarse sausage, accompanied by heavy rounds of dark rye bread and a few modest apples. Avoiding the comfort of the station, the ruler sits directly among the common people eating the same modest meal, listening attentively and empathizing with their lived experiences. This genuine act of solidarity raises the workers to a wild roar. Their voices merge into a single tribute to the monarch who treated them as equals. Returning to the General Command headquarters, his face hardens and he orders the aides to provide the workers with better nutrition, medical aid, and mandatory rest, reminding them, these people are the true foundation of the state's strength. The next morning he continues his rounds, arriving to inspect the Angria Brigade, where he stands in silence, paying silent honor before the assembled troops and their elven allies. He stationed the Angria Brigade in the former military barracks Elfland on the outskirts of Falmeria, giving the exhausted soldiers a moment of rest under the morning sun. As the day was just beginning, the silence of the rural area was broken by the rhythmic rumble of horse-drawn wagons approaching the establishment. Shaking the sleep from her eyes, Captain Lee listened to the question about the reason for such an early arrival when an officer in a cobalt uniform announced, "These are special supplies personally allocated by the king." She took the manifest and looked at it with distrustful caution. But as soon as she glanced through the list of items provided by the Orcs administration, her face shifted from exhaustion to pure shock. The incredible quantity and quality of dishes listed completely overwhelmed her. Thoughts swirled in her mind, trying to comprehend the unexpected generosity of the king towards her unit. Realizing the potential effect of an invigorating banquet meal, she immediately ordered the wagons to head to the kitchen area and urged the staff, "Let everything be ready by noon." With a radiant smile, she returned to her troops and announced that entertainment awaited them. Her excitement rolled through the ranks like fire over dry grass. Just before noon, the king arrived for the scheduled inspection with his giant wolf and adjutant, ready to assess the condition of the brigade he had so carefully supplied. He was greeted by a sharp salute from Commander Schwerin, who stood as an immovable pillar of military discipline before his monarch. Watching him, the elven officers of the cavalry regiments held formation despite visible fatigue. Arwen, Ileonar, and the artist stood with straight backs, but their faces revealed the heavy cost of the recent campaign. Their eyes, some dark, others light, reflected the shared burden of duty and the silent pain of those who had seen too much. Observing them, the commander remained silent, his face a mask of restrained, sorrowful concentration, as he weighed the weight of the orders he must carry out. Later, inside the quiet walls of the headquarters, the king sits at a simple table, and the artists from the running track take care of him. The formal atmosphere of the inspection disappeared. A heavy, tight silence remained. When she is left alone, the burden of her responsibility finally breaks Artis's impeccable composure. She sinks into the semi-darkness, slumps depressed. The confident officer disappears, leaving behind a woman haunted by the decisions she has already made. When he speaks to her again, she clutches her chest convulsively, and her face twists with painful, bare resolve. She whispers quietly that she is already prepared for any end that awaits them, and her voice trembles with the irrevocability of her decision.